The Author's POV. Chapter 351, An Intense Fight, 2. A powerful ripple of energy swept past as an axe clashed against a wooden staff. A shocking scene ensued after the two weapons collided. Instead of the staff breaking apart upon making contact with the axe bounced off the body of the staff and a small opening appeared. "You think your mediocre weapon can go against my staff? An SS-ranked artifact?" Durara mocked. She obviously did not miss the opening. Pushing her palm forward, her hand touched Ultric's bare body. Bang. A powerful blast sounded and Ultric was pushed backward, only halting when his back crashed against the wall behind him. Durara had come on top at their first true exchange. Shio. 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 Not so far from them, the situation with Waylon looked a lot more controlled. He skillfully blocked the attacks coming from the Duergars standing behind Durara. Pushing his plan forward, a thick energy blast shot at terrifying speed towards the Duergar in the distance. But they were well prepared. Upon seeing Waylon's powerful attack, the Duergars chose not to panic. Throwing several small boxes on the floor, 5 large transparent barriers formed right in front of them. Bang. Right as the barriers formed, Waylon's attack reached the Duergar's position. Crack. 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 The moment his attack touched the barriers, 3 of them instantly tore apart as transparent shards of mana diffused in the air. But that was as far as the attack could go. By the time the first barrier broke, Waylon's attack lost half of its power, and with each progressive barrier that broke, the weaker his attack became. It wasn't long before his attack completely disappeared, leaving behind 2 intact barriers. Damn it. Staring at the scene in front of him, Waylon silently cursed. Although he didn't show it outwardly, I could tell that he was running low on mana. He still hadn't recovered from his previous battle. Even though it was faint, if one paid close attention, they would notice that the hue surrounding his body had dimmed a little. Things are not looking good. Although it was premature of me to say that they were both at a disadvantage, from how things were going, even if Waylon and Ultric did end up winning, the two would be at their last breaths by that time and essentially become even more useless than the current me. Taking my eyes away from Waylon's fight and turning my attention back towards Ultric, who seemed to still be in top shape, I spoke inside of my mind, addressing a certain someone. "Do you think your bloodline suppression can affect Durara?" "What do you mean?" Angelica responded inside of my mind. "If I were to somehow manage to get you close to Durara, do you think your bloodline can suppress her powers, even if it's a little bit?" "If I could, somehow, get Angelica close to Durara in her tooth form and then have her appear from behind and suppress the latter with her bloodline, we could gain the edge we need to win." After contemplating for a bit on how I could help, and running multiple different scenarios inside of my head, it was the best solution that came into my mind. Although it would be unrealistic to say that Angelica could suppress Durara by a lot due to the massive gap in strength, it might be enough to give Ultric an advantage, or so I hoped. That's impossible. Pouring cold water onto my ideas, Angelica denied the possibility. "I can tell what you're thinking. It's an unrealistic plan." "Why is that?" "The gap between my strength and hers is far too big for my bloodline to have any effect on her. Her contractor is probably a demon that far surpasses me in power as well. Even if it were possible, how can you guarantee that I'll get close to her without getting detected? She's an SS rank, not some nobody. She'll easily be able to notice something isn't right like Douglas did last time." "You're right." Angelica's words made me realize just how naive my thoughts were. If things were that easy, for as long as she was with me, fighting every elder present would be nothing but a breeze. I guess my hastiness had blinded me for a moment. But, then, what should I do? Time didn't wait for anybody. Every second we wasted made our situation slightly more disadvantageous, for those here and the others outside. "Have me go toward those little creatures." It was then that Angelica suggested something. Processing her words, my eyes soon lit up in understanding. "You don't mean?" "Indeed. Although I can't do anything about her, I can do something about those little creatures fighting that human." The urgency of the situation left no room for arguments. I didn't say anything about the fact that she called the Duergars little creatures and mused over Angelica's words. Indeed, if I had Angelica help Waylon defeat the Duergars holding him back, it would turn the situation into a 2 versus 1. Although Waylon was weaker than Durara, she was currently busy fighting someone whose strength was on par with hers. If Waylon was put into the mix, victory would almost be guaranteed. But that depended on how things would pan out next. Alright, let's go with that plan. Having come to a decision, without wasting any second, I put my hand in my mouth and extracted one of my teeth. Wait. My hand suddenly paused as I thought of something. Do you have any devil fruits with you, or did you consume them all already? I asked inside of my mind. Yes, I used my last one before. My heart sank at her words. Then, how are we supposed to do this? Without the aid of the devil fruit, Angelica wouldn't be able to recover her demonic energy and suppress the duergars. My head suddenly started to ache. Seriously. How are we supposed to do this when you don't have a devil fruit? What are you talking about? If we don't have a devil fruit, you won't be able to recover your demonic energy and suppress those little creatures. Unknowingly, as I was speaking, I started referring to the duergars as little creatures. We don't need a devil fruit for that. Angelica replied in the most relaxed tone I'd heard. My eyes jumped slightly. We don't. You're contracted to me. You have demonic energy. Just put some into me and throw me in their direction. That actually makes sense. Why did I only just realize this now? Pausing in thought, my brows furrowed. Hold on, why didn't you do this before when we were in the other room? Last time, I was planning on fighting. This time, I'm not. I'm just trying to suppress them. Alright, got it. Having thought things through, holding onto Angelica in my hand, I tried to channel my mana mixed with demonic energy into her. Be careful. Even though you may not have felt anything, the more mana you use, the further the demonic energy inside of you will corrode your mind. As I was injecting her with demonic energy, Angelica reminded in a serious tone. Fully aware of the fact, I nodded at her words. I know, don't worry. I had been contracted for a total of a week and a half with Angelica, and although I tried my best to use the least amount of mana possible, given the circumstances, I had no choice but to use it quite often. So far, nothing had happened, but I couldn't guarantee that things would remain the same in the future. I had to be more careful. Enough. After injecting a large chunk of my mana into Angelica, I stopped after hearing her voice. I can only keep this for one more minute before I return to my regular form. Quickly get me over there. Got it. Nodding my head, I turned to face Waylon, who was standing not so far from me, attacking the duergars in the distance. The conversation I had with Angelica only spanned for at most half a minute. So, nothing much changed since the last time I saw him. This was good. Hey, Waylon. Raising my voice, I called out. Now is not the time, Ren. Bang. Smacking away an energy blast, Waylon raised his broadsword and swung it downwards. Watching him fight, I once again opened my mouth and shouted, Waylon, listen to me. Do one big attack. What are you talking about? With furrowed brows, Waylon turned to glance in my direction for a short second. Now is not the time to be messing around. Can't you see that I'm Ugh. Boom. Cutting him mid-sentence, a small grenade-like object exploded right in front of him. A black gas cloud diffused in the air right after the explosion. Reacting just in time, Waylon closed his mouth and waved his hand, pushing all of the gas away. Right after, Waylon turned to glare in my direction. In response, I merely shrugged my shoulders and responded quickly, just trust me and force them to pay attention to you. I have a way to help you out. If that wasn't enough to convince him, I raised my hand and showed him the tooth in my grasp. The moment Waylon saw the tooth, he instantly understood what I was trying to do. Without wasting any time with unnecessary words, taking a step forward, the mana inside of Waylon's body shot out crazily, like a tidal wave. Clusters of mana threads surged out of his body. After which they all shot towards the broadsword in his hand, the length of the blade increasing drastically. From 2 meters to 3 meters and then 4 meters. It kept increasing until it finally reached 15 meters in length. Wielding an absolutely massive broadsword, if it could even be called that, Waylon stared at the enemy for a moment. The sheer aura of the blade instilled horror in the duergars. Even Durara was almost distracted for a moment, but Ultrich didn't let her. Their clash continued fiercely, both sides not letting up. Before the duergars could make a move, Waylon briefly glanced in my direction, signaling me to start. Silently nodding my head, I didn't waste a single second. The moment Waylon was about to cut downwards, I threw Angelica towards the duergars' direction. Because my throw was extremely weak and their attention was currently focused on Waylon's sword, none of the duergars present took notice of my action. How big of a mistake that was. A couple of seconds after I threw Angelica, Waylon let out a shout that came from deep within his body and slashed horizontally. H-A-A-A. Whying. Staring at the incoming attack with grim determination, the Duergars took out all their defensive artifacts and tried to use them. But just as they were about to do that, an oppressive force suddenly entrapped their body. The force that was entrapping their body wasn't too strong, for it only made their movements slightly sluggish. But, in a scenario where each second mattered, that slight disruption proved to be fatal. Ha! Heek! The desperate screams of the Duergars rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Falling simultaneously, the headless bodies of 7 Duergars fell to the ground with a small thud. Standing almost 15 meters away from them was Angelica, who had the palm of her hand open, directed towards where the Duergars were standing before. Thin threads of demonic energy lingered around her body. There were a total of 11 Duergars before, and of the 11, 7 were dead with the rest gravely injured. The rest was a breeze for Waylon. Pressing his foot on the ground, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of the last remaining Duergars, killing them instantly. I wanted to join him on the fun, but before Waylon went to attack the Duergars, he put a small barrier around me, afraid that Durara would do something while he was busy killing the last remaining Duergars. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Spurt. Killing the last remaining Duergar, Waylon turned his attention towards Durara, who was fighting on equal footing with Ultrich. Because of how intense their fight was, neither knew what had just happened. They did not know that in the last few seconds, the balance of the whole battle had turned towards our favor. The Author's POV. Chapter 352, An Intense Fight, 3. What are you doing, Angelica? Take their stuff. While Waylon was preparing to join the fight, glancing at Angelica, I pointed at the dead Duergars on the floor. Didn't you say that you were out of devil fruits? Check their stuff, there might be a couple in there. You just want their stuff, don't you? Angelica coldly said, having read my exact thoughts. Blinking a couple of times, I chose to remain silent. Raising her brows in the distance, Angelica gave me a not-so-amused look. Sighing, I came clean. Fine, you win. I do, so hurry up and get their stuff and give it to me. Keep the useless stuff. Having seen just how much trouble Waylon went through when he fought them, I couldn't help but covet the stuff that they had. There was definitely going to be something useful in there. Fine. Tempted by the idea of getting more devil fruits, Angelica eventually nodded her head and headed towards the corpses of the deceased Duergars. Rummaging through their stuff, she briefed me on the things that she found. I found another artifact, but just like the others, it requires a mixture of both mana and demonic energy to properly function. You can use it now, but when the contract is over you'll no longer be able to use them. Pausing, she glanced in my direction and continued. That is unless you're planning on consuming a devil fruit. If so, you can probably use them even after the contract is over. No, I'm good. I can just sell it in the black market for a good price. I quickly shook my head and denied her offer. Since the black market was for both villains and heroes, I didn't doubt that there was a market for the things that Angelica picked up. When I returned to the human domain, I planned on selling all of the stuff I got today to fund my future endeavors. Anything else? Bang, bang. Cutting me off was a large explosive sound that came from the distance. Turning my head to face the direction of where the sound came from, I was once again reminded of the fight that was happening next to me. However, contrary to the last time I looked at them, this time it was Ultrich who held the upper hand in the conflict. Angelica, get the stuff and quickly come back to me. Worried that something unexpected might happen, I urged Angelica to hurry up and return to me. Replying with a cold stare, Angelica silently picked up her speed before quietly returning to my side. For obvious reason, I had her transform into a tooth again. This time I didn't put her in my mouth and just put her in my pocket. Wararg. Just as I put Angelica in my pocket, letting out a deep roar that came from deep within him, Ultrich wildly rushed in Durara's direction. His movements contained no set pattern and looked sloppy, but the power contained within each swing was not something to take light of. They contained unimaginable amounts of power. Durara, who was standing behind a thin purple translucent barrier, knew this best as she struggled to find a chance to counterattack. Ultrich's attacks were just too relentless, forcing her to be in a passive position. It had gotten to the point that it looked like Ultrich was the one that was set to win the fight. You damned primitive race and your infinite stamina. She cursed out loud. Tapping her staff onto the ground, a giant ripple formed on the ground beneath her, and a strong circular pressurized wind gale shot outwardly, pushing everything away. The ripple wasn't anything powerful, however. It did successfully manage to accomplish its goal, which was to distance Audthor, who was swept off of his feet and sent a couple of meters away from her. Fucking die. Taking advantage of the small gap that she had created, lightning crackled from the tip of her staff. In a matter of seconds, multiple bolts of lightning crackled around her staff, encircling it like a python strangling its prey. Slowly, the lightning condensed together, forming a rotating lightning plate. A wild and violent energy gathered within it, and an aura of destruction spread throughout the hall. A rare trace of solemnness surged onto Audthor's face when faced with Durara's attack. It was too late for him to get close to her. He had to quickly counterattack her move with a move of similar power. Soon, a dark green hue began to surge into the surface of his body. Standing opposite each other, the two icily stared at each other as they prepared to unleash a terrifying attack. All of this happened in a matter of seconds, and before long, Durara opened her mouth. Do your best at surviving this. Raising her staff, she pointed the tip of her staff in Audthor's direction. The electric plate that stood atop the staff suddenly whistled down. The space itself distorted an inch at a time as it traveled. Standing far and staring at the attack, my mind blank. If not for the protective shield that Waylon had set up around me, I would have been a goner just from the residual energy that it was releasing. In fact, the more I stared at the energy, the more I realized just how much danger I was in. If that attack did not diffuse and connected, I wasn't sure whether Waylon's barrier would be able to withstand the aftershocks of the impact. It was that terrifying. Crap. I wasn't the only one that shared the same thought as Waylon's face hardened considerably. Right before Durara attacked, throwing away 3 empty potion bottles, he took a deep breath. Ooh. Breathing out, a turbid, almost tangible breath released from his mouth before diffusing in the air. Locking his eyes in the direction of Durara, his broadsword, that was glowing brightly, suddenly brightened even more. Although no one could tell just how much mana Durara consumed when preparing her last attack, without a doubt she had used a considerable amount. For the last minute, knowing that the two of them had still not noticed that he had won, Waylon had been secretly preparing for that exact moment to strike. And what better moment than now when Durara had just consumed a lot of mana to attack. Using every last ounce of mana in his body, the muscles of Waylon's body rapidly expanded. Staring at him from the distance, although I couldn't tell what type of attack he was trying to pull off, I could tell that it was no joke. Just from how the space around the broadsword distorted, it was evident that this was Waylon's last resort attack. The moment Durara released her attack, Waylon also attacked. Taking a step forward, he slashed downwards. Whining. To my surprise, the slash looked like any regular slash. There was nothing special about it. No fancy lighting, no space-distorting energy blast, or any of those flashy moves that made the attack look spectacular. It was just a plain downward swing. However, what happened next completely shocked me. The second that Waylon slashed down, the space around Durara suddenly distorted. Completely taken off guard by the changes happening around her, the moment the space distorted, it appeared next to her, Waylon's attack. The moment she noticed what was happening, Durara's face paled significantly. Before she could even react, the attack hit her in the body, and a metallic clink sounded. Clink. Hyak. Letting out a screech, Durara's body swung back a little and her attack changed direction. Instead of heading for Audthor that was standing opposite to her, it headed towards the deeper end of the hall. As her attack was deflected, the metallic sound resonated in the air for a brief moment before disappearing. With her eyes wide open, Durara glared at Waylon. Revealed underneath her clothes was a shining armor that covered her whole body. You bastard! She screamed as she touched her armor that now had a large scar on it. Harg! But before she could do anything, taking advantage of the fact that her attack had missed and her attention was away, Audthor, who had similarly charged up a powerful attack, swung his axe in her direction. A large cluster of light surfaced from the tip of his axe. After which, it arrived with a swift speed in her direction. The wild and chaotic energy within the attack caused the air to be torn apart. Swoosh! Staring at the incoming attack, Durara was left with no choice but to defend. Tapping the ground with her staff, multiple barriers formed around her. Ultra quick. While Durara was preparing herself to defend against his attack, Waylon, who was standing not so far from me, weakly called out as he pointed at the other side of the hall where Durara's previous attack headed. Turning his attention towards Waylon, Audthor nodded his head in understanding. Crack! Stomping his foot on the ground, and not looking back, he reappeared before me and grabbed me by the waist. Oof. The moment his large muscular arms grabbed my waist, he knocked the air out of my body as I struggled to catch my breath. Crack. Once he grabbed me, Audthor stomped his foot on the ground again and shot in Waylon's direction, and a similar scene occurred. Once he grabbed Waylon, using all of the last remaining energy inside of his body, he quickly ran towards the other side of the hall. Fortunately, his body contained an unbelievable amount of explosive power. With each step he took, he would cover over a large distance. It was almost as though he was continually teleporting. But even though we were moving at incredible speeds, Audthor would look back from time to time and worry. That was because he knew that at the current speed we were going we might not be able to fully evade the aftermath of Durara's attack. Audthor may have been able to defend against the attack had he been in optimal condition, but now that he had used a lot of his aura, added with the fact that Waylon and I were with him, the only choice he had was to run. Boom. It was then that a terrifying explosion sounded from behind and the whole building shook. The ceiling crumbled apart and a torrential flame shot towards our direction like an unstoppable tsunami. KHRRRR. Using every ounce of his strength, Audthor ran as fast as he possibly could. Although he was carrying both me and Waylon, his speed never slowed down. No. Durara's desperate scream sounded from behind as the aftereffects of her own attack engulfed her entire body. Whether she lived or died, I could no longer tell as her shriek was soon drowned out by the powerful flame that was quickly approaching our direction. There. I pointed towards a door in the distance. Go to that room, that's where the dampening system is located. Okay. Nodding his head, Audthor rushed towards the direction I pointed at. Within seconds we arrived at the entrance of the door, which at the moment was wide open as the Duergars inside of it went out to check what was responsible for the terrifying explosion. Bang. Kicking one of the Duergars to the side, Audthor dropped both me and Waylon to the ground and shut the door behind us. Though it was close before the flame could get to us, Audthor managed to push the doors down. As he shut the doors, I managed to catch a glimpse of the flames engulfing the hall that we were previously in. A cold chill ran down my spine as I witnessed the sight. Clank. Soon the door fully closed, and finally, everyone slumped on the ground to catch their breaths. As I was the one that had used the least amount of energy, it didn't take long for me to recover. Standing up, I looked around the room we were in. We've made it. We finally arrived at the control station of the dampening system enshrouding the whole of Inferno. A/N, and that's the third chap. The arc is almost ending, enjoy. The author's POV. Chapter 353, Shutting Down the System, 1. Let me have a look. Moving towards the control system that overlooked the dampening system, I placed my palm on the holographic screen. Right as my hand touched the hologram, a map of the entire building presented itself before me. Marked on it were a multitude of red dots that depicted the areas where the dampening devices were installed. The range they covered was also displayed on it. Scanning the holographic map before me, my brows knit tightly. Placing my hand under my chin, I softly muttered, This is a lot more troublesome than I had expected. Tapping one of the red dots marked on the map, a small window popped up in front of me. On the window were a series of complicated numbers and words. As I looked through the long, complex numbers and words displayed on the window, the chip inside of my head started processing the information in my mind. But it was useless. Even with the chip inside of my head, I could barely understand what was happening. The more I looked, the greater the frown on my face became. I should have expected this from the beginning. There's no way the dampening system wouldn't have some sort of defense mechanism installed. Getting into the place was the first hurdle, and the second hurdle was now deactivating the system, which, honestly, I knew very little about. Massaging my forehead, I tried my best to make heads or tails of the data before me. Turning my head, my eyes paused on Audthor. He was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. No, that won't do. I thought about asking him if he knew anything, but after remembering that orcs weren't the brightest of creatures, I promptly gave up. Here. But just as my head was about to ache even more, Waylon arrived next to me and passed me a small, black-colored rectangular object. What's this? I asked in wonder as I took the device from Waylon's hands. Feeling it in my hands, the black object was sized and shaped to resemble a USB device. It wasn't exactly a USB though, since it looked like a black metallic stick. Flipping it around and seeing nothing particularly special about the stick, I lifted my head and looked up at Waylon. What exactly is this supposed to do? I repeated, sounding mildly curious. With a weak smile, Waylon explained, before coming, Jamnuk gave me this. He seemed to have already known that you would have trouble figuring out how to disable the system. He did. Well. Turning to look at the window filled with numbers, I couldn't deny Waylon's words. Or Jamnuk's, for that matter. Although Jamnuk did say that you could have done it by yourself, he also added that by the time you'd be done, hours would have already passed. And so, before coming here, he told me to pass it to you. Good idea. For a moment, I thought that I was going to be spending the next couple of hours trying to figure out how to enter the system. Fortunately, Jamnuk had great foresight. He had given Waylon the necessary equipment to help me disable the system. Given that time was of the essence, it was nothing short of a life-saving grace. Pointing at the holographic map in front of me, Waylon explained to me the uses of the stick. According to him, all you have to do is put this thing over there and it should automatically disable the system within the next couple of minutes. Listening to his words, I nodded my head repeatedly before opening my mouth and saying, "That's simple enough." "It is. Just stick it in and let it do the rest." "Got it, I'll do it now." Without wasting any time, I inserted the USB stick-looking device inside of a small socket at the bottom of the holographic system. Clink. The moment I inserted the device into the socket, the panel flashed and a small tab opened up. Database synchronization. 0% underscore 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 100%. Upon seeing the message window, my eyes lit up in glee. It worked. Looks like Jamnuk was right. Waylon smiled in relief from the side. We would have been in trouble if that didn't work. You're right. But, we're not in the clear yet, I responded from the side, cooling down my initial excitement. Taking a look at the panel tab that had now moved up to 2% progress, I solemnly said, I'm sure that the elders have been made aware of what happened here by this time. If my estimates aren't wrong, they'll send a couple of them to us soon. Looking at Waylon, whose complexion was extremely pale, and Aurthor, who, well, still looked green but had a tired look on his face, I could tell that in the state they were currently in, another fight would only lead to our imminent loss. Oh, right. It was then that a thought suddenly occurred to me as I looked at Aurthor's direction. Tapping on my bracelet, I took out a small bag and walked up to him. Tapping him on his broad shoulder to get his attention, I pushed the bag in his direction. These might help you recover a bit. Huh. Turning to face me, Aurthor briefly glanced at my face before looking at the bag in my hands. What are these? His deep voice echoed throughout the room. Just a few things I picked up in a certain place. The place was none other than Amora, but he didn't need to know that. After taking everything that I could possibly get from that place, there were a few things I had no use for. Especially the fruits that were inside of the bag, they were useless to me. I wasn't exactly sure on how precious they were because I could not ingest them, but they would hopefully be of some use to Aurthor, whose aura was low right now. Since potions didn't really exist for orcs, as they used aura, the orcs couldn't recover like we did with mana. They consumed special fruits like the ones in my hands. In retrospect, they did recuperate their aura at a much faster rate than us, but it still took a bit of time. By giving Aurthor the fruits, I was hoping that he would have a much easier time recovering his strength for when more enemies arrived. Show what is inside, human. Though initially skeptical, Aurthor took the bag in my hand and looked through it. The moment he opened the bag and saw what was inside of it, his eyes opened wide in shock. Seeing Aurthor's rapidly changing facial expressions was so amusing I couldn't hold back a smile. Pointing at the bag, his eyes darted between me and the bag. This. How? No, where did you get this? He said with slight excitement in his voice. Standing up from the ground, Aurthor hurriedly moved towards where I was and grabbed me by my shoulders before he started shaking me a little violently. Where did you get this stuff? Answer me, human. Unable to free myself from Aurthor's grasp, I was left powerless as he shook my body around like a doll. Hold on. Wait a minute. Stop. For a brief moment, I felt my life flash before my eyes as Aurthor shook my body repeatedly. To make matters worse, no matter how much I tried to free myself from the grasp of his hands, they wouldn't budge an inch. It was as though Aurthor's hands were stuck on me like glue. I'm starting to understand Durara's pain. Aurthor, stop. You're killing him. It was only after Waylon spoke to him that Audthor realized what he was doing to me. Letting go of me, he scratched the back of his head and apologized. "Oh, sorry. I was a bit too excited." I was a little surprised by the sincerity in the huge orc's tone. It felt a little odd. Putting his hand inside of the bag, Audthor took out a pale fruit. Somehow, the fruit looked really beautiful. Looking at me and Waylon, Audthor admired the fruit in his hand. As he looked at it, hints of nostalgia could be seen in his eyes. You may not know this, but this fruit over here is a rare delicacy I have not seen in over 5 decades. Back when we were still in our own world, I would eat this every day with my comrades and friends. It was a time where we basked in the sunshine, and enjoyed the afterglow of the sunset. I'd almost forgotten those days until I saw this again. The nostalgia in the orc's tone became even more apparent the more he talked. I had never seen him talk so much, especially in such a tone. Over 5 decades. Waylon asked in surprise. Turning his attention towards the fruit, he tilted his head. Strange, I don't feel any mana fluctuations coming from it. That's because this fruit is not something you can consume. Splitting the fruit in two, a subtle energy sprang forth from inside it. It was a familiar energy that Waylon knew all too well. Aura. Correct. Nodding his head, Audthor took a bite of the fruit. With the fruit's juices dripping from his large hands, Audthor showed a delightful expression. It tastes just as I've remembered it. So, did it help you recover a bit? I asked. Recover? Yes. I mean, did the fruit help you recuperate some of the aura you lost? With his other hand holding onto the fruit, Audthor closed his eyes. After that, for a brief moment of time, he did not speak. It was only after a minute had passed that he opened his eyes. Raising his hand and devouring the other side of the fruit, Audthor opened his mouth. The grade of this fruit is good. But, it is still too little for me to make a full recovery. Is that so? I said with a little bit of disappointment. Pointing at the other fruits in the bag, I asked again, what about if you eat all of those fruits? The moment I finished saying those words, Audthor's face hardened. Finish. Yeah, you said that it helped you recover a bit. What if you ate them all? Staring at the fruits in his hands, Audthor's face contorted. After a while, he grimly responded. I should be able to recover half of my aura. That's good. My eyes instantly lit up at his words. If he recovered half of his aura, it would make things a lot easier for us going forward. Turning my attention towards the panel and seeing that it was still only at 5%, I knew that we would soon be going through another tough battle. The goal was to disable the whole dampening system. Once that happened, communications would return and the tides of the battle should start shifting towards our direction. As my thoughts paused there, turning my head to face Waylon, I asked, how about you? How long will it take for you to recover your strength? Me. Placing his hand on his chin, Waylon closed his eyes for a brief moment before shaking his head. At least 1 more hour. I won't be able to help much in the next hour. 1 hour. Frowning, I looked towards my right arm. Shaking my head, I said, I'm the same. Not that it really matters, since you guys are way stronger than me. Well, I could just take care of the mobs. That would make things easier for them. Although they wouldn't be able to do much harm to Waylon and Audthor, they could still prove to be annoying. And, in a tough battle, such distractions could even prove fatal. It was best if I could recover quickly as well. Okay, eat the fruits now and recover quickly. We never know when they're going to come at us. By now, the enemy should already be aware that something happened to Durara, so we should probably get ready. Boom. But just as my words faded, a large explosion sounded and the whole room shook. Opening my eyes wide, I stared at Audthor and Waylon. Their gazes interlocked with mine. Then, turning towards the panel and seeing that it had only moved to 7%, my face sank. They came a lot faster than expected. The Author's POV. Chapter 354, Shutting Down the System, 2. Boom. The metallic door that led to the room shook as a thunderous explosion rang out. They're already here. Focusing my attention on the door, my face turned solemn. After that, turning my attention towards the window that displayed the percentage of progress, I mused to myself. The rate of progress at the moment is about 1% for every 5 seconds. The current progress is 7%, and therefore, we would need to stall them for about 465 seconds. That's a little bit under 8 minutes. With the aid of the chip inside my head, I was able to calculate the time we needed to stall the Duergars in seconds. Although it did not sound like a lot of time, given our current circumstances and the opponents we were up against, it was too long. The stakes were up against us. In fact, I wasn't sure whether we would be able to defend for such a long period of time, especially since we needed to take into account our current surroundings. If the stick inside of the panel broke, we'd be screwed. Boom. Disrupting me out of my thoughts was the sound of another explosion. It came from the other side of the door. As the explosion rang, a narrow gap appeared by the edge of the door, exposing what was happening outside. Although it was only a small glimpse, I could tell that there were several Duergars waiting for us outside. I didn't even need to check whether an elder was present, because I could feel a threatening aura from outside of the door. It was almost on the same level as Durara. Almost. I could feel that the elder was a bit weaker than her. It seemed like I wasn't the only one who noticed that, as Ultrich's face eased up a little. But only just a little. The odds were still stacked against us. The door won't last for long, you need to eat those fruits now. The more time you waste, the less time you'll have for recovery, I said while pointing at the bag in Ultrich's hands. I can understand that you don't want to eat them, but we can't afford to have you conserve the fruits, I smiled and added, if you want more, I'll get you some later. You will. Ultrich's head snapped in my direction. It was so fast I thought his head could have popped off. Seeing how he reacted to my words, I knew that I had the crux of the problem in my grasp. Well, yes. I think I should be able to get more later. I won't make any promises, but I'll keep it in mind. I had to go back to Amora one day or another, so getting him more of those fruits wouldn't really be hard for me. Well, that was as long as Silig did as planned. If not, there'd be no point in me going to Amora where a marquis-ranked demon was eagerly waiting to roast me alive. I wonder how Silig is doing, I hope he's secretly getting strong, as planned. Ultrich's voice disrupted me out of my thoughts. That is good enough for me. After getting some form of confirmation from me, no longer hesitant, Ultrich rummaged through the bag and stuffed his mouth full with the fruits from Amora. Scrunch. Scrunch. Juices flowed down from the edges of his mouth as he devoured the fruits as though he was drinking water. Boom. The door shook once more. Damn it, why couldn't they have made the doors more durable? I shouted out loud as I stared at the door, which was slowly breaking apart. For a door that was supposed to lead to the dampening control system, it was a little too loose. Well, in the first place, they didn't expect anyone to be able to infiltrate their own base. Although the dwarves have indeed planted some spies, they wouldn't expect them to pull off a stunt of this caliber. Waylon murmured from the side, responding to my previous words. I guess you're right. If not for the fact that the elder behind the door had still not made a move, the door would have already crumbled. The only reason why he didn't was probably out of caution, fear that we might end up ambushing him out of nowhere. Boom. Boom. The door shook even more fiercely as multicolored lights flashed from the narrow gap in between the door. Putting my hand in my pocket, I threw Angelica towards the corner of the room. Get ready. I, of course, did not forget to throw her a few devil fruits. They were ones she had managed to loot from the Duergars earlier. Unfortunately, they weren't very high-quality fruits, so I didn't know how useful they'd be. Try to recuperate as much demonic energy as possible. It looks like we're in for a tough battle. Because they were busy staring at the door, both Waylon and Ultrich did not notice what I did. Even then, it wouldn't have mattered. Once I made sure Angelica was okay, turning my head towards Waylon, I asked in a serious tone, how long do you think the doors will be able to last? Not sure. Maybe a minute. And that's me being optimistic. If an elder is personally making a move, I'd give it half a minute. That's too little time. We needed to stall for at least the next 7 minutes. 1 minute was not going to cut it. Let's not wait before acting. The more time we waste, the better. Okay. Nodding in agreement, I took my attention away from Waylon and checked my dimensional space. Let's see. Because I didn't have enough time, I had still not checked what I'd gotten from killing those Duergars. Perhaps, there might just be something that could prove to be useful to me. It was then that I finally spotted something. I've got something. My eyes lit up in glee as I took out a couple of things from my dimensional space. Tapping Waylon on the shoulder, I showed him 3 familiar metal boxes. I think I've got something that might be able to help us stall for time. What is it? Remember this. I said as I channeled my mana to the metal boxes. The moment my mana entered the black boxes, they lit up with a strange light and expanded. Before long, a large barrier formed before us. Where did you even get that from in the first place? Waylon asked with a look of surprise on his face. Looting, obviously, I responded with an obvious look whilst walking towards the door, and placing the metal boxes by the side, close to the hinges. One in front, another on the left, and the last one on the right side. After that, I channeled my mana into them and 3 barriers formed. As I was setting them up, turning to look behind me, I asked, these things were able to block your attacks, right? It should be able to stall for a bit of time. You're right. Pausing, Waylon furrowed his brows. But I don't know just how useful it will be against SS ranks. The gap between each stage is massive. That's fine, we just have him to hold him back for a little bit. I pointed at Audthor, who was eating the fruits and slowly recovering his aura. As soon as the door breaks, Audthor will stall the strongest Duergar while we defend against the weaker ones. It's a bit risky. Waylon muttered reluctantly. With a serious, contemplative look, he glanced at the shaking door. What are we going to do once we shut down the system? That. There's no need to worry about that. I've already got a solution. Is that so? Yup, so all we have to do now is Boom. Not even allowing me to finish my sentence, the door broke apart, revealing the Duergars standing behind. Holding onto several different artifacts oozing with power, they didn't even wait for the door to fully fall before starting to mercilessly shoot in our direction. Shio. 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 The energy blasts from their weapons shot in our direction at terrifying speeds. They were so fast that I was unable to react in time. If not for Waylon, who was next to me reacting in time and activating the barriers, I would have seriously been injured. Warg. What followed the first attack was Audthor's shout as his voice reverberated throughout the whole room. Without wasting any time, his figure shot towards the Duergar who had the most powerful aura. Holding onto a massive hammer that was way bigger than he himself, the Duergar raised it and met Audthor's attack head-on. Bang. A circular, pressurized wind spread out from their collision, sending everyone nearby flying away. Only a few were able to remain standing, and of those, I wasn't one. My body crashed against the back of the room, knocking the air out of my lungs. KHHH. You okay? Waylon asked as he looked back at me. I'm fine. Sliding down, I raised my head and reassured Waylon that I was still somewhat intact. Fuck, that hurt. I cursed. Wiping the side of my mouth, I weakly stood up. Damn it. If not for the barrier I had set up beforehand, I would have most likely died there. Just a simple attack from the two of them almost cost me my life. That was how scary SS ranks truly were. People were collateral damage to them. Fortunately, they both held back a bit. Had they truly gone all out, not only I would have died, but the other Duergars present would have joined me in the afterlife too. Bang, bang. The loud banging sound from the fight never ceased as both Audthor and the Duergar Elder continued to fight in the distance. With each attack, they would progressively get further away from us. It became evident to us that they each wanted to avoid letting their own side suffer from the aftermath of their attacks. During their exchange, neither held the upper hand, and although Audthor was in fact one sub-rank higher than the Elder he was fighting, their fight at the moment was even because he had still not fully recovered his aura. He was fighting conservatively. Watch out. Waving his hand forward and creating a small barrier around me, Waylon deflected the wind gales that arose from the conflict between Audthor and the Elder, as well as some of their residual energy. However, it came at a cost, as Waylon's face paled a tiny bit. Breathing out, he urgently said, Ren, quickly get up. We don't have much time. Standing opposite to us were the Duergars from before with their weapons ready. All of their weapons varied, ranging from guns to hammers and even swords or axes. A bright glow enveloped their weapons as they all glared in our direction. Staring at the Duergars opposite, Waylon's face became grim. I don't have much mana in me. I don't know for how long I'll be able to hold them back. Once again wiping the side of my mouth, I walked up to Waylon and reassured, don't worry too much. We've got help. The moment my words faded, and right as the Duergars were about to attack the barriers, their movements suddenly became sluggish as a bone-chilling pressure enveloped their bodies. What? Spotting this, Waylon's eyes jumped up. Sensing something, Waylon turned his head and looked behind him. With her hand raised, standing right behind me, Angelica held a couple of fruits in her left hand. Cracka. Cracka. Taking out a long metal stick, my reward for defeating the Duergar in the artifact testing facility, I grasped it tightly and let my mana flow in it. Then, with a confident tone, I spoke while looking at the enemy. She should be able to lend us a hand. A/N, another chap within next 30 minutes. The Author's POV. Chapter 355, Shutting Down the System, 3. You handle the weaklings. Taking a bite of the fruit, black threads of demonic energy sprung forth from Angelica's body. Her clothes fluttered accompanied by her glossy black hair that wildly flung around. With cold and apathetic eyes, she eyed the Duergars standing opposite to her before her delicate foot gently pressed onto the ground and her figure disappeared. Swoosh. Once Angelica made her move, turning to face Waylon, I pointed towards one particular Duergar whose aura was incomparably stronger than any of the other Duergar present. Can you stall that guy? With his eyes already locked onto the Duergar I was talking about, Waylon nodded his head. I should be able to. Although I can't defeat him, I think I should be able to stall him. Especially since the demon companion of yours should be able to somewhat weaken his strength. I'll leave it to you. Nodding my head, I took out a small circular device from my dimensional space and threw it on the floor. The moment the device touched the floor, 4 retractable claws extended from the bottom of the device, hooking themselves onto the ground. Fine miniature crevices appeared on the ground as the device hooked itself firmly on the ground. Walking up to it, I waved my hand over it. Vroom. Moments after I waved my hand over it, the mana in the surroundings started spiraling towards it, stopping right at the very top of the device. Slowly, with each second that passed, the mana spiral would become bigger and bigger. Before long, a miniature portal had started forming. Bending down quickly, I inserted the coordinates of the room I had previously used when I was disguised as Carl. Alright, I'm done setting this up. Once I was done setting up the device on the ground, I looked at the timer and noticed that it had moved up all the way to 13%. Once the dampening system would deactivate, I shouldn't have a problem using the portal since there was no longer anything blocking the portal from connecting with the other portal I had set up before and where Waylon had come into the building from. Bang. An explosion suddenly sounded from behind me. With the metal rod in my hand, turning to face the direction of where the fight was happening, I clenched my right hand slightly. Still not good. Some of the feelings that I had lost had returned, but it was still not in the state where I could use it properly. My right hand was now more of a liability than an asset. Clenching onto the metal rod with my left hand, I put all my mana into it until the lightning started revolving around it. Cracka. Cracka. Once lightning started to formulate around the rod, channeling wind scions at the bottom of the soles of my shoes, my toes pressed onto the hard ground and my body shot towards the weaker Duergars in the distance. Cracka. Cracka. Hew up. In an instant, I appeared before the nearest Duergar and slashed downwards diagonally. As I slashed down, a diagonal blue line formed in the air, tracing my attack. Caught off guard, the Duergar was unable to react in time, and so the moment I slashed down, the rod instantly hit him in the shoulder. Bang. Although the force of the attack wasn't very strong as I was only using one hand, the moment the rod touched the Duergar's body, the electricity that came from the rod swiftly entered Duergar's body and stunned him. Clank. Taking advantage of the situation, I raised my foot and kicked him in the head. Swoosh. Drawing a beautiful arc in the air, my kick hit the Duergar right in the head, sending his head crashing into the hard ground. Bang. With a bang, his body planted face first onto the ground. Following that up, I raised the rod and stabbed it downwards. Fresh blood spurted everywhere and what remained of the Duergar was just the body. That's one of 4. There were a total of 8 Duergar present. Of the lot, there was 1 S ranked 1, 2 A ranked 1s, 1 B ranked 1, 4 C ranked 1s, and 1 D ranked 1. The Duergar I had just killed was one of the 4 C ranked 1s. At the moment, Waylon was handling the S ranks Duergar, while Angelica was holding back the 2 A ranks and B ranks. With her bloodline advantage, she was able to keep them in check, but just barely. Catching a glimpse of her fight, I noticed that she was currently in a bit of a disadvantageous position as the 3 Duergars attacked her from all sides. They were relentless as they didn't even leave her any room to catch her breath. Fortunately, all she had to do was stall them, not beat them. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was still handling it well. Without a doubt, she should be able to hold on for the next 30 minutes, which was all I asked for. Swoosh. Sensing something, my head snapped toward my left where I saw the pointy tip of a cold blade heading for my eyes. Clink. Hooah. Reacting almost out of instinct, I stabbed the rod upwards, hitting the bottom of the blade. Once the top of the rod hit the blade, it redirected it upwards and the tip of the blade narrowly missed my eyes. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I realized just how close of a call that was. Focusing my attention towards the perpetrator, I found a Duergar standing not so far from where I was. Next to him were the other 4 Duergars. Staring at them, and glancing toward my right arm, I silently cursed. Well shit. Shio. 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 Without giving me a chance to properly analyze the situation, one of the Duergars, the weakest one, raised his gun and shot in my direction. Almost at the same time he started shooting, the 3 other Duergars also began to act. Following behind the energy blasts that shot from the gun, they quickly headed towards my direction. Stomping my foot on the ground beneath me cracked apart and my body shot back. Despite doing so, my body was still slower than the incoming energy beams as they easily gained ground on me. Staring at the incoming energy beams, rather than panicking, I raised my left hand, the one that held onto the metal rod, and channeled all my mana into it. Within seconds, a translucent green hue enveloped the body of the rod. Once the hue completely enveloped the rod, my body soon came to an abrupt halt. H-A-A-A. Crying inside of my heart, I twisted the rod in my hand in a circular motion. Once I spun the rod in my hand, a sort of translucent circular shield appeared in front of me. Taking a step forward, I met the attacks head-on. Clink. 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 A strange scene followed suit. The moment the energy blasts met the body of the rod, instead of hitting it, they changed direction completely, shooting away from me. Before I knew it, all 3 beams shot away from me. As expected, all my training with Waylon wasn't for nothing. I inwardly muttered as I looked at the rod in my hand, which was currently coated by the same green glow as before. The trick I had just used was a trick that I had learned from fighting against the demons during the waves. By coating my weapon with wind scions, I could essentially create an effect in which the wind scions would act as a repellent for anything that touched them. It had to be noted that this sort of thing was not something I could have pulled off before. Although it looked easy, it was nothing but easy. What I just did required a high level of control over scions, and if not for Waylon and Douglas's teaching over the past month, I would have never been able to pull off such a move. Swoosh. Not even a second after I managed to redirect the attacks away, the 3 other Duergars were already upon me. But I was prepared. The moment they arrived before me, lowering my left hand, the green glow enveloping the rod disappeared. Turning my head, I stared at the Duergars right in the eyes and inwardly muttered. The one. The atmosphere instantly froze and the bodies of the 3 Duergars came to an abrupt halt. Following this, their faces paled, and their body trembled. With my eyes locked on a particular Duergar, putting the rod away, I raised my hand and enveloped his face with the palm of my hand. Crack! The sound of a skull breaking sounded and blood spurted all over my face. At the same time I squeezed my hand, twisting the heel of my right foot, I twisted my torso and my body spun. As my body spun, I raised my left leg and kicked with it, further adding to the momentum of the spin. Crack! Midway through the spin, I felt a slight force on the heel of my left foot. What followed after was the sound of something breaking sounded. Thud. Thud. Once I managed to stabilize my body, the bodies of the 2 Duergars I killed fell onto the ground with 2 small thuds. Without even looking at where the sound originated from, I focused my attention on the last 2 Duergars who were stunned by what they saw. I, of course, took advantage of this. Extending my left hand, the rod once again appeared in my hand. Lightly throwing it in the air, I once again twisted the heel of my right foot at an angle of 45 degrees. Simultaneously, I raised my left foot and kicked. Shio. My foot soon connected with the tip of the rod, and the rod disappeared from my vision. As I had not channeled mana into the rod, no lightning formed around it. But that didn't really matter. To only deal with a less than D rank, that was enough. Swoosh. Using the momentum of the kick, once my foot kicked the rod, it did not stop as it quickly headed towards the last Duergar that was close to me. Raising both hands, the Duergar tried to block my attack, but it was in vain. Once my foot connected with his arms, the sound of his arms breaking sounded and he fell backward onto the hard ground. Heek! Bang. Once the Duergar fell onto the ground, the rod appeared before the other Duergar and hit him directly in the head. Whether he had lived or died, I wasn't sure. Raising my foot, I stomped down and killed the last Duergar. Spurt. Blood once again sprayed everywhere. H-A-A-A. Once I killed the last Duergar, I noticed that my breathing was quite heavy. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and wiping the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead, I moved towards the main room and checked the holographic map. Data synchronization. 0% underscore 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 94% underscore 100%. HAAA 94%. That's go. Boom. But just as I was about to rejoice at the fact that the dampening system was about to deactivate, a terrifying explosion sounded near me. Turning my head, my face paled considerably and what replaced it was a look of horror. All forms of fighting stopped, and the atmosphere froze completely. Oh, shit. With a blank look on my face, my head stopped working as a feeling of death enveloped my entire being. You. A blue skinny hand pointed in my direction. Following this, a high-pitched voice sounded across the entire hall. You, because of you. Standing over Ultrich's body, with disheveled hair, and half of her entire face burned, was Durara. Raising her staff and stabbing it right into Ultrich's heart, blood spilled all over her entire body. I will kill you. Before I could even react, Durara aimed her staff in my direction. A bright white light shot in my direction, and time froze. Or should I say, I wished for it to stop. Coming at me like an unstoppable tsunami, the bright light came towards me, enveloping my entire body. There and there, although I couldn't tell for real, I felt my whole existence disappear like that. It all happened too fast. What followed after the white glow was total darkness. A/N, Papa Cliff loves you. The author's POV. Chapter 356, Reversing the Known, 1. Boom. The hall flashed, turning white, as a torrential wave of energy burst forth from Durara's staff. A rumbling, thunderous roar resounded continuously as the energy shot forward, towards Ren's direction. Everything happened so fast that barely anyone present in the hall could react. Not Waylon, not Angelica, and especially not Ren, who could only helplessly watch as the attack quickly headed in his direction, enveloping his body completely. Under the eyes of everyone present, be it the Duergars, Waylon, or Angelica, Ren's figure slowly disappeared under the terrifying energy's onslaught. It was so fast that he could not even scream. Bang. Once Ren's figure disappeared, a thunderous explosion rang out once more. Ripples of energy spread apart once Durara's attack hit the other side of the hall. Once the energy ripples dissipated, what was left behind was only a long trace on the ground, marking the direction of where the attack headed. Dust and smoke diffused in the air. HAAA. Durara's heavy breaths rang out throughout the corridor as she supported her body with the aid of her staff. Her hair was disheveled. One could tell she was in a terrible state. Thud. Despite her menacing facade, it was apparent that she was on her last straw. Mere seconds after she released her attack, falling to one knee, Durara fell face first on the ground. Whether she was dead or alive, no one no longer knew. This. On the other hand, with a pale look, both Waylon and Angelica stared in the direction of where Ren used to stand. Apart from the now melted rod, the only thing visible was the long mark that traced all the way to the other side of the hall. There was no sign of him. No way. Waylon fumbled on his words as he stared in the direction of where Ren once stood. He couldn't find him anywhere. His gaze wasn't just directed there, he also looked at Ultrich, who was impaled by Durara's long staff. Despair overtook him. This can't be it, right? Where did everything go wrong? A look of resignation and defeat appeared on his face as he tried his best to process what was happening. Everything was going so well just a few minutes ago. Yet, everything changed within a second. Ultrich and Ren had died. To make matters worse, Waylon's condition had regressed. Having just exerted some mana to fight against the Duergars, he was on his last legs. Thud. His right knee gave out. Wawaya. Snapping him out his thoughts was a high-pitched scream of agony that sounded not so far from where his position. Turning towards the direction of where the scream originated from, Wayland's eyes stopped on Angelica. Staring at her condition, his mouth opened like a fish, as his throat dried up. Right, she's connected to Ren. He instantly understood what was going on with her. The resignation in his eyes deepened. He could no longer deny the inevitable reality. Ah! Angelica's agonizing screams echoed in the lifeless hall. Her desperate cries tore at Wayland's heart. Alas, he could only watch and stare as she met her demise. Clenching onto her stomach, Angelica's knees buckled, her blood and saliva mixing as it dropped on the floor. Her hair scattered all over her face, painting a desperate visage crying for momentary respite. Yet, Angelica's eyes never left the place where Ren once was. She weakly extended her hand in that direction, as if trying to grasp a fleeting phantom. Ah, ah. Her screams never stopped. But, what came next was arguably worse. Angelica's whole body slowly started to crumble under everyone's watch. Soon, her voice thinned out, sounding faint, before completely disappearing alongside her body. Wayland wished he wasn't there to see it. As the final ashes of Angelica's body disappeared, it left behind a small, cracked core in the middle of the hall. Crack A. Crack dash. But that too soon disappeared as fine, miniature cracks enveloped the core like small spider webs. Bang. Exploding into a million tiny particles, the core completely shattered. It's over. It's all over. Wayland muttered to himself. The last shred of hope he had in him completely disappeared. Since Angelica had signed a mana contract with Ren where his death would equate to hers, her disappearance was evidence that Ren had died, bringing her alongside with him. Now, he was completely alone. Surrounded by multiple Duergars as well as an elder whose rank was above his, Wayland could only resign himself to his death. But, despite his cruel fate, he wasn't going down without one last fight. Ah! Letting out an almost heart-wrenching scream, Wayland raised his broadsword in the air. Forcing himself to stand, a bright luminous light glowed from the body of the sword, lighting up the whole room like the sun. Pouring all the mana he had in his body towards the sword, Wayland's body slowly shriveled up. His muscles thinned out, his appearance aged. To the eyes of everyone present, they watched Wayland transform into a weak and frail on the verge of death man. Yet, none dared to underestimate him. His aura was frightening. Seeing that there was no way out for him, Wayland no longer hesitated. He decided to supplement his sword with all the remaining life force in his body. He was planning on dying. The glow enveloping his sword became even brighter, blinding the eyes of almost everyone present. I'm sorry, Emma. My beloved daughter. In his final moments, a small tear fell down by the side of his sunken cheeks. Just when he thought he was so close to once again seeing his daughter, everything came crashing down. He felt indignant. But it was already too late to feel regret. Within a fraction of a second, his attack was ready. Glaring at the Duergars near him, who had their weapons aimed at him, Wayland's enraged shout echoed throughout the whole hall as he slashed down. This time, his words weren't a mere act. I will kill you all. Wai-ying. A terrifying energy exploded from the tip of his broadsword as a bright light once again enveloped the hall. Lock, Class A, 25. There are many different ways one can control scions. Some can channel the scions in the air in a way that they conjure a spell, or some can control scions in a way that it coats their weapon. A crisp and melodious voice sounded inside of a classroom. The voice belonged to none other than Donna, as she explained the concept of scion control to the over 100 students present in the classroom. Raising her right hand, a subtle purple glow enveloped it. Although it is hard, once one reaches a certain level of control, they can freely move their scions to wherever they please. As she spoke, the glow around her went from enveloping her entire hand to just enveloping one of her fingers. Moving her fingers, the glow would move from one finger to another. Kevin. The glow disappeared, and Donna called out to Kevin, who was listening to the lecture with his cheek rested by his arm. Huh. Yes. Called out by Donna, Kevin sat up straight. Did I do something wrong? He asked in a worried tone. Although his posture wasn't good, and he already knew most of the stuff she was talking about, Kevin had been paying attention to the whole class from the beginning. He didn't think he did anything wrong. Lowering her hand, Donna shook her head. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Raising her hand, she pointed at the front of the classroom. I called you out because I wanted you to demonstrate to the others how you control psions to cover your weapon. If I do it, others will just assume I can do it because it's me. If you do it, people will have a better idea of how to follow up. So, quickly get down from there and demonstrate for the whole classroom how you can cover your sword with psions. Are you sure you're not picking on me? Was what Kevin wanted to say when Donna asked him to demonstrate in front of the whole classroom how to coat their weapons with psions. But those were only his thoughts. He didn't actually say them out loud. No way would he do that. He valued his life after all. Okay. Standing up, Kevin walked towards the bottom of the classroom and stopped right on the spot that Donna had told him to stay at. Extending his hand and taking out his broadsword, without saying anything, Kevin slowly channeled his mana into it. With all eyes focused on him, Kevin calmly channeled his mana out of his body before connecting it with his broadsword. A red hue slowly materialized in front of everyone's gazes. Under Kevin's fine control, it slowly started to diminish until it formed a thin red veil that coated the body of the broadsword. It seemed perfectly stable. Excellent. Standing by the side, Donna smiled in satisfaction. Turning her attention towards the classroom, she pointed towards Kevin's sword and resumed her lecture. As you can see, once you reach a certain degree of control over your psions, you can create this small protective film around your weapons. Now, why is this important? Donna rhetorically asked the students present. Before anyone could answer, Donna continued, the reason why it's important is because not only will it increase the strength of your attacks, but it also helps you reduce the amount of mana you waste while attacking. As many of you know, during battles, this is very. While Donna was explaining to the whole classroom the importance of mastering their control over psions, Kevin stopped channeling his mana into the sword. In response, the red hue enveloping it slowly disappeared. Although he made it look easy to everyone in the class, what he did was anything but easy. The amount of concentration someone needed in order to have all the psions move the way they wanted was absurd. There was a reason why not many could pull off this move. Right as Kevin stopped channeling his mana, something shocking suddenly happened to him. Ding, ding, ding. Ha! Startling him, a repetitive chime rang inside of his ears, almost as though an alarm had just sounded. Following 3 rings, a familiar transparent window appeared in front of his vision. Emergency quest. Use the time codex to alter Ren's death. Reward, plus 5% synchronization. Penalty, Demon King Ascension, 2 years. Time limit, 10 o'clock minutes. Ren's death. Time codex. Demon King Ascension. Reward synchronization. A million questions emerged in Kevin's mind as his body froze and his eyes locked onto the screen in front of him. Nothing made sense to him at the moment. His mind couldn't process what was present before him, but the moment he saw the time limit and the penalty, his heart sped up and he activated his skill, Mind Cleansing. Instantly, the moment he activated the skill, Kevin's mind started to process everything faster. Ren died. Time Codex. Could it be referring to the book? If Kevin hadn't activated Mind Cleansing, he would have remained in shock for much longer. Before long, Kevin was able to come up with an idea of what was going on. And the moment he did, Donna's voice rang in his ears, startling him for the umpteenth time that day. Kevin. Are you okay? Staring at Donna with a blank look on his face, Kevin's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. But, regardless of what he wanted to say, he was unable to muster the right words to form a reply. In the end, he put his sword away and apologized to Donna. Sorry, I need to go. Wah. Before Donna could even finish her sentence, Kevin turned around and ran out of the room, much to the shock of everyone present in the class. Clank. The loud sound of the door smashing rang in everyone's ears, and Kevin's figure soon disappeared from sight. The Author's POV. Chapter 357, Reversing the Known, 2. Leviathan Building, Lock. Bang. Kevin hastily entered his room, smashing the door against the side of the wall. God damn it, where is that book? He repeatedly muttered out loud in haste. Dashing towards his room, Kevin ran up to his bookshelf and threw all the books down from it as he looked for the red book. 1:37 minutes. With the timer by the side of his vision, Kevin couldn't be any more worried. He was running out of time. Here it is. Finally, after getting rid of most of the books on the bookshelf, Kevin found the red book and placed it on the table. Without wasting any second, he opened the book towards the last page and started reading. I will kill you. Before Ren could even react, Durara aimed her staff in his direction. What followed after was a bright white light that shot in his direction, and time froze. Or, at least, Ren wished for it to have stopped. Shooting at him like an unstoppable tsunami, the bright light came towards him, enveloping his entire body. Although he couldn't tell for real, Ren felt his whole existence disappear like that. It all happened too fast. What followed after the white glow was total darkness. Oh shit. Staring at the book, Kevin's face paled considerably, his arms trembled in shock. His knees buckled slightly and he uncontrollably sat down on his chair. The system was right. Ren really did die. Not again. What do I do? What do I do? Flipping through the pages of the book, Kevin had no idea about what to do next. The system said that he had to change the outcome, but Ren was nowhere near him. How was he supposed to help? How am I supposed to do this? Kevin shouted in desperation as he looked at the system interface in front of him. The quest said to use the time codex, but what exactly was that? It was the red book, wasn't it? But how was he supposed to use it? He had no idea. System. Kevin shouted, his voice filled with urgency and helplessness as he tried asking the system for help. But it was useless. No matter how much Kevin asked, the interface wouldn't respond to him. The only thing he saw was the timer slowly ticking down on him. Shit. Kevin's voice echoed in the room as he flipped the book around and tried to look for anything that could help him. At the moment, Kevin did not know how to help Ren, nor did he know how to prevent the world from ending if the Demon King truly descended in 2 years' time as the system told him. It had never lied to him before, so he knew that if he didn't save Ren, the Demon King would truly descend in 2 years' time. Even though he had many questions to ask, such as how Ren's death was correlated to the Demon King's ascension, Kevin had no time for such questions. Just what I am supposed to do. Kevin muttered as a helpless expression appeared on his face. He wanted to do something, anything to help Ren. But what? Ding. Just as Kevin was about to succumb to despair, a familiar chime rang in his ears. At the sound of the chime, Kevin abruptly lifted his head and a new window popped up in front of him. Simultaneously, the book in front of him flipped open and a golden hue enshrouded the whole room. The pages of the book continued to flip rapidly, until, finally, stopping at the last page. A message window appeared in front of Kevin. On it was one question. Do you wish to make changes? Yes. Kevin hastily nodded his head. Change. He said out loud. Once his words faded, the hue enveloping the book brightened up considerably, forcing Kevin to raise his hand to block the bright light reaching into his eyes. It was blinding. Ding. Another chime rang, and the window in front of him updated. What do you wish to change? Ren's death. Kevin quickly answered, his voice filled with hope. Ding. Invalid command. The command is too vague and the user does not have enough mana. His hopes were soon dashed as the glow around the book diminished slightly and a new interface popped up in front of him. Bullshit. Bang. Kevin shouted in frustration as his fist heavily pounded the table. Huff. I need to calm down. His frustrations only lasted for a short bit as Kevin forcefully calmed himself. Every second mattered, and the more time he wasted the less time he had to save Ren and prevent the impending doom. The command is too vague, not enough mana. With his mind now calm, Kevin quickly analyzed the 2 sentences that appeared on the screen in front of him. Let's think about this logically. Since it says that the command is too vague, just saying that Ren should be alive is not enough. Furthermore, it also says that my mana is not enough. Does that mean, in the future, the stronger I get the more variables I can change? Maybe even stop a whole event from happening. With his skill activated, Kevin's thought process was quick. In a matter of a short second, he had carefully analyzed the words in front of him. That was why after another 2 short seconds passed, Kevin lifted his head and looked at the book. 94%. That's go. A certain sentence written in the book caught his attention. What if? An idea suddenly popped up inside of his mind as he grabbed the book with his hands. Flipping the pages of the book, his eyes scanned the whole text in a lightning-fast manner as he quickly read through the numerous pages. Ugh! Kevin suddenly let out a pained groan. The more he read, the greater his headache became. Although his skill enabled him to think and process things at a rate far higher than normal, it also came with downsides. One such downside was the fact that the skill put a heavy strain on his brain. By the time Kevin read 2 pages, the pain in his head had almost become unbearable. It felt as though someone had tried to split his head in half. The pain was agonizing. If not for Kevin's strong mental strength, he would have long crumbled on the ground. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Slowly, his breathing became heavier. But finally, after reading 15 pages, he was able to understand what was going on. Putting the book down, and placing his palms by the desk, Kevin supported his exhausted body. I see. So you're basically trying to shut down the dampening system so that you can gain access to the portal. If so, if that 94% changed to 100% you'd survive, right? Right, Ren. He didn't sound confident. But, after racking his brains over the matter, it was the most plausible solution he could come up with. 0:35 seconds. Lifting his head and seeing that time was slowly running out, Kevin no longer hesitated. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Kevin glanced at the system interface and softly said, "System, change the 94% to 100%. His words were short and concise, straight to the point. He didn't want to be rejected once more for being too vague in his command. Ding. Right as his words faded, another chime rang in his head, and a new window appeared in front of his eyes. == Command invalid. User does not have enough mana. == Kevin's heart sank completely. With a trembling mouth, he mumbled out loud, "What, do you mean not enough mana? Is my mana still not enough? What is the amount of mana required in order to change the outcome?" He didn't have much hope when he asked that question, but contrary to his expectations, the system message changed as another chime rang in his ears. Ding. == C rank. == C rank. Kevin voiced out in a surprised tone. But the surprise only lasted for a brief second as his brows then knitted together into a tight frown. That was because he was still C-ranked. He estimated that his rank would increase within a month's time, but still not yet. Massaging his forehead, Kevin started to think. C rank. I can't break through in my current condition. What do, right, I have those. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, Kevin suddenly remembered something. Extending his hand towards the air, Kevin took out a few chalks of bluegrass from his system's dimensional space. I still haven't used these guys yet. It was the sky grass he had gotten from his trip to Amora with Ren. He had tried one small piece, but he felt that it was a waste to use it when his rank was still low. After all, sky grass was also useful when someone was at B rank. With this, I should be able to forcefully break through to C rank. Kevin softly muttered as he looked at the sky grass in his hands. Without hesitation, Kevin put the sky grass in his mouth and chewed it. Typically, one would make a lot of preparations before ingesting such an expensive herb, but Kevin did not have the luxury of doing so. The moment Kevin chewed on the sky grass, a warm energy entered his body, spreading through every corner of his body, from his bones to the muscles. == 0:15 seconds. == Exclamation point. As he swallowed the sky grass, Kevin made sure to check the time, and when he noticed that he had only 15 seconds left before Ren's inevitable death, he did not hold back and forced all the energy around his body. Usually, when breaking through, the last thing someone would do was what Kevin chose to do. Not only would it damage his internal organs, but it would also lead to a lot of the energy from the medical item to get lost completely. Sadly, although Kevin knew this, he couldn't afford to do that. He was forcing himself to break through. Hi-ya. Because he was so close to breaking through already, it didn't take long for Kevin to finally reach C rank, but the moment he did, an agonizing scream escaped his mouth as he collapsed on the floor. Ha, ha. His breathing was extremely rough, and his whole body ached. Kevin could tell that the forceful breakthrough had damaged his internal organs. But he didn't care. Mustering every last bit of strength, Kevin lifted his head from the ground and muttered. System, change the 94% into 100%, please. As soon as his words faded, Kevin's vision distorted. Soon, his vision turned dark. Slowly, he started to lose consciousness. Ding. As he was losing consciousness, a small chime rang in his ears, and a bright light enveloped his closed eyes. Ding. Equals. Quest completed. The reward will be assigned shortly. Equals. A window appeared in his vision. What followed after were a series of similar windows and chimes. Ding. Equals. Reward, synchronization plus 5%. Equals. Ding. Equals. Processing reward. Equals. Ding. Equals. Reward processed. The reward will be granted shortly. The user will fall into a coma state for the next 2 weeks. Equals. The screens continued to appear in Kevin's vision. But at this point, Kevin was unable to process what was happening around him. His mind was in a state of burnout. I did it, didn't I? Kevin softly muttered, using the last remaining energy inside of his body. Although he couldn't really tell what was going on, from catching a small glimpse of the status windows in front of him, he knew that he had succeeded in changing the future. He had many questions about what had just happened, but at the moment, he could barely think straight. He was slowly losing all of his feelings. From his sense of touch to smell, hearing, and vision. With a weak smile on his face, right before he lost consciousness, Kevin muttered inside of his mind. I did good, right, Ren. You, damned cockroach. His consciousness quickly slipped, and darkness completely enveloped his world. The Author's POV. Chapter 358, Final Push, 1. Spurt. Blood once again sprayed everywhere. HAAA. Once I killed the last Durgar, I noticed that my breathing was quite heavy. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and wiping the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead, I walked towards the main room and checked the holographic map. But before I could even make it to the room, a rumbling sound rang out throughout the whole building. Rumble. Stumbling slightly, and leaning my body by the side of the wall, I looked up towards the ceiling. VRRRR. The ground beneath me buzzed and the communication device that I had kept in my pocket for quite a while now suddenly started vibrating. It's done. I muttered to myself as I took out the communication device from my pocket. At the same time that my communication started vibrating, the others also noticed the changes that were happening around as everyone stopped fighting for a brief moment to check what was going on. Waylon. Angelica, let's go. Taking advantage of that one brief moment of distraction, putting the communication device back into my pocket, I called out for Angelica and Waylon, who had also stopped fighting. Giving me a quickie nod, without saying anything, Waylon and Angelica proceeded to stop attacking. Following this, they rushed towards my direction, ignoring the Durgars who were standing behind them. Data synchronization. 0% underscore 100%. Entering the room and passing by the holographic map, I rushed for the portal, which by now had already started fully functioning. Shio. The sound of energy blasts being shot towards Waylon and Angelica sounded from behind, but I paid no attention to it as I focused my whole attention on the portal before me. With mana threads spiraling at the top of a small circular device, a portal appeared in front of my vision. Hurry up. Halting my steps right in front of the portal, I looked behind me and checked Angelica's and Waylon's positions. I'll quickly call Ultrich and tell him to come back. Now that communication inside and outside worked, I could send a message to Ultrich telling him to come back. I had already briefed him on what to do before, so the moment I called him and he felt the slight vibration, he would quickly rush towards us. That was at least what was supposed to happen. But just as I was about to send him a message, a thunderous explosion sounded in the distance. Boom. What followed after the explosion was a strong pressurized wind gale that spread throughout every corner of the hall. The Duergars that were previously attacking Angelica and Waylon stopped and looked in the direction of where the explosion came from. Taking advantage of this moment, Waylon and Angelica appeared next to me. You. A high-pitched voice followed after the explosion as the dust cleared out, revealing a haggard figure standing at the top of a large body. Upon closer look, I noticed that the body was none other than Audthor. Shit. I cursed out loud as my heart rate sped up. With disheveled hair, and half of her entire face burned, Durara stood on top of Audthor's figure. A torrential wave of mana burst out from her body. How is she still alive? Fuck. I silently cursed at my circumstance. Just how strong one had to be in order to survive the terrifying explosion from before. I couldn't fathom it as I involuntarily took a step back towards the portal behind me. KHHH. Why you? Supporting her body with her long wooden staff, Durara pointed her skinny blue hand towards the holographic panel system that controlled the dampening system. What have you done? She shrieked with a distraught look filled with malice and despair. Spurt. Raising her staff and stabbing it right into Audthor's heart, blood spilled all over her body. Directing her terrifying glare towards our direction, she slowly and darkly muttered. How dare you? With my back facing the portal, taking one more step back, and giving Durara one cold glance before glancing at Audthor's dead figure underneath her body, I finally turned around and entered the portal. It was time for me to go. Let's go. We're done here, I said as I glanced at Angelica and Waylon. Without waiting for the others to say anything, I entered the portal, and I slowly started to lose all of my senses. Sharing the same thoughts as me, Waylon and Angelica also entered the portal. Die. The last thing I heard before losing all of my senses was Durara's enraged screams as a threatening energy appeared from behind me. But by the time the energy appeared, I had long already disappeared from the place. Boom. A black mass of energy covered the land from above, dimming the enormous cave in an instant. A monstrous-like aura spread from the black mass of energy, enshrouding the whole battlefield. The land shook slightly. Below the black energy mass were many different colored lights that met in the air, spreading small shockwaves throughout the entire battlefield. The final battle between the Duergars and the Dwarven members had been going on for over an hour now, and both sides suffered tremendous losses. Unlike the previous fight that was happening above, this was an all-out fight where neither side held back. If one side lost, that was it, they were gone forever. Neither could afford to hold back. The black mass of energy that was levitating above continued to spread, before completely enveloping the land outside of the headquarters of Inferno. Immediately after, the black mass of energy churned and droplets of black rain fell towards the battlefield on the ground. Be careful. Standing at the top of a cliff, Giver, one of the Dwarven elders, softly spoke to the people next to him. A grave expression dyed his face as his eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnness. He was unaware of what the black mass in the air was, but he knew that it was nothing good. The energy mass in the sky is supplementing the Duergars with demonic energy. It is not an offensive attack, but the fact that it is providing the enemies with more energy is a case of concern. Answering Giver's worries was Alga, another Dwarven elder. With a similar solemn look on her face, she gazed into the distance. Raising her hand in the air revealing a small black bracelet, the bracelet slowly lit up and a powerful energy gathered at the center of her palm. The gathering of energy was fast. Within a split second, a small energy ball had formed at the center of her palm. Thick undulations of mana began to spread out from the energy ball. The energy that emitted from the ball was so strong that had any weaker individual that was below A rank been present, they would have instantly died by just standing near it. Fortunately, the people around her were all elites whose strength was far past A rank. Such energy was no longer threatening to them. Go. Pushing the energy ball in the air, it quickly shot towards the black mass of energy in the sky. Leaving behind a long luminous trace in the air, marking the direction of its path, the space around the attack distorted slightly. With just a brief glance, everyone could tell just how powerful the attack was. The speed of the attack was extremely fast. By the time the energy ball had left Alga's palm, it had already arrived by the black mass of energy in the sky. This should be able to do it, Giver said as he looked at the attack in the distance. But just when the attack was about to land on the energy mass in the sky, a thin film suddenly materialized around it, acting as some sort of shield. Boom. What followed after the appearance of the thin film was a sound similar to that of a thunderclap. The defeating sound of the explosion drowned out all the other sounds that came from below the battlefield. Ripples formed around the small veil, and the residual energy from the attack spread out throughout the enormous cave. As expected, this is going to be a lot tougher than I had imagined. Alga sighed softly upon seeing her attack being blocked. She did not say anything else. With her eyes locked on the black mass, Alga's eyes furrowed deeply. If we don't take that down soon, we will soon fall into a disadvantageous situation. Lowering her head, she stared at the battle that was happening below with a worried look. While our fighters are slowly losing mana as they fight, the Duergars will continuously replenish the energy with the demonic energy that is being supplemented to them from above. Although we're currently at an advantage thanks to our surprise attack, if we don't find a solution for that anytime soon, we're going to be in deep trouble. Alga's words caused the atmosphere to turn tense. Actually, you don't have to worry about it too much. An aged voice suddenly sounded. The moment the voice reached everyone's ears, everyone present turned their heads towards where the voice came from. Once they managed to figure out the identity of the one who spoke, a surprised look appeared on the faces of some of the people present. Human. Alga was the first to speak as she raised her brow in a questioning manner. What do you mean by what you just said now? I meant exactly what I said. You don't have to worry too much about what's going on at the moment. Douglas replied to Alga with a relaxed look. His aged and wrinkly eyes calmly stared at the massive gate in the opposite direction. With his hands behind his back, his eyes rippled slightly. Our real goal is killing the higher-ups, correct? His sudden question caught Giver off guard as he thought that Douglas was asking for the obvious, but nevertheless, he answered. Indeed. If we kill at the higher-ups or at least a major part of them, then that will be enough to be considered a victory. Because Duergars were connected to demons through contracts, the moment one died, a demon would suffer heavy repercussions from it. By killing the higher-ups of Inferno, what they were essentially doing was at the same time dealing damage to the demons outside of the city. The more powerful the Duergars that were being killed were, the stronger the corresponding demon that was contracted with them. And because the demons were currently outside of the city, and couldn't get in, they could only helplessly suffer the tremendous repercussions of having their contractee die. The war was over when the demons would be weakened to the point where they could no longer attack. Correct. Douglas nodded. His eyes swept over the fight happening below. Because their fight would cause most of the people below to die, they were forced to stay put for now. Anyways, human, what were you trying to say when you said that we didn't need to worry too much? Giver asked, redirecting the topic back to Douglas's previous words. He wasn't the only one that was interested in what he had to say as almost everyone next to him paid close attention to his next words. Ah, right. Douglas's brows relaxed a little. What I meant by my previous words was that. VRRR. VRRR. Abruptly halting mid-sentence, Douglas suddenly felt the side of his waist vibrate. The moment he felt the vibration, his eyes jumped up a little. Then, realizing what was going on, the edges of his lips curled upwards. They did it. For the communication device to vibrate now, it could only mean one thing. Ren, Waylon, and the others had managed to accomplish their mission. Have you guys done it? Douglas asked, taking out the communication device and enabling the speaker to function for everyone present to hear. After his words sounded, there was a brief pause before a voice sounded from the speakers of the communication device. Yeah, we did it. The surveillance and dampening systems are down. We can proceed as planned. The Author's POV. Chapter 359, Final Push, 2. Vroom. HAAA. Stumbling out of the portal, before I could even catch my breath, I forcibly raised my hand and pointed at the portal disk underneath the ground. Quickly change the coordinates of the portal before they get here. If we could enter the portal, so could they. On it. Being the last one that stepped out of the portal, Waylon immediately bent down and twisted the bottom half of the portal, changing its coordinates. Click. 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 After twisting the bottom half of the portal 3 times, the mana in the air finally stopped gathering towards the portal. Only then did we relax. Shit. Waylon cursed as he slumped down on the ground. His already pale face paled even more, and his body trembled. You okay? I asked, leaning by the side of the wall. KHHH. A groan suddenly escaped my mouth as a head-splitting pain coursed through my brain. What the dash? The pain was so strong that my mind blanked for a brief moment. Hey, Ren, are you okay? Waylon worriedly asked as he moved towards me, reaching his hand out in support. Don't touch me. What dash? Smacking Waylon's hand away, I weakly stood up. It hurts. khhh. A throbbing, constant, and unrelenting pain coursed through every area of my head as I had difficulty breathing. The pain was so unbearable that for a split second I had thoughts of ending myself. Flashbacks of what happened back at the monolith replayed inside of my head repeatedly, threatening to eat away at my sanity. But before things got to that point, using the last shred of sanity within my body, I activated Monarch's Indifference. Instantly, the moment I activated Monarch's Indifference, my emotions dulled. Although the pain remained, most of the negative thoughts disappeared from my mind. Ren. Waylon carefully called out as he looked at Ren, who was standing opposite of him. Ever since reappearing from the portal, he had been acting weird. He looked to be in extreme pain, but that did not last for long, as he soon calmed down. Ren, are you okay? Waylon carefully asked once more, his concern only increasing. I'm fine. Ren emotionlessly replied as he turned to face his direction. I see, I'm glad. He must be tired. Waylon didn't think too much of Ren's sudden switch in behavior. They had just been through a lot. They had almost died, and Audthor had lost his life. Thinking about Audthor, Waylon sighed in discomfort. He had not known him for long, but he still felt a little bit down about his death. If not for him, they would have all been dead by now. In fact, he wasn't sure what his death meant for the upcoming plans. Lifting his head and looking at Ren, Waylon asked in a somber tone, "What do we do now, Ren? Now that Audthor is dead, do we have to switch our approach?" Him. Briefly glancing at Waylon from the corner of his eyes, Ren shook his head. He already served his uses. His death was inevitable. What? Ren's cold voice repeatedly rang inside of Waylon's ears as he tried his best to process what Ren had said. It was only after he realized what he said that Waylon stood up in rage. What do you? Stop. But before he could vent his anger, a delicate white hand touched him on the shoulder. Without turning around, Waylon knew who the hand belonged to. Slowly turning his head and glaring in her direction, Waylon coldly spoke, his voice forming a deep contrast with the burning rage inside of him. What do you mean, stop? Unfazed by Waylon's unfriendly look, Angelica pointed at Ren and calmly explained, the demonic energy in his body has started corroding his brain. I can feel it. What, already? Waylon replied, his brows jumped up in surprise. Turning his head to take a closer look at Ren, it was only then that he noticed fine threads of demonic energy lingering around his body. This is a problem, Waylon said with a troubled look, his anger previous subsiding completely. What do I do? If Ren was not in the right condition, the next and last part of the plan would be even harder to achieve, especially since Audthor was dead. There's no need to worry too much. Angelica took her hand away from Waylon's shoulder. What do you mean? Waylon asked, sounding baffled. He couldn't understand why Angelica said that. He's currently using a skill to mitigate the effects of the demonic energy, but it's only partially working. Extending her hand forward, the threads of demonic energy lingering outside of Ren's body slowly moved towards her direction, connecting to the tip of her fingertips. I'm not exactly sure about what skill he's using, but, at least for now, he is okay. I see. Angelica's words eased some of Waylon's worries. His brows relaxed, the frown disappearing from his face. Do you have any idea why his brain suddenly started to get affected by the demonic energy? It has only been a week since you and he had signed a contract. As the threads of demonic energy continued to extend towards her fingertips, Angelica's brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought. After a while, Angelica opened her mouth to answer Waylon's question. Demonic energy feeds on the negative thoughts a person has inside of their mind. The darker someone's thoughts, the faster the process. You don't mean? Waylon muttered in a stunned voice. He wasn't stupid. Waylon knew exactly what Angelica meant by her words. Is Ren perhaps? Lowering her hand, the threads of demonic energy revolving around Ren's body had diminished significantly. She then waved her hand and collected all of the demonic energy in the air. Ren's mind is not clean, but it's not to the point where the demonic energy would corrode him this quickly. A black hue sprang forth from Angelica as the small threads of demonic energy agglomerated towards her body. There's another way for demonic energy to corrupt someone quickly. It is when their mind is unstable. Prior to coming here, Ren suffered a traumatic experience, scarring his mind quite badly. Angelica turned her head. In short, Ren's head is not in the right state. I see, replied Waylon with a worried look. Unaware and uninterested in the things the two of them were talking about, taking out a small communication device from his pocket, Ren powered it on and quickly got in contact with someone. VRRR. VRRR. Before long, the communication device stopped vibrating and a familiar voice rang out in the room. Have you guys done it? We're done. I'll send you the coordinates briefly. That's perfect. We'll start immediately, then. The voice behind the communication device sounded relieved as it learned of the mission's success. By the way, is everything all right? No one died, right? D. But before Douglas could even finish his sentence, Ren switched off the communication device. That was uncalled for, Wayland frowned. Although he knew that Ren was currently in the right state of mind, Douglas was asking an important question. They had to let them know that Aurthor had died. We don't want their morale to fall. Answering his question is detrimental. Ren spoke while staring into Wayland's eyes, not a hint of remorse or emotion inside. It was soulless. Without giving Wayland a chance to reply, Ren turned around and headed out of the room. Clank. Closing the door behind him, Ren left the room. This is going to be harder than I thought. If not for Angelica's previous words, Wayland would have been unable to stay quiet. The current Ren was making it very hard for him to remain calm. D. Douglas looked at the communication device in his hand with an awkward look. He had not expected Ren to shut him off before he could finish speaking. Especially not when he was with the representatives from the other races. But Douglas was a man with a lot of experience. In a matter of seconds, he was able to quickly recompose himself. Ding. Shortly after, his communication device once again rang. Taking a small glimpse, he smiled at the others and took out multiple teleportation devices from his dimensional space. Could it be Gervas? All the dwarven elders wondered to themselves as they looked at the teleportation devices Douglas held. Teleportation devices were not like any other artifacts. They were incredibly hard to make, and fairly rare in the world. Unless you were a dwarven elder, having more than one teleportation device was almost unheard of. The fact that Douglas was able to pull out 4 at once shocked most of the people present. It was only now that they understood that someone with high standing was backing him. Uncaring for the stares, Douglas fiddled with each teleportation device in his hand. As he worked with them, Douglas would, from time to time, check his communication device. They should already be aware that the dampening and surveillance systems are down. The Duergars would be stupid to not realize that they had been compromised from the insides. The plan was rather simple: create 4 different groups and have them infiltrate the facility from 4 separate locations. If there was a better time to strike, it was now. Chaos must have seeped in the heart of Inferno as their dampening system, as well as their surveillance system, had been shut down. Attacking at this moment would ensure the greatest chance of success. Done. After a couple of short minutes, Douglas hastily threw the teleportation devices in the air. Clank. 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 As he threw the devices in the air, at the bottom of them, 3 clamps expanded outward, hooking themselves onto the ground tightly once they landed. Once the teleportation devices hooked themselves onto the ground, the mana in the air spiraled towards the center of the portal devices. Wai-ying. Right as the portal started to form, a terrifying energy burst forth from one of the individuals present, catching almost everyone off guard. The energy was in the form of a small blood bead that whistled through the empty space. Although everyone present was extremely powerful, none were able to stop the sudden attack as it came too fast, and unexpectedly. Wai-ying. Wai-ying. But that wasn't the only attack that came whistling down from the individuals in the crowd. 2 more quickly followed up with a similar lightning-fast attack. Finally, the 3 attacks smashed against the teleportation devices in front of the many watching eyes. At that moment, everyone's heart suddenly tightened. It looks like your plans have crumbled instantly. One of the individuals responsible for the sudden attack said as a wild laugh escaped his mouth, but that laugh had barely started when it was suddenly halted. Standing opposite of him with a bored look, Douglas looked at the destroyed teleportation devices on the ground and took out 4 more from his dimensional space. Casually glancing at the individuals responsible for the attack, his lips twisted upwards, forming a sly smile. Looks like I accidentally used defective products. Thank you for reminding me. He had expected this from the very beginning. There was no way the spies planted by Inferno would stay put and do nothing when he started setting up the portals. Therefore, prior to coming here, he got himself 4 defective teleportation devices that no longer worked and used them as dummies to bring out the spies. Although they were surely not all of the spies hidden amongst the individuals present, they were most likely a large part of them. Now that everyone was aware that there were spies hidden amongst them, they had become a lot more alert. No way would the spies be able to pull off a similar stunt again. This made him a lot more relaxed. "Take care of them, please," Douglas said as he pointed at the 3 individuals who had attacked previously. Immediately, the spies were thrust under heavy magical bombardment and several attacks. It seemed like the crowd of elites was angry. "Let's finally end this war." With the Duergar spies' cries as the backdrop for his work, Douglas turned around to the explosions occurring behind him and once again fiddled with the portals in his hands. One more chap shortly. The Author's POV. Chapter 360, Final Push, 3. "Hey Ren, hold up." Wayland's frustrated voice rang throughout the long and narrow corridor of the Inferno headquarters. Usually, there would have been many Duergars present patrolling the area, but now, it was completely deserted. They were either fighting against the large army outside or most likely gathering towards the spot Ren and the others were previously in. The enormous commotion they had caused definitely did not go unnoticed by them as they most likely sent reinforcements. "Ren, I still haven't recovered from my injuries," frustratingly said Wayland as he hurried his pace. Following from behind him was Angelica. Unlike him, she still seemed fine. Having recovered some of her demonic energy from Ren, she was in a much better shape than Wayland. "We don't need to be in optimal condition for this part of the plan. Our roles are already over. All we have to do is show up in the location," Ren coldly muttered before picking up his pace. But just as he walked a couple of steps further, his legs buckled slightly and he stumbled slightly. Ugh! Holding onto the side of the wall, the effects of Monarch's indifference quickly wore off. In order to cope with the throbbing pain that was coursing through my head, I had activated Monarch's indifference. Now that the pain was over, Monarch's indifference naturally wore off. Instantly, my head cooled a little. "Hiya. Ren." Turning my head, and staring at Wayland whose complexion seemed too pale for his own good, I massaged my forehead. "Ugh, I'm fine, I'm fine. Has your head cooled down a little?" "Yeah," I replied, taking a deep breath. Even though Angelica had warned me beforehand about the side effects of signing a contract with her, I didn't know they would be this severe. Not only did it feel as though my head was being split into 2, but even under the effects of Monarch's indifference, I could barely stop myself from formulating dark thoughts. "I'm glad you're feeling better," Wayland replied in relief. "Me too," I replied back. Had I continued to roam in that state, I wasn't sure how things would have gone. Purpose, everything would have crumbled. Glancing around the corridor, Wayland suddenly asked, "You've already warned Douglas, right? Should we proceed with the last step of the plan?" "Yeah, they should already be done taking down the surveillance system." Still supporting my body with the side of the wall, I slid down on the ground to recover some energy. Before taking out the communication device from my dimensional space, I looked at Wayland and bitterly smiled. "He's not going to kill us after everything is done, right?" Scratching the back of his head, Wayland wryly smiled. "That, I don't know. He'll probably be pretty pissed." Ugh. Letting out a groan and taking out my communication device from my dimensional, I quickly got in contact with the other group. The one with Gervis and the others were in. D. Before long, a familiar voice rang out from the speaker of the communication device. In a dark room filled with smoke and multiple impressive auras, the communication device of one of the people standing in the room rang. D. Hello. Answering the communication device was Gervis, the Metropolis Keeper of Henler. Having just finished his mission and having just destroyed the surveillance system, everyone present in the room was waiting for the next set of instructions. The wait didn't last for long as Gervis's communication system rang as Wayland had told him. "Wayland, have you guys accomplished your task already?" "We have." Wayland's voice echoed from the speakers of the device. "That's good. What next?" Gervis asked, nodding his head in relief. Ever since entering Inferno, they had been in the dark about what they were supposed to do. Wayland had not revealed a single thing to him or the others. Was it on purpose? Gervis didn't know. "We'll soon be sending you a set of coordinates. Go there, that's where the Elders of Inferno are located. Reinforcements are quickly in the way, so you guys should obstruct their path so that they don't go anywhere. Since Gervis had enabled the speaker function, everyone in the room could hear what Waylon was saying. Although you guys will be at a numerical disadvantage, with your skills, you should be able to hold out for at least a couple of minutes, right? The air around the room tensed at his words. Taking a deep breath, Gervis said with a solemn voice. A couple of minutes. Nothing longer than that, right? Yes, hold them back until the reinforcements arrive. Turning his head to look at the other people present, Gervis stroked his beard. As he stroked his beard, his hand would pause from time to time until eventually, exhaling, he once again opened his mouth. We can do that. But the most we can do is a couple of minutes. I can try to waste as much time as possible, but I can't guarantee anything beyond that. It shouldn't be long. Shouldn't be less than 2 minutes. Some of the spies must have already alerted the higher-ups of Inferno, so we need to act right now. So be it. Gervis said. He understood the seriousness of the situation. With the dampening system out and reinforcements coming in, the elders would without a doubt either flee or choose to fight back. They could also set up a portal and escape from there, but that would be even better since they would gain access to all of Inferno's resources. Enough for them to compensate for their losses and contribute to the war going on up above. This was the least likely scenario, however. If they escaped their headquarters and the dwarves gathered all of their resources, their chance to rise once again would practically be impossible. For the Duergars, such an option was nothing short of suicide. All in all, this was a favorable situation for them. One they shouldn't be missing out on. I will do as you've requested, Douglas said, reinforcing his convictions. That's good. I'll send you the coordinates soon. We'll be meeting each other very soon. We'll leave now. Good luck. Turning off the communication device, Gervis looked at the others present in the room. You heard him, didn't you? Let's go. Putting the communication device away, Gervis headed for the door of the room. Are you guys coming or not? As his words faded, Gervis stepped out of the room and took a look behind him. A smile appeared on his lips as he saw that everyone was fine with the arrangements. You don't have to worry. We know just how important the next part of the mission is. We will try our best to help you out. Eris, the elf of the group, replied. Her voice was smooth, yet intertwined with an ever-so-faint ring, reminiscent of a cup of tea mixed with a little bit of honey. Next to her, Rander didn't say anything and just nodded his head to express his agreement. Seeing that he had the support of Eris and Rander, Garvis smiled. That's good. Let's go. Turning around, he left the room and rushed towards the coordinates that Waylon had shared with him. Asterisk. Is this the place? Following the coordinates sent by Waylon, Gervis, Eris, and Rander stopped in front of an enormous door. An old oak door stood tall, towering over them. With intricate runes engraved by the side of the door gave an ancient and mighty feeling to those standing behind it. Since this was the point where the coordinates ended, the door most likely was the door that led to the Inferno Elder Council. We should be careful. The place was deserted, and if not for the fact that he could feel a couple of powerful auras lingering by the other side of the door, Gervis wouldn't think that everyone had already escaped. Casting a powerful barrier using a large chunk of his mana, Gervis was not joking around. Reaching out to grab the rusted handle, the door opened effortlessly and a loud ear-piercing creak sounded from its hinges, slowly revealing what was behind the door. Get ready. Gervis muttered as he walked forward, carefully pulling the door all the way open as another deafening creak accompanied by a low rumble sounded by the feet of everyone present. Rumble. Upon fully opening the door, Gervis and the others instantly became alarmed. Seated in their seats were 8 Durgan elders. With their faces relaxed, they all directed their attention towards Gervis and the others. Their relaxed attitude gave Gervis an unsettling, almost ominous feeling. It's been a while, Gervis. A gruff voice entered Gervis's ears. This voice. It sounded slightly familiar to Gervis, who immediately snapped his head in the direction of where the voice came from. The moment Gervis's eyes paused on the Duergar that had spoken, the very air inside of the room chilled as Gervis coldly muttered. Orion. How long has it been since we've last seen each other? 15 years. Orion replied, a relaxed smile plastered on his face. That's 15 years too little, replied Gervis, his voice filled with coldness. After the incident, you should have stayed put and repented for the rest of your life, but not only did you not repent, but you joined the enemy side as well. Ha ha ha. Orion's hoarse laugh resounded throughout the whole room. The laugh did not last for long as it was soon replaced by a bone-chilling pressure. Standing up and smacking his palm on the table, Orion glared at Gervis. Do you have any idea what I've been through the past year? Do you? His voice thunderously shook throughout the entire hall, as everyone present could feel the malice and hatred contained within each and every word that he said. What's going on? While Orion and Gervis were speaking, Eris had a confused look on her face. Turning around to face Rander, she transmitted her voice inside of his head. Dwarf, tell me what happened between the two of them. Huh. Startled by Eris's sudden transmission, Rander let out a strange sound. Fortunately, everyone present within the hall was too distracted by Orion's and Gervis's exchange to pay attention to him. It was only after he realized that it was Eris that was talking to him that he calmed down. You may not know, but the two of them used to be contenders for the Metropolis Keeper role. Rander explained from the side, taking note of her confusion. Although the two of them were never considered friends back in the past, they didn't hate each other as they did now. What exactly happened? Eris curiously asked, glancing at Gervis's back. She wanted to get a better idea of the situation. Nodding his head, with his eyes locked onto the exchange in the distance, Rander gave a very brief summary of what had happened between the two. It's a complicated story, but in short, Orion had cheated during one of the trials that would elect the Metropolis Keeper of Henler and Gervis exposed him for it. After that, Orion was set to be imprisoned for life, but he somehow managed to escape with the aid of Inferno, and the rest is history. The story was quite a famous one, so he summarized it the best he could. I see. Eris nodded her head in understanding. Because of you, I had to go through 15 years of torture. Let me tell you, they were not the best years of my life. Startling the two out of their discussion was Orion's powerful voice that once again thunderously reverberated throughout the hall. Remaining calm, Gervis replied back. Don't blame me for your own mistake. Pa. My ass. All of us participating knew that you had been selected beforehand. Had I not done what I did, I would have never gotten a shot at the position. Orion replied with a disgusted look on his face. Is that what you've been telling yourself every year? That's the excuses losers make. Narrowing his eyes into slits, Orion didn't reply back. Sitting back in his seat, with his arm on the table, his fingers tapped on the table. Tap, tap, tap. After a while, returning to his usual calm attitude, Orion once again opened his mouth. You may be right. Maybe I truly did lose because I was not good enough, but so what? Staring at Gervis for a good couple of seconds, Orion suddenly grinned. The past is the past. I've long since moved on. After all, what matters is not what happened in the past, but what happens in the future. Seeing Orion smile and relax, Gervis suddenly had an ominous premonition. What are yo, uck? But before Gervis could even finish his sentence, blood spurted from out his mouth. Looking down in his hand that was now reeking in blood, Gervis weakly looked behind him where another dwarf stood. With a cold look on his face, Rander lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry, but this was necessary. You've gone too much astray. It's about time I set this place back to normal. Those were the last words Gervis heard before his consciousness slipped. The Author's POV. Chapter 362, Everything Coming Together, 1. Gervis. Staring at Gervis's lifeless corpse, Douglas shuddered slightly, his voice strained. What followed his words was an intense chill that shrouded the entire hall. It didn't take a genius to understand what had happened, especially with Rander standing not so far from Gervis with a dagger in his hands, dripping with blood. Lifting his head, Douglas's eyes paused on Rander. Why have you decided to betray us? Douglas asked in a tone bereft of emotion. His voice was calm and composed, but everyone in the room could feel the anger hidden within. The air around him trembled. Why did you do that, Rander? Silence. Douglas was only met with silence. Rander just kept staring at him in the eyes. After a while, raising his small, bulky hand, Rander pointed it at Waylon, who was standing next to Ren. This is all your fault, human. If not for you, I would have never been forced into such a situation. Rander mouthed as he turned his head to face Douglas. If not for your companion's negligence, Jomnuk would have never have found himself in such a situation. His voice thunderously rang throughout the whole hall. It contained all sorts of different emotions, with pain and agony being the primary ones as Rander mourned for the kidnapping of his friend. Lowering his head and staring at Gervis's dead body, Rander's expression turned to that of disgust. And him. Despite the fact that Jamnuk had been kidnapped, one of the most important members of the city, he failed to punish the human responsible for the blunder and instead give him the power to take control of the operation because of some flowery words he spoke through the use of a mana contract. Walking up to him, Rander kicked his lifeless body. Thump. Bullshit, I say. In the first place, the war could have been won with Jamnuk's barrier alone. Rander shouted as he glared at each and every person present in the room. The barrier could have lasted for at least 6 more months. If Jamnuk was with us, we could have figured out a way of extending it for even longer, yet you chose to give up on him and even supported the one responsible for his loss. Spit flew from Rander's mouth as his face turned red the more he spoke. Everyone could feel the deep-rooted anger he had within him from just his voice alone. You call me a traitor? What bullshit. The only traitors here are those who gave up on Jamnuk and chose to follow this human who has made nothing but mistakes. No one disrupted him as he spoke. A deafening silence enveloped the hall. Everyone quietly listened to everything he said. Some of the dwarven elders lowered their heads in shame as they heard Rander's words. They knew just how close he was with Jamnuk. They understood where he came from. They felt a little bit of sympathy for him. But whether they agreed with him or not, that was a different argument. Everyone knew that Rander was merely deceiving himself when he said that they would have been able to win the war with Jamnuk. It was far from the truth. H-A-A-A. Eventually, the sound of Rander panting heavily resounded across the hall as he poured all of his resentment on the others. After a while, taking a deep breath, Rander calmed down and looked at everyone present in the hall. I don't care about what you guys thinking about me from now on. I've already said what I wanted to say. Call me a traitor for all I care. At the end of the day, to me, you're the traitors. Then, walking towards Orion and the others, he calmly halted his steps in front of them. Placing the palm of his hand on the table and leaning forward, he muttered, Have I proven myself enough? I've killed Gervis already. You better let me see Jamnuk as we've agreed. Calmly staring at Rander who was standing opposite him, Orion pointed at the people standing behind. More specifically, at the forces of Henneler. That'll be a bit difficult right now. He's locked in another room, and the portal needs a few seconds to set up. Turning his head and staring at Douglas and the others, Rander faced Orion once again. How much time do you need? He didn't need to be told what he needed to do. He understood exactly what Orion wanted him to do next. Seeing that Rander had perfectly understood his intentions, Orion suddenly smiled. Not much. A portal doesn't take too long to function. We should be able to bring you to Jamnuk within a couple of minutes. In fact, it took a bit longer than that to set up a portal since they were currently trying to set up a portal that could teleport more than 10 people at the same time. But they had already been setting it up before the attackers came. Therefore, the time they needed to waste was a lot less. Orion suddenly frowned, the smile wiped away from his face. We've already wasted too much time here waiting for you to get rid of Gervis. Raising his hand and lifting one of his fingers, he solemnly said, 1 minute. All I want you to do is help me stall them for 1 minute. Can you do that? His question made it sound like he was asking for nothing difficult, but that would only be applicable under normal circumstances. Normally, a minute's time would have been nothing, but given the current circumstances where both sides had extremely powerful individuals ready to fight at any moment, a minute was an incredible amount of time. Within that short minute, anything could happen. It sounded simple, yet it was anything but simple. Okay. Rander nodded before walking behind Orion and the other elders. Taking out a large axe from his dimensional space, a powerful energy burst out from his body. I'll help you guys buy time while we wait for the portal to open. At his words, Orion suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, that's all I. PFTTT. Suddenly, disrupting the hall and cutting Orion mid-sentence was the sound of a subtle laugh that quietly sounded throughout the whole hall, catching the attention of everyone present. Turning their attention towards where the sound came from, everyone's eyes paused on a human standing at the end of the hall. Lifting his head and staring at everyone who was looking at him, the youth, Ren, realized his mistake and quickly shook his hands. Ah, don't mind me. I'm just doing my thing. You guys keep doing your thing. I was just thinking of something funny. Unfortunately for Ren, despite his words, no one took away their attention from him. The very air chilled even more. Raising his hand and pointing it in Ren's direction, Orion's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, struggling to form a sentence. You're. Yes, I'm the guy who pretended to be Carl if that's what you're trying to ask me. Ren finished Orion's sentence for him. At this point, there was no point in keeping it a secret, and he was also wearing a skin mask, so even if they did try to look for him later, all they'd have on him would be an image of his fake face. Glaring in his direction, Orion slowly stood up. Next to him, the other Durgan elders did the same as they all glared in Ren's direction, with undisguised malice. Because they had been in the room the whole time, they had not understood how the whole situation had happened. The situation that led to the current fiasco. But now they did. It was all the human's fault. Had it not been for him tricking the elders into thinking that he was one of them, none of this would have happened. The human opposite to them had disguised himself as Carl and created this whole mess. Just the mere thought caused the blood of some of the elders present to boil as their jaws clenched tightly. Even though they had managed to kill Gervis, the strongest dwarven elder in the city, they had still suffered tremendous losses. Not only did they lose several important elders, but they were also forced to retreat from the war because of what had happened. The demons were not pleased by the development at all. In fact, they were beyond enraged. Not only were they unable to conquer the city, but they also suffered tremendous losses without even being able to do anything. Their rage was understandable. As they stood up, all of the Durgan elders focused their attention on Ren. Especially Orion, who couldn't control himself and muttered out loud. Everything is because of you. If not for you, we would have never been in such a situation. A powerful energy burst forth from Orion's body as he stared daggers at Ren. Following his example, the other elders also did the same as multiple powerful auras sprang forth from their small bodies, heading towards Ren's direction. Not on my watch. Stepping in between the elders and Ren, Douglas waved his hand and the aura that shot towards Ren was neatly cut in two. A powerful gust of wind blew over Ren as his long hair became undone. Following this, everyone in the room took out their weapons and multiple oppressive auras burst forth from the body of each individual present in the room. A terrifying and chilling standoff ensued as both sides prepared to kill each other. And just as the air was starting to get incredibly tense, a ringing sound rang out. Ding. The sound once again originated from Ren's direction. He nonchalantly took out a small communication device from his dimensional space and answered it. Hello. His relaxed, even lazy, voice rang inside of the hall, much to the confusion of everyone present. Glancing at the others, he lowered his head in apology, his voice never dimming. I see, so you're also done. Okay. I'm a bit busy at the moment, but I'll tell the others about your accomplishments. The call was quick. It only lasted a few seconds, but the last words he said caught the interest of some of the people present. They weren't stupid. Something was up. Putting the communication device back in his dimensional space, Ren slowly turned his head to face Orion and the others. Scratching the back of his head, he opened his mouth and rhetorically asked, "So, you know the dampening system that caused you a lot of problems before?" Without waiting for him to answer, turning his head slightly, Ren's eyes paused on Rander. "Well, I've set it back up, so you don't have to worry about leaving this place. What do you am?" The moment his words faded, the portal being set up in the distance disrupted. It wasn't long before everyone realized that the connection with the portal was fading away as the portal continued to morph in a vivid, pulsating manner. This continued for the next few seconds. It slowly dawned on everyone present that Ren's words were no joke. The dampening system was back up. Staring at the portal, trembling all over, Orion snapped his head towards Douglas and Ren's direction. "You." Spurt. But before he could even finish his sentence, Orion suddenly felt a stinging sensation in his back. The pain was only slight, but it soon covered his entire body. Before he knew it, Orion's body started to slowly stiffen and paralyze. Turning his head, his pupils dilated as he saw Rander standing behind him with a familiar dagger in his hand. "Why you?" With a cold smile on his face, Rander muttered, "Unlike that one, I'm using a different kind of poison. A poison that actually kills the ones who come into contact with it." Following his words, Gervis, who everyone thought was dead, slowly stood up. Glaring at Rander for a split second before turning his attention back to Orion, Gervis's lips parted, a voice that came back from the dead echoing in the hall. "Even though I have no idea about what happened, it looks like this is our win." The author's POV. Chapter 361, Final Push, 4. Outside of Inferno headquarters. As powerful blasts shook the air, spreading a powerful gust of wind throughout the expansive battle. Thick residual threads of mana lingered in the air, carrying themselves in the form of color smoke. Suddenly, a subtle chime rang amidst the fierce battlefield. Ding! We've got a message. Bang! Raising his hand and pointing his gun towards one of the Duergars in the distance, Leopold pulled the trigger and a powerful energy blast shot towards the Duergar, killing it instantly. Without paying much mind to it, turning his head and looking towards the others, Leopold flashed his communication device. It's time to get a move on. Looks like it's finally our turn. Clang. Gee, got it. Blocking an incoming energy blast, Hein replied with a low grunt. Taking a step back, he looked towards Ava, who calmly dealt with the Duergars with her pets. But there was a big difference to how she fought compared to her previous fights up above. During the demon waves. Toodle 2. KHRRR. 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 The movements of her pets were a lot more fluent, and Ava was able to keep blowing onto the flute for a lot longer than before. Looks like Malval has done a good job at fixing the flute. Hein thought to himself as he stared at Ava. Had it not been for Malval, who had repaired a small part of the flute, Ava would have had a lot more trouble fighting against the Duergars at the moment. With her now utilizing less mana with each use of the flute, she could now fight for a prolonged period of time. I'm done setting up the portal. A voice suddenly sounded in Hein's ear. The moment the voice reached his ears, Hein's eyes instantly became sharp as he looked at Leopold and Ava, who also looked back at him. Let's go. Without wasting a single second, he twisted the heel of his foot and smashed his shield against one of the Duergars behind him, opening up a path for him and the others to go through. Om. Slowly exiting the portals, Douglas alongside a few other members carefully scanned their surroundings. The walls of the room they were teleported in were coated by a tough metallic alloy. Plastered by the sides of the walls were all sorts of different holographic devices displaying all sorts of geometric shapes and patterns that morphed continuously. They were a total of 7 members present at the moment. For obvious reasons, they couldn't bring all the members in. If they did, not only would the elders upstairs realize they were in, but the situation outside would crumble within a short second. In fact, their very presence at the moment was a risk in itself. Om. The last one to step out of the portal was Alga, who curiously looked around. Where exactly are we? She asked, joining up with the group. Inside of Inferno. Douglas replied with a calm, rippleless tone. To the other present, his voice was nothing but calm as it powerfully rang inside of their minds. What did you just say? Did you just say that we're inside of Inferno? Are you playing a joke, human? Voices filled with disbelief and shock echoed throughout the room as everyone had a hard time understanding just what was going on. Raising his hand to calm the people down, Douglas patiently said. We don't have time to waste discussing whether I'm lying or not. Lowering his head and staring at the communication device in his hands, Douglas once again opened his mouth to speak. I've already gotten the coordinates of where we need to go. Follow me, and I'll prove to you that we're inside of Inferno. Gently pressing his foot onto the ground, he walked towards the door of the room and calmly exited the room. In his hands, the communication device where the location of the Duergan Elder Council was located. Gazing at Douglas's back from behind, the others looked at each other before deciding to follow him. Although they were initially in shock, they weren't elites for nothing. In matters of seconds, they were back to their usual selves. Wait here. Gazing at a familiar door in the distance, I extended my hand and stopped Wayland from taking a step further. Coming to a halt, Wayland's brows tightly knit as he looked at the door at the end of the long corridor. We were still quite far, about a couple of 100 meters away, but with our vision, we could clearly see that the door was now half opened. The reason why I decided to stop right here was because I didn't want to run the risk of getting exposed just yet. The others must have already gone in. I muttered, staring at Wayland, who was gazing at the door with his eyes squinted. Although there were no energy fluctuating coming out from the room in the distance that indicated that a fight was going on, judging from how the door was half opened, I could tell that Jever and the others had already entered the Elder Hall. Are you planning on waiting for the others? Wayland asked from the side. Lowering my head and starting at the communication device in my hands, I nodded slightly. Yeah. Realistically speaking, if we go in now, we'll be nothing but a burden. You're right. Wayland replied with a bitter smile on his face, signifying that he too agreed with my words. Quickly chugging a mana recovery potion, I added. Not only that, but we also have to give them time to sort everything out. Which side? Both. I mysteriously said as I glanced towards his left. A smile soon crept up on my face. Looks like they're already here. Right as my words started to fade, coming from the other side of the hall were the figures of multiple people headed our way. At their lead was Douglas, who calmly led them through the dark corridors of Inferno. "Did you guys encounter any trouble on your way?" Waylon asked, walking up to Douglas. Briefly nodding in Waylon's direction, Douglas's steps came to a halt as he calmly said, "We met quite a few Duergars on our way here, but we cleanly wiped them out. With the communications and surveillance system down, the elders are probably unaware that we're here." Pausing, Douglas's brows knit for a brief second as he scrutinized Waylon from top to bottom. "What happened to you? You're injured?" "No, my mana is severely depleted at the moment." "Okay." Turning his head, Douglas looked at the others behind him. "I guess only the elders and I can put up a fight against us at this point." "Right." Waylon nodded his head in agreement as he stared at the group behind Douglas. Even though they were all currently suppressing their auras in order to not attract the attention of the elders in the distance, the pressure they give out was no joke. Catching a glimpse of the door in the distance, Douglas raised his hand and pointed at it. "I presume that's the place we need to go, right? Should we get going? The more time we waste here, the more people die outside." Since they had taken a large chunk of the elite from the battle outside, every second they wasted here would worsen the situation outside. Facing the door in the distance with unprecedented solemnness, Douglas along with the others quietly headed for it. "All right, let's go." Waylon nodded his head in agreement. Then, turning his head to face me, he whispered, "Let's go." "Yeah, give me a second." Sending a quick message through my communication device, I took a deep breath before following Waylon and the others into the room. If everything goes according to the plan, everything should end in the next hour. Thud. With a dagger stabbed deeply into his back, Gervis fell onto the cold hard floor with a small thud. With his eyes open wide, Gervis gazed at Rander, who was standing on top of his body with a cold look on his face. "You should have thought better about your previous decisions. This is on you." Rander uttered with a look filled with malice. Bending down and retrieving the dagger that was stabbed Gervis's back, Rander stared at the blood that dripped from the sharp body of the dagger. Taking his eyes away from the dagger, he glared at Gervis. "I can't forgive you for leaving Jomnuk behind and not punishing the ones responsible for his kidnapping." Raising his foot, Rander kicked Gervis's body with his foot. Thump. "Why did you leave him at the hands of those idiots?" Thump. Thump. Rander relentlessly continued to kick Gervis's body. The sound of his foot smashing against his body repeatedly sounded throughout the hall as Orion stared at the scene with amusement. Glancing behind him, where a Durgan elder was busy setting up a portal, he thought back at his previous encounter with Rander. Many did not know this, but he was in fact very close friends with Jomnuk, the dwarven engineer they kidnapped in order to gain access to the beacons. It was thanks to his kidnapping that they were even able to shut down 2 beacons. It was at that moment that they thought that they were going to win the war, but unfortunately, things didn't end up that way. Before they knew it, their headquarters had been infiltrated and a massive army suddenly showed up out of nowhere. Fortunately, they were aware that the dwarves were planning something as Rander has been in constant contact with them. He originally wasn't on their side, but in a desperate bid to save his friend, Jomnuk, he decided to betray the dwarves and backstabbed Jever at the very last moment. Like we agreed. I've gotten rid of him. Now, tell me where Jomnuk is. Rander's voice reverberated throughout the hall, snapping Orion out of his thoughts. With his eyes locked onto him, Rander continued to speak. We've signed a mana contract. As long as I betray the dwarves and kill Gervis, you will give Jomnuk to me. He then pointed at Gervis, who was lying down on the ground, dead. I've held up my end of the deal, it's your turn. Wordlessly staring at Rander from his seat, Orion propped his elbows on the table. Interlocking his fingers and resting his chin on it, his eyes paused on Gervis's lifeless body. Channeling his mana towards his eyes, he made sure to check if Gervis was truly dead. His heart has stopped beating. Only upon confirming that he was truly dead that he finally relaxed. Although he had already signed a mana contract with Jomnuk, it was only after the deed was done that Orion knew that Rander was on their side. At least for now. A huge sense of relief washed over his body as he thought back at the long agonizing years he had suffered due to Gervis. Even though he had not been the one who had killed him, the fact that Gervis had died knowing that one of his closest aides was the one responsible for his death pleased him just as much. Just recalling his face before death pleased Orion to no end. So. Did you not hear what I said? Where is Jamnuk? Once again disrupting Orion out of his thoughts was Jamnuk's powerful voice. Where is he? Calm down, calm down. Orion lightly said as he raised his hands, trying to calm the anger-stricken Rander. We'll let you meet soon enough. You know we signed a mana contract. Since you've held your end of the deal, so will I, Suddenly, his brow raised. Lowering his head and staring at the small panel attached to his desk, his brows furrowed slightly. It looks like we have guests coming. Bang. As soon as his words faded, the door of the room burst open and multiple figures slowly walked in. Ah. But the moment they all entered, they all froze in shock at the sight that was presented before them. The Author's POV. Chapter 363, Everything Coming Together, 2. 1 month ago, Douglas's residence. No, I would like it if her presence still remains a secret. Oh. Why is that? Douglas curiously asked. Tap. 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 Leaning back on my chair, I tapped on the wooden armrest. Why? Briefly glancing at Angelica from the corner of my eyes, I calmly opened my mouth. Because we can use her presence to our advantage. To our advantage? Both Douglas and Waylon frowned at my words. Douglas's calm gaze directed itself back towards the defiant Angelica. How can she be of help? He asked. Plaque. Tapping onto my bracelet and taking out a wooden mask from the dimensional space, I placed it on the table for everyone to see. What's this? Waylon questioned. Douglas, who was beside him, leaned forward to get a better look at it. I extended my hand towards the mask. Rather than me telling you, how about you guys have a look yourself? Raising his eyes, Douglas didn't say much and grabbed the mask. The moment his hands touched its surface, Douglas's calm face trembled slightly. Interesting. He muttered, his eyes rippling slightly. It was clear that the mask had surprised him. Waylon obviously did not miss this and took the mask from Douglas's hands. Holy shit. Unlike Douglas, his words were a lot cruder, but it was also clear that he was as surprised as him when he saw the effects of the mask. This is way better than the skin masks we use. Putting the mask on his face, the moment it touched his face, his appearance slowly started to morph before changing to that of one of the guards I met back in the monolith. To be precise, it was the guard I had killed during my escape from the infirmary. This feels weird, Waylon muttered as he touched his face. Touching his nose and pinching it slightly, Waylon's hand traced his jaw. I don't feel like I'm wearing the mask at all, but I can tell that this is not my face. This is amazing. I could feel hints of jealousy in his voice as he spoke those words. To be honest, I couldn't really blame him. I too would have been jealous if someone else showed me the mask. It was just that good. Anyway, what did you want to tell us by showing this mask? Waylon said as he removed the mask from his face and placed it on the table. Since you've showed it to us, it must mean that you've got a plan. Douglas calmly added from the side, his eyes never leaving the mask on the table. Staring at him from my seat, I could see that Douglas's eyes contained no trace of desire as he looked at the mask. They did contain hints of curiosity within, but nothing else. Taking my eyes away from Douglas, I nodded in affirmation. I do. Care to share? Waylon asked, leaning back on his chair. It's just a rough plan for now. What if I infiltrate Inferno? A chilly silence shrouded the room as both Douglas and Waylon looked at me with open eyes. Sitting up straight, the first one to speak was Waylon. Are you crazy? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Raising my hand, I pointed at Waylon in a shaking manner. In response to your questions, yes and no, respectively. Elaborate. Think about it. The way that we're going, the result of the war will remain uncertain. In fact, it'll probably last for at least a couple more years. Turning my head to face Douglas, I posed a question. Don't you want to go back to the academy instead of being here? Before he could answer, turning my head towards Waylon, I asked him something else. Don't you want to meet Emma? Crossing my legs and staring at both Waylon and Douglas who had complicated looks on their faces, I spoke up, striking while the iron was hot. I know what I'm proposing is absurd, and what I have in my head is just a rough plan, but I do believe we have the necessary means to accomplish this. Finished speaking, I stared at both Waylon and Douglas, waiting for them to speak. After a while, the one who first broke the silence was Douglas. He leaned forward slightly and carefully asked, "How confident are you in accomplishing this task?" It depends. It's not that I'm not confident. It's just that we'll first need Jean-Luc to agree with it. Without him, a major part of the plan wouldn't work, and as I've said before, Angelica could be of big help to me. Unblinkingly staring at me from his seat, Douglas didn't say anything for the next minute. Waylon, who was sitting beside him, also kept silent as they both contemplated on the matter at hand. After a while, standing up, Douglas took out a communication device from his dimensional space and tried to get in contact with Jean-Luc. I'll try arranging a meeting with him. If you can manage to convince him, then we can proceed with what you've planned. That's all I'm asking for, I gratefully said to Douglas as he smiled back in kind. Since you're one of my students, it's my duty as headmaster to give you a helping hand. Pausing, Douglas recalled a sudden detail before his lips parted and a small smile appeared on his face. Even if you're no longer attending the academy. As soon as he finished saying those words, walking out of the room, Douglas quickly got in contact with Jean-Luc. How interesting, Jean-Luc muttered as he scanned the mask of Dolos in his hands. Putting the mask down, he looked towards Douglas sitting next to me. After arranging a meeting with him, we quickly headed to where he was. For obvious reasons, I disguised myself as someone else since Ran could not meet Jean-Luc just yet. So, you want to use this mask to pretend to be me and infiltrate the headquarters of Inferno? In short, yes, Douglas replied. After discussing it for a while, we think that this is the best way to deal significant damage to Inferno as well as stop the war, he added. Leaning back on his chair and crossing his legs, Jean-Luc stroked his beard. Interesting. He softly muttered, not only do you want to pretend to be me but you also want me to give you the method of disabling the system beacons. Just 2 beacons, Douglas corrected from the side. That's still a pretty huge thing you're asking of me. You must know that each time a beacon is disabled, the barrier protecting the city weakens as a result. We know, but this is the best way to make them believe that you were truly kidnapped, Waylon said as he joined in on the conversation. I don't disagree, but... Jean-Luc's brows furrowed. This is not enough to ensure the plan goes smoothly. There are too many loose factors at the moment. I also agree with this, and that's why we came to talk to you. If we have an elder supporting us, we can increase our chances even further. I'm sure you know someone you would trust your back to, don't you? Douglas asked, his eyes looking straight at Jean-Luc who knit his brows in thought. HAAA. Although I don't know how he'll react, we can give it a try. Sighing, Jean-Luc took out a small box from his dimensional space and put it in the middle of the table. Pressing the top of the box, it lit up, and a holographic image soon materialized before everyone. Jean-Luc. HM. Who are you with? A rough voice sounded from the other side of the hologram before the image of a dwarf appeared before everyone. Rander. Jean-Luc greeted him with a smile on his face. Facing Jean-Luc, Rander's brows furrowed. You're using an encrypted line. Do you have something important to say? Yes, listen here. Nodding, Jean-Luc slowly started recounting the things Douglas had told him during the meeting. He started from how we were planning on swapping me with him and subsequently infiltrating Inferno. Of course, he didn't leave out the fact that we requested to have him hand over the methods of deactivating 2 beacons in order to gain the Duragar's trust. And that's it. What do you think? I've thought about it and it does seem like a good method, but it lacks support. That's why I called you, my friend. You're someone I trust with my life. Finished speaking, heavy silence descended over the room as Rander's brows furrowed tightly. This is quite the plan. He muttered, his tone sounding a bit uncertain. Lifting his head up, he calmly looked at everyone present in the room before his eyes paused on Douglas. If I say yes, what do you want me to do? I can support you, but what will my role be? Don't get the wrong idea, human. I'm only asking to get a better idea, I'm not agreeing to anything just yet. That. We want you to betray the dwarves. I cut in before Douglas could even start speaking. The moment my words faded, both Jean-Luc and Rander snapped their heads in my direction, shock displayed on their faces. Waylon and Douglas shook their heads slightly. Before letting the others misunderstand, I continued speaking. It's simple, really. Since you're good friends with Jean-Luc, what would you do if he suddenly gets kidnapped? I'd do everything in my power to get him back, Rander replied in a matter-of-fact tone. I nodded in response. Exactly. And we can exploit this. You mean? Both Jean-Luc and Rander raised their brows at my words as they slowly started to understand where I was getting at. Yes, there's a high chance that once Jean-Luc gets kidnapped, Waylon will go under persecution. In the most likely case, he will not suffer any major setbacks since he is only partly to blame for Jomnuk's kidnapping. And so you want me to pretend to be extremely enraged and eventually propose a deal with Inferno to trade Jomnuk in exchange for betraying the dwarves. Rander completed the sentence for me, shaking his head in interest. I gave a slight nod. Exactly it. You can even propose a mana contract with them, telling them that if they hand over Jomnuk, you will betray the dwarves. But the contract will not work since you're the Jomnuk that they have kidnapped. Yeah, I see. That works. Rander repeatedly nodded as he mused over the plan. After a while, staring at Jomnuk, he slowly said, "The plan is doable. I'm not against it." Everyone's eyes lit up the moment he said those words. "So you're willing to help?" Waylon asked. Turning to face Waylon, Rander nodded in reassurance. "Why not? The plan is still a bit crude, but once we take care of the minor problems, it can deal a massive blow to Inferno and end the war." Pausing, Rander's face suddenly turned serious. "We have to keep this meeting amongst ourselves and never let anyone else apart from the 5 of us know about the plan. Not even Gervis or the others must know. The fewer people know about this, the higher the chance of this plan working will be." "I agree," I said, nodding my head. Like the idiom said, in order to deceive your enemy, deceive your allies first. You were careless. Since you never kidnapped Jomnuk, the contract was never active. All it took was one small detail to completely have you within my grasp." Rander uttered as he brought his face close to Orion. "Ugh." Staring at Rander with wide-open eyes, Orion had trouble formulating any words as the poison in his body slowly started corroding his organs. Even though he was higher ranked than Rander by 1 sub-rank, Orion was unable to defend himself from the sudden sneak attack that had been mixed with an extremely potent poison. Had he not been as strong as he was now, he would have probably died already. But even the strongest could not escape their fate, as Orion slowly slumped on the ground, to the shock of everyone present in the room. As he fell on the floor, Orion's face was filled with horror and indignation. The Author's POV. Chapter 364, The End of the War, 1. Thud. With a loud thud, Orion's body fell face first on the ground. As his body fell onto the ground, everything froze and the atmosphere in the hall chilled completely. Apart from Waylon and Douglas, everyone had confused and astonished looks on their faces. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Rander, who everyone thought was a traitor, turned out to never have been a traitor but was actually manipulating the whole scene from behind. Not everyone was clear about what had happened, but they all knew that at this moment, Orion had been taken out by Rander. "I guess my job's done, I'm tired." Staring at the scene from afar, my eyes grew heavy. For the past week or so I have had sleepless nights, trying my best to infiltrate this place and making sure everything went according to plan. It was hard. It was really hard. In an unfamiliar place surrounded by enemies, this place reminded me of my time back at the Monolith. Just the mere thought about the past made it hard for me to get a good night's sleep as the nightmares would haunt me in my sleep. I could only cope with the nightmares by working even more. Trying my best to make sure that my plan had no flaws. Wham. A soft yawn involuntarily escaped from my lips. Blinking a couple of more times, turning around, I headed for the door and exited the hall. Soon enough a massive battle would ensue, and given my current state and strength, I would be nothing but a burden. The best course of action for my sake was to just leave. Ugh. Upon exiting the hall and walking quite far from it, entering a secluded room, and closing the door behind me, I took out my communication device and sent a message to Waylon and the others. "Once you're done, come and wake me up." The message was short and concise with the coordinates of my location attached to it. BZZZ, BZZZ. Ah, right, the dampening system is back on. It was then that I realized that the dampening system was back on and I could no longer send a message. Oh well. Shrugging my shoulders and leaning back on the wall, I slid down and finally relaxed. It's finally over. At least my part was over. Everything else would be left to Douglas and the others. With the teleportation devices down and their leader currently under the effects of a strong poison, everything was set for a victory. Finally, after planning everything for over a month, the plans came to fruition and the war was now as good as over. Although the fight might be a difficult one, I had done everything within my power to give the dwarves a large advantage. If they couldn't even win after all I've done for them, they might as well just die. I'm tired. I muttered out loud, my eyes slowly closing. I don't know how I was able to last this long with everything that was going on, but I should be able to get some rest now, right? I can at least have this much. I inwardly to myself as my eyes slowly closed and my vision slowly turned dark. Leave no one alive. Gervais's cold voice rang throughout the hall as a powerful energy blast shot from his large staff, towards the Duergars in the distance. I repeat, make sure you kill everyone in the hall. Spare no one. He of course reminded everyone to kill all the Duergars in the hall. Since their goal was to stop the war and deal significant damage to the demons outside, sparing anyone in the hall was not an option. They had to all die. Boom. A torrential energy blast shot out from both sides as the mana in the air froze and the space distorted. The terrifying fluctuations that came from the attacks of each side would have left anyone weaker than S rank paralyzed in fear, unable to move. Despite of the fact that the walls of the room were made out of limestone, as both sides attacked each other, the walls slowly started to crumble apart. It was clear to see that the power of the individuals present was too much for the walls to hold. Rumble. The whole room shook, and more energy blasts and attacks shot from the opposite directions as the representatives from each side fought with their own lives in the line. There were no fanciful attacks, but each and every attack that came from the individuals present in the room could shake the whole city outside. If not for the special room they were in, everything would have long crumbled apart within seconds that the fight had started. HAAA. Bang. Blasting away one of the Durgan elders away with his long staff, Gervais looked in Rander's direction. At the moment he had joined back their side and was fighting against another Durgan elder who was glaring holes at him. Swinging his axe downwards and blocking an attack coming the elder, sensing something, Rander turned his head and his eyes soon met with Gervais's. Once their eyes met, Gervais gave him an all-known look and mouthed. We'll be having a long talk later. Some may not know this, but when Rander stabbed him in the back, Gervais had genuinely thought that he had betrayed him. He was stronger than Rander, but Rander was not an elder for nothing. Despite his strength, he was unable to react before he had already stabbed him in the back. Once he got stabbed in the back, he felt his own body paralyze, and for a brief moment of time, he actually thought he was going to die. But that sensation didn't last for long as before he knew it, he had gained his consciousness back and was presented with a familiar scene. It was a scene where Rander stabbed someone in the back, but this time, the one at the end of the dagger was not him but Orion. It didn't take long for Gervais to understand what had happened as he soon got a clear picture of what had happened. In order to deceive the enemies, he decided to deceive them as well. It was a great plan, but Gervais was not too pleased with it. Was he that untrustworthy? We will definitely talk about this matter later, Gervais said once more as he turned around and sent another powerful energy spell towards a Durgan elder in the distance. Staring at Gervais in the distance, Rander's face became bitter. I did it in order to ensure the highest chance of success, and it worked, and I didn't even stab him that hard. He inwardly muttered to himself as he lamented over his bleak future. He did this for the benefit of the dwarves, yet he was going to get an earful for what he had done later. He really was not looking forward to that. Well, whatever, a small price to pay for victory. Shrugging his shoulders, Rander once again raised his axe in the air. Preparing his attack, the mana in the air gathered towards the head of his axe, and a bright glow enshrouded the whole area around him. Raising his hands, he slashed down. Bang. Gervais's body jerked as he slashed down while the mana converged towards him, transforming into a white stream that headed with a frightening power towards the elder in the distance. As he was currently fighting against an orc, he was unable to react in time by the time the attack reached him, and it directly hit him in the body. Clank. But the elder was not an elder for nothing. The moment he knew that he could not dodge the attack, rather than dodging the attack, he did nothing, and a loud metallic sound rang out throughout the hall. The metallic ring lasted for a brief moment before disappearing as the Durgan elder remained standing. Revealed underneath his torn clothes was a buff metallic armor. A subtle glow enveloped the armor as the elder turned his attention towards Rander. He had an almost smug look on his face as he looked at Rander opposite to him, but contrary to his expectations, Rander did not care one bit for him as he slowly turned around and left, much to the surprise of the elder. Before the elder could react, a large hand came from above, grabbing him by the head and smashing it towards the ground. Boom. With a large sound, the head of the elder smashed against the ground with a bang. Fine miniature cracks formed around the area where his head smashed. The one responsible for the attack was the orc from before. Rander's goal was never to defeat the elder. He was only trying to distract him to buy an opportunity for the orc. He knew that his attack wouldn't have worked since the elder had an armor. Being an elder, Rander obviously knew who the Durgan elders were and how they fought. So he knew from the very beginning that he wore an armor. Usually, armors were only worn by tanking-type individuals. Typically not many wore it since it consumed quite a lot of mana and weighted quite a lot. An example would be Orion and Gervis. As they were both long-range type fighters, in order to maximize their movements, they refrained themselves from wearing an armor. Still, even if they wore an armor, Rander wouldn't have had a problem taking them down since he mainly relied on the poison rather than the attack to deal damage to them. As long as he just gave them a scratch, they would have found themselves in the same situation. Let's get this over with. Planting the heel of his foot on the ground, Rander shot towards a nearby Duergar and once again attacked. Bang, bang. Tremendous energy blasts shook the entire hall as the terrifying battle continued. Blood spilled from both sides as the Duergars fought with their life on the line. Some tried to run but were soon stopped by even more reinforcements coming. In the end, by the time the third hour passed, all of the Duergars in the hall were dead. None remained standing. HAAA, HAAA. Panting heavily and supporting his body with his staff, Gervis looked at the hall which used to be the Elder Council of Inferno. It was a scene of carnage. The hall was now dyed red with blood as pieces of flesh and limbs scattered all over the hard ground. Propping his body up with the aid of his stuff, Gervis turned to face his right, where another dwarf stood. It was Alga. With her hair disheveled and panting heavily, she too looked extremely tired, but her eyes were bright. "We did it, we finally won," she muttered in a relieved and joyful tone. The raw emotions contained within her voice were clear for anyone around her to feel. "We did," Gervis added by the side, walking up to her. Staring at the scene before him, a heavy load was lifted away from his shoulders. They had finally defeated Inferno. But Gervis's joy didn't last for long as his face soon became serious. "What are our losses?" he asked, with his brows furrowed, intently staring at the surroundings before him. Turning her head, Alga's previous joyful expression turned into a bitter one as she lowered her head and said, "We've lost a total of 6 people out of the 14 that came with us. Of the 6, 4 of them are from our side." "Shit," Gervis cursed out. It had to be noted that all those that died were elders who stood at the peak of Henler. Each ranging from S rank to SS. Every one of their death was a big blow to their power. Fortunately, with Inferno now gone, they could grow and recuperate their losses easily, but it still pained Gervis who had spent years with each and everyone present. Lifting his head up, with his bushy eyebrows locked into a frown and staring at one of the panels that had somehow managed to survive the terrifying battle that had ensured in the hall, displaying the situation outside, Gervis turned his head and looked at the other people present in the hall. "We'll hold a tribute for all our fallen comrades later. For now, let's get rid of the remaining forces outside. It's not over till it's really over." His powerful voice reverberated throughout the whole hall as everyone lifted their head and stared in his direction. It was only then that they realized that a battle was still going on outside. Carrying his tired body towards the exit of the hall, Gervis stumbled a couple of times, but using his last bits of energy, he continued to move forward. As a leader, he had to set an example. His weak and tired figure stood as an example to the people present as soon, following him from behind, were the survivors of the terrifying battle. As they carried their bodies outside, although tired and injured, everyone knew that at this moment, the war was finally over. They had finally won. The Author's POV. Chapter 365, The End of the War, 2. VRR, VRR. Waking me from my slumber was a low buzzing sound coming from my right side. It was quite subtle, reminiscent of a bee's buzz. Needless to say, it was fairly annoying. Opening my eyes slightly and lowering my head towards the direction of where the buzzing sound was coming from, my sight soon paused on the communication device tightly held in my right hand. VRRR, VRRR. The buzzing sound continued, and as my mind cleared up, I could feel my hand vibrate slightly. How long have I been sleeping for? My thoughts felt groggy as I propped my body up with the aid of the wall. Since the communication device is working, they should already be done by now. Lowering my head and turning the communication device on, I spoke in a thick, hoarse voice. "Hello. You guys done already dash. Ren." The moment I answered the communication device, Waylon's voice sounded from the speaker, cutting me off. His voice was quite loud and sounded a bit panicked. Instantly, my head sobered up and my brows furrowed tightly. My body tensed slightly. What happened while I was gone? Did something go wrong? Did the enemies perhaps have a secret weapon that we were not aware of? Many possibilities rushed through my head as my heart sank. Thinking of all the possible things that may have gone wrong while I was asleep, my previous relaxed attitude completely vanished as I prepared for the worst. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Did something go wrong or not? But it looked like I was overthinking too much as Wayland's words allayed my fears. No, everything is fine. I'm only calling because we were worried that something happened to you. You just left out of nowhere, without even telling us what you were going. Right, the dampening system was back on and I couldn't quite tell them that I was taking a nap. Smiling wryly, I scratched the back of my head. Sorry about that. I was taking a nap. Since I couldn't participate in the fight, I figured that I may as well just go to a random room and sleep. I was gonna be a burden anyway. Silence. Once my words faded, I was met with total silence. Even though he wasn't present at the moment, I could vividly imagine Wayland opening and closing his mouth, speechless, trying to find the right words to say. It might have looked amusing to an onlooker, but I was feeling a bit guilty, just a little. The silence continued for a brief moment before Wayland repeated. A nap. Did you just say that you were taking a nap? His voice was filled with incredulity. As though he couldn't quite comprehend what I just said. Being the good guy that I was, I nodded to confirm my previous words, even though he couldn't see it. Yes, that's exactly what I said. I took a nap. Why, you? Struggling to find the right words to say, Wayland fumbled before eventually giving up, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. What should I do with you? If not for the fact that I don't have the slightest idea of where you are, I'd have already strangled you to death. That's a bit harsh, no. I was just taking a small nap, I don't think that warrants getting strangled over. You know what? I give up. Where are you? Send us your coordinates, we'll send someone to pick you up. Sure, give me a second. Lowering my head and checking the coordinates of the room with the aid of a small device, I quickly sent Wayland the location of the place. Once I sent the message, lowering my hand to stare at the communication device, I asked, "Did you get it?" Give me a moment. Yes, I've got it. Good. Need something else from me? Leaning against the side of the wall, I once again slid down and propped my hand over my knee. We don't need anything else, just stay out of trouble. A brief pause ensued. After a couple of seconds, in a low whisper, Wayland said. And thank you for your hard work. Had it not been for your help, the war would have never been over. No problem. Not like I did everything myself anyway. I tiredly said, closing my eyes. After checking the time, I realized that I had only slept for a total of 3 hours. This was clearly not enough as my mind was still quite groggy. I'll hang up now. Soon enough, someone should come to pick you up. Once they knock on the door, open it, okay? Sure. I replied, my eyes stinging slightly from the lack of sleep. I'll see you soon. Great job. You too. Those were the last words I said before turning off the communication device, and my eyelids slowly came to a close. After the events of Inferno, the raging war that took place on the outer walls of Henneler came to a halt as the demons stopped their assault and retreated. Although not many knew what had happened, one Skirvus, alongside the others, returned and announced the end of the war. Everyone in the city rejoiced as the citizens and warriors alike basked in a joyous atmosphere. One point of concern was the fact that the demons had still not fully retreated, but they had stopped attacking and even showed signs of giving up did not go unnoticed by the dwarves, who rejoiced boisterously. The bars and taverns were filled with dwarves, orcs, and even elves as they happily chatted amongst each other. It was clear that the war, although brought great suffering, had also strengthened the bonds of those who participated in it. They all held each other in high regard. Sitting inside of a particular tavern in Henneler, on a round table, were 6 hooded figures in black. So you're saying that on your way to the dampening system you encountered a Durgan lady, and she's still alive? One of the hooded figures spoke up in shock, his body trembling slightly. What have you done with her? Have you told the others about her? Or, do only you guys know? The hooded figure asked, his tone containing a great depth of solemnity. We weren't the only ones present back then since we had another dwarf escort us to the location you sent us. That's also where we met her. But her condition seemed quite critical. She looked to be on the verge of death when we met her. What was the Duergar's rank? The hooded figure asked. His serious tone made the atmosphere on the table turn somber. If I don't recall wrongly, she was S-ranked. Her injuries were quite serious. I see. The hooded figure muttered with a complex frown on his face. He lifted his face slightly, revealing the features of a young man with pale blue eyes resembling the ocean. It was Ren. He was currently seated with his members of Kaisa, Ava, Hein, Leopold, Small Snake, and Ryan. The Duergar they were talking about was probably Durara, the one who killed Ultrich. Recalling that piece of information, Ren's face paled slightly, but he was able to recompose himself quite quickly. Turning to glance at the others on the table, Ren carefully worded his reply, "She's extremely dangerous. You must be extremely careful around her. In fact, have you even restrained her mana yet? Don't worry, we're not that stupid." But from the looks of things, his worries were unnecessary as Leopold and the others gave him confirmation that they had indeed sealed her up. "Where is she?" Ren asked. "She's currently locked up, thanks to the dwarves," Hein responded, taking a small sip of the ale in front of him. "She's locked up." Ren's brow raised a little before he leaned back on his chair. Stroking his chin, Ren had a thoughtful look on his face. Curious as to what he was thinking, Small Snake opened his mouth, deciding to ask directly. He had an ominous premonition. "What are you thinking so hard about? You can't be." "Can't be what?" Ren asked, raising his head, a sly smile appearing on his lips. All too familiar with the smile, Small Snake raised his hands and shook them in panic. "You." "No, I'm against it. Whatever you're planning, I'm totally against it." "What's wrong, Small Snake?" Ren asked, his smile only growing. "What's up with you? What are you talking about?" The others, or to be more precise, Leopold and Hein, grew confused at Small Snake's sudden outburst. Raising his hand and pointing it in the direction of Ren's face, Small Snake raised his voice. "You see that smirk over there?" "No." "Well, I've seen it plenty of times. Whenever he smiles like that, you should know that nothing good will come. Trust me, I've experienced it too many times for you to imagine." Listening to Small Snake's words, Ren innocently tilted his head. "What are you talking about, Small Snake?" Right as he said those words, the corners of his mouth moved up slightly. This did not go unnoticed by Small Snake. He slapped the table and once again pointed his finger in Ren's direction. "You see it? That smirk over there. That's the smirk of a devil. The devil, I say. Tisk." Clicking his tongue, Ren turned his head and muttered quietly, "Relax, Small Snake. I'm not planning on doing anything you're thinking about just yet." "Yet?" "I don't like that yet. Are you telling me that you're planning something later?" Small Snake muttered in panic, his complexion paling. Just recalling the events in the past made Small Snake's body tremble. Frowning slightly, Ren briefly glanced in Small Snake's direction and didn't answer. "As I was saying, I won't have time to do anything crazy. Oh dear God, save me." Small Snake clasped his hands together and looked up towards the ceiling, praying in earnest. "What have I done to deserve this?" Taking a glimpse at Small Snake from the corner of his eyes, Ren paused and secretly shook his head. Am I really that bad? He really couldn't understand where Small Snake was coming from. Although he did do some crazy stuff, it worked out most of the time. He was merely overreacting, in his opinion. Anyways, as I was saying, we're going to be attending the morning ceremony tomorrow, and in 2 weeks' time, once they are all done with the morning, the elders have invited us along Waylon and the others to commemorate our achievements. Leaning forward slightly and pinching his fingers, Ren looked at everyone in the eyes and softly said, "You know what I mean, right?" Everyone's brows twitched as they looked at Ren. They all understood what he implied. They had to admit, they were also tempted by the upcoming rewards. But to be so blunt about it, only Ren could do it. While the others looked at him in disgust, Ren took a sip of his ale. Ugh. But the moment his lips touched the ale, his face cramped up. Ugh, it's so bitter. What do you expect? Small Snake said, taking a big swig of the ale in his hands. An odd look appeared on his face as he looked at Ren opposite of him. It had been an hour since Ren entered the tavern, and he barely drank the ale. He kept trying, but the result was always the same. His face cramping up, and then him muttering about how bitter his drink was. Annoyed by the stares coming from the others, Ren stood up and lightly glared at them. Well, whatever. You guys do yourselves. I'm done drinking. I'm going to rest up a little more. Although a couple of days had passed since the war had ended, Ren was still tired. In fact, now that he thought about it, he did not even have a single moment of rest after escaping the monolith, as he was repeatedly dragged into complicated situations. Now that the situation in the city had calmed down, Ren was planning on using this time productively. And that was by resting as much as he could. He had earned himself a little bit of rest. The Author's POV. Chapter 366, Rewards, 1. Staring at myself in the mirror and fixing my tie, I turned to glance at Waylon, who was next to me. He too was staring at himself in the mirror, putting on a suit. Tying my hair back with an armband, I muttered in annoyance. Why do I have to wear a suit? It's not like dwarves also wear suits. Because we're about to attend a banquet with the dwarven leaders. It is customary to dress well in such an important event. Waylon replied back, neatly fixing his hair. Squinting, and staring at his figure from where I was standing, I couldn't hide my jealousy. Sigh, is this the difference in our genes? Just how high must his charm be to look like that at his age? Waylon was probably in his 50s, yet he looked no older than 20. His perfect jawline, which perfectly contrasted with his face and body, made me feel ashamed of myself. Well, not as much actually. Stroking my chin and staring myself in the mirror, my previous thoughts halted. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I had to say, I looked quite charming myself. Having signed a contract with Angelica, who used to be the matriarch of the Charm tribe, a subsidiary of the Charm clan, my charm increased by quite a bit. It was now in the B rank range. Pretty much my highest stat at the moment. From the lowest to now the highest. Wasn't that quite an ironic situation? That said, as I had been wearing a mask throughout the whole ordeal back at Inferno, I wasn't able to get a proper look at my face till this past week and a half when everything was over, and I really do have to say, my charm increase really made a difference. I could almost rival Jean and Kevin in terms of appearance. Aren't you staring at yourself a bit too much? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I felt Waylon's large hand rest on my shoulder as he looked at me in the mirror opposite to me. Scrutinizing my face carefully, he showed an impressed look. Gotta say, you really do look a lot better now than before. You're almost unrecognizable. You're over-exaggerating. I replied, my eyes squinting to get a better look at myself in the mirror. Although I indeed look a little bit better, I still look like the old me. Fundamentally, all that happened was that my skin became smoother and all the previous scars that I had on my face had completely disappeared. While I was in thought, leaning forward, Waylon touched his chin before he shook his head. Nope, don't see any resemblance at all. You may as well have had plastic surgery. My mouth opened and closed multiple times as I had hard trouble stopping myself from throwing as many curses as possible. Ha ha ha. Waylon suddenly burst out laughing, amused by my reaction. Smack. Slapping me on the back, he consoled. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. You just looked a little bit stiff, wanted to help you relax a bit. Really? I asked, raising my brow. Was he really just trying to cheer me up? I was a bit skeptical of his words since I was not nervous at all. But well, it was the thought that counted. But it looked like I had been deceived again as Waylon smirked and shook his head. Nah, was kidding. You think someone who has no qualms infiltrating the main headquarters of Inferno will be nervous over a banquet? You. Pointing my hand in Waylon's direction, who was having the time of his life laughing at me, I shook my finger multiple times. I finally get it. The mystery has been solved. I said out loud. My words piqued Waylon's interest as he stopped laughing and asked. Get what? I finally get where Emma got her annoyingness from. It was you. You're just as annoying as her. Huh? What do you mean by that? Waylon asked, seemingly offended by the fact that I called his daughter annoying. But I didn't care. Raising my hand and pointing it at him, I continued. Face the truth, Waylon. She's the product you created. You should know all too well how her character is. Don't go too far, Ren. Waylon pretended to glare in my direction. Are you calling my daughter annoying? What you gonna do about it? I retorted back, puffing my chest. Now, stop with the jokes. We're about to attend the banquet. Just as things were about to get heated, entering the changing room was Douglas, who merely shook his head at the two of us. He wasn't mad or anything, as he obviously knew that Waylon and I were merely joking around, but his eyes still contained a slight trace of helplessness. "You guys are wasting too much time chatting. We need to go in the next couple of minutes, lest we want to set a bad impression on the dwarves," Douglas said, checking onto his wrist where a nice watch rested. Damn. Wearing a nice gray suit, which perfectly outlined his body, I was left surprised by how buff Douglas actually was. Because he usually wore baggy clothes, I was unable to realize just how fit he actually was. But Douglas was damn fit, as his suit perfectly displayed how defined his body was. Especially his shoulders, which were extremely wide. While I was looking at his clothes, turning to face Waylon, Douglas said, "We'll be leaving in the next couple of minutes. Fix your hair and go downstairs." Then, turning his head to face me, Douglas's eyes paused on my neck area. Or to be precise, where my tie was. Raising his hand and pointing at it, he asked, "Do you need help with that?" The moment he said those words, my body froze. Lowering my head and staring at my tie, I looked back at Douglas and nodded my head. "Yes, please." This was probably the second or third time I had worn a suit, and well, I still couldn't tie my tie properly. Would always end up almost strangling myself. It was odd. Out of all the things I could do, tying a tie was just not one of them. I should probably spend some time learning this. Would probably only take me a couple of minutes to learn, but it just had never been on my priority list of things I had to do. With a soft smile on his face, reminiscent of a friendly neighborhood uncle, Douglas beckoned for me to come to him. "All right, come here." "Thanks." Thanking Douglas, I moved up to him, who slowly grabbed my tie and started tying it. This feels like an oddly familiar scene. As Douglas was tying my tie, my brows furrowed slightly as an old memory started to resurface inside of my mind. It was right after the banquet, after I defeated Thibaut. Outside of the mansion, tired, sitting on a bench with. Unbeknownst to me, I had fallen into a slight trance as I reminisced over the past. Done. Already. It was only after I heard Douglas's words that I snapped out of it. Turning my body slightly, Douglas pointed at my reflection on the mirror. "There, all set. What do you think?" With my tie now done, and suit that perfectly outlined my body, I had to admit, I looked really good. Turning my head, I thanked Douglas. "I like it, thank you." Smiling softly, Douglas patted me on the shoulder before turning around and leaving the room. "You look much better now. Let's get going." "All right." Fixing my collar and hair a bit, I turned around and followed Douglas out of the room. The banquet was held in a separate location from the Elder Council, inside of a large building near the center of the city. According to Waylon and Douglas, this was an exclusive banquet to commemorate those that participated in the war and contributed. In other words, it was the award ceremony. It was where our contributions were announced and our rewards were handed. If I had to be honest, I was quite excited about this part. Now that everything was over, it was finally time for me to reap the rewards of my struggle. I already had something in mind. After mulling over it for the past week and a half or so, I thought that I had come up with a good request. Sitting inside of a small carriage, which was in fact an artifact, I turned to face Douglas and Waylon, who were both sitting next to me. "Are you guys sure you told them that I had signed a contract with a demon?" The fact that my mana was tainted with demonic energy was not something I could hide from the prying eyes of the elders. They may have not been able to tell back at Inferno, or were able to, but because they were busy trying to fight the Duergars, had glossed over it, but now that I was going to attend the banquet, there was no way they wouldn't notice. I didn't want any unnecessary drama to arise because of the demon contract that I had signed with Angelica. After all, I didn't want to face a similar situation that had happened back in the human domain, where I was forced to leave due to some special circumstances. Just remembering it depressed me. Why couldn't the world give me a break? Fortunately, it seemed as though my worries were unfounded as Douglas shook his head. "Don't worry, Rander has taken care of that matter already. You can come without any problems. Everyone has already been told about you, just relax and enjoy the small banquet." Well, fine. As long as that was taken care of, I didn't really have to worry about anything else. Propping my elbow by the side of the carriage and staring at the lively city, my shoulders relaxed a little. I really want to go home. I thought as I looked at the streets of Henler. I really wanted to go back and meet my parents, Kevin, and the others. But I also knew that I couldn't do that at the moment. There were many things that I still needed to do. I first needed to remove the chip inside of my head. Without it removed, I couldn't go back as the monolith would always pursue me. After that, I had to have my sword forged, which Malval was taking care of, and lastly wait for the demons to completely retreat before even considering getting out of Hinolaur. Although we had won the war, they had still not fully retreated yet. We couldn't quite get out just yet. If the conference is happening, maybe I'll meet them there. Although I wasn't sure if the conference was still going to be a thing, by the time I was done with all the things I had just listed, it would be the time for the conference to start and also the time when I would finally reunite with the others. We're here. Before I knew it, as I was in the middle of my thoughts, 10 minutes had passed and the carriage soon stopped in front of a tall and elegant building. C.I. clank. With the doors opening automatically, I slowly stepped out of the carriage and took a deep breath of the fresh air of Henler. We may have been inside of a mountain, but the air here was just as clean as on the outside. The only thing that was different was the smell, as a faint smell reminiscent of that of iron lingered in the air as it traveled through the nostrils of my nose, while I took a deep breath. The smell used to be something that I disliked, but now that I had been in the city for over a month, it was now a smell that I now associated with the city. Taking a step out of the carriage, Douglas looked behind, in my direction with a smile on his face. Let's go. Make sure you set a good impression on them. I know. Nodding, I followed behind it. The Author's POV. Chapter 367, Rewards, 2. The moment I stepped into the hall, a bright light invaded my eyes, prompting me to cover them with a hand. Taking a few seconds to adjust to the light, lowering my hand, the first thing I saw was an enormous table that stretched all the way to the other side of the hall. Seated along the table were the representatives of each race as well as the dwarven elders. They were all mixed together, and there were no particular seating arrangements. It brought for a nice atmosphere, as all races mingled together. The moment we entered the hall, all eyes were on us. As Douglas smiled kindly at the others, Waylon, who was next to me, whispered in a soft voice, "Looks like we are the last to come." Yeah. The fact that there were only 3 empty seats did not go unnoticed by us. We realized that our group was the last to come. Humans, you are finally here. But fortunately, the others didn't seem to mind this, as Gervis stood up and warmly welcomed us to the hall. He pointed at the seats close to him. Come, I've reserved seats just for you. Thank you. Lowering his head, Douglas did not stand on ceremony and walked toward the seats that Gervis had pointed at. Naturally, I followed behind him. As we were walking toward our seats, from the corner of my eyes, I caught sight of a familiar figure. Isn't that Malval? Sitting next to his disciple, Malval was taking a sip of his drink. Seeing me looking at his side, he raised his cup slightly before turning his attention back to his drink. Smiling back at him, we soon arrived at our seats. Right after, standing up, Gervis warmly greeted us. I'd like to thank you humans for coming. It is our honor, Douglas politely replied. His reply caused Gervis to laugh out loud as he patted him on the back. Well, he tried, but he ended up patting his thigh. Ha, there is no need to be so polite. Your people have made great contributions alongside Jamnuk, and... Pausing, Gervis squinted his eyes before looking towards a not-so-far-away seat, his voice turning into a quiet whisper. And that guy. His voice contained hints of anger and bitterness. The guy he was referring to was none other than Rander, who helplessly shook his head. It was clear that he was still not over what had happened a while ago, back at Inferno. Have a seat so that we can start eating. With that said and done, Gervis gestured for us to sit as he himself sat down. Out of respect, we had remained standing until then. Following his example, we all sat down on our seats. Once we did, Gervis looked at everyone present in the hall before coughing slightly and raising his voice. Kiam. May I have everyone's attention for a moment? At his words, silence enveloped the hall. It was clear to see that, judging from how everyone stopped talking when he spoke, Gervis was highly respected by everyone present. Thank you. The moment silence enveloped the hall, Gervis smiled. Glancing at everyone once more, after a brief moment of silence, Gervis started to speak. If I had to be honest with all of you, at the very beginning of the war, I was not optimistic about our chances. His voice was soft, but each word that came out of his mouth reached the ears of all those present in the hall. I thought that given our current capabilities, we won't be able to defeat the demons. We also had to worry about both external and internal attacks. Our chances were slim. He paused, letting his words sink in. His eyes were slightly emotional, Gervis looked at every single individual present in the hall. At that moment, it felt like he was reminiscing about the past, thinking about those who were no longer here. Then, lowering his head slightly, he thanked everyone. And when I'm saying I'm truly grateful for your help, I mean it. Had it not been for what you guys did, we would have never been able to win the war. Be it dwarves, or whatever other race you are, the moment we fought together, such things no longer mattered, and all I can say is that we, the dwarves of Henneler, are extremely grateful for what you've done for us. As soon as his words faded, I started clapping my hands. Clap, clap. Ha. But just as I was in the middle of clapping, lifting my head up, I noticed everyone in the hall staring at me oddly. Ren, clapping is a human thing. It was only after Wayland's reminder that I realized my blunder. An ordinary person could die of embarrassment here, but fortunately, my skin was now thick. Extending my hand and grabbing the drink in front of me, I took a soft and subtle sip. Turning my head to face Gervis, I raised my cup and gave a toast to him. It's good stuff. It wasn't. It really wasn't. It was almost as bad as the ale in the tavern, but I was somehow able to keep my face straight as I said those words. Staring at me for a brief moment, Gervis smiled. Turning his attention towards the others, he once again started speaking. That said, I would also like to especially thank a few individuals. Gervis then pointed in our direction. As many of you probably already know, the only reason why we were able to win this war was because of the contributions of certain individuals who are seated among us. Of the individuals, I would like to thank these three humans over here, Douglas, Wayland, and Ren. Turning his head, Gervis's eyes paused on Jomnuk and Rander. Thanks to the intricate plan they formulated with Jomnuk and Rander, they infiltrated the main headquarters of Inferno and created an opportunity for us to end the war. For that, I plan on rewarding each individual present. Gervis's words did not cause any stir as everyone present calmly accepted them. I was of course excited at the prospect of receiving a reward, but I did not show it outwardly. Now, after thinking about it for a long time, I decided to reward Jomnuk and Rander by granting them the highest level of authority, only second to mine, the Metropolis Keeper. Instantly, all the dwarves in the room opened their eyes wide in shock. Before letting the others voice out their opinions, Gervis raised his hand and cut them off. My decision is final. They have made enough contributions to earn their current reward. If you feel that is unfair, do something of their caliber before talking to me. All the dwarves that had previously tried to voice out their opposition stopped and sat back down. Scanning the crowd with his eyes, Gervis turned to face our direction. He then extended his hand to bring the attention towards us. Regarding you humans, instead of me personally giving you a reward, I'd rather ask you for what you want. Since I don't know what you guys want exactly, I'd prefer to ask you directly. Once he finished his words, Gervis looked at Douglas straight in the eyes. As Gervis was looking straight at him, Douglas glanced towards his right where Wayland sat. Staring at each other for a brief moment, they both nodded in agreement before Douglas opened his mouth to speak. For someone of my age and level, there aren't many rewards that intrigue me. Understandable, Gervis muttered upon hearing his words. As they were both powerful figures, they understood that once someone reached a certain level, not many things attracted their attention. Still, I insist that you ask something from us. It would make us look ungrateful if we don't give you anything for all the help that you have given us. With a slight nod, Douglas worded his next sentence carefully. Then, I would like for you to consider the possibility of working together with humanity. The moment his words faded, the hall was enshrouded with silence. Gervis's brows knit in thought. Tap. 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 Tapping the table with his finger, his deep voice responded throughout the hall. What do you mean by that? Elaborate a bit further. Unfazed by the sudden shift in mood, Douglas continued. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to ally with the humans immediately. I'm only asking you to consider the possibility. We have the same opponent, so you know that we're on your side. With his brows knit, Gervis propped his elbow on the table and supported his face with his hand. If we do choose to ally with humanity, we would first need to talk with the other alliance members. And, not only that, but we would also need to provide you guys with resources so that you can catch up to our current level because frankly, you guys are still quite weak. We know, Douglas calmly replied, but you've seen how much we've grown ever since you guys came, without your aid. If you choose to support humanity, I'm sure it will be beneficial to the Fantasia faction in the long term. Silence once again descended on the hall as Gervis stroked his long beard. For the next minute or so, Gervis didn't say a word, and naturally so didn't the other people present in the room. After a while, glancing at Douglas, Gervis carefully said, "Okay. I will give it some consideration. What you've done for us is akin to saving the lives of millions of dwarves. I will only look ungrateful if I refuse." Turning his attention away from Douglas, Gervis looked at the people in the room and announced, "Once the situation settles down for the 2 other alliance members, I will propose the admission of humanity in our alliance." Once his words faded, a myriad different expressions appeared on the faces of the people present, but no one disagreed. They all knew that Douglas's previous words contained truth in them. Ever since the arrival of the other races, humanity had truly evolved into a medium to large-sized power. Given a few more years, they would without a doubt become even stronger. "Thank you, that's all I'm asking for," Douglas replied, a big smile finally revealed on his aged face. "It's the least we can do," Gervis replied with a slight smile. Then, he turned his attention towards me. "What about you, human? I've heard that you made quite a big contribution. What would you like as a reward?" "This is it." The moment he asked me that question, sitting upright, I carefully worded my next words. "Well, my request is much simpler. I'd like to select a skill if possible." After a lot of consideration, I thought that this was the most appropriate reward. I could have asked for an artifact, but with Malval working on my sword, I didn't think it was necessary. Moreover, I still had plenty of artifacts which I had gotten from the Duergars that I had killed back at Inferno. Although most of them were useless as they required demonic energy to function, they could still be worth a lot if sold in the black market. I also thought about trying to get a martial manual, but then I remembered that those could only be found in the human domain. So, in the end, I was left with no choice but to choose a skill. Not that I was against it, as skills were extremely rare. In fact, they were far more valuable than any manual or artifact. There was another reward that I wanted, but, well, now was not the right time to ask. "So, you want a skill?" Gervis's voice sounded in my ears, disrupting me out of my thoughts. Meeting his eyes with mine, I nodded. "Yes." After that, a subtle silence ensued before Gervis nodded back. "Okay, that's doable." The Author's POV. Chapter 368, Rewards, 3. "Very well, you will be allowed to gain access to our treasure to pick whatever skill you want," Gervis said. Then, pausing, he looked at me straight in the eyes and solemnly said, "But I warn you, don't be too greedy. When one must choose a skill, one must choose a skill nearing their rank. If you choose a skill that is far above your rank, it would destroy your body, so be careful." "I understand," I replied with a subtle nod. What Gervis said wasn't wrong. The only reason why Jean and the others didn't have extremely powerful skills that were far above their rank level with respect to their background was exactly because of this problem. Their immature bodies couldn't contain the power of the skill. Most times they'd end up suffering extreme consequences. As such, one had to be careful when choosing a skill. "I'm glad that you know." Smiling in satisfaction, Gervis turned to look at the others in the hall and raised his cup. "Now then, since we're over with all of that stuff, it's time for us to celebrate our victory. Cheers." "Cheers." Everyone replied back, raising their cups in celebration. And so for the next couple of hours, everyone feasted on the delicious food on the table. I also feasted like never before as I tried all of the food on the table. It had to be noted that the food was made by cooking special beasts. They weren't simple beasts at that, but vicious and powerful wild ones that had to be hunted beforehand. Not only did the meat contain mana, but it also had additional effects in helping the body recover faster. With each bite I took, I could feel myself feeling more and more refreshed. The feeling felt euphoric to me. Since it's free, I might as well. Without holding back, I stuffed myself with as much food as possible, much to the shame of Douglas and Waylon. But I didn't care. Unlike them, I was still in my growing phase. It was only after my stomach could no longer hold any more food that I finally stopped. "I think I ate too much," I muttered while leaning back on my seat and rubbing my stomach, which was now bulging slightly. Regret slowly started to seep in. I had eaten so much that I felt like I could explode at any second. Aside from that, I also was slowly starting to feel sleepy. Fortunately, by the time I was done eating, the banquet had already come to an end and everyone slowly went back to their residences. Following Douglas and Waylon out, I also prepared to head out of the hall, but before I could go out, someone tugged my pants. Lowering my head, I spotted Gervis looking up at me from below. He was here to remind me about my previous request. Ren, I've talked to Rander and he will be bringing you to the treasury tomorrow morning. Go get some good rest. The moment he mentioned the words treasury, my mind sobered up real quick and I nodded my head. I understand. I'll be up first thing in the morning. That's good. Have a good rest. Thank you. Lowering my head to thank Gervis, I rushed out to catch up with Douglas and Waylon who had already exited the hall. Just like that, the reward ceremony had come to an end. The next day. Wapam. Waiting outside of my residence, I let out a long exhausted yawn. After getting back from the banquet last night, I fell asleep almost immediately. I slept like a log. Honestly, if not for the fact that I was so excited about my reward, I probably wouldn't have gotten out of bed. You're already up. Startling me out of my thoughts was a familiar voice. Turning my head in the direction of where the voice sounded, I spotted Rander in the distance. You're finally here. What do you mean finally? I'm right on time. Rander replied, taking out a small item resembling a pocket watch and checking the time. In fact, I'm a couple of minutes early. Well, to me it's finally since I've been waiting for this moment since about a month ago. I replied back, walking up to him. A month? That's quite a long time. You were that confident in the plan working? Not really, but it served as good motivation for ensuring that the plan would be a success. That's quite smart. Rander replied, stroking his chin. Then, turning around he beckoned me to follow him. Come, our next destination is quite hidden, so we must be extremely careful. Yes. Since we were headed for the treasure, which was the place where all the most precious equipment and items were stored, the place was heavily protected and hidden. His seriousness was understandable. Silently following Rander from behind, we walked through the streets of Henler. Finding the silence uncomfortable, I decided to make small talk on our way to the treasury. Have the barriers been set up again? The ones that I took down? Yeah, Jean-Luc set them back up as soon as we beat Inferno. Oh. I see. Was a bit worried about this part just in case the demons once again tried to attack, but it looked like I was worried for nothing. Most likely, Jean-Luc reactivated the barriers. Since I only disabled the barriers and never actually destroyed them, he was able to set them back up in no time. That's good. After that, I continued to make small talk with Rander on our way to our destination. Before long, we stopped in front of a large portal. Hey. Casually greeting a dwarven guard that was standing guard of the portal, Rander headed for the portal and started to configure its coordinates. Staring at him from behind, I thought. I see, so in order to keep the location of the treasury a secret, the dwarves must have only told the coordinates of the place to a select few individuals. Reminded me of what Inferno did. Alright, I'm done. It was only after a couple of minutes after Rander went to the portal that, clapping his hands together, he turned towards me and indicated to me to get in the portal. I've already set the coordinates, you go in first. We can't let others know of the location of the place. Okay. Taking a step forward and greeting the guard, I climbed up a couple of stairs and soon stepped into the portal. See you on the other side. Those were the last words I heard before my vision blurred and slowly I was enshrouded by a familiar uncomfortable sensation. Asterisk. Ugh, I hate portals. I muttered as I took a step out of the portal. Despite having been through quite a lot of them, I still hated the sensation I got from taking them. It felt as though I had been spun around in circles at extreme speeds. Nauseating to say the least. What's this smell? While I was recovering, a rustic scent lingered in the air, invading my nostrils. Lifting my head up, my eyes soon paused on an enormous ancient door that stood opposite of me. At the moment, there was no one standing outside of the door, but I knew for a fact that there were people guarding it. They were most likely hiding somewhere. It's nice, isn't it? Coming out of the portal, Rander looked at the enormous door in the distance. A sense of pride could be felt in his words as his eyes paused on me. Yeah. I softly replied back. The more I stared at the door, the more noticed the complexities around it. It felt more and more majestic to me. Follow me. Walking towards the door, Rander took out a small badge from his dimensional space and placed it inside of a small socket in the middle of the door. I click. With a small clicking sound, once the badge entered the socket, a soft rumble sounded and the ground trembled. Rumble. Take a step back. Pushing me back a bit, Rander watched as the enormous doors opened up before us. Since it's a secret, I can't tell you much about the place, Rander said as he interlocked his hands behind his back. All you need to know is that even if multiple SS ranks tried to break through the door, it would take them at least a day to break through the place. And that's if they were all attacking with their strongest attack. Bang. With a small bang, the sides of the door smashed against the walls, enabling me to see what was on the other side of the door. Ah. No words could describe what I felt when I caught a glimpse of what stood behind the door. I was speechless. With countless treasures ranging from all sorts of artifacts to cores and skill books, neatly displayed throughout the enormous room, my eyes couldn't help but start to glimmer. My heart slowly sped up. Halting his steps by the side of the door, Rander looked at me and said, "I'll wait for you over here." Raising his hand and pointing towards the room, he continued, "You're free to pick anything you want from the room. You said you wanted a skill book, right?" "Yes." "Then you can find those over there, at the very end of the room," he said as he pointed towards the very end of the room, on the right side. "Thank you." Unable to hold my excitement, I nodded my head at every one of his words. Seeing how excited I was, Rander sighed and shook his head. He was all too familiar with this scene. "Go, choose your skill, but remember, you're only allowed to choose one, don't take any more than you're supposed to." The last part of his sentence was said with an incredibly serious tone, as Rander warned me about the consequences of being too greedy. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid," I honestly replied back, curbing down on my excitement a bit. Although everything was tempting, I wasn't someone who was blinded by greed. Thanking Rander one more time, I quickly headed in the direction he previously pointed at, the direction where the skill books were located. The room was fairly large, about the size of the Locks Arena ground. As I headed towards the skill book section, there were many things that attracted my attention, but I had a clear goal from the very beginning. Even though everything in the room was tempting, I didn't let them tempt me away from what I really needed. Where is the B skill section? I should also check the A rank section while I'm at it. Before long I arrived at the place Rander pointed at, and the first thing I did was look for all the B rank skills available. I also kept a lookout for the A ranked section. Although I wouldn't be able to use it immediately, by the time I broke through B rank, I should have no trouble learning an A ranked skill. If I had to estimate, I'd estimate that within half a year or less I would have no problem breaking through to B rank. I was C+ ranked at the moment, but that was thanks to the contract. Once that expired, I'd regress back to my old strength. Well, that was unless I improved during that time, which in that case, I would not regress and remain the same. As I was in deep thought, pondering over which level of skill I should get, the corner of my eyes caught the side of a small section. A small section where only a couple of books rested, but the energy coming out from each book was palpitating, borderline terrifying. What if? Catching sight of the area, a dangerous thought flashed through my mind. No, let's not be delusional. Shaking my head, I tried to get rid of all useless thoughts from my head. That section over there was the S-ranked section, and for a brief moment, I was almost tempted into going there. But after rationally thinking about things, I instantly dropped the idea. By the time I would end up breaking to S rank, at least 5 years would have passed, and in the meantime, I could have used the skill that I had gotten from here to further improve my strength. Plus, I actually already knew of an S-rank skill that I wanted, was just too weak for it to get it. Let's see what they have. In the end, for the next hour, I looked through the B rank and A rank sections, till finally, after a long time, I narrowed my search to 2 skills. A. Eyes of Chronos. Upon using the skill, the user will be able to see everything in slow motion. The more mana is used, the slower the time will be in their eyes. B. Quick Burst. Upon using the skill, the user will be able to display a quick burst of speed that is 10x the user's regular speed. Effective skill will only last for a single burst, with a cooldown of 5 minutes per user. Staring at the description of the 2 skills before me, stroking my chin, I muttered. Which one should I choose? The Author's POV. Chapter 369, Rewards, 4. Waiting by the door of the treasury, Rander turned his head toward me, sensing my gaze. Have you selected your skill? He asked, squinting. Yeah. Which one is it? I choose this skill. I handed Rander the skill book that I had chosen. Lowering his head and staring at the book, a surprised look flashed on Rander's face. Eye of Kronos. Yes. After thinking things through, I decided that this was the most optimal skill for me at the moment. Quick Burst was nice since I could activate it immediately, unlike the third movement of the Keiki style, but the 5-minute cooldown at the end was what made me turn away from it. In the end, after thinking things properly, the Eye of Kronos was the only option for me. If I'm not wrong, you're still C+ rank. That means you won't be able to learn this skill until you break through to B rank. Are you sure about your decision? Rander questioned, looking at the description of the skill book in his hands. Raising my head and meeting Rander's eyes, I nodded. Yes, I'll go with this. Although I couldn't learn the skill immediately, I was not in need of any skills at the present moment. Since I was going to stay in Henneler until things outside calmed down and also wait for Malvel to finish forging my sword, I was not pressed for time. Well, okay, as long as you're fine with that decision. Gervis did say that you could pick whatever you want. Now that you've chosen, let's go back. Rander said, shrugging his shoulders. Taking a step out of the treasury, he looked at me right in the eyes and asked once again. Once we leave, you won't be able to change your mind, so I'll repeat it one more time. Are you sure about your decision? Do you really want to pick that skill? I'm sure, I replied without an ounce of hesitation. This was the ideal skill that I needed, and I wasn't going to let it slip away just because of some short-term gains. Gazing in my direction for a brief moment, Rander lowered his head and placed his palm by the side of the door. All right. Motioning me to get out, he tapped the emblem that he had previously attached to the wall. I've already recorded your choice. I'll now be closing the treasury. As soon as his words faded, Rander retrieved the emblem stuck on the wall and the ground once again started to shake with a low rumble. Rumble. Moving out of the portal with his hands behind his back, Rander stared at the treasury doors slowly closing away. I wish I could have taken more. I thought to myself as I stared at the treasury from behind Rander. It was just a wish, but I also knew that it was impossible. Well, that was unless I made any more contributions. I should just be happy with what I have. The skill was obviously not the only reward I had gotten from the whole ordeal, but it was the most precious of them all. Now that I had taken the skill I wanted, it was time for me to go back up and start planning about my future. Shall we go? Startling me out of my thoughts was Rander's voice. Lifting my head up, I gently pressed onto the ground with my foot and followed him from behind. Like that, I had finally gotten myself a new skill. You chose an A-ranked skill. Small Snake's surprised voice sounded in my room. Yeah, I think it was the best choice, I replied back, staring at the book on the table opposite me. Although it might take a while for me to reach B rank, given our current circumstances, I doubt we would be able to get out of here anytime soon. Pressing my palm on the table and standing up, I looked at everyone seated close to me. They were Angelica, Leopold, Ava, Hein, Small Snake, and Ryan. All the members of my mercenary group. Looks like this war has truly helped them grow. I thought as my eyes paused on everyone. Compared to when they first entered the city a couple of months back, everyone had matured quite a bit as their auras possessed faint traces of bloodlust, something only an experienced fighter would have. If they fought their previous selves, they would without a doubt be able to beat them without shedding a single drop of sweat. I felt a little proud as I stared at them. Of course, that didn't last for long as I remembered what I called them here for. Raising my fist over my mouth, I coughed lightly. Kiam. Anyways, as I was saying, since we're most likely not going to be leaving this place anytime soon, I've decided that we should spend all of our time training. Training? What are you saying? As everyone processed my words, all I was met with was confused looks. Knowing full well that they were going to react that way, I pressed my palm down and continued. Yes, training. After talking with Douglas and Waylon, they agreed to train you. Pausing, I turned to look in Ryan and Small Snake's direction. Well, almost all of you. In the case of Small Snake and Ryan, you guys will be trained by Jamnuk. Jamnuk? You don't mean? Yup, the best engineer of this city. He owed me one, so I asked him to train you too. Crossing my arms together, my brows knit. He did say yes, but he also said that if you guys are not on par with what he's teaching, he'll stop. Once my words faded, Small Snake and Ryan stared at each other for a brief moment before they looked back at me. The one to speak was obviously Small Snake, who frowned. I'm grateful for the offer, but what about the chip in your head? Are you not going to get that removed? The chip? Raising my brow, I suddenly recalled that I did indeed have the chip still stuck inside of my head. Now that I think about it, Douglas did say that they've caught the people from the monolith and have locked them up in prison. I should definitely visit the place when I have time. There were still a couple of things that I needed to get done. Scratching my chin, I sat back down and leaned on my chair. Then, after a brief moment of silence, I looked at Ryan, who was seated opposite of me. About the chip, I want you to get it removed for me. What? Pressing both of his hands on the table, Small Snake stood up. So you're not going to get your chip removed now? And you're trying to get Ryan to do it? A 14-year-old kid. Yeah, pretty much. I nonchalantly replied back. The reason why I wanted to remove the chip in the first place was because of the threat of the monolith. But, now that I was in a safe place where the monolith wouldn't dare to step in after what had just happened, the removal of the chip was no longer one of my main priorities. Might as well just have Ryan do it. It could serve as great motivation for him. Casually glancing in Ryan's direction, I asked, "You can do it in a year's time, right? You previously told me that you could have done it in about this much time. Now that you'll have Jamnuk teaching you, you should be able to finish at a much faster time, no?" Propping my elbow on the table and supporting the side of my cheek with my hand, I lazily said, "Just treat the chip removal as a graduation test." This. A complicated look flashed on Small Snake's face as he looked at Ryan. From the concern that I could see in his eyes as he looked at Ryan, I could tell that Small Snake had gotten quite attached to him in the past month. It made me quite happy. But contrary to Small Snake's concern, with a resolute look on his face, Ryan stared back at me, his eyes unwavering. Let me do it. His previous childish demeanor was completely gone, replaced by a mature-like seriousness that I had never seen from him before. His sudden change in demeanor caught everyone off guard as they all looked at Ryan with surprised looks. Especially Small Snake, who couldn't find the right words to say. Not minding the stares he was receiving from the others, Ryan spoke up, "I can do it. Since you've put so much trust in me, I will try my best to help you remove the chip in your head." Staring at him for no longer than a couple of seconds, the edges of my lips pulled upwards. "If that's what you wish, then it's settled." I then glanced upwards, towards the standing Small Snake. "Do you have any problems with what Ryan said?" With a complicated look on his face, Small Snake looked at Ryan, who stared back at him, his eyes filled with burning desire. "HAAA." Small Snake then let out a long sigh. "What am I gonna do with you guys?" He complained before nodding his head softly. "Fine, I'll join as well. I want to see how well he is going to progress." "That's great." A large smile appeared on my face. Then, turning my attention towards Ava, I asked, "How about you? How is the situation with the flute?" "Malval is handling it." "I'm not exactly sure, to be honest," Ava replied back with clear eyes devoid of any of its previous shyness. The war seemed to have changed her. "I see, I'll have to talk to him later then." Since he was also taking care of my sword, I could use the time when I was checking on it to see how he was progressing with Ava's flute. The only problem I saw with the flute was that it was an S-ranked item or even higher. So, when it does get fixed, Ava would no longer be able to use it. I had to find a way to solve that problem. "About you too." I then turned to face Leopold and Hein. "Since you guys contributed quite a lot too, you should be able to get yourselves some good swords and guns. You should probably do that when you have time." "Will do." Both of them replied at the same time. "That's good." I wasn't the only one that got rewarded. The others did too. But compared to me, their rewards were a lot smaller. Even then, getting a good artifact should not be a problem for them. Lastly, Angelica. Turning in Angelica's direction, who was quietly sitting on a chair without speaking, an odd look flashed across my face. Well, she's already sorted her stuff, so there isn't much I can say about her. Unlike us, she didn't need to train as much. Though not many knew, she had also gotten rewarded quite well. Since the dwarves had looted the Inferno headquarters, there were a few devil fruits around. Because they had no use for it, they just decided to reward Angelica with them. Therefore, she was all set for the future already. Well, I guess that's it for now. Standing up, I looked at the others. Let's not waste any more time with this meeting and start training. It's rare for us to have a moment like this, so let's make full use of what we have. Finished with what I wanted to say, I dismissed everyone from the meeting. Watching everybody leave my room, taking a deep breath, a resolute look flashed across my eyes as I swore to myself. I'm going to make full use of this time that I have to become as strong as possible. With threats appearing one after another, I had to make full use of this moment to become as strong as possible. Since I now had the opportunity to do so, I was planning on using it as best as I could. The Author's POV. Chapter 370, Synchronization, 3. Pitch black darkness enveloped the world. I've always been meaning to ask, but if the Demon King manages to take over Earth, what are you planning on doing? A voice suddenly resounded throughout the nothingness. What? Are you thinking that I'll just go run to some other planet? Another voice replied back. Will you not? If only things were as simple as that. The voice cracked a little. Unprecedented bitterness and sadness hid beneath the voice as the veil hiding the obscured figure trembled slightly. It's not possible. He muttered. Obviously finding it hard to continue speaking about the topic. What do you mean it's not possible? If we truly can't defeat the Demon King, don't you think we should just ditch this place? The other voice asked, with a mix of confusion and curiosity hidden beneath his words. Just get the people you are close with and teleport somewhere far away. Away from the Demon King's reach. I know you have the mean. Smack. But before the voice could finish speaking, the loud sound of something smacking sounded. The sound was reminiscent of a hand smacking against a flat surface. Following the smacking sound, the other obscured raised his voice. I've tried all right. Everything that you can think of, I've tried. I have fucking tried it all. None of it works. It's impossible. His voice boomed throughout the voice as every one of his words was mixed with helplessness and desperation. One could also feel the little bit of madness hidden deep within it. Curb that thought of your mind. There is no escaping the Demon King. Unless we defeat him, we're all fucked. His last words powerfully rang throughout the void. It's impossible. The voice muttered with heavy breaths. Following this, a brief moment of silence ensued as neither of the two figures spoke. Then, the veil that was obscuring the two figures slowly started to fade, revealing two individuals on the opposite end of a wooden table. One was standing, while the other sat down. The one standing was wearing elegant black clothes while the one sitting was wearing a casual white t-shirt. Even though the veil faded, the faces of the two figures were still obscured, making it impossible to discern the identity of the two individuals speaking. Leaning back a bit, crossing his arms, the white-shirt individual broke the silence. What do you mean tried? The Demon King has not even ascended yet. You make it sound as though you have tried this before. The black-clothes male's body froze for a second before he quickly waved his hand. You're thinking too much. He then sat down and stared at the other individual opposite of him. Taking a moment to choose his words carefully, the black-clothed figure finally managed to calm down a bit. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he started to explain the reason for his previous outburst. The reason why I'm saying that it's impossible to defeat the Demon King once he conquered Earth, is because by then, he will break through the world limits and finally gain to access the Akashic records. Placing the palm of his hands on the table, the white-shirt figure was taken aback. The Akashic records, what in the world are you talking about? Raising his hand, and touching his forehead, the black-clothed male thought for a moment. Then, instead of answering the question, he asked one. Have you ever wondered why we are able to see status windows? How we are able to gain access to skills, or where mana comes from? The black-clothed individual interlocked his hands together. Has that thought ever crossed your mind once? How many of those things are possible, or did you think that everything has come just because of some supreme power out there that has given everyone access to skills and mana? The black-clothed male's words powerfully rang inside of the white-clothed ears as he deeply mused over his words before replying back. I have had thoughts, but because I've always been paying attention to the Demon King, I've never had properly thought about it. Pausing, the white-shirted male looked at the black-clothed one. Are you trying to say that all of the phenomenons that you have listed are because of these so-called Akashic records? Yes. Nodding his head, the black-clothed male exhaled loudly. The reason why we are able to see status windows and gain skills is all because of the Akashic records. Are these records some sort of god? The white-shirted male asked. It was obvious that he was having trouble understanding what the black-clothed individual was trying to say to him, but he continued to ask. Since, as you've said, They are responsible for the status windows and the creation of skills. They must be some sort of gods, right? Lowering his head, the black-clothed male didn't say anything. Placing his hand in his chin, he mused for a bit. Then, lifting it up, he looked back at the individual sitting opposite of him. In a sense, you can say that, but at the same time, they are not. What do you mean? It's complicated. The Akashic records are a compendium of all universal events, thoughts, words, mana, skills, emotions, and intents that have ever occurred in the past, present, or future in terms of all entities and life forms. That includes all other races. They are essentially the record of the laws of the world, but... The black-clothed individual paused. But what? The white-shirted male asked, curious about the black-clothed male's next words. Lowering his hand, the black-clothed male's tone became solemn. Leaning forward, his voice became fainter. But the Demon King is trying to gain access to them. Or to be more precise, he wants to take control of the Akashic records. What? The moment the black-clothed male said those words, the white-shirted male stood up in shock. Is that even possible? Are these records a physical entity? His voice was filled with incredulity as he slowly started to understand the reasoning behind the black-clothed individual's previous outburst. They are and aren't at the same time, but once you reach a certain level, gaining access to them is not impossible, and that's what the Demon King is trying to do, and in order to do that, he must conquer the earth and consume all of the mana in the world so that he can break through to the next rank. Supporting his body with the aid of the table, the white-clothed individual asked. In short, we have no choice but to beat the Demon King. Yes. The black-clothed individual replied. Leaning back, he stared upwards and helplessly said. The Demon King is incredibly powerful. I'm not very confident in my chances against him. But the white-clothed individual didn't think like that as he said. You haven't even faced him. What makes you think you can't face him? You're the strongest in humanity, the first to break through to SSS. What makes you think that you can defeat him? Have a little bit of faith in yourself. If only things were like that. The black-clothed male muttered. Suddenly, sensing something, the black-clothed male's body jerked towards the right, and a powerful aura swept out of his body. He found me. He muttered in an incomparably solemn tone. Who found you? The white-clothed male asked, similarly staring in the direction where the black-clothed individual was staring, but he saw nothing. Staring back at him, he asked. What exactly are you looking at, and who found you? The time remnant. The black-clothed male replied, fixing the collar of his jacket. The time what? Before he got an answer, the black-clothed male disappeared from where he was standing. Sorry, I have to go. Hey, why? I have no time now. I don't want it to find you. It's not something you can deal with. What are you? Before the white-shirted male could finish speaking, the world slowly started to crumble as the darkness started to envelop completely. Before long, everything disappeared, and what remained was a chilling darkness. Whop. Sitting up straight, Kevin took a deep breath. Huff, huff. His breathing was heavy and the bedsheets below him were soaked in sweat. It took a while for him to fully calm down, and when he did, looking around the room and seeing that he was in an unfamiliar place, he forcefully calmed himself down as he wondered. Where am I? The room looked to be a regular hospital room. Next to him, all sorts of equipment appeared, as they repeatedly beeped. Ugh. Letting out a groan, Kevin held onto his head as an agonizing pain coursed through his head. Just what was that dream? It was faint, but he could still vividly remember what he had just seen. The Akashic records. The Demon King is trying to take over them, and the only way he can do it is through the conquest of the earth. The more Kevin thought about it, the more agonizing the pain in his head became. It was as though it was trying to reject all the information he had just seen. He couldn't understand anything. Could this vision have just been a fabrication of my imagination? He thought as he tried to explain the contents of his vision. Ding. But before this idea could even gain any traction, a familiar chime rang in his head and his system interface showed up in front of him. == Quest reward, synchronization plus 5%. Completed. Additional rewards. Plus 5,000 credits. Plus advanced potion x5. == So it wasn't a dream. The moment he saw the quest window, he knew that whatever he had witnessed moments ago was real. As he understood this, the questions in his head only multiplied. Who were the two that were talking in the vision, and what was the time remnant the black-cloaked individual was talking about? So many questions, yet no answer. As he was trying to make heads or tails about what had happened, Kevin suddenly recalled something and his body jerked up. Wait, is Ren okay? The reason why he was in such a state was because he was trying to save Ren. By using the red book, he forcefully broke through to C rank and changed the events depicted his death in the book, but where was the book? Frantically looking around the room, Kevin looked for the red book, but he saw nothing. Shit, the book must still be in my room. It was clear that his mind was still groggy and messed up due to the sudden vision. If not for that, he wouldn't have forgotten the fact that the book was not something he could store in his dimension space, let alone the system. Ah, wait, what if? A sudden idea flashed his mind as he raised his head and stared at the system interface in front of him. His eyes soon paused on a certain text. Quest completed. The quest said to save Ren. If it says that it is complete, it can only mean that I've succeeded, right? Once his thoughts paused there, Kevin's shoulders relaxed a little as he leaned back. Tapping onto the system and double-checking to make sure it was like that, Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. Slumping back on his bed, he softly muttered. I'm glad that he's all right. As long as Ren was still alive, the little struggle he suffered was worth it. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that his body felt a lot more powerful than before. His vision was also clearer. Not only that, but his other senses also experienced a similar thing as they all became sharper. I guess this can serve as consolation for what had happened. Kevin thought as he bitterly smiled. Lately, the pace at which he had been breaking through had slowed down quite a bit. For some odd reason, the system had been assigning him a lot less missions than before. It had stagnated his previous stellar growth, but given his talent, the speed at which he was improving was incredibly fast too. It had to be noted that he had been spending most of the time trying to perfect the Levisha style instead of focusing on his rank. If he had been focusing on improving his rank, he might have been able to be a lot higher ranked. Bang. Huh. Out of nowhere, startling Kevin out of his thoughts was the loud sound of the hospital room smacking open. Kevin. Entering the room was none other than Emma. Her complexion seemed haggard, and her face was quite pale. The moment her eyes landed on Kevin, her mouth trembled slightly. Raising her hand to wipe her eyes, and said something in an almost inaudible voice. I'm glad that you're still okay. Had it been the previous Kevin, he might have been unable to hear it, but now that his ears were a lot more sensitive, he was able to hear every word that Emma muttered. His heart warmed. But that didn't last for long as Emma's face soon became indifferent. The moment Kevin saw that, his heart froze. Without saying anything, Emma slowly walked in his direction. Watching Emma slowly making her way towards him, her indifferent face made Kevin swallow a mouthful of saliva. He felt an ominous premonition. Raising his hand in her direction, he waved slightly. Hey. The Author's POV. Chapter 371, The Conference, 1. Staring at Emma, who was indifferently staring at him from above, Kevin weakly smiled. Hey. You. Despite how hard Emma tried to keep a straight face, before long, her body trembled. She had a hard time formulating her words as her eyes grew blurry. Why did you do that? Her voice was faint and weak, but Kevin was able to make out every single word that came out of her mouth. Were you so desperate to break through that you would reduce your body to that state? Are you still not over his death? Lifting his head up, and meeting Emma's eyes, Kevin shook his head. No, it's not that. Then why? She screamed, tears flowing down her cheek. Why would you do that to yourself? Do you not understand how worried everyone was when they saw you in that state in your room? You wouldn't understand. Kevin replied. He couldn't quite bring himself to tell her the truth. That he had done what he did to save Ren. He wanted to, but he couldn't. Who would believe him in the first place? Ren was dead, he'd only look crazy to Emma if he said those words. You. A hurt look appeared on Emma's face as she heard Kevin's words. Am I that untrustworthy to you? No, it's not that. Shaking his head, Kevin took out the wires that were attached to his body and weakly stood up. What are you doing? This obviously flustered Emma, who rushed towards him and tried to put him back on the bed. Got you. But just as Emma was about to grab him, extended his hand forward, Kevin grabbed Emma by the arm and pulled her towards the bed, helping himself up in the meantime. Hayak. Falling onto the bed, she screamed in panic. Staring at Emma, who was on the bed, Kevin teasingly smiled. "Thanks for helping me up." "You." An enraged look appeared on Emma's face as she looked up towards Kevin. Turning his back on Emma and walking towards the exit of the room, Kevin's smile faded. Thinking back at all the things that had happened recently, Kevin felt this sense of urgency rise from within him. From the synchronization episodes to the fact that the Demon King was going to ascend in 8 years' time, Kevin knew that he could no longer take things as easily as before. This recent event was a wake-up call to him. He had to put in even more effort. He had been relying on his system too much. Now that it wasn't grading him as many quests as before, he knew that he needed to make a change. He needed to push himself even more than he ever pushed himself before. "Hey Kevin, where are you going?" Right as Kevin was about to leave the room, Emma's voice echoed from behind. Turning around, Kevin briefly glanced at Emma before answering. "I'm going back to the dorm." "To do what?" Halting his footsteps right at the door, Kevin extended his hand and pushed the door open. "To train." 8 months later. A festive mood enshrouded the lock as a large banner hung at the entrance of the academy. Lock third-year graduation ceremony. A myriad of people walked below the banner as agents and guild scouts appeared all over the academy campus. Their eyes, which seemed crazed, made everyone around them want to run. It was a mess. HAAA, did I finally manage to run away from them? Standing outside of the academy building, in a rather secluded area, Kevin looked back at the academy campus behind him. With his arms on his knees, Kevin tried to catch his breath. About a month before graduating, a series of guilds crazily started contacting him, in hopes of recruiting him. This was understandable, being the top-ranked guy for 3 years in a row was without a doubt something that all guilds would crave when recruiting someone. But there was a limit to how crazy things could get. But with him constantly being harassed on the phone every day and night, Kevin was forced to change his phone number. But even that didn't work as they would somehow find out about his new number immediately. "About time you arrived." Waiting for Kevin in the area was Emma, who was looking at him with her arms crossed. Her foot repeatedly tapped the ground. Standing next to her were Jean and Melissa. The three of them all wore long robes with the academy logo engraved on the back. Kevin too wore a similar attire as they were the academy graduation robes, signifying that they had graduated from the academy. "Sorry, had to take a small detour." Kevin apologized before walking up to them. Glancing behind him one more time, Kevin had a nostalgic look on his face. "I'm finally leaving this place." After spending over 3 years at the lock, it was now finally time for him to leave. It'd be a lie if he said that he wasn't sad. A lot of good memories were made in this place. Glancing at the others from the corner of his eyes, Kevin's eyes paused on Melissa. Out of the 4, she seemed to be the one that cared about leaving the least. In hindsight, she spent most of her time in the lab, therefore, she didn't have any attachment to the academy. "You don't seem to care at all about the fact that we're leaving the academy." "That's 'cause I don't," Melissa bluntly replied. "What are we even doing here anyway?" "We're waiting for Amanda. Didn't you forget that she wanted to celebrate our graduation with us?" Emma replied from the side. Brushing her hair behind her ear, she yawned slightly. She said something about, Sensing something, Emma suddenly turned her head towards her left. "Talk about timing. She's already here." Pointing towards the left, everyone saw the silhouette of a figure exiting a nice black car. Wearing a long one-pieced black dress that perfectly showed off the contour of her body and legs, Amanda stepped out of the car and faintly smiled in their direction. "Thank you for waiting," she said, walking in their direction. "I hope I didn't make you wait for long." "So, what did you want us here for?" Melissa said, lifting her glasses up. Before even sharing any formalities, she quickly went straight to the point. It also had to be said that she was quite comfortable with Amanda, which was why she acted like this. "Want to join my guild?" Amanda replied back. The moment she said those words, Melissa's face alongside the others froze up. Only to then relax upon seeing the small smile on Amanda's face. "Why oh you better not joke about that stuff again," Emma said, pointing her finger in her direction. "Who said I was joking?" Amanda replied, turning her attention towards Kevin. "My offer still stands. If you're not planning on joining the union, you can always join my guild." "No thank you." Kevin kindly declined with a smile. That's too bad. Amanda didn't seem too fazed by his rejection. She only tried for the sake of it. I mean, who wouldn't want someone as talented as Kevin in their guild? Brushing the side of her hair behind her ear, she looked at Kevin and asked. So you've made up your mind into joining the union? Yeah. Kevin nodded. Even though he knew that Ren was alive, he still decided to join the union. It wasn't about getting revenge this time, but more because he decided that this was the best course of action to take in order to further boost his strength. Just like they were planning on using him, Kevin was planning on using them. Each to their own benefits. So, what should we do now? Emma suddenly asked from the side. Rubbing her stomach a little, she looked around and said. Are we going to go eat or anything? I'm kind of hungry. With a helpless look on her face, Amanda looked at Emma before she nodded her head. I've booked a good place where we can all stay to celebrate your graduation. That's good, 'cause I'm starving. Without waiting for Amanda to say anything else, she quickly headed in the direction of her car and quickly got in. Once she got in, rolling the passenger window down, she shouted. What are you waiting for? Let's go now. Right after she said those words, she sat back in the car and nudged them to hurry up. Watching Emma from afar, everyone was left speechless. They didn't know what to say. Shall we just go? In the end, it was only after Kevin said those words that everyone finally moved and headed for the car. It wasn't bad. Getting in the car and staring at the academy campus for one last time before the car slowly sped into the distance, Kevin knew that this was the beginning of a new journey. Henler, Elder Hall. Seated in the middle of the semicircular desk where all the other elders sat, Gervis looked around the hall. Have there been any further reports regarding the remains members of Inferno? His solemn voice reached every corner of the hall. We have located a couple surviving members, but that's all. There are still quite a few at large, but let's be honest, they are nothing but cornered rats at this point. Alga replied from a couple of seats away from Gervis. She was one of the 13 remaining members of the Elder Council. There used to be a total of 21 before the war. A total of 8 elders had died during the war. Casually nodding at Alga's words, Gervis looked at the others with a serious look. That may be true, but unless all of them are out of the picture, I don't want anyone lowering their guard. Although they had taken out most of the high-ranking members of Inferno, quite a few still managed to escape. It was fair to say that their main force was gone, but that also didn't mean that they should lower their guard. Just because they were not as powerful as before didn't mean that they couldn't cause any trouble. Just because someone was cornered didn't mean that they couldn't bite back when you'd least expect it. As someone with a lot of experience, Gervis firmly believed in this, hence why he tried to warn all the elders present to keep a lookout at any of the remaining members of Inferno. Of course, he also did send out a task force to remove as many of those rats as possible. It was only a matter of time before all the remaining members were killed. That matter aside, the reason why I have gathered all of you here is because of the humans' request. The one about joining our alliance. Instantly, silence descended upon the hall. Sweeping the room with his eyes, Gervis continued. I've just received word that the elves and orcs have also managed to defend against their enemy. Of course, that is thanks to our help. As they had won the war, the dwarves, being their allies, had to provide assistance to the elves and orcs. They naturally did. This was part of their agreements as allies. If they had the ability to help, they had to help the alliance member when it was in trouble. With troops to spare, the dwarves sent a few elite warriors to help the 2 other races and in turn, managed to take a huge load off of their shoulders, securing them a victory. They were naturally very grateful for this as they had anticipated a very long and tragic war. After having talked to them and having explained how we were able to win our war thanks to the help of the humans, I briefly told them about their request. Gervis paused. With his eyes locked onto everyone present, as they too looked back at him with their ears wide open, Gervis continued. And after discussing with them for a while, we decided to host a conference where we will decide whether the humans will join our alliance or not. Pressing both palms of his hands on the table, Gervis stood up. The reason why I've gathered you here is to hear your opinion on this matter. What are your thoughts on the conference? I agree. Just as Gervis finished saying those words, one of the dwarves seated in the hall instantly agreed. It was Rander. With all eyes drawn towards him, Rander remained calm. Giving the humans a chance to prove themselves is ideal. We have all seen what they are capable of. We don't really lose nothing from giving them a chance. Gervis then shrugged his shoulders. But of course, as Gervis said, we are merely giving them a chance to prove themselves. Whether they can convince us to join or not will depend on how convincing they are. And how do you expect them to prove that? Giver, another one of the dwarven elders asked. Turning his attention towards Giver, Rander smiled. Easy, why don't we let them fight against some of our warriors? Gervis was quick to catch up to Rander's intentions as he asked. You want to propose a spar to test how far the humans have come? That's correct, Rander replied. We may have seen a glimpse of what they can do from Douglas and Waylon. But it also has to be noted that the two of them are the most elite members of humanity. What I truly want to know is whether they are worth investing in. Hearing Rander's words, Gervis stroked his beard. You make a good point. Then, turning to face the other members, he asked. What do you guys think? Do you agree with what Rander said? I agree with the proposal. Alga was the first to reply as she stood up and looked at everyone present. They don't even need to fight, but they must at least prove to us that they are worth taking in our alliance. Having one more ally can be beneficial to us in the long term when fighting against him. I too agree. Another dwarf stood up. Me too. Then, one by one, everyone in the room slowly started to agree with the idea. It wasn't long before everyone in the hall agreed. Staring at the scene with a satisfied look, Gervis clapped his hands once. Okay, since all of you seem to agree, I'll tell you all now that in 4 months' time, the conference will begin. It will be held in the Elven domain. The Author's POV. Chapter 372, The Conference, 2. Bang. Bang. The sound of small shock waves resounded as circular pressurized wind gales pushed outwards from the point of contact between a fist and a punching bag. Ha! Letting out a cry, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, the instep of his foot collided against the punching bag. Bang. This time, a louder sound resounded as an even more powerful shockwave swept through the private training grounds. Thump. Following the kick, the punching bag fell onto the floor as a large tear appeared by the side of its body. Black sand spilled out from it. Lowering his head and staring at the punching bag below him, Jin's breathing was a bit rough. Having spent the most part of the afternoon training, he was understandably tired. Thank you. Grabbing onto a towel that a servant girl offered, Jin thanked her. Then, putting it on his face, he wiped the sweat that had accumulated on his face. It was only after Jin was done drying up that the servant lady finally spoke up. Her tone was extremely respectful. Young master, the items you requested have arrived. Oh. Jin raised his brow and stared at the servant lady. Wearing a black suit and having long blonde hair that perfectly complemented her emerald-colored eyes, she looked very beautiful. But of course, Jin wasn't in the least bit interested in her beauty. Without saying anything, he handed the towel back and headed for his office space. Sure enough, sitting on his desk was a large box. Walking towards the box and carefully opening it, Jin took out a pair of clean daggers. On closer inspection, one would discover faint lines that spread throughout the set of daggers. These lines gave out a strange feeling as the mana in the air trembled slightly at its presence. The grip of the dagger felt rather rough, but it was to ensure a proper hold. On the other hand, the main body of the dagger was extremely sharp. Just from a casual glance, Jin could tell that the daggers were extremely well crafted. This should be of good use to me. Jin nodded in satisfaction before putting the daggers away. C.I. clank. Right as he put the daggers away, the same servant lady from before entered his office space. Bowing down slightly, she quietly stood by the side, without saying anything. Used to such a scene, Jin didn't say anything and sat down on his desk. Tapping onto its surface, a series of holographic images materialized before him. Briefly looking at them for a moment, Jin turned his attention back to the servant lady and asked in a neutral tone, "If I don't recall incorrectly, you said that the Union is about to make a big announcement in the following month." "That is correct." The servant lady replied in a monotonous tone and proceeded to take something out from her pocket. It turned out to be a small white envelope, which she promptly handed to Jin. "What's this?" Jin asked as he took the envelope from her hands. He sounded slightly curious. Tearing the seal, Jin took out the letter inside the envelope and read through its contents. "An invitation from the Union." "That is correct. In the wishes of the guild master, you are to participate with him in the event," the servant lady replied from the side. "I see." Jin tapped his fingers on the table, unsure of what to make of the invitation. It was no secret at this point that something huge was about to happen, but everyone was still in the dark. He had tried asking Kevin, who was now working at the union, for information, but even he had no idea about what was going on. Staring at Jean, who was in deep contemplation, the servant lady patiently waited for him. It was only after she saw his brows relax that she finally spoke up. "Young master, there is another thing that I would like to brief you upon." "What is it?" Jean said as he casually glanced at the lady. "Amanda from the Demon Hunter Guild has tried to get in contact with you. What would you like me to do?" "Amanda." A surprised look flashed on Jin's face. Then, his brows knit tightly as he quietly muttered, "She must be trying to talk to me about that matter." He already had an idea of what Amanda wanted to talk about. During the past year that he had spent in the guild, there was only one thing that had been annoying him to no end. The emergence of demon pills. A pill that essentially acted like a devil fruit and boosted the power of whoever consumed it. It was essentially like steroids, but much worse. The individuals who consumed the pill would be exposed to demonic energy, forcing them to crave more of it. It was a drug that spread throughout the whole human domain this last year, and essentially forced the Union and central government to act upon it as the consequences of the pill were enormous. He didn't know much about it before as he was still in the academy, but after graduating from the academy 3 months back, and joining the ranks of his guild, he had a firm idea about what was going on. Lifting his head up, Jean tapped on the holographic device in front of him. Then, swiping a couple of times, he gently pressed on a certain profile and called Amanda. Right before calling her, turning his attention back towards his attendant, he glanced at the door. "Would you please?" "As you wish." Understanding the meaning of his words, the lady bowed slightly before leaving the room. Even though she had been working for the Horton family for over a decade, she still understood that there were some things that someone of her rank couldn't listen to. Clank. It was only after she left the room that Jean turned his attention back towards the holographic device and finally called Amanda. "How many does that make?" A crisp and melodious voice sounded at the top of a wide rooftop. The veil of the moonlight sprinkled down on her fair and pretty face, making her look especially attractive. With her eyes locked onto the building in front, her delicate brows knit into a tight frown. "That's the third one we've found in the past month, young miss." A solemn voice replied from behind the girl. He was Maxwell, Amanda's servant. "They have become more and more rampant over the last year. All the other guilds have also tried shutting as many facilities down as possible, but as soon as one is destroyed, a new one is built. That is quite troublesome," the girl, Amanda, replied. Then, extending her hand forward, a bow appeared in her grasp. A thick and powerful wave of mana suddenly sprang out from Amanda's body as the sound of the bow string being stretched echoed in the surrounding area. Following which, a translucent arrow materialized in between her fingers. Closing one of her eyes, Amanda aimed her bow at the warehouse in the distance. She was about a kilometer away from the warehouse, and it was deep into the night, but Amanda had no trouble staring at the building as her eyes locked tightly on a particular window. Before releasing the string, she softly asked, "Have you evacuated all the residents and people nearby?" "Yes. There will be no innocent victims." "Okay." At Maxwell's confirmation, she finally released the bowstring. Gotcha. With the sound that was reminiscent of that of a thunderclap, the arrow suddenly disappeared into the quiet night. Shio. A faint and muffled projectile-like sound reverberated through the air as a blue translucent streak of light headed towards the warehouse in the distance. It didn't take long for the arrow to arrive at the warehouse. It reached the place in a matter of seconds. Then, without missing an inch, the arrow broke through the window with a crash, and what followed after was a tremendous explosion that shook the surroundings. Boom. A mushroom cloud sprung up in the air as the warehouse was obliterated into nothingness. Lowering her hand holding onto the bow, Amanda quietly stared at the scene from afar. Before long, the shockwaves that originated from the explosion swept past her, and her clothes and hair fluttered slightly. "You have improved quite a lot, young miss." Maxwell complimented from the side as he stared at the remains of the warehouse in the distance. "Check if there are any survivors," Amanda said, her eyes still locked on the building in the distance. "Will do." Maxwell's words echoed through the rooftop as he disappeared from the spot he was standing. Finally relaxing her brows, Amanda closed her eyes and tried to recuperate the mana she lost. VRRR, VRRR. But before she could even do that, she felt her phone vibrate. Letting out a sigh, Amanda took out her phone and checked the caller ID. It was Jean. Jean. She was a bit surprised by the fact that Jean had called her at this hour, but she nevertheless answered. She had, in fact, been trying to reach him for quite a bit, but he had always been busy handling guild matters that he barely had any time to answer her calls. The moment she answered, Jin's voice reached her ears. "Am I disturbing you?" "No." Amanda replied as the sound of sirens and the raging fire sounded in the background. I can hear something in the background. Did you perhaps just partake in the destruction of another trade spot?" "I did." "How many does that make this month for you?" 3. Replying to Jin, Amanda's answers were short and concise. "I've heard that you've been trying to reach me. What do you need?" Turning her head to face the building in the distance, her black, obsidian pupils directly reflected the raging fire that came out from the warehouse in the distance. "I want to cooperate with Starlight Guild." Her voice was faint, but one could feel the resoluteness in it. "We're short of hands right now, and we can't take care of all of the trade points. If we cooperate together, we can spare our forces and save time." Her words contained some truths and falsehoods. Them cooperating together would indeed save them both of them some time, but at the same time, the reason why Amanda was short of force was because of a different reason. Jin had an idea, but he didn't say anything about it. "That's a tempting offer." Jin's voice remained calm despite what he said. His next reply came after taking a few seconds to deliberate over Amanda's offer. "Taking care of the trading points has been quite an annoying problem for us. If not for the bounties offered by the central government, we wouldn't have even bothered with it. That's why I'm offering to collaborate," Amanda spoke bluntly, her bow disappearing from her hand. "Are you in or not? Give me time." "How much?" A short pause lingered before Jin replied back. "I'll give you an answer during the union's big announcement next week. I'm sure you've gotten the invitation, right?" "I have." As one of the representatives of the Demon Hunter Guild, Amanda had indeed received an invitation from the union about an important announcement. Her position in the guild wasn't actually that high, as the elders mostly took care of the important stuff, but once the invitation came, they all insisted that she wanted in their stead. That aside, she did try asking Kevin what it was all about, but he didn't know. In hindsight, Kevin was only still a recruit, so it was understandable as to why he didn't know anything. "I'll have an answer for you by then." "Okay." After Amanda's response, Jin ended the call. As soon as Jin ended the call, Amanda lowered her hand and put her phone away. Then, taking a step forward, she jumped down the rooftop. The Author's POV. Chapter 373, The Conference, 3. News about the union's upcoming announcement spread like wildfire throughout the whole human domain. It was the first time in a long time that the union declared such an event. An event that will completely change the fate of humanity. Was what the union proclaimed when announcing the event. All TV broadcasts and news stations were called up to stream the event so that everyone in the world could see what exactly the union was planning on announcing. Judging from the scale of the event and the union's words, everyone in the human domain paid close attention to the date of the ceremony as they eagerly anticipated the announcement. Of course, not everyone was happy with the news, such as the monolith, but they could do nothing about it. Having signed a ceasefire agreement that would still last for a bit, they could only watch the events unfold. Of course, they already knew what it was about since the demons were aware of what was going on. Since the announcement happened, a week had passed and it was now the day of the event. "Let me in. I've got an invitation, look here. Don't cut in line." A bustling crowd stood below the entrance of the union as reporters swarmed the place. "Please stay in a single line." Helplessly staring at the crowd that was trying to get into the premises, wearing a black tuxedo, Kevin tried to keep their huge numbers in check. Although he was invited to attend the ceremony, he was still a rookie. He needed to wait by the door and check all of the invitations before he could actually attend the ceremony. It's the Starlight Guild. It was right then that, too out of nowhere, the busy crowd split apart and paved the way for a handsome youth with blonde hair and emerald-colored eyes. With respect and solemnity, everyone watched as Jin slowly made his way toward the entrance of the ceremony area. Here. There were around 15 attendants, but out of the 15 of them, Jin chose to head towards Kevin's side. As he handed him the letter, the edges of his lips curled upwards a little. This obviously did not go unnoticed by Kevin, who forced himself to smile with all his might. "Gene Horton, is it?" he said, trying his best to keep his formalities. But that obviously didn't last for long as Gene raised his brow and pointed at the invitation, where the words "Gene Horton" were imprinted. "You blind or something?" Kevin's face instantly crumbled apart. "Yo. I guess we're done here. But just as Kevin was about to say something, snatching the letter from his hands, Jean calmly walked into the venue. Turning his head and staring at Jin's figure from behind, Kevin's chest heaved up and down unevenly. For a moment, he was about to lose it. Here. But not even a moment after Jean left, a crisp voice sounded from behind him. Amanda. Turning around, he immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was none other than Amanda. At that moment, the light from the top of the building shifted towards her. Faint particles danced within the light, giving a sparkle to Amanda's face. Her long eyelashes gently fluttered as her black hair cascaded down her shoulders, towards the back of her black dress that seemed to sparkle underneath the light. She, just like Jean, attracted the attention of everyone present. And just like him, she attracted attention for both her status and looks. Here you go. She was a lot kinder compared to Jean, as she calmly handed Kevin the invitation. Throwing Amanda a grateful look, Kevin checked her invitation before letting her in. You may go. Thank you. Taking the invitation back, Amanda's figure slowly disappeared into the building. It was only after she entered that the people waiting outside of the building once again riled up and chaos ensued. Here you go, this is my letter. I was first. Wait guys, please calm down. Kevin's brief moment of peace ended as fast as it came, as he, alongside the other attendants, had a difficult time trying to calm the raging crowd. But just as things were about to turn for the worst, a delicate hand touched him on the shoulder. Following this, an airy and crisp voice sounded from behind his ear, startling him. Do you need help? Miss Donna. Familiar with the voice, Kevin instantly recognized her, his face lighting up in surprise. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of her standing behind him. Wearing a dark purple dress that perfectly outlined the curves of her body, Donna didn't need a moment to attract the attention of every male present. Next to her was Monica, who had dark circles underneath her eyes. Wearing a red dress that perfectly complemented her hair, Monica also looked beautiful. Staring at Kevin with her beautiful amethyst-colored eyes, Donna's lips curled. You're no longer my student. You shouldn't be referring to me with the word miss anymore. Ah, that's right. With a wry smile, Kevin scratched the back of his head. Turning her head to face the direction of the people, Donna's delicate brows knit into a frown. It looks like things are out of control. Let me lend you a hand. Her eyes suddenly shined, and everyone present froze on the spot. Please form a single line and calmly hand in your invitation without making a mess. Her gentle voice traveled through the ears of everyone present. Be it, man or woman, all of them looked at Donna in a trance as they nodded their heads in affirmation. Great. With a smile on her face, Donna tapped Kevin on the shoulder before turning around. I'll see you at the event. Then, with Monica next to her, the two entered the venue. Following this, much to Kevin's joy, the line was a lot more controlled as everyone calmly handed their tickets. It wasn't long before the line slowly diminished and the time for the event began to near. Here you go, have a pleasant night. Sending back the last person, Kevin finally sighed in relief. Too bad Emma can't come. With the whole situation happening back at her home, Emma couldn't come for obvious reasons. But, she was much more relaxed now, thankfully. With the fact that her father was now alive, she was no longer worried about her family situation. I think her uncle is here. Now that he thought about it, her uncle was probably going to be attending the event today. He needed to take a good look at him, for one of the reasons why he joined the union was to set him back in his place. All right. Fixing his clothes, Kevin looked around one last time to make sure that no one else was present before heading back in and closing the door behind him. It was time for the ceremony to begin. Bright white lights enveloped a large hall, where multiple figures, all wearing expensive dresses, walked around, observing and reveling in the ambience. Some held onto small, thin wine cups and would take a sip of their drinks from time to time. Every single person present in the hall was someone with a large background. They were akin to celebrities to the outside world. So, have you come up with a decision? Standing opposite each other, holding onto a glass filled with champagne, were Amanda and Jean. Taking a small sip of his drink, Jean wordlessly stared at Amanda. His eyes were composed, and no ounce of desire was hidden within them. One couldn't guess his thoughts easily. It was clear that he was just trying to gauge her mind. Amanda too was looking back at him as the two stared at each other for a good couple of seconds. With the both of them being the future representatives of the number 1 ranked guild and the 2nd ranked guild respectively, they had to gauge each other properly in order to best benefit their respective guilds. They were no longer fellow students like in the past. At the moment, all they had to think about was the interest of their guild. Finally, putting the glass down, Gene opened his mouth. 60-40. No negotiations. He only said 2 words, but Amanda, who was standing opposite him, instantly understood the meaning behind them. Placing her cup down, Amanda's face remained indifferent, preventing Gene from reading her expression. You want 60% of the rewards? That's exactly what I said, Gene casually replied. I've thought about it. Although it will be a hassle, we don't need to work together with you guys. I think it's only fair that we take a little bit more, else the costs just wouldn't match our losses. He added, taking a sip of his drink. Listening to Jin's words and staring at him for a good couple of seconds, Amanda's eyes squinted lightly. No negotiations. No negotiations. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Amanda's eyelashes fluttered briefly, before eventually, she nodded her head. I can agree to that. Oh. Not expecting Amanda to agree so readily, Gene raised his brow. Did you just agree? I did. I see. Normally, Gene would have been happy with this development as he had gotten exactly what he wanted, but he felt that something was off. Well, fine. Since you've agreed, I can't say much else. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders and went along with it. Reading Amanda's expression was impossible. Since this deal ended up benefiting him and his guild, it was something worth celebrating anyway. I guess we should set up an appointment later after this event to sign the agreement. Okay. Amanda expressionlessly nodded. Secretly, however, she was smiling. From the very beginning, she had expected this sort of unfavorable deal. In the first place, her goal wasn't money, but the workforce. Because most of her members were busy dealing with the demon pill incident, the available heroes that she had was low. For a guild of her size, it was unacceptable. This was why she readily agreed to Jin's terms. It may seem unfavorable, but in reality, not long ago, she received word that Melissa's magic card system was ready to be launched. And owning a small portion of the profit, Amanda knew that the 10% she lost from Gene was worth nothing. As long as the magic card system was launched in the market, she could quickly make up for the loss. In the end, this was a win-win situation for both Gene and her. Taking another drink from one of the waiters in attendance, raising his glass towards Amanda, Gene looked at her. I guess that settles it, we can. Attention. But before he could finish his sentence, cutting him off suddenly, a soft voice echoed throughout the hall. The voice was neither loud nor overbearing, but the moment it sounded, almost everyone in the hall quietened down. Turning their attention towards the center of the stage, they spotted a tall man with masculine features, broad shoulders, a black suit, and blonde hair that was neatly pulled back. Faint lightning bolts crackled around his body as he imposingly stood in the middle of the stage. His entire presence overwhelmed most of the people present. He was none other than Maximus von Dexteroy, one of the 7 heads of the Union and the number 3 in the hero ranking. Cough. Coughing to get everyone's attention, Maximus's eyes scanned the whole venue before he slowly opened his mouth. I'm very happy that many of you were able to come to today's event. As he spoke, all of the cameras pointed toward his direction as everyone paid close attention to his words. As you've all been told beforehand, today, we will be making a huge announcement. Pausing, Maximus looked toward one of the cameras. An announcement that will shake the foundations of the human domain. The Author's POV. Chapter 374, The Conference, 4. An announcement that will shake the foundations of the human domain. Maximus's words thunderously rang through every corner of the venue as the hearts of everyone witnessing the scene started beating faster. Be it the people attending or those watching from whatever means that had, everyone's eyes were glued on Maximus in the middle of the hall. With all the attention focused on him, Maximus's composure remained firm. Then, opening his mouth, he finally made his announcement. We've just received news that in a month from now, the 3 other races have decided to host a conference in the Elven domain to discuss whether humanity will be able to join their alliance. Silence. Absolute silence enshrouded the hall and the whole human domain. Everyone, from the people present in the hall or watching outside, opened their eyes widely as Maximus's words repeatedly rang through their ears. The silence did not last for long, however, as all the reporters simultaneously stood up and the flashes coming from the cameras repeatedly flashed across the stage. Your Excellency Maximus, are your words true? Will humanity finally join hands with the other races? What is the so-called event that will happen in a month's time? Any more details on that? The questions were endless, and it wasn't only the reporters that asked the questions, as the people that were invited also started to ask questions, not caring about their statuses. The union wasn't kidding when they said that this was a huge announcement. Everyone was prepared to hear something outrageous, but this was beyond their expectations. It had to be noted that ever since the three races entered the Earth, they had never tried to associate with humanity. But out of nowhere they suddenly wanted to join hands with humanity. This was mind-blowing. Just imagining the technology and trades that they could make with the other races once they allied together made everyone realize that humanity was soon going to face a new era of prosperity. It made them all excited. So he's already announced it. Staring at the scene from behind, Kevin leaned on one of the tables and took a sip of his drink. He of course knew of the event before anyone present. However, it wasn't the union that told him, but it was in actual fact, the Red Book. With him being able to see what Ren was up to, he of course knew what was going on. In fact, he knew even before the union did. This was why he refused to tell the others about it. After all, only he knew the secret of the book. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I last checked the book. About half a year or so. Since Ren was doing fine and spending most of his time training, Kevin no longer felt the need to check the book. He too had been training like crazy during this past year, and he wanted to see for himself just how much Ren had improved. Since they were going to reunite soon, he didn't want to be spoiled too much. A competitive flame ignited in his eyes as his thoughts paused there. After all, he was planning on having a good spar when they would once again meet. If possible, he wanted to give him a good beating too. The amount of crap Ren said the last time he checked the book pissed Kevin off quite a bit. Everyone please quiet down. Disrupting Kevin out of his thoughts was Maximus's voice. Following this, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall, instantly shutting down the mouths of all the people present. Thank you. Once everyone stopped talking, relaxing his shoulders, Maximus continued. I know that all of you have a lot of questions to ask, but I would like for all of you to please calm down and let me continue talking. I've only said a small part of what I wanted to say. His words seemed polite and the way he worded them made it seem as though he was asking a favor from the audience, but the commanding tone could not be hidden from the people present who nodded their heads in obedience. Good. Taking a step forward, Maximus continued his announcement. As I was saying, the three other races have agreed to host us in the Elven domain with the scope of deciding whether we are eligible for joining their alliance or not. They had one request when telling us to come, and that was to show them why they should allow us to take them into the alliance. Pausing, Maximus's eyes scanned the audience like a hawk. In simple terms, they are asking us to prove ourselves, our worth. Like a bucket of cold water had been poured on the heads of everyone present, everyone cooled down from their previous excitement and heavy tension enshrouded the hall. What exactly are they trying to have us prove? That we can fight, or something else? Someone spoke amidst the tension. He was a reporter from a famous news agency. Turning his attention towards the reporter, Maximus nodded his head. They have asked us to display to them the abilities of our top-ranked people as well as the younger generation. Once again scanning the room with his eyes, Maximus's eyes paused on a few individuals within the hall. Before long, his eyes paused on Kevin that was standing at the back of the hall. Being stared at by Maximus from the distance, Kevin suddenly felt an electric shock course through his body, jolting him into shock. Strong. He inwardly muttered. It was only a stare, but Kevin could feel just how big the gap between Maximus was. With a faint satisfied smile on his face, Maximus turned his attention back towards the hall. It's like when choosing an investment. We need to convince the other races that we are worth investing in, prove to them that we are not dead weight. We don't want to be treated as cannon fodder now, do we? Silence once again descended in the hall as complicated looks flashed across the faces of some of the people present. It was never pleasant to hear that they were being treated as mere objects that were being tested to see if they were worth the investment or not. But they also knew just how important this opportunity was for them. It wasn't long before the frown of some of the people present started to recede. Then, another person decided to speak up. How many people can we bring? Good question. Tapping onto a small device in his ear, Maximus opened his palm and raised it. 5. Instantly, confusion spread throughout the hall as they looked at Maximus's raised palm. Shaking his head, Maximus replied. 500. We are to bring 500 people maximum. We've tried to ask for more, but the elves aren't too keen on letting too many of us in. The noises in the hall once again quieted down as they all understood the implication behind his words. Even though they were being granted a chance, with only 500 people present, they were going to be at the mercy of the other races. If they did anything to piss them off, they could find themselves annihilated. How are the members selected? Another reporter asked. He was from AISR, another famous news agency. His question instantly drew the attention of the people present as they were all interested in the answer. After all, many wanted to participate in the event. This was a chance for them to represent humanity. If they managed to perform well, they would without a doubt bring a lot of prestige and honor to their names. Everyone in the hall shared these same thoughts as all eyes focused on Maximus, waiting for his reply. Clearly experienced in reading expressions, Maximus knew exactly what they were thinking and once again poured cold water on the heads of some of the people present. 400 of the 500 members have already been selected. What? Once again the hall became nosy as some people expressed how unfair this was to the others. But it was clear that Maximus did not care about their opinion at all as he continued. I don't care if you think this is unfair, but the 400 people that we've selected have already proven to us that they are the top elites of humanity. Raising his hand and lowering it down, Maximus gestured for everyone present to shut up. Don't worry, as I've said before, of the 500, there are still 100 spots that are open for people to enter. And how do we access them? This time, instead of it being a reporter asking the question, it was actually one of the guests present in the hall. Turning to face the guest, Maximus replied. It's simple, we've set up a small tournament that will take place for the next month or so. Just before the conference will start. The top 100 contestants of the tournament will get the chance to participate in the conference. Maximus's words sounded throughout every speaker in the world as many of those that were interested in joining finally saw hope. Letting his words sink in for a good minute, Maximus adjusted his tie slightly. Now, I think that's enough for the announcements. Straightening his blazer, he waved his hand and made his way toward the stairs that led to the bottom of the stage. Oh right. But just as he took a couple of steps away from the mic, recalling something, he turned to face the mic once again. I almost forgot. For those 400 people that have been selected, you will soon receive a message on your devices telling you about participation, but I want you guys to keep something in mind. Midway through, Maximus's face suddenly turned solemn. With his eyes locked on everyone in the hall, his deep and powerful voice resounded throughout the whole venue, shaking it slightly. If you're selected, you are not allowed to refuse. You are here to represent humanity. Your refusal will be treated the same as treason. A cold chill ran through the spine of some of the people present as they felt the slight killing intent hidden behind his words. Some of the reporters who were only regular humans even fainted at his words. But Maximus's words were clear. If they were selected and refused, they would become criminals. Letting that thought sink in, everyone drew a cold breath. I'm glad everyone has understood the severity of the situation. Nodding in satisfaction, Maximus finally left the stage. VRRR, VRRR. Not even a second after he left the stage, the smartwatches and phones of some of the people present started vibrating one by one. VRR, VRR. It wasn't long before the hall was enveloped by continuous buzzing sounds. I guess this was inevitable. Kevin too felt the vibration as he took out his phone and looked at the foremost notification on his watch. To Kevin Voss. Congratulations, you have been selected as one of the participants for the events that will decide the fate of humanity. This message is confirmation of your participation. You will receive a follow-up message soon. HAAA. Reading through the message, Kevin let out a long sigh. At least this will save me a bit of time. He had always intended to participate, so he was quite glad that he didn't have to participate in the tournament that was going to happen soon. Lifting his head up and staring at the hall, Kevin soon noticed a couple of familiar figures also checking on their phone. Oh, looks like Jean and Amanda also got an invitation. Inside a large mansion, laying down on a brown leather sofa and eating a bunch of grapes, a youth casually looked at the TV. I'm glad everyone has understood the severity of the situation. Maximus's voice rang from the speaker of the TV. VRR, VRR. And right as Maximus's words faded, the youth's wrist vibrated. Turning his wrist slightly, a smirk appeared on the youth's face as he muttered. As expected. They aren't blind. To Aaron Rhinestone. Congratulations, you have been selected as one of the participants for the events that will decide the fate of humanity. This message is confirmation of your participation. You will receive a follow-up message soon. A chuckle escaped Aaron's mouth as he looked at the message. Rochefield household. Laying down on her soft bed, Emma blankly stared at her phone, watching the live stream of the event from her room. Although she wanted to attend the event, the only one that was invited from her family was her uncle, and as such was unable to do anything about the situation. Squinting her eyes to get a better look at the event, she tried to look for Kevin, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find him. Eventually, Maximus started to speak and her attention was drawn to his words. Conference. Elven domain. The more she heard, the more the confusion on her face grew. VRR. And before she knew it, her phone vibrated. Then, a message suddenly appeared. To Emma Rochefield. Congratulations, you have been selected as one of the participants for the events that will decide the fate of humanity. This message is confirmation of your participation. You will receive a follow-up message soon. I was invited. Similar scenes appeared all over the human domain as more and more people received the same messages. On this day, the whole of humanity had a sleepless night. The Author's POV. Chapter 375, The Conference, 5. A day after the shocking announcement made by the Union, a bustling atmosphere filled the whole human domain as everyone went to their local Union branch and signed up for the upcoming tournament that was going to be held in 2 days. Everyone, be it young or old, wanted to participate. Some were a bit hesitant about joining when they heard that they couldn't leave, but the Union suddenly released another piece of news which assuaged everyone's fears. Whoever participated in the conference and performed well would be able to join the Union as an honorary member. Not just that, they got to enjoy the benefits of being part of the Union without actually being tied down with it. It was then that those who were initially reluctant no longer hesitated and signed up for the tournament. So you've also got invited. Standing below one of the Union branches, basking beneath the warm sunlight, was Kevin. With the gentle sunlight enveloping his features, his crimson eyes shined brightly, making him look especially handsome. Whoosh! Suddenly, a nice breeze brushed past his body, freshening his mind. Congratulations. At the moment, he was talking to someone on the phone. The person was none other than Emma, who shared the news about her invitation to Kevin. Albeit a bit late, she had her reasons for not telling sooner. Naturally, Kevin understood why and didn't say much else. Yeah. I think most of the high rankers of the lot got an invitation to the conference. Amanda, Jean, Han Yufei, Troy, Yu, and some other names that I don't really remember. Apart from that, I heard they summoned most of the ranked heroes. Not all, though. Some were forced to stay behind. Well, it's understandable. Imagine what would happen if all heroes left the human domain at the same time to attend the conference. All hell would break loose here. Even though the Monolith and the Union had signed an agreement, at the end of the day, that was only applicable to them. If the demons chose to invade the human domain, humanity would be rendered helpless. As such, the decision to only bring 500 individuals was the best one. Not that they had a choice anyway. Say, what are you doing right now? What am I doing? Lifting his head up and staring at the tall skyscraper, Kevin shrugged. Well, I'm about to leave for the Elven domain. Already? Emma's voice raised a few pitches. She sounded surprised by the sudden development. Well, we are not technologically advanced enough to teleport 500 people at the same time, so the Union decided to send people in batches of 10, and I happen to be part of the second batch that is being sent. I see. Emma sounded a bit concerned at first, but after hearing Kevin's words, her voice softened up a little bit. Okay, I'll be seeing you soon anyways. Since I'm part of the people invited, they are bound to take me to the tournament venue. They sure, huh? Midway through his sentence, Kevin suddenly felt a powerful wave of mana coming from the building behind him. Turning around, his eyes squinted. Looks like something is happening. VRR. Not even a couple of seconds after he said those words, his watch suddenly started to vibrate. Lowering his head, Kevin turned his wrist and checked his watch. Kevin, get back here right now. The portal is almost ready. Seeing the message, Kevin knew that it was time for him to hang up. Sorry, Emma. I need to go right now or I'll be late. Once again, talk to you later. Wait, don't you're duh. But before Emma could voice out any more complaints, Kevin had already hung up the phone. Sorry Emma, but I really need to go. Fixing his clothes and making sure that he looked presentable, Kevin entered the building through the glass door entrance. Whoosh. Upon entering the building, a strong wind brushed past Kevin as his hair and clothes fluttered wildly, almost as though he was in the middle of a strong storm. The cause of this phenomenon was a strange black metallic frame that stood in the middle of the room. A huge gap appeared in the middle of the square frame. That should be the portal. Halting in his steps, Kevin got a better look at the portal in the distance. With technology gradually advancing, portals, which used to be very rare, were now a common thing in Ashton City. And thanks to what the Union did, humanity now had access to the technology that finally enabled them to fully develop portals. Standing a few meters away from the portal, Kevin could vividly see thick residual threads of mana encircling the air before forming a swirl in the middle of the metallic frame. And as more and more mana threads swirled around it, something strange suddenly happened. The spiraling mana in the middle of the metallic frame suddenly started to pulsate, and before long, it slowly and steadily started to expand, creating a strange translucent purple veil that covered all parts of the squared portal. The veil itself was thin, but it held a mystical feel to it. Kevin, get in your position. Spotting Kevin, who had just entered the premises of the building, wearing a Union uniform, a tall middle-aged man pointed towards a certain area. It's too dangerous where you're standing, head to your designated position. Straightening his back, Kevin flatly replied, yes, Section Chief. Then, without saying another word, Kevin walked toward the designated area. The man who had just talked to Kevin was Mike Rotondo, and he was Kevin's direct superior at the Union. Having worked with each other for over a couple of months, they were quite familiar with each other, hence why when Kevin was ordered by him he immediately got to his position. I wonder how much longer till the portal functions. Standing in position, Kevin's eyes locked onto the strange-looking device in the distance. His heart was beating faster than before due to the uncontrollable excitement he felt about going to the Elven domain. It had to be noted that this was a place that only a few humans had ever stepped foot inside, so no one knew exactly how the place was. He wasn't the only one that was nervous, as beside him were 9 other individuals all wearing similar attire, staring at the portal in front of them. They, alongside Kevin, were all waiting for the moment when the portal would activate. It's done. Fortunately, the wait didn't last for long. A joyful voice sounded throughout the place as an old man with a hunched back and a lab coat looked at the device with undeniable excitement. I can't believe we finally managed to get access to long-distance portals. It's truly marvelous, he shouted in joy. Walking around the portal and tracing his finger on its metallic frame, the old scientist circled the portal more than 5 times before he finally stopped. Turning around and staring at the people present, his eyes narrowed into slits. Locking his eyes with the person that Kevin referred to as Section Chief, the old scientist pointed toward the portal and raised his voice. As I promised to the Union, the portal is now ready to teleport the candidates to the Elven domain. I've already set the coordinates. All you need to do is go inside. Go one at a time, and be careful of the side effects as they are strong. Thank you for your services. The Section Chief replied, staring at the portal in awe. All right, all right. Waving it off, the old man glanced at the portal one more time before leaving. This is all the thanks I get after doing all of this work. He silently muttered as he left. Pretending to have not heard him, the Section Chief turned to face Kevin. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Then he turned towards the others and asked the same question. They too responded like Kevin. Okay, the coordinates have been set to the Elven domain. There should be a few human representatives there already. By the time you arrive, they should be waiting for you at the other side. Turning to look towards the right hand of every member present, where a black ring rested, the Section Chief asked, have you made sure to pack all your necessities? Yes, sir. Everyone replied at the same time. Satisfied by the answer, the Section Chief took a step to the side. Good. Now get into the portal and do our race proud. Once he finished those words, one by one, the representatives slowly started to enter the portal. This is it. Taking a step forward while waiting for his turn, Kevin took a deep breath to calm his heart. The moment I step into the portal, I will no longer be in the human domain. It had been a while since Kevin had been out of the human domain, in such an unfamiliar environment. He was obviously a bit nervous. It's your turn, Kevin. Got it. But that nervousness didn't last for long, for it was soon his turn. Taking a step forward, into the translucent purple veil, Kevin's figure slowly started to disappear. It wasn't long before his whole figure completely disappeared. Standing behind the portal to make sure that everyone had entered, once he could no longer see Kevin, taking out his phone, the section chief reported. "I've sent the second batch already." No, there were no problems. A raging fire burned, and in the midst of the raging fire was a long, slim piece of metal. Its color had turned black, due to cooling down. Using 2 metal pliers to grab onto the long piece, Malvel dropped it on an anvil and raised his hammer. Clank, clank. The repetitive sound of the metal being hammered rang throughout the room. With each hit, a soft metallic ring would linger in the air for a couple of seconds before it was replaced by a new one. Clank, clank. Hammering the metal 2 more times, and then wiping the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead, Malvel put the metal back into the furnace, waiting for it to become red-colored again. Then, for the next couple of hours, he repeated the same process again. The frame is done. Finally, after who knew how long, Malvel turned off the furnace and stared at his anvil where the frame of a sword rested. Black steam slowly rose in the air. Wiping his hands over his apron, Malvel called out to his disciple. "Oi, little twerp, tell that useless human to come here." Putting the hammer down, Malvel's disciple turned to face Malvel and bluntly said, "He's not here." "No shit, he's not here. That's why I told you to go get him." "No, I mean, he's currently out of Henneler. He said that he'll be gone for a week or something." Malvel's eyes faintly shivered. "A week? What is he going to do for a week outside of Henneler?" "I don't know." His disciple replied while helplessly shrugging his shoulders. He really didn't know. Ran, alongside the other humans, just told him that they wouldn't be in Henneler for a week. In fact, Malvel was there when he said those words, but he was too busy doing his own things to properly listen. How long ago was that? About 3 days ago. They should be here in 4 more days. Staring at the frame of the sword on his anvil that was still releasing smoke, Malvel let out a curse. Ah, fuck. This is annoying. Taking off his apron, he threw it to the side and left the room. As he was leaving, his loud voice echoed throughout the workspace. "Well, whatever, I'm done with the frame anyways. All that's left is for that useless human to come here to check the weight. Imma, go get some sleep, call me once he comes back." The author's POV. Chapter 376, Heading to the Conference, 1. Status. Name, Rendover. Rank, B. Strength, B. Agility, B+. Stamina, B. Intelligence, B. Mana capacity, B. Luck, A+. Charm, C+. Profession. Swordsmanship LVL.4. The degree of understanding of the sword has evolved to the next level. User will find it easier to understand previously harder concepts. Martial Manual. Keiki Style, Essence Realm of Mastery. Sword art created by Grandmaster Toshimoto Keiki. A 5-star module focused primarily on reaching the apex of swordsmanship and speed. Upon mastery, the sword art becomes so fast that before an opponent could even think about their next move, their heads would already be rolling on the ground. Ring of Vindication, Essence Realm of Mastery. Highly advanced sword art that creates a perfect ring of defense around the user. The ring can create a 3-dimensional sphere that protects the user from all sides upon mastery. Because of the lack of offensive capabilities, the manual was graded 3 stars. Drifting Steps, Greater Realm of Mastery. Movement art that progresses with each step. With every step taken, user speed will increase. Unless the user stops, speed will continuously improve until the user either runs out of mana or is injured. Quick Slash Style, Minor Realm of Mastery. A sword art fully focused on speed. With one quick draw, the user gains the ability to kill an opponent without them noticing anything had happened. Created to replicate the Keiki style. After years of research, this sword art was the result. Full-body martial arts, Greater Realm of Mastery. Hand-to-hand combat technique dedicated to utilizing every single part of the body to incapacitate the enemy. It may be a 3-star art, but upon mastery, it can be used to complement other forms of martial art. Skills. G. Monarch's Indifference. A skill that enables users to erase all emotions, and act as a supreme monarch that only calculates the best option regardless of circumstance. D. The One. A skill that enables the user to instill fear into the opponent's minds, resulting in them feeling like they were standing before a sovereign that overlooked everything. The skill may work on individuals who are one rank higher than them. However, if the difference between the two parties is greater than 2 ranks, the skill effect diminishes. A. Eyes of Kronos. Upon using the skill, the user will be able to see everything in slow motion. The more mana is used, the slower the time will be in their eyes. I'm slowly getting there. I inwardly muttered as I stared at my charm, which was now in the C+ rank range. After my contract with Angelica dissolved, my charm and my stats immediately dropped back down to where they were originally supposed to be. For about a week, staring at myself in the mirror, depression once again overcame me as recollections of my handsome days would spring upon me from time to time. Still wasn't over it, if I had to be honest. Sigh. That aside, my strength did drastically rise over the past year, and just a few months ago, I broke through to B rank. Can't have everything, I muttered in consolation. Swoosh. Closing down my status window, a clear mountain breeze blew past and shook the leaves of the tree that I was sitting on. The rays of light coming from the sun filtered through the gaps of the leaves, creating a small net that sank over me. A calm peace enshrouded the area that I was in, inviting anyone present to want to relax. Of course, that was merely what was perceived on the outside. Rustle. Rustle. It wasn't long before the peace was broken as a clear rustling sound resounded from the nearby bushes. Roar. With a powerful roar, coming out of the bushes was a large brown bear with red eyes and sharp claws that were about the same size as my arms. A threatening aura expanded from its body, scaring away all of the nearby birds as they flew into the sky. An evolved black bear, it's also C+ ranked at that. Not bad. Staring at the bear with great interest, from the tree that I was sitting on, my eyes squinted slightly. That was because a little fox was standing opposite the bear, growling at it with its canines. Looks like the bear was in the middle of his hunt. It had to be noted that this was no regular bear, but an evolved one. Their diet was drastically different from what they were prior to when they were normal bears. Roar. With another roar, the bear raised his body halfway up in the air and shot towards the fox that was standing opposite to it. It wasn't long before the bear and the fox neared the area that I was in. Well, guess that's my cue. Hew up. Tugging my body forward and leaving the branch that I was sitting on, my body slowly fell to the ground at a high velocity before perfectly landing on the top of the bear's head. Bang. Despite our size difference, the moment my foot pressed onto the skull of the bear, with a loud bang, the beast's head crashed against the ground. Dust diffused in the air, masking my eyesight. Swoosh. But of course, this was no problem for me. Waving my hand slightly and channeling my wind scions, a small wind formed, blowing all of the dust away. Well, that's dinner sorted. Cleaning my hands, I got off the bear and took a good look at it. With all 4 legs outstretched from its body, the bear laid on the ground unmoving. I didn't need to check whether it was dead as its skull was practically crushed into a pulp. Grrrrrrr. Just as I was about to skin the bear, I heard a slight growling sound coming from behind me. Turning around, I noticed the small fox from before glaring in my direction. Before I could even make out what was going on, the fox darted in my direction. Its claws were outstretched trying to claw into me. I just saved you, and instead of being grateful, you're attacking me. Click. Without even moving, turning my attention back to the bear, a subtle clicking sound rang out and I heard a small thump from behind me. Ugh, how did Waylon say that I should skin a bear? Staring at the bear in front of me, I started to ponder over the different methods that Waylon had taught me about skinning a beast, but in the end, shrugging my shoulders, I just decided to put the bear's body into my dimensional space. Oh, right, there's you too. Once I put the bear back into my dimensional space, turning around, I found the dead body of the fox from before. Guess we're having roast and stew tonight. Picking it up, I also put it in my dimensional space. Humming a tune, I headed back deep into the forest. Towards my camp, and where the others were. The location of the camp wasn't far. About a 10-minute walk from where I previously was. Coming out from one of the bushes, the first thing I saw were multiple tents set up on a flat piece of land. In the middle of the tents, a fire crackled, and sitting around it was everyone apart from Douglas, who for obvious reasons, couldn't come. They were all having a merry good time talking to each other and drinking whatever drink they had in their hands. I'm back. I smiled as I approached. Back already? Waylon was the first to react as he looked at me from his seat. After him, the others also looked in my direction, but in contrast to the warm welcome that I had expected, they had all looks that asked the question, "Where's the food?" Not one of them seemed to think about anything else. I spoiled them too much. I thought as a bitter smile appeared on my face, but I kept walking regardless. I was the one who dragged them out to the forest as soon as the demons retreated. This was so that everyone could get some good training, which they did and learned a lot from, but still, they did hold a bit of resentment towards me. After all, with how advanced the dwarves were, training there was not a problem. The one that held the most resentment was probably Small Snake, who would snort from time to time whenever he would see my face. "Why do I need to train when you know that I have no talent?" he would repeatedly mutter. But of course, I ignored his words. He needed to get used to such dangerous environments. He wasn't always going to be inside of a safe location like back in Handler. "Ren, we should head back soon. We've trained enough, we'll be heading to the Elven domain in a couple of weeks' time." Waylon stood up and stretched his back. "Already?" Tapping onto my bracelet, I took the bear out and sat down on a small chair next to the fire. "Oh. We having bear tonight?" "This too." Once again tapping onto my bracelet, I threw the fox on top of the bear. "A fox?" Hein said as he stood up to take a closer look at the dead fox. Extending his hand to try and touch it, right before his hand could touch the fox, a small hand grabbed onto his wrist. It was Ava. "Don't touch that." "Why?" "It's gross." "Is it?" I questioned, secretly taking a sip of Small Snake's drink. Snapping her head in my direction, Ava repeatedly nodded her head before pointing toward Angelica's direction. "It is. Just look at Angelica, she agrees with me." Leisurely sitting on her seat, although Angelica didn't say anything, she too seemed to be in agreement as her brows were slightly knit into a frown. Meeting my gaze, her face cringed a little. For some reason, I feel like Angelica is more disgusted by me. Ava seemed to have noticed our slight interaction as she coughed slightly. "Trust me, she was definitely referring to the fox, not you." "Are you sure about that?" "Didn't seem like that to me at all." Over a year had passed since we had been together, and by now, pretty much everyone was used to Angelica. In fact, you could say that she and Ava seemed to get along quite well. Well, whatever. I shrugged my shoulders. Didn't really care about what they thought as I looked at Waylon, who approached the bear. Then, taking out a small dagger from his dimensional space, he stabbed it in the middle of the bear's stomach. Staring at him from my seat, I opened my mouth and asked, "About what you said, did Douglas contact you and tell you?" Removing the guts from the beast, a pungent smell diffused around the area we were in. Ava and Angelica instantly glared in our direction. Of course, they only glared. The one who was doing this was Waylon, who was by far the strongest of the group. Taking out the heart of the bear, Waylon nodded his head. Throwing the heart to the side, he continued to remove the organs. "Yeah. He contacted me not too long ago." "Did he say that we had to be back now?" "MHM." Taking the last organ out of the bear's body, Waylon clapped his hands together and droplets of blood spilled around the area we were in. "We will return tomorrow morning, and start making preparations for our trip to the Elven domain. We will be going by the portal." I figured that much. Imagine going all the way to the Elven domain by foot. That would take even longer than it took for me to reach Handler from the human domain. Just the thought sickened me. "Anyways, how's your training been?" "It's been alright. I shouldn't have a problem breaking into B+ rank in a couple of months, granted that I don't take any special herb. Don't rely on those too much." With a slight nod, Waylon grabbed the bear and put it on top of the grill that rested above the fire. A sizzling sound rang out the moment the bear was placed on top of the grill. If you consume too many herbs, you'll end up being over-reliant on those. Just look at my daughter, I spoiled her too much. Sigh, back when she was only. Here we go again. Should have known from the moment the word daughter was mentioned that Waylon would go on another hour-long story about how precious Emma was to him. It seemed like I wasn't the only one that thought this way, as the others also had helpless expressions on their faces. Well, not everyone. Sitting by the side, smoking a cigarette, Leopold would repeatedly nod his head as he listened to Waylon's words. "Well, this isn't too bad," I thought as a smile crept on my face as I stared at everyone present. Who knows, this could very well be the last moment of peace that I would enjoy for a very long time. I hoped not, but my previous experiences suggested otherwise. Leaning back on my chair, I tried to make the best out of the little time of rest I had remaining. The Author's POV. Chapter 377, Heading to the Conference, 2. Rumble. With a low rumble, the ground shook and the doors of Hendler opened up. Without saying anything, we entered the gates. Welcome back. Greeting us at the entrance of the city was another dwarf. By now, most people already knew who we were, and hence, whenever they saw us, they would greet us. Thank you. Greeting them back, we once again entered the city. Rumble. It wasn't long before a low rumble sounded again and the gates closed shut behind us. Go get some proper rest. We will start our preparations for the Elven domain over the next few days. Got it. The first thing we did was go back to our own residences to get changed. Having stayed in the nearby forests for over a month, everyone needed to get a proper bath. Although our tents were indeed advanced, they still didn't have showers built in them. As such, whenever someone needed to wash, they would need to go to a nearby river to get cleaned. Actually, I did briefly pass by Hendler a week ago to talk to Malvol about my sword, so it was only a week for me. Wham! Once I arrived at my residence and separated myself from the others, I headed for the shower. Turning the valve on, I let the warm water fall on my tired body, which had a couple of scars on them, before I relaxed completely. Once I was done with the shower, drying my hair with a clean towel, I sat on the bed. As I sat down, the water droplets that dropped down from my body traced down my toned body before they reached the clean bed sheets, wetting them. Let's see if anyone contacted me during all this time. Opening my desk drawer, I took out my watch and booted it on. Since there was no signal outside of the city as the dwarves tried to limit most outside communications, I had no idea about what had happened while I was gone. It wasn't even a moment before a long string of text appeared on my watch. All of them coming from the same individual. Oh, Malvol called me. Is he finished with the sword? Him calling me only meant one thing: the sword was almost ready. After the incident with Inferno, and after spending 9 months improving my swordsmanship, I was finally able to convince him into forging a sword for me. Not many had such a privilege, and so I was very happy with this development. That aside, I also feel much better now that I no longer have the tracking device inside of my head working. Thanks to Jomnuk's coaching, Ryan was able to develop to the point where he could now easily hack into my chip and tamper with the device. He could turn it on and off whenever he wanted to. This was a great piece of news to me, as I could definitely make do with it in the future. Especially at the conference where I was going to meet up with the Union. With the chip tracking device off, they would of course be unable to tell that I was 876, but for sure I was going to let them understand that they had messed with someone extremely petty. Well, that was granted if the opportunity for it came. If there wasn't, I could just wait for later. Right, that fucker will also be there. Recalling a certain face inside of my memories, my lips tugged upwards. I've still got quite the score to settle with you, don't I? If there was someone whom I hated much more than the Union, it would be none other than the individual that brought me to that place to begin with. The pain I had suffered there. The sound of my teeth grinding together sounded across the room. Whoo! I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. There was a time for everything, and now was not that time. Standing up and quickly getting changed, I headed for the door of my room. CLI, clank. Right now, my priority should be visiting Malvol and seeing how much he progressed on my sword. I wanted to leave for the Elven domain with a new sword, especially since the ones I have been using weren't the right fit for me. They just broke too readily. If there was one thing that I hated about the 4th level, it would without a doubt be the tremendous heat. With it being so close to the Earth's core, it was extremely hot. Every time I went there, it would feel as though I was inside a steaming hot sauna. It wasn't pleasant, to say the least. You're finally here, human. Upon entering the main building of the facility center, Malvol came to greet me at the door. Well, it was more like he was already there talking to the secretary, and only greeted me once he saw me coming in. Took you long enough. I was already done a couple of days ago. He grumbled, looking at me with a peeved expression. That fast. He sounded quite annoyed, but I merely shrugged my shoulders. Couldn't be blamed, I put all of my focus on training instead of anything else. Though, I was impressed by his speed. Follow me. Bidding goodbye to the secretary, Malvol brought me to his workroom. Just like in the previous times that I had been there, it was a mess. With equipment sprawled all over the place and scrap pieces of metal on the floor, it looked as though a storm had raged inside of the room. Fortunately, I was already used to this. Stepping over the garbage, we soon paused in front of a large desk. Thump. Dropping a long object that was covered in a thin white cloth onto the table, producing a dull sound, Malvel slowly unfolded the sword. The moment he unfurled the cloth and my eyes paused on the sword, my face twitched slightly. Is this the completed sword? It took me a while to process the sword in front of me, if it could even be called that. It looked nothing like it. Rather, it looked more like a burned stick. With no sharp edges, no grip, and completely nothing that would make it look like a sword, the thing that was in front of me could not even be considered one. Don't tell me that he failed. But that was impossible. With Malvel's pride, he would never show me something like this unless there was something more to it. As my thoughts paused there, I looked up to Malvel, who was looking at the sword with traces of satisfaction on his face. Extending his finger forward and tracing it over the body of the piece of metal, Malvel muttered to himself. How beautiful. Really? You call that thing beautiful? I really wanted to say those words out loud, but I managed to keep my mouth shut throughout the whole time. It was only after a couple of minutes passed that Malvel finally regained himself and coughed slightly. Cume, sorry about that, almost lost myself there. Right, I replied with a forceful smile. Oi, what's with that look? But it appeared that my face was quite obvious as Malvel glared at me. Raising my hands in a show of peace, I calmly replied, nothing. I was just curious if this was the sword that you were planning on forging for me. Of course it is. Malvel slammed his small hand on the table. He then pointed towards the long piece of metal. Can't you see that this is the frame of the sword? Well, yes, I could tell that much. Sigh, ignorance is such a bliss. Shaking his head, Malvel interlocked his hands behind his back before walking towards another counter and picking up a small white hammer that was adorned with tiny blue, red, and green crystals. He then proceeded to walk towards the sword frame. Throwing me one last glare, he handed me the hammer. Here, you'll understand once you do it. You're giving that to me? I asked, confusion dyeing my face. Why in the world was he giving me the hammer? Just take it. Obviously annoyed by my question, Malvel shoved the hammer in my hands and pointed at the sword frame. Now hammer the sword. Seeing just how serious he was being, I calmed myself down quickly and stared at the sword frame. I knew that Malvel was not someone who would joke about things related to his profession, so without wasting any more time, raising my hand which held onto the hammer, I prepared to hit the sword with it. Inject your mana before you do it. But before I could even swing downwards, Malvel's voice traveled through my ears. Got it. Closing my eyes, I channeled all of my mana into the hammer. Vroom. The gems embedded on the hammer's side suddenly started to glow, lighting up the room in beautiful myriad colors. Once that happened, pointing towards the metal frame, Malvel shouted, now. Hammer the sword right now. Snapping out of it and nodding in response, I swung my hand downwards. Clank. A loud metallic ring swept throughout the room as the hammer in my hand came into contact with the sword frame. Again. Malvel shouted after the ringing in the air dissipated. Clank. Without saying anything, raising my hand once again, I swung the hammer and a similar ring swept through the room. Once the ringing sound disappeared, Malvel once again shouted. Again. Clank. Raising my hand again, I once again swung. Clank. Again. Clank. Again. Clank. And so for the next 3 hours, the same scene repeated again and again as I continued to hammer the metal. Twang. Smashing the hammer one more time, another loud ring rang out and a bright light suddenly enveloped the room. Move back. As soon as the light appeared, pushing me back, Malvel snatched the hammer from my hands and once again hammered the sword frame. Clank. Clank. With each swing, his arm became faster and faster, and before long, the bright light that came from the sword enveloped the entire room, blinding me completely. Give me your arm. He shouted before I felt a small hand grasp my wrist and bring me forward. I was completely blinded by this point, so I had no idea what he was trying to do, but it was at that moment that I felt a sharp sting coming from the tip of my finger and a strange worm-like feeling suddenly enveloped my body. It felt like I was being constricted, or stung by a viper. I couldn't be sure, because my senses were going haywire. But that feeling didn't last for long, as all the remaining mana inside of my body suddenly got sucked out of me, and headed like a torrent towards the sword, to the point where I felt the pain. Ugh! Resist the pain. We're almost done. Malvol shouted from the side as my knees buckled up slightly. Ugh! Letting out another groan, one of my knees gave out and I fell to the ground, but thankfully, supporting me from the side was Malvol, as his big, burly hands pushed me up from below. I can't last much longer, I weakly muttered, trying my best to remain awake. Every second that passed felt agonizing, and slowly but surely I was feeling all the energy in my body getting sucked out of me. Done. Twaying. Thankfully, right before I passed out, Malvol removed my hand, and another crisp ring rang out throughout the room. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Falling down on the ground, I tried to catch my breath as sweat dripped down from the side of my face. What kind of demonic rite was that? You making a sword or what? I screamed inwardly. Unfortunately, I couldn't speak, and exhaustion had overtaken me. Before long, once I managed to rest for a good minute, I finally opened my eyes. What do you say? It was then that I saw it. My new sword. The author's POV. Chapter 378, Heading to the Conference, 3. Is that my sword? My eyes flickered slightly after opening. It took me a couple of seconds for my eyes to recover from the previous bright light. But the moment I recovered, my eyes focused on the sword that was being dangled in Malvol's hands. Standing up, I reached out for the sword. May I? It's yours. Malvol handed me the sword. Buzz. The moment my hand touched the sword, intense light exploded from it. This time, I wasn't blinded. Next, my eyes opened up in amazement as I watched the sword in my hand gain a faint green luster. At a single glance, I could see just how powerful the sword was as the mana in the atmosphere agglomerated towards it at terrifying speeds. The sword was about 1/2 meter in length, glossed in a matte black color, and gazing at its sharp body that made it seem as though it could cut anything, my lips curled up in satisfaction. It's pretty light. I muttered as I focused my attention back onto the sword and moved my hand up and down to test its weight. It was a lot lighter than I had originally anticipated. In fact, it was so light that I thought that was holding onto a feather. Try injecting mana into it, Malvol said from the side. Sitting down on a stool, he rested his arm on the table behind him and nudged his head in my direction. Instead of checking it directly, why don't you try seeing for yourself just what the sword can do? Inject my mana? Yeah. Okay. With a slight nod, I did as Malvol instructed and channeled my mana into the sword. Buzz. Another low buzz suddenly sounded. Then, without me noticing anything, the ground beneath me began to creak, as fine miniature crevices started to expand from the bottom of my feet. What the? After that, my hands which were holding onto the sword started to become heavier as my muscles bulged upwards, trying their best to keep the sword in position. What in the world? I shouted as I turned to look in Malvol's direction. What is going on? Calm down. With a calm look on his face, extending his hand in my direction, he pointed at the sword. That over there is the ability of your sword. This ability. Lowering my head, I focused my attention back on the sword in my hands. Is the ability that Malvol is talking about the ability to change the mass of the sword as I will? This ability reminded me of the ability of one of the artifacts that I previously owned. It was a ring if I didn't remember wrongly. It could change its mass upon changing its settings. I quite liked it too, but unfortunately, it was now long gone as it broke during the explosion that led me to that place. Taking a deep breath and stopping my mana flow, the sword in my hand returned to its normal mass and I glanced around the place. Let me test this in a different location. I then turned to face Malvol. Do you perhaps have a scabbard? A scabbard? Yeah, I kind of need it. The keiki style could still work without the scabbard, but I was just so used to it by now that it felt weird without it. Here. Rolling his eyes, Malvol reached out for something in the desk behind him and threw me a black leather scabbard. Thank you. Catching it with one hand, I thanked Malvol. Then, without saying anything else, I left the workspace and headed out towards a rather secluded area to test out my new sword. The area that I stopped was quite deserted, and the land was flat. Perfect place to test my new sword. Whoo! Putting my new sword into the scabbard that Malvol had just given me, I took a deep breath. With a thought, the mana in the air converged toward my hand that gripped onto the sword. As mana started to flow, the sword gradually started to glow and my pants started to feel heavier. Confirming that it was working, I stopped channeling my mana and the sword once again became lighter. Taking a step forward, and focusing all of my mana on the tip of my finger, I tapped the grip of the sword. Click. A clear and crisp sound was heard in the air the moment I touched the grip of the sword. Bang. What followed after that was a loud explosion as the earth before me tore apart and a long line that stretched over the next couple of meters appeared in front of me. A deep scar that sank at least a meter onto the ground appeared in my vision once the dust cleared out. Holy shit. Staring at the damage, my mouth hung on in shock. Was that really something that I did? Lowering my head and staring at the sword in my hand, my heart started to beat faster. Letting out a long breath and stabilizing my heartbeat, I stopped channeling my mana. Let me try without using the effect of the sword. Will there be a difference? Click. A similar clicking sound rang in the air, but contrary to the previous attack, the ground did not break apart. Instead, a small line appeared in the distance, but that was all. The difference is huge. F equals ma. This was a formula that I previously thought was useless back when I learned it back in school. That was back then. Now things were different. Couldn't be any more grateful for it. Thanks to the mass increase, accompanied by the acceleration that was brought from the keiki style, a tremendous force was released from my sword, resulting in such a terrifying attack to occur. Honestly, the more I thought about it, the fonder I grew of the sword. It was the perfect fit for me. Looks like I've done a pretty good job, huh? Startling me out of my thoughts was Malvol's voice. Turning around, I nodded my head. Yeah, it's amazing. Hee hee. Malvol laughed in satisfaction at my response. Then, stroking his beard, he tilted his head and extended his hand. Give it back. This time it was my turn to tilt my head as I looked at him in confusion. But seeing just how serious his face was, without wasting any more time, walking in his direction, I handed him the sword. Here. Thanks. Taking the sword, Malvol traced his finger over its body. It looks like I still need to polish it. It's not exactly done. The fact that I had to seal it because of your rank is probably why. You sealed it. Throwing me a casual glance, Malvol rolled his eyes. You think someone like you can handle a sword of this caliber with your rank? No. I shook my head with a bitter smile. He was right. At my current rank, B rank, I wouldn't be able to properly use the sword. Had he not sealed it, the mana consumption would just be too much for me. On a good note, if it was sealed, it meant that my sword was still not at its fullest capabilities. Just the thought made my eyes shine. Focusing my attention back on Malvol, I suddenly thought of something. How long do you need to polish it? Giving me a long stare, Malvol smirked. I know what you're thinking about. Relax, I'll have it done before you leave this place. I'll hand it to you right before you leave. Is that so? Okay. It was only after hearing Malvol's words that my shoulders relaxed. Since I had no idea for how long I would be in the Elven domain as well as know when the next time I would be back in Hendler would be, the next time that I would meet Malvol again, years may have passed. Fortunately, my worries were unfounded. All right, I'll quickly get to work. You should also go back for now. Hugging onto the sword which was double the size of his body, Malvol turned around and headed back in the direction of where his workshop was. I'll get it done on time, so relax. Got it. I replied back, staring at his small figure slowly going back towards the main building. I guess I should start preparing myself as well. Once Malvol's figure completely disappeared, looking around the place, I decided to head back and pack up. My stay in Hendler was coming to an end. Since then, a week had officially passed and it was now the day I would head out for the Elven domain. Are you guys ready? Standing in front of a large portal, Douglas looked in our direction. We were 9 people in total, him, Waylon, Ava, Hein, Small Snake, Ryan, Angelica, Leopold, and me. Originally we were supposed to go with the dwarves, but decided against it and just decided to head there an hour after. The reason why we decided to head an hour after was because... Where in the world is Malvol? Ava muttered out loud as she leaned by the side of the wall. Turning to face Ava, our eyes met and we both bitterly smiled. He told me that he'll be done by today. That's what he said to me too. I wasn't the only one that was waiting for Malval, as Ava too was waiting for him. Having worked on it for over a year now, the flute which I had given to her a while ago was almost completely fixed. Of course, just like my sword, Malval had sealed it. That being said, it was now a lot more efficient than before, and not only that, from what Ava told me, it could now even allow her to have more beasts under her control. This was a massive boost in strength for me. He's here. Just when we were about to directly head to his workshop to find him, in the distance we saw a glimpse of a familiar figure. Running towards our direction, with sweat all over his face, was a young dwarf. Instantly, our brows knit. Isn't that Malval's disciple? Having seen him multiple times already, we were all able to recognize him instantly. Running in our direction, his figure looked haggard and tired. Typical Malval, letting his disciple do the heavy work. I feel bad for him. As his leader and master, he should be more responsible. I muttered out loud as pity flashed across my eyes. It was then that I suddenly felt a pair of eyes burning holes at the back of my head. Turning around, I found Small Snake glaring daggers in my direction. What are you looking at me for? You. Raising his hand and pointing it at me, Small Snake opened and closed his mouth multiple times, seemingly struggling to get his words out of his mouth. Do you have any idea about the words that you've just? Here is your stuff. But before Small Snake could even finish his sentence, Malval's disciple arrived before us, instantly drawing my attention away from Small Snake. With heavy breaths, he took out two objects that were wrapped in thin white cloths and handed them to me and Ava. Thanks. Thank you. Looks like we're ready, Douglas said, standing by the portal. Since you guys have your stuff, we should get going. Then, turning around, he proceeded to make his way toward the portal. Let's go. Wait. But just before he could enter, Malval's disciple spoke up. Instantly everyone looked in his direction. With all of our eyes focused on him, a bitter smile emerged on his face as he scratched the back of his head. Master told me to go with you. Silence enshrouded the area around us. Before anyone could say anything else, he continued. Master said that I need to check on the two artifacts to see if there are any problems with them. Okay, you can come. Before I could say anything, cutting me mid-sentence, Douglas gave his approval. Looking at me, he tapped his wrist. We don't have much time and one more person won't hurt us, so let's go. Vroom. No longer wanting to waste any more time, Douglas directly stepped into the portal and vanished. Following him was Waylon, and the others who also had no qualms with the sudden addition of Malval's disciple. Well, since everyone is fine with it. Shrugging my shoulders, I followed the others into the portal. He may end up being useful. Finally, the long-awaited conference was about to begin. The Author's POV. Chapter 379, Isenor, 1. Isenor. That was the name of the capital of the Elven domain. Situated on the northern and central hemisphere of the New World, one would think it to be a very cold place filled with snow. They couldn't be any more wrong. If there was one thing humans knew about the Elven domain, it was that it's beautiful. Thanks to the Elven magic, which was closely related to nature itself, an expansive land that was filled with greenery and the most breathtaking scenes came to be. All the humans that had ever crossed this land said the same thing, it's the most beautiful place that I've ever seen. Ugh. Stepping out of the portal and suffering from the usual nauseating feeling that I'd get whenever I came out from one of those things, I stumbled a couple of steps. It had to be said that the distance we traveled was incredibly far. The side effects of the portal were much stronger than before. I felt a sensation akin to having my own stomach turned and rolled multiple times. It was anything but pleasant. Fortunately, with my now improved body, I was quick to recover. Wow. The moment I opened my eyes and saw what laid ahead of me, I lost my breath, as if it was snatched away. Is that Isenor? A city surrounded by large canopy trees built upon low, rolling hills appeared in the distance. Short and wide towers were built along the side of the city, overlooking everything in the distance. The walls of the towers were made of a marvelous murky-colored rock, as if they were sculpted in a way that supported the infrastructure below the city. Behind the city, in the background, water poured down towards the smaller towers in a narrow waterfall. The faint water particles that lingered in the air refracted the light coming from the sun and drew a beautiful multicolored rainbow that added vibrancy to the city. Below the waterfall was a large lake encircled by beautiful white buildings. In the middle of the lake was a small island where an enormous white building adorned in silver and gold stood. The light coming from the sun was perfectly reflected by the gold-coated areas of the building, further adding to its elegance. "Welcome to Isanor." A melodious and crisp voice rose in the air, waking me up from my daze. Then, turning my head, I saw a beautiful elven lady greet us at the entrance of the portal. With delicate features and beautiful hair that was a mix between gold and silver, I could immediately tell that she was a high-ranking member of the elves. She wore a white tunic paired with breeches covered by long, thin robes. Smiling kindly, she turned and extended her hand towards the city in the distance. "Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you humans. My name is Acelia, and I will be bringing you to the city." Then, turning around, she elegantly walked over a small pathway. "Let's go." The first one to follow her was Douglas, who stared at the city in the distance with a rare sparkle in his calm eyes. Behind him, Waylon was the second to follow as he too looked at the city with a rare excitement. He must be missing Emma quite a lot, huh? It was understandable. After having not seen his daughter for such a long time, he must for sure be wanting to meet her at all cost. Especially since he heard about the things that she was going through. The others should also be there, no. Gazing at the city in the distance, my lips tugged upwards. I guess I'll be seeing them soon too. Lightly pressing my toes on the ground, I followed the others towards the city. With a grin, I thought, I wonder what kind of face he'll make when he sees me. It's that face again, step back. Snapping me out of my thoughts was Small Snake's voice. Turning around, I found him staring at me with a deathly pale face. "What's with you? Stay as far away from me as possible," Small Snake said as he took a couple of steps back, dragging Ryan and the others behind him. I shook my head at his reaction. So extra. The city wasn't located far from the portal. It was about a half-an-hour walk. The reason why the portal was located so far off from the city was because the elves wanted to avoid a scenario where instead of allies coming from the portal, enemies would appear. Of course, the enemies could very well set a portal in the city, but that was a lot harder to do. Walking through a small forest, penetrating the leaves of the trees, a net of light appeared on the ground beneath us. The air was a bit chilly, but whenever I passed through the small net, a gentle warmth would envelope my body, prompting me to move towards where it was. "We're here." Halting her steps, Acelia, the elf that was guiding us to the city, looked behind her, in our direction. She then pointed ahead of her, where a long bridge stood. "This over here is the Bridge of Island, and there is one rule that must be kept at all times when crossing this bridge. That is, only one person can cross it at the same time." "Only one person?" Douglas raised his brow. Leaning his body forward, he looked at the bridge in the distance. Retaining the smile on her face, Acelia nodded. "Yes, only one person. It's our tradition. We have no problem with that." "Thank you." A soft wind suddenly flew, and Acelia's hair fluttered. Taking a step to the side, she motioned Douglas to head to the bridge. "If you would, please." "Okay." Smiling kindly, Douglas didn't say anything else and moved towards the bridge. It was then that something suddenly happened. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, the outline of a barrier suddenly appeared in our vision, completely enveloping the city. Apart from tradition, the barrier over here is set up using an ancient spell that enables us to determine individuals who have demonic energy inside of their body, Acelia said without a change of expression. Following her words, she turned to look in Angelica's direction. "We've already heard about you from the dwarves and have made a special exception. Here." Taking out a small bracelet from out of nowhere, Acelia handed it to Angelica. "The bracelet is coated with a special spell that will tell the others that you are on our side." Taking a couple of steps forward, Angelica extended her hand and took the bracelet. Putting it on, a white glow suddenly enshrouded her whole figure. "You're all set. You should have no problems entering the city now." Turning her head, Angelica gave a small nod of appreciation to Acelia. Replying with a small smile, Acelia's ears suddenly twitched before she turned to face our direction. "It looks like he's already made it. Who's next?" "I'll go." Waylon offered himself up as he took a step forward and passed through the bridge. The bridge's length wasn't long, about 100 meters or so, and thus, before long, Waylon soon appeared on the other side of it. Following him, the others also went one by one until, finally, it was my turn. "Your turn." Without saying anything else, I took a step forward and also started to cross the bridge. Right as I took a step into the barrier, a warm glow enveloped my body. Ignoring it, I kept moving forward. I can't see the end of this. Walking forward and staring below the bridge, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bottom of the bridge was incredibly deep, and without a doubt, if anyone fell from it, they'd end up dying instantly. Only S ranks could survive such falls as they could somewhat fly. I wish I can fly. I enviously thought as I looked below the bridge. For one to be able to fly, they must have an incredibly amount of psion control as well as mana. The principle was the same as when coating my sword with psions, but instead, rather than coating the sword, I had to coat my body, which was a lot harder to do. That aside, once I finally crossed the bridge, I moved to where the others were, inside of a large square. The inside of the city were just as beautiful as the outside. The streets were made of pasty-colored pebbles and single lines of grass crossed in between every couple of meters of the road, further adding vibrancy to the environment. Sophisticated buildings in white coated with gold and silver appeared by the side of the road, further adding to the elegance benefiting elven creatures. Around us, elves appeared everywhere. Despite our appearance, none of them seemed to be bothered by our presence. They just went about their business, treating our existence as nothing out of the ordinary. A couple others humans have entered the city before you guys. This is why they aren't shocked by your sudden appearance. Acelia said as she appeared behind us. Seeing our reaction of the city, her lips curled up slightly before she pressed her foot on the ground and followed a certain path. Follow me, I will be bringing you to your residences. It will be right next to the dwarven ones. Are we not going to stay with the other humans? Waylon asked, hope filled his eyes. Turning back, Acelia shook her head. Unfortunately not, you guys are guests from the dwarves. They requested for you to be with them. Of course, if you want to see the other humans, you may be able to do that during the inauguration of the conference where we'll host a banquet for all the races to join. Pausing and placing her finger over her chin, Acelia's brows knit slightly. The ceremony should be in about a week's time when everyone is here, so you won't have to wait long. Of course, you can also meet them in their residence, but they'll be coming at different times, so I'm not sure if the people you're looking for will be there. All right. Waylon replied with a simple nod. Undisguised disappointment could be felt from his voice. Walking up to him, I tapped him on the shoulder and whispered, I think this is for the best. Why do you say that? I know you miss Emma, but what do you think will happen when you suddenly show up in front of her after not having seen her for a few years? Waylon's face froze at my words. Nodding my head, I continued. That's right, she will most likely be very angry at you. Not that it's bad, but you should also take this chance to properly analyze how the situation in your family is. I'm quite certain Emma is not the only one that got invited from the Rochefield family. Try to get a better understanding of the situation before you act. With Waylon's brother. Cousin. Honestly, forgotten how he was related to Waylon, but with him having taken the reins of the family for quite a while, even if Waylon suddenly showed up again, there was a chance that the divide in the house would continue. After all, he must have already bought some of the people's loyalty after having stayed in that position for that long. Exposing his existence right now was not ideal. You've managed to not see her for what, 3 to 5 years? What can an extra few days do? Get a hold of your house before anything else. Who? Listening to my words, Waylon suddenly let out a long breath. You're right. I was being too impatient. You were. Patting him on the shoulder, I smirked. Knowing Emma's personality, there's a high chance she's going to be more pissed about the fact that you didn't meet her as soon as you knew she's there, hee. He didn't have to know this part. Patting him on the shoulder more, pity flashed across my eyes before I followed Acelia towards our residence. The Author's POV. Chapter 380, Isanor, 2. Woa. Taking a step out of the portal, Emma looked at the scene presented before her with amazement. Wearing a white baseball hat along with a simple shirt and shorts, Emma's curiosity piqued as she looked around the place with an excited gaze. Curb your excitement. Exiting the portal after her was Melissa. Squinting her eyes and taking out her glasses, she glared in the direction of the sun. If only that damned bastard didn't force me to come here. She muttered out loud, obviously not hiding the displeasure in her voice. Overhearing Melissa's comments, Emma turned around and asked, "What's wrong about coming here?" I would have much rather spent my time finishing my project. And what's fun about that? You never go out. Just look at you, you remind me of a vampire. Pausing, Emma pointed at the sun. The first thing you did as soon as you got out was glare at the sun. Shut up. Rolling her eyes, Melissa put her glasses back on. As the two of them were bickering, not far from them, the other group members were slowly coming out of the portal. It wasn't long before 8 more people exited the portal. Once the last person came out, an elf came to greet them and led them to an area outside of the portal where there were others waiting. As they were headed towards the larger group, Emma was instantly able to spot Amanda. Amanda, you're already here. This part wasn't hard since she stood out quite a bit. The fact that most of the males' gazes were directed at her also didn't help since it only made it easier for Emma to spot her. Walking up to her, Emma tried to hug her, but Amanda swiftly dodged, prompting Emma to pout. Hey! Save that stuff for Kevin. Hey! Emma shouted even louder as her cheeks turned rosy. How long have you been waiting here? Emma asked, in hopes of trying to switch the topic. Fortunately for her, Amanda had tact. Pretending to have not seen anything, she casually answered, It's been about 3 hours since we arrived. Lifting her head and staring into the distance, toward the direction of where Emma came from, Amanda continued. Besides you, we should be waiting for one more group before they will bring us to the city. Another group? Emma turned her head and stared in the same direction as Amanda. Any idea who it is? They are from another city. Oh. Which one? I'm not too sure myself. They're already here. Melissa said from the side, gazing into the distance where another group was slowly headed in their direction. At the forefront of the group was a young man with black hair and blue eyes. He may have been the youngest of the group, but his demeanor was unmatched as it contained this rare elegance to it that made him the focal point of the group. Aaron, so it's him. A rare of solemnity appeared on everyone's faces as their eyes paused on him. They all naturally knew who he was. After all, it was hard for them to not have heard of him when he had been a thorn on their side during their first year. Second and third year for Emma and Melissa. Walking in small strides, Aaron's eyes soon paused on their group, and a surprised look flashed across his face. It wasn't long before a smirk followed after as he walked up to them. It's been a while since I've seen you guys. Pausing, Aaron's eyes soon stopped on Amanda. His brows knit for a second before they relaxed. You must be Miss Stern. I think we maybe briefly met during your first year. It was unfortunate that you left after and we were unable to see each other. Okay. Amanda replied with a short and indifferent acceptance of his words. Not expecting such a reaction from Amanda, Aaron's smile froze for a very short second before he regained his calm. It seems like Miss Stern isn't too keen on talking to me, so I will take my leave. Smiling at Amanda, Aaron turned around and left. Staring at his back from behind, Emma turned to look in Amanda's direction. Hey, are you sure you want to treat him like that? His guild is pretty powerful. You sure you won't regret this in the future? No. Amanda shook her head as she stared at Aaron's back. She knew very well what type of background Aaron had. He was the heir of the most powerful guild in Ludwig City, one of the 4 great cities in the human domain. In terms of power, his guild was not as great as hers, but in terms of influence, it was very powerful. They were not someone that the current Amanda could deal with if they truly decided to attack them. Lowering her head and staring at Emma, Amanda softly said, The reason I'm doing this is because he is already working with another diamond-graded guild in Ashton City. He is. Surprise flashed in Emma's eyes at this revelation. Why would they reach out for the other guilds? Because they are greedy. Amanda coldly replied, her voice taking a chilly tone. News about her father's disappearance had now spread wide, and not just the guilds in Ashton City, but even the other guilds from outside wanted to have a slice of her guild. Amanda was obviously enraged by this, but she was also helpless at the same time. Thank you for coming all of the way here to Isanor. Disrupting Amanda out of her thoughts was a crisp and melodious voice that came from the distance. Lifting her head, Amanda's eyes paused on an elf standing far ahead of the group. As he addressed them, he seemed to be very polite. Sorry for the long wait. Now that everyone has gathered, I will escort you to the main city. So, if you would please follow me. Turning around, the elf started to walk along a pathway that led to the city. As he left, one by one, the other people present slowly started to follow him. Let's go. The first one to move out of the 3 girls was Emma, who quickly lined up and followed the others into the city. Excitement flashed across her eyes. Here, take this. Just as Amanda was about to follow Emma, grabbing her shoulder, Melissa handed her a couple of things. Since you will be displaying your talent to everyone, you might as well be useful and advertise this as well. The better the performance, the richer we become. Finished speaking, Melissa also lined up. Staring at Melissa in confusion, lowering her head, Amanda stared at her hand where several different cards of various colors rested. Blinking a couple of times, her lips tugged upwards ever so slightly. Clank. A metallic ring sounded throughout a small room as a broadsword crossed against two sharp daggers. A circular pressurized wind sprang out from the point of contact between the blades as the two individuals distanced themselves from each other. Gazing at each other from the distance, the individual holding onto the broadsword lowered it and complimented his sparring partner. "You've improved a lot." "You too." The two individuals were none other than Kevin and Jean. After arriving early to the Elven domain and meeting up together, they decided to spend most of their time sparring against each other. As they had been doing this for the past 2 years back at the lock, both of them were quite familiar with the way the other fought, hence why they were able to fight against each other evenly. Although they had not sparred together ever since leaving the lock, the both of them were still quite familiar with each other's styles. Hence, they were able to make the most out of their training. If there was one thing that was different about the two, it was that Jean was now a rank lower than Kevin, at B-. This wasn't due to a lack of training, however. Jean had been training harder than ever. The reason for his current rank was that he had acquired a 5-star dagger technique not long ago. Since he was now more focused on improving his dagger art, the time he spent on improving his rank lowered significantly. And it was because of this that he lagged behind Kevin, in terms of rank. Wiping the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead, Kevin put away his broadsword. "This should be enough for today, the others will be coming here soon." "Okay." Putting his daggers away, Jean nodded in response. Moments prior to their spar, they heard from the others that they had already arrived. Pulling his hair back, Kevin turned around and headed out of the room. "They should be here soon. Let's go meet them." Without saying anything, Jean followed him from behind. At the same time, in another part of Isanor. "You guys have finally made it." Welcoming us with open arms was Rander. Turning his head to face my direction, he asked, "Did you guys sort everything out?" "Yeah." I nodded. "We managed to get it in the nick of time. In fact, we also brought someone else with us." Taking a step to the side, I proceeded to point at a certain someone who stood at the back. That person was none other than Malvol's disciple, whose name I still did not know. "Ho ho, isn't that Malvol's disciple?" A look of surprise flashed across Rander's eyes as his gaze paused on the only dwarf in our group. He of course also knew who the dwarf was. Given Malvol's fame, it was hard for the elders to not pay attention to him. After all, if one of their most famous blacksmiths had a disciple, he would most likely become someone important in the future. As an elder, Rander had to pay close attention to such things. Good, good. This will be a great experience for him. What followed after the surprised look was a satisfied one as he repeatedly nodded in approval. With him around, we won't have to worry about our weapons breaking. He jokingly said as he patted him on the shoulder multiple times. After saying a couple more things to Malvol's disciple, he focused his attention back on us. "All right, now that you are all here, I presume that you guys have already seen your rooms, correct?" "Yes, we have. We're currently going to go for a stroll around the city to get a better idea of the place," Waylon replied. At the moment, he was wearing a skin mask in order to hide his face. He wasn't the only one wearing a mask as we were all wearing one. Although the chip inside of my head was disabled, I didn't want to take any chances and therefore chose to wear a mask. If someone recognized me, things would get troublesome. The only one missing from the group was Douglas, who joined Gervis to talk with the higher-ups of the elves. Anywho, the reason why we were currently going out was, just as Waylon said, to get a better look at the city. Just like in Henler, I wanted to get a better idea of the environment I was in so that if trouble arose in the future, I would have more options open for me. Information was key to everything. Actually, the real reason was because we wanted to know where the others were staying. But what I previously said wasn't that far from the truth. "I see." Stroking his beard, Rander pursed his lips before nodding in agreement. "That's a good idea. I've got a map of the place if you want. That can help you familiarize yourself with the place better." "That would be ideal," Waylon replied, taking up on Rander's offer. "Very well." Laughing a little, Rander threw Waylon a small device which contained the map of the city. "Enjoy your little tour." The author's POV. Chapter 381, Meeting from Afar, 1. Say, demons are not going to suddenly show up out of nowhere and attack us, right? Walking through the city, a rough voice sounded next to me. It was Leopold. What do you mean? Well, just that. Leopold looked around and lowered his voice. I'm kinda tired of dealing with demons, and I was wondering if another situation similar to Hendler might happen. Oh, it was about that. I nodded. Not sure, to be honest. But unlike the dwarves, elves are much better at detecting demons since they are super sensitive to mana, so there's a chance that no such thing will happen. What do you mean? Just like I said, elves are much more sensitive to demonic energy. Therefore, it is a lot easier for them to spot demons. In fact, didn't you notice the barrier before? Squinting, Leopold looked behind him. The one at the bridge? Yeah, that alone should stop most of the demons. Had Angelica not worn the special bracelet, she would have easily been found out. Even if she had turned into a ring form, there was a chance for her to get spotted. During the conference, in the novel, it was because of this that no demons managed to interfere. That being said, never say never. That's reassuring. Leopold finally relaxed and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Then, his footsteps suddenly halted as he brought his hands closer to his face. A clicking sound repeatedly rang in the air. Click, click. What are you doing? Ah, shit. With an embarrassed look, Leopold lowered his hands and scratched the back of his head. I was trying to have a smoke, but I forgot we can't do that here. Seriously. Before coming here, I remember expressively reminding Leopold that he couldn't smoke lest he wanted to piss off the elves. I even took away his cigarettes in order to make sure he didn't. He was just that addicted. Plus, with how nature-oriented the elves were, any form of littering or smoking was a big no-no. Right, sorry. Putting the lighter away, Leopold's face scrunched up a little. Staring at him, I shook my head. He's already suffering withdrawal symptoms. The last time he smoked was not that long ago, maybe half a day. Just how addicted was he? Shaking my head, I followed the rest of the group around the city. Ignoring Leopold's progressively worsening face, we continued our tour of the city. Most of the city was accessible to us apart from a few places, like the enormous building that stood in the middle of the lake. Apparently, that place was where the elders held important discussions, and since we were not that important, we could not go there. That was probably where Douglas went. I wonder if we're going to be participating in the tournament. Hein murmured from the side. It was audible enough for everyone present to hear. You want to participate? Ava curiously lifted her head. From what I've heard, we don't really need to participate. We don't, I replied with a nod. We've already proven our qualifications to the others, so, realistically speaking, we don't have to participate, but... Looks like everyone is interested. Seeing everyone stare in my direction, my lips tugged upwards. But no one said we couldn't. I mean, if you guys want to participate, go. Do your thing. In fact, use this chance to see how much you guys have improved over the past month. If there was one thing my group had an edge over all the other people their age participating in the tournament was true combat experience. Sure, some might have a bit of experience fighting against demons and the like, but who could proudly say they had fought a war against a full-on attack from the demons and came out on top? I don't think there are many. I heard that the winners from each respective age range will get quite a reward. Oh right, there's that too. Snapping my head towards Hein, I grabbed his shoulder. Hein, remember how I told you that there's a way to cure your father? You don't mean? With my eyes locked onto Hein's, I nodded. Yes, one of the top prizes for the tournament is in fact the elixir that can cure your father of his disability. There were many prizes granted to the top winner of the tournament, and if I didn't recall it wrong, one of them was the elixir that Hein could use to heal his father. Honestly, with how much the dwarves favored us, there was a possibility of them giving it to us if we just asked, but that might result in the elves losing favorability with us. Plus, this was a good way to motivate Hein into joining the tournament and even win. It was time to finally let the world see just how talented he was. You're not joking, right? Hein's voice sounded rather weak. Completely different from his usual deep and confident one. He must care a lot about his father. I thought with a smile before patting him on the shoulder. We've already signed a contract, why would I lie to you? I see. Click, click. It was then that we heard a clicking sound coming from the side. When we turned our heads, we saw Leopold with his hand on his mouth, trying to light up a non-existent cigarette. Anyways, this is the opportunity that I promised you. It's up to you whether you will grasp it or no. No, I will take it. A resolute look appeared on Hein's face as his fists clenched tightly. Having spent over a year with you guys, I had almost forgotten my one true goal, and that was to save my father. Hein said as the air around him changed. He gave out an aura of a man who was about to go to war. Looks like he's made up his mind. As long as Hein resolved the one knot that was tying him down, his family, his growth would reach a new, unprecedented level. This was what I was waiting for. Well, I'm glad that why. Bang. Midway through my speech, my body crashed against something soft and hard. Ow. Massaging my head, I slowly looked up. It appeared that I had bumped against Waylon. Hey, is everything okay? I was met with no response. Waylon stood motionless in the middle of the streets, prompting me to frown. Just what in the world? Sensing that something was wrong, I looked in the direction of where he was staring at. Ah. It was then that I let out a strange noise, as my face froze. Walking on the opposite side of the street, far into the distance, was a certain group. But that wasn't the reason for my reaction. They're here. As I was saying, if we're going to meet each other during the tournament, I'm going to go all out and won't hold back. Emma's energetic voice rang out. Having crossed the bridge with the group and entering the city, once she got a close look at the place, Emma couldn't hide her excitement, curiously looking at everything like a newborn child. Oh wow, look at that. Taking out her phone, she snapped photos of the place. Once she took enough pictures, Emma put her phone away. What was I saying again? Trying to recall what she was trying to say before, Emma's brows knit, forming a frown. Ah, right. Then, hitting her right fist on the palm of her left hand, she turned to look at Amanda and Melissa with a challenging look on her face. If we meet each other in the tournament, don't expect me to hold back. I'll show you how much stronger I've gotten during the time we've not seen each other. I'm not fighting. With a scornful look, Melissa took her glasses out and replaced them with sunglasses. Squinting, Emma looked at Melissa and muttered out loud, "Those don't really fit you. As long as they do the job, it doesn't really matter." Lowering her head and staring in Emma's direction, Melissa repeatedly nodded her head. Yup, I can no longer see you." It took a while for Emma to get her comment. Once she did, she shot a glare in Melissa's direction. "It's obvious that you can still see. Who's talking? Is someone there? You. Please stop." Before things got heated, Amanda decided to step in. "Save this stuff for later when we're in private." Fortunately, Amanda now had plenty of experience in handling these sorts of situations. With her having an active role in her guild, she was well versed in handling disputes amongst guild members. She was also quite familiar with the two of them, so it wasn't that hard for her to calm Emma down. "We're soon going to meet up with the others, Anne." "Who are they?" Amanda's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Emma's voice attracted her attention. Turning her head, her eyes paused on a certain group in the distance who was, at the moment, looking at them as well. "Are they looking at us?" Emma turned her head left and right before her eyes paused on Amanda, who nodded in affirmation. "They are." Although they were quite far from each other, Amanda was able to get a good look at the people in the other group, and she could tell that the two of them were staring in their direction. The two staring were people she had never seen before. One was a middle-aged man with dark gray hair and a goatee, while the other was a young man with light brown hair and green eyes. Why does he feel familiar? Amanda thought, her eyes squinting. That young man. He felt familiar. But, how? His demeanor reminded her of someone, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly the same. There were differences. Still, that nagging feeling continued to grow in Amanda's heart as she stared in their direction. Creep. That was, however, disturbed by Emma's comments as she stared at the middle-aged man in the distance with a scornful look. Turning her head, Amanda saw Emma visibly shiver as she took a step back. Ugh, I thought I was used to the stares, but when an old man stares at me like that, it's still creepy. Paying close attention to Emma's words, Amanda turned her attention back towards the group in the distance. They're gone. But they were already gone before she knew it. I'm glad they are. Emma replied by the side, still visibly shaken by the experience. That guy's eyes were totally creepy. He was looking at me with, "Ugh, I'd rather not talk about it." Shivering from cringe, Emma vented her frustration to Amanda. "Did they also look at you like that?" "I'm not sure," Amanda replied. She had been so distracted by their appearance that she had not seen the looks on their faces. "They're probably from another group that came earlier. Anyway, let's go." With her hands in her pocket and styling her sunglasses, Melissa followed the group. Turning her head, Emma followed Melissa. "I have to agree with you for once." Stopping next to Melissa, Emma tilted her head and asked, "Hey, are you not creeped out by what you just saw? Someone talking to me?" "You." Brushing her silky black hair behind her ear, Amanda's eyes continued to linger towards the previous spot where the humans stood. Strange. The more she thought about it, the stronger the familiar feeling she felt when looking at him grew. It was starting to invade her mind, as she stood in a daze, trying to piece the puzzle together, but before she could do that, a voice called out to her. It was Emma. "Amanda, are you coming or not?" Turning her head and seeing that the group was quite a distance away from her, taking one last glance at the previous spot, she followed the two. "I'm coming. A/N, another chap soon." Amanda's official illustration is in the comment section if you are interested. The author's POV. Chapter 382, Meeting from Afar, 2. Step. Walking through the city of Isanor, silence enshrouded our group as no one spoke. A somber and tense atmosphere enveloped the area around us. PFTT. The silence did not last for long, however, as a small laugh soon escaped from my mouth. The instant my laugh sounded, Waylon shot a glare in my direction. "You done?" "Why, yeah." But that didn't help me in any way as my lips trembled even more. A memory sudden flashed inside of my mind and it wasn't long before I was unable to contain my laughter anymore and I laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Holding onto my belly, I laughed as I had never before. Tears slowly started to gather by the side of my eyes, as I couldn't help but slap my thigh. "I can't believe she called you a creep and looked at you that way, ha ha ha, I can't." The more I laughed, the darker Waylon's face became. I of course knew my limits. Just when Waylon's face was about to explode, I raised my hands in defeat. All right, I'll stop, PFTTT. Unfortunately, I was unable to keep my face straight. Before long, another laugh escaped from my mouth and Waylon's face became even darker. What was supposed to be an emotional cliché moment where Waylon would stare at his daughter with longing eyes from the distance, expressing his sorrow about his inability of not being able to meet her, turned into a moment where he was scorned and called a creep by her. Recalling that moment, another laugh escaped from my lips as pity flashed across my eyes. Obviously, Waylon was not pleased by the laugh as he venomously stared at me. "Another word and you're done." His threats may have worked on someone else, but as someone who had been with him for over a year, such threats were no longer effective. Walking up to him I patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. You should be happy instead." "Happy?" Waylon raised his brow and coldly looked at me. "Why should I be happy about the fact that my daughter treated me like some sort of creep?" "Because it means that you've taught her well." "What?" Taking my hand off of his shoulder, I explained. "Well, think about it, why in the world would she recognize you when you're wearing a mask to hide your features? Had she looked back at you with the same eyes as yours, I'd be worried." My words seemed to have some sort of effect on Waylon as he calmed down and logically thought things through. Then, his shoulders slumped down in defeat. "You're right. Of course I'm right. If I were in the same situation as he and Nola reacted differently, I'd start to worry. Actually, what if I was in Waylon's spot and Nola reacted the same way?" As my thoughts paused there, I instantly started to realize what kind of pain Waylon was going through, and the pity I previously had for him turned into sympathy. "Still hurts that I was called a creep." Once again placing my hand on Waylon's shoulder, I apologized. "I'm sorry for laughing at you before. Now that I've thought things carefully, I can understand your pain somewhat." Lifting his head up, Waylon turned to face me and our eyes met. "Thank you." PFTT, never mind. Unfortunately, I was still unable to hold my laugh back as I took a look at his face and recalled the previous moment. It was just too funny. Smack. Smacking my hand away, Waylon distanced himself from me. "Don't talk to me." "Oh come on, I was just messing around." Following Waylon from behind, I tried to apologize, but all my words went to deaf ears as Waylon completely ignored me. This is nice, I thought with a smile as I followed him from behind. This was the first time in a while that I had a relaxed day without fighting or training. Just these casual jokes helped me alleviate some of the mental burdens I was suffering from. Even though I was no longer contracted with Angelica, and as such no longer had any demonic energy inside of my body, my mind was still broken. It was slowly healing, but the scars and traumas that I had gone through couldn't just be overwritten that easily. If that was possible, I wouldn't need to worry about the frequent nightmares and thoughts that would haunt me from time to time. It was moments like this where I could feel my mind slowly start to heal. Or at least, delude myself into thinking that I was suffering. Phew. Exhaling deeply, I tried to calm my mind down and thought back to the previous meeting, trying to distract my mind away from the dark thoughts. I'm also glad that they're doing fine. Soon, a serene smile appeared on my face. Although I wasn't able to see them for long and was not able to get a clear look at them, just the fact that they looked to be doing fine lifted something off of my chest. Especially Amanda. At first I thought that she was going to turn even colder than before, with everything that happened with her father and her guild, but seeing how serene and calm she looked, I felt relief. Do they even still remember me? I had only known them for a year, and we hadn't spent much time together, but that 1 year was unreplaceable to me. To them, I might just be another extra that had died along with the many others that died during their life, but to me, they were the first friends I had made in a very long time. Even if they may have forgotten about me, I was really happy that they were doing fine. Ugh. Rubbing my eyes, I tried to think of something else. I wonder where Kevin is. Since they were here, he must also be in the city, right? I already knew that the humans would be coming in batches, therefore, I wasn't worried that he wasn't coming. I'll see him soon. There were plenty of opportunities for me to meet with Kevin and the others. I may have missed this one, but there would always be a second. Snapping out of my thoughts, lifting my head, and staring at the others that had walked quite a fair distance away from me, I called out for them. Hey, wait up. Don't leave me behind. Lightly pressing my foot onto the ground, I followed them from behind. You guys have finally made it. Greeting Emma, Melissa, and Amanda in front of a large white building were Kevin and Jean, who had just come out from their training session. Leaning against one of the pillars of the building, Emma closely scrutinized Kevin. She then turned to face Jean. Did you guys just come out of training? You can tell. What do you think? You're soaked from top to bottom. Lowering his head, Kevin looked at his shirt, which had a huge sweat mark, and scratched his head. Guess you're right. Was supposed to be a light spar, didn't know we would get this sweaty. The smell is the worst part. Melissa added from the side, taking off her sunglasses and staring at Kevin and Jean with a not-so-pleased look. Listening to Melissa's words, stretching his white shirt, Jean sniffed it. The same went for Kevin, who mimicked Jin's movements. I'm not even going to say anything. Staring at the duo, Melissa shook her head before she decided to head for her room. Don't disturb me for the next couple of days. I've got important things to do. Then, without waiting for anyone to say anything else, she directly left. Once Melissa left, Emma took the opportunity to switch the topic. Kevin, you won't believe what happened while we were coming here. Oh. What happened? An intrigued look appeared on Kevin's face. On our way here, we met another group of humans. You met another group? Kevin's brows knit at her words. Nodding her head, Emma continued. Yeah, I didn't count how many there were, but hear this, once we were passing with their group, a middle-aged man in the group suddenly leered in my direction. Hugging her body, Emma's face cringed. Ugh, just recalling the way he looked at me sent shivers down my spine. Emma. Kevin's serious voice snapped Emma out of her story. Staring at Kevin's face, which was incredibly serious, Emma noticed that something was wrong. What's wrong? Did you just say that you saw another group of humans? Yes, I did. Emma nodded. Then, her head snapped in Amanda's direction. You saw it too, right? They were humans for sure. They were. Amanda softly replied. Her delicate face was also solemn. Seeing the changes in Kevin's face, she knew that something was up at the moment. Her previous feelings couldn't have been wrong. Ba, thump, ba, thump. Her heart started to beat faster as she thought of a possibility. It couldn't be him, right? For Kevin to react like that, there must be something, right? His demeanor, and the way he carried himself, there was only one person that Amanda thought acted like that. Emma, that middle-aged man was probably your father. But, pouring cold water into Amanda's thoughts was Kevin's voice as he revealed a shocking piece of news. A weird noise came out of Emma's mouth as her face paled and she took a step back. Halting her steps, Emma's face suddenly brightened up as she patted Kevin on the shoulder. Ah, ha, ha, I see what you did there, you must be joking. Nice joke. Her strained laugh rang in the air. Ha ha ha, I didn't take you for a joker, Kevin. Her facade quickly crumbled as soon as she saw how serious Kevin's face was. Ha ha, you're joking, right? Her voice sounded even more strained. Kevin shook his head. I'm not joking. Apart from you guys, all the humans that have arrived should be in this building. They won't let anyone wander around until everyone has gathered. Kevin paused. Didn't I tell you how your father was safe, and on a secret mission? Emma weakly nodded her head, trying her best to process the information that Kevin was telling her. From what I know, he was on a secret mission in the Dwarven domain, and from the rumors I've heard, there's a human group over here that came from the Dwarven domain. Ah. Weakly leaning onto the side of the pillar, Emma's mouth trembled. She wasn't stupid. She instantly understood what Kevin was trying to say, and it was because of this that all of a sudden, all of the energy drained out of her body. It can't be, is he really? Tears started to gather by the side of her eyes. Visible relief and disbelief dyed her face as she tried to process what Kevin was telling her. It wasn't long before her knees gave out and she stumbled onto the ground. Ha, Dad. Walking up to her, Kevin kneeled down and patted her back. It's okay. He's finally here. He's not dead. Hearing Kevin's words, as if a dam had burst, Emma let go of all of her pent-up stress and tears started to stream down the side of her cheeks. I'm glad, I'm so glad. Staring at Emma from the side, Amanda turned her head slightly and secretly wiped the corner of her eyes. Closing her eyes, she bit the bottom of her lips. Where are you, Father? It had been over 3 years since she had last seen him. With the orb in her hand, she knew that he was fine, but the worry hidden within her was still there. With no idea where he was and how he was doing, Amanda was only pretending to be strong on the outside. Inside, she was just as fragile as she was when he first left her. Emma's current situation reminded her that her father was still out there, somewhere, fighting for his way back. That being said, she was genuinely happy for Emma. Going through the same hardship she was going through, she could familiarize herself with her circumstances. She could feel the relief in her voice. Breathing out, Amanda looked up at the sky. I miss you, Father. The Author's POV. Chapter 383, You Remember Me. 1. Elven Tear. Some might call it a miracle drug. The item was something that the elves were highly famous for. It could practically heal all diseases regardless of their seriousness. It could even bring back someone from the brink of death. That was how effective the elven tears were. But of course, just like the name suggested, it could only be created by the elves, and even then, it wasn't like they could easily make them. In fact, it was quite hard for them to make. Perhaps in the past, back when they still had the world tree at their disposal, creating miraculous elixirs like the elven tears might have been easy. But that was then, and this was now. Times had changed, and each elven tear was incredibly valuable. So valuable that it had created great havoc in the human domain once upon a time when someone managed to get their hands on one elven tear and decided to sell it. At that time, it was sold to an anonymous bidder for a tremendous price of 2 billion U. I need it. Sitting on his bed, Hein leaned forward and rested both of his arms on his legs. I need to get that elixir at all cost. A determined look flashed across his handsome face as his fists clenched tightly. Remembering the troubles his father had gone through while he was injured while trying to provide for both him and his siblings, an inexplicable feeling arose within Hein, prompting him to clench his fists even more tightly. According to what Ren said, the top 10 winners will have the possibility of requesting any reward. The prize didn't necessarily have to be the elven tears. There were many other items that were more valuable than the tears up for grabs for the winners, but for Hein, the tears were priceless. He couldn't care less for the other prizes. Can I do it? Worry flashed across his eyes as he thought about the upcoming tournament. He knew his limits, and he knew that he wasn't strong enough to be first. If Ren participated, he may as well kiss the chances of getting first place goodbye. But 10th. I have to do it. After all the training that he had done in Hendler, Hein had confidence in his abilities. He no longer thought that the others were as scary as he once thought. Blinking a couple of times, Hein suddenly turned his head towards the right side of the room. Oh no. Standing up from his bed, he rushed towards a particular wooden desk where a shield rested on top. A small black smudge appeared by the side of the shield. How did you get dirty again? Taking out a handkerchief from his dimensional space, Hein wiped the small smudge that was on top of his shield. This clean freak attitude was something that he had developed back in Hendler when he was scolded by Malvel for not being careful enough with his shield. If I ever see a smudge on that shield, I will not give you a shield. Treat it as if it's your most prized possession. It's fine if it breaks from fighting a lot, but if you show me just how much you don't care about your shield, why should you bother asking to have one made for you? Those words deeply resonated with Hein, who understood the intent behind Malvel's words. As such, from that point on, Hein literally did as Malvel said and treated his shield as though it was his baby. And just like now, whenever the shield got dirty, Hein would immediately stop whatever he was doing and clean the shield. His behavior annoyed Ava quite a bit as she would look at him the same way Angelica would look at Ren. But Hein just couldn't help himself. There's another one over here. Leaning his head to the side, Hein wiped another part of the shield. Are you okay? No, I'm not. I called my own dad a creep. Realization dawned on Emma after Kevin revealed to her the possibility of her father being present. You never know. That could also not be your father. What do you mean? Emma's head snapped upwards, prompting Kevin to raise both hands to try to calm her down. Calm down, all I'm saying is that they may have not been the group where your father came from. But, I wasn't lying when I said that there were a couple of humans from the Dwarven domain. Okay. Lowering her head, Emma thought of something before mumbling softly. I don't understand. Staring at Emma from the opposite side, Kevin didn't say anything. He could tell what she was trying to say. If that was her father, why didn't he greet her and instead just look at her from afar? Kevin already had an idea as to why, but it wasn't like he could share it with her. It'd just increase her worries. Lifting his head and staring at the tranquil, blue sky, Kevin's eyes closed. Since they're here, he should also be here. Emma did say that her father was in a group. And if he was part of the group, he must be aware of the fact that everyone was here. Since he had not revealed himself yet, it meant that he was planning something. As such, after thinking for a bit, Kevin decided to let him be for now. Of course, only for now. If the opportunity presented itself, he was definitely going to give Ren quite the beating. I wonder just how much stronger you've become ever since the last time we saw each other. Thinking along those lines, Kevin's lips curled upward. What are you thinking about? Snapping him out of his thoughts was Emma, who had recovered somewhat from the news of her father's appearance. Opening his eyes, Kevin shook his head. Nothing to worry about. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand in Emma's direction. Now, what do you say we go tour the place? Lowering his head and checking his watch, Kevin continued. We've got a couple of hours before the sun sets. Sounds like a good idea. Extending her hand and grabbing Kevin's, Emma slowly sat up straight. It took a while to calm Waylon down, but once we managed to get back to our residences, his previous rage had pretty much calmed down. Sitting on an oversized wooden chair, in a beautiful green garden that overlooked the entirety of the city from above, I took a deep breath of the fresh air. This is nice. Compared to Hendler where the air was stuffy, the air here was incredibly fresh. It helped me relax a lot. Say, you saw a couple of your friends. Why didn't you go greet them? Seated next to me was Waylon, who also gazed into the distance with a serene look. Unlike me, you didn't need to hold back from seeing them. Turning his head, Waylon crossed his legs. Why are you holding yourself back from seeing them? I'm not. Placing a hand over my face and removing the mask off of it, I locked my gaze into the distance. It's not that I don't want to meet them, it's that I couldn't at that moment. Couldn't. I really did want to go meet them. I really did. There was just one problem. Aaron. He was in the group. When I saw him, I was surprisingly calm. I had originally expected to see myself going crazy at the sight of him, but, surprisingly, I was able to remain cool-headed. However, I was not sure if the same could be said for the next time I would see him. Of course, if there was one thing I was sure about, it was the fact that the anger inside of my heart had still not disappeared. I was calmer, but at the same time, the feelings of revenge had never died down. Had I shown myself back then, Aaron would have most likely been shocked, and he would either prepare some sort of scheme to try to kill me again or become wary of me who had come back from the dead. If that happened, doing anything to him would become that much harder. I couldn't allow that to happen. I'm not sure about the details, but I don't think it's fair for you to keep your friends in the dark. Waylon had a sagely look on the side. His look closely resembled Douglas's. Was he so lonely without Emma that he started to become more like Douglas? Placing both of my hands on the armrest of the chair, I propped my body up. Don't worry about it, I'm planning on meeting them in a couple of days. I just have to take care of one thing before I can meet them. That problem was of course Aaron. He needed to die. For my sake, he needed to die. Where are you going right now? I'm gonna go back to my room to get some proper rest. Planning on doing anything else one of these days. Like stalk the others. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. The moment I said those words, a difficult look appeared on Waylon's face before he turned his head to the side and pretended to have not said anything. Yeah, I'm good. Shaking my head, I headed back to my room. There were a couple of things I needed to get done in these few days before the ceremony would begin. Isanor, unknown location. Step, step. The sound of light footsteps echoed throughout a small room. Deep and robust roots embedded themselves by the side of the room, and an elegant figure slowly walked in. With long and pure silver hair that cascaded down her smooth back, the elegant figure had pointed ears and an otherworldly face. Her looks were similar to that of a goddess. She was the current elven queen of the elves on Earth, Malin Ziltris. Not much was known about her except for the fact that she was quite young and had a pure elven bloodline, making her a terrifying existence. The queen's feet soon came to a sudden halt. Opposite her was a small wooden capsule, about the size of a car. Enshrouded by small roots and leaves, a tiny opening appeared inside of the capsule. Placing her small delicate hand over the capsule, the queen leaned her forward slightly. Peeking through the small gap of the capsule, a beautiful face appeared in the elven queen's vision. Its beauty did not lose to the queen. But there was something different between her and the queen. She didn't have silver or blonde hair, a distinctive features elves had. Rather, she had silky black hair that extended all the way down her back. In fact, her ears were not pointy either, but rather curved. Just like a human. As the queen leaned forward, her silver hair slowly fell in front of her. Raising her hand, she brushed her hair behind her ear. A subtle silence followed after, as the queen stared at the woman behind the capsule for a good minute. They have arrived. An airy and melodious voice echoed through the room as the queen finally opened her mouth, looking at the face behind the capsule while uttering those words. A melancholic look appeared on the queen's face as she looked at the woman inside of the capsule. I owe you my life. Without you, I would have never have made it as far as I have now. Following her words, silence once again descended on the room. There was a visible struggle on the queen's face as she looked at the sleeping woman. It was clear that whoever the woman behind the capsule was, she held a great important place in her heart. Closing her eyes, the queen let out a long breath. I will definitely fulfill your request. The Author's POV. Chapter 384, You Remember Me. 2. 4 days later. Ugh, not this again. My face darkened as I looked at myself in the mirror. Wearing the same suit as when I met the other elders in Handler, I once again struggled to tie my tie. There were improvements, however. Staring at my reflection in the mirror, turning around, and touching my tie multiple times, I nodded in satisfaction. It's not too bad. Compared to last time, when I struggled quite hard to tie it, there were massive improvements. Remembering how Douglas had tied my tie, I was somewhat able to mimic his movements. Thanks to that, I was able to somewhat do a good job. Was well satisfied with it. Of course, it wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. Staring at myself in the mirror and fixing my hair, which was still quite long, my hand paused slightly. They should also be there. Kevin, and the others. I was finally going to see them properly. This time, not from afar. Hugh. Thinking about them, I let out a long breath. I guess it's time. After thinking things through, I decided to finally reveal myself to the others. There was no point in hiding myself from the others. Sure, the high-ranking members of the Union were there, but it wasn't like they could instantly tell that I was 876. With the chip disabled, it would be quite difficult for them to figure out who I was. This was why I decided to stop pretending. Of course, I was only planning on revealing myself to them. Not the Union. Despite the fact that the chip was now disabled, and there being no concrete evidence linking me to 876, there were still many loopholes in such thought. For example, the last sighting of 876 was in the Dwarven domain. I came out of the Dwarven domain. 876 is a human, I am a human, there were just too many links for my comfort. It's too risky to expose myself completely. The more I thought about it, the more I realized just how much of a risk my exposure was, but I'll still meet them. My mind was made, and I wasn't going to change it, even if the risks were there. I just needed to be more careful. Fixing my clothes, and reaching out for my mask by the side of the table, I pressed it against my face and my face soon morphed into that of someone else. But before that, I need to take care of something else. There was something very important that I needed to take care of before meeting with the others again. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Emma's voice rang from below the residence as she looked up towards a certain window. C.I. clank. Opening the window of the room, Kevin leaned out of it and shouted. Give me a minute. I'm coming. Wah. Clank. Kevin closed the window before she could even speak. This obviously did not sit well for her as she crossed her arms together, and pouted in dissatisfaction. How is he slower than me? It's not like he's putting on any makeup. Maybe it's his hair? What hair? It shouldn't take this long to do his hair. Emma snappily replied to Amanda, who was standing beside her. She was currently wearing a beautiful black dress that sparkled under the veil of the moonlight, perfectly outlining her curves. Most notable about her was her hair, which was being held by a small pin, exposing her slender neck. Squinting her eyes, Emma leaned forward to take a closer look at Amanda. Now that I take a closer look, it's the first time that I've seen you with your hair tied. It suits you. Thank you. Amanda replied with a smile. I'm serious, you look really beautiful. Emma circled Amanda multiple times before placing her hand on her chin and muttering. Maybe I should try it as well. Glee clank. It was then that the both of them heard the sound of a door closing. What followed after was Kevin's apologetic voice. Sorry for the wait. I was having trouble putting on the suit. Took you long enough. Melissa commented from the side. Wearing a pale yellow one-piece dress, Melissa leaned by the side of the residence. It was rare for Melissa to not wear any glasses, and today, for the first time in a while, she decided to wear contacts, exposing her beautiful crystal-clear eyes that sucked one in if they stared at them for too long. At the moment, she looked pretty annoyed as her brows were slightly knit a frown. But at the same time, she always looked annoyed. This was probably why no one paid much attention to her words. Walking down the stairs and arriving before the others, Kevin looked around before saying, Looks like everyone is here, shall we get going? Checking the time on her watch, Emma replied with a nod. We should, or we'll end up being late. Okay. And so, once Emma's words faded, everyone headed towards where the ceremony was being held. But just as they had taken a few steps, Kevin suddenly recalled something and his footsteps came to a sudden halt. Wait, what about Jean? Following his words, everyone stopped walking and an awkward silence enveloped the group. It was only after a couple of seconds that Emma finally opened her mouth. I kind of forgot he was coming, or rather, forgot about his existence. The location where the ceremony was being held was in the enormous white building in the middle of the lake. Apparently, that was the only place that could host the event. The sheer number of attendees was far too many for a simple building to contain. It was supposed to be the place where only the high-ranking Elven members stayed, but they made a special exception this time, just for the ceremony. All done. Yeah. Fixing my suit, I met up with Douglas in front of my residence. Besides him were the others who also were dressed in formal clothes. Even Ryan was there. He looked quite uncomfortable with a suit, but whenever he tried to complain, Small Snake would elbow him from the side. Your clothes are all wrinkly. It's fine, it's fine. Stop pestering me. Quite a comical sight if I had to say. The only one that was missing was Angelica. This was mostly her choice, but it was also the most appropriate one as she was a demon. She may have helped the dwarves back in Henler, but that didn't mean that the orcs and elves still fully trusted her. Perhaps some could trust her, but many were still against the idea of keeping a demon close to them. It also had to be noted that this was for her safety too. Since Angelica had helped the dwarves, she was considered a traitor to the demons. We managed to hide this back in Henler, but the same couldn't be said in the elven domain. Exposing her too much would only be detrimental to her safety. Is there anyone missing? Douglas asked, looking around. Wearing a different suit compared to the one that he wore back in the dwarven domain, Douglas still looked as imposing as before. In fact, he looked even more imposing than last time. Shaking my head, I replied. No, I think everyone is here. Did you forget anything? Patting my suit, I shook my head. No, I have everything with me. Okay then, we may leave now. Turning around, Douglas headed towards the lake in the faraway distance. Matching his pace, I walked beside him. Have you met with the others yet? You mean with Donna and Monica? It had been a while since I had last seen him. Since the time we split up when we first arrived. I was genuinely curious if he had met up with the others yet. Yeah. No, not yet. Douglas shook his head. I've been too busy attending meetings with the others that I had no time to look for them. Douglas's eyes suddenly focused on the enormous white building in the distance that was becoming clearer by the minute. The both of them should already be aware of my presence. I'll meet them at the ceremony. You don't look that nervous. Pausing, I turned my head and looked at Waylon, who was quietly following us from behind. Wearing a skin mask, he looked to be in his own thoughts. A look akin to a soldier that was about to embark on a long war appeared on his face. Quite frankly, he looked quite haggard. Looks like he didn't get much sleep, huh? I muttered in thought, before turning my attention back to Douglas and pointing at Waylon behind me. At least not compared to him. Ha ha. Douglas let out a small chuckle. The difference between the two of us is that I'm not worried about Donna and Monica making any attempts on my life. Emma won't go that far. Or, at last, she won't be able to, right? His looks say otherwise. Maybe you're right, but he deserves it. Our conversation continued for the rest of the way, and it wasn't long before we arrived at the edge of the Lake of Isanor. Wow. I muttered underneath my breath as I looked at the lake in the distance. It was currently nighttime in Isanor, and the moonlight gently shone above the surface of the crystalline lake. As the water rippled, faint sparkles of light appeared on the surface of the lake, mimicking the stars in the sky. It was a breathtaking sight. Staring at the opposite side of the lake, where the building was, my brows knit. How do we cross the lake? There are boats over there. Replying to my question, Douglas pointed toward the right where multiple wooden boats appeared. It was only after Douglas had pointed them out for me that I realized they were boats. The reason why I was unable to see them was because they were quite far in the distance. Turning his wrist, Douglas checked the time. Then, without further ado, he headed for the boats in the distance. Naturally, we all followed him from behind. At the same time, not far from where Ren was. Standing at the edge of the boat, Emma gazed into the distance. Turning her head towards the end of the boat where an elf calmly stood, she turned to look towards the others. Doesn't this remind you of Nuova Roma? Nuova Roma. A look of contemplation appeared on Kevin's face. Are you talking about the Italian city? Yeah. Oh. What about it? Emma pointed at the boat. When I was looking for a place to tour, I remembered checking a couple of cities, and Nuova Roma had something similar to this. According to the history, they were trying to create something similar to Venice, an old Italian city that was wiped away after the first cataclysms. They had similar boat rides over there. Interesting, I didn't know that. Yeah, what's more? Talk. Halting Emma mid-speech was a low knocking sound. The sound was a bit softer than when knocking on a door. We've arrived. Following the knocking sound, the elf that stood at the back finally opened his mouth, and his crisp and melodious voice entered the ears of everyone present. Tack. Then, the boat came to an abrupt halt. Wow. Emma, who was caught off guard, almost fell off the boat. Amanda, who was quietly sitting down, calmly stood up, and Kevin, who was next to Emma, helped her rebalance herself. Thanks. Hopping off the boat, Emma looked back at Kevin and thanked him. Phew. Wiping her forehead, she then turned to look at the building in the distance where multiple figures could be seen slowly entering. Unable to contain her excitement, Emma went ahead of the others. Let's go. A/N, sorry for delay. The author's POV. Chapter 385, You Remember Me. 3. Stepping into the building, an amazing scene presented itself before my sight. A sweet fragrance instantly invaded my nostrils as I took a step into the building. The hall was bathed in the hues of nature, a story told in strong browns and forest greens, making one feel close to nature itself. It was the kind of space that let the calm rise and breathe. Walking around the venue, orcs, elves, dwarves, and humans appeared everywhere. There were even quite a few familiar faces that I had not seen in a while. Han Yufei, for example. I had not seen him ever since leaving the lock, and judging from the aura that he gave off, he had gone through quite the improvement over the years. Douglas. It wasn't even long before we walked into the building that a high-pitched voice sounded in the air. Following which, like a bullet, something shot in Douglas's direction. Calm down, Monica. But before the thing could even get close to Douglas, raising his hand, the thing came to an abrupt halt, revealing the features of a beautiful girl with orange-colored hair. It was Monica. Staring at Douglas with her big eyes, she raised her hands and tried to hug him. But as if there was an invisible in front of her, she was blocked. Stopped her a few meters away from Douglas. "Oh, come on, we haven't seen each other for so long," Monica complained as she calmed down. Putting her hands on her lips, she pouted in annoyance. Her reaction prompted a smile to appear on Douglas's face. He then looked around the hall. "There is a time and place for that kind of stuff, Monica. Now, as you can see, is not the right time." "Umph." Monica snorted and turned her head. "You're still the same as back when I used to teach you." Douglas merely smiled at her antics. He knew just how she was. Recalling something, he suddenly asked, "By the way, I don't see Donna anywhere." "Donna?" "MHM." Turning around, Monica squinted her eyes. "MHH, she was just here with me. I can't see her anywhere." Looking around for Donna, Monica eventually shrugged her shoulders. "She's probably with Amber, can't seem to see her." A look of understanding appeared on Douglas's face. "That's right, I remember. You, Donna, and Amber were inseparable back in the academy days. It's nice that you guys are still so close." "Well, we see each other a lot less because of WHM." Abruptly halting her words, Monica's head snapped in my direction and our eyes met. Blinking a couple of times, and cocking her head towards her right and left, her eyes suddenly opened wide. Raising her hand, she pointed it in my direction. "Yo. SHHHH." But before she could say anything, putting his finger on his mouth, Douglas shook his head, indicating to her to not say anything. Blinking a couple of times, Monica raised and lowered her hand multiple times before she let out a long breath and calmed herself down. Then, turning her head towards Douglas, with a curious look on her face, she pointed in our direction, more precisely, mine, and asked, "So, who are they? New disciples of yours?" "Well, you can say so." As he said those words, I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning my head, I realized it was Douglas. With a smile, he patted my shoulders. "At least he is." "Oh, nice, nice, I was once your disciple, so you can say that I'm their senior." Monica slowly walked in my direction. Stopping right in front of me, and realizing that she was as tall as my shoulders, she looked up slightly. A smile appeared on her face. To the others, it looked like an innocent smile, but to me, who was being subjected to it, I could feel the malice hidden in it. This doesn't look too good. She definitely recognized me, didn't she? I took a step back. With her hands behind her back, she leaned her body closer in my direction. "So you must be Douglas's new disciple, right?" I took another step back. But that didn't seem to work, as with each step back I took, she would match my tempo and take a step forward. It wasn't long before she arrived before me and placed her hand on my shoulder. Once she did, a brilliant smile appeared on my face. "So very nice to meet you." "Ugh." I suddenly let out a pained groan. "Oh my, what's going on here?" Monica cocked her head to the side with an innocent look on her face. Her hand still pressed on my shoulder, squeezing my collarbone tightly. "You seem to be in pain. Perhaps Douglas has been overworking you, hasn't he?" Right." I struggled to reply as the pain in my collarbone intensified. Fortunately, Monica did not hold for long as she soon released her grip. With her hands behind her back, she twirled around. "Well, I'm glad you're doing okay, Anne." Halting her steps, she mumbled something softly. It was almost inaudible, but with my now improved hearing, I could make out her words. Thank you for last time. Right after saying those words, she waved goodbye to Douglas and joined the other people in the hall. Staring at her disappearing back, I touched my shoulder and muttered. That hurt. I was lucky that she didn't mean to seriously injure me. Still hurt though. As I was massaging my collarbone, I suddenly heard Douglas's voice from the side. She seems to care a lot for you. Doesn't look like it to me. Did she really? My collarbone says otherwise. Ha ha ha. Douglas chuckled slightly. I know that girl too well. If she really didn't care about you, she would have never have expressed her emotions like that. She may be childish, but the only reason why she acted like that with you is because she's comfortable enough with you to do that. If you say so. Actually, I didn't need to be told by Douglas to know this. Her expression and words at the end were enough for me to understand this much. Brushing my hair up, I looked at Douglas and my expression turned serious. Those matters aside, regarding the thing I asked. I have. Douglas solemnly replied back. His voice sounded extremely serious. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he turned to look at me. Ren, although I've done what you've asked of me, I want to ask you to not cross the line. If you cross the line, the consequences would be dire for you even if I try to help you. Relax, I reassured Douglas. I know my limits. I won't go as far as you think I will. Squinting his eyes and taking a closer look at me, trying to read my intentions, I stared back at him. Taking a deep breath, I once again tried to reassure Waylon. Trust me. I won't go as far as you think I will. Okay, you have half an hour. Douglas eventually relented and nodded his head. A brilliant smile appeared on my face as soon as I heard his words. Thank you. Lowering my head and bidding goodbye to the others, I fixed my clothes and headed deeper into the building. Once I was far enough from them, lowering my head and walking through the hall, I thought back at the conversation with Douglas. It won't count as a lie if I plan on crossing the line far into the future. All I did was promise Douglas that I wouldn't cross the line today, but I never said I wouldn't do it in the near future. After all, I planned on taking my sweet time for what I was about to do. Staring at Ren's slowly disappearing back, Douglas's face turned even more solemn. He then opened his mouth. What do you think? His mind is unstable. Waylon replied from the side. A similar look to Douglas appeared on his face. With his hands in his pockets, he muttered. I don't think he will be able to hold back. I think the same. I'm worried he will do the exact thing he told me he won't do. Should I cancel? No. Waylon shook his head. He needs to overcome the demons in his mind. If we stop him, it'll only aggravate his mind. I'll go take a look at him. You will? Yeah, just so that he doesn't end up doing something stupid. That would be ideal. Douglas replied. His face finally relaxing. With you watching him, I won't need to worry about him doing anything out of or HM. Douglas suddenly stopped speaking. Squinting his eyes and staring into the distance, a surprised look appeared on his face. Maybe you won't have to interfere after all. In another part of the hall. Taking a sip of a drink that was inside of an elegant glass cup, Kevin smacked his lips together. This tastes pretty good. The liquid inside of the cup was pale yellow in color. It had a honey-like scent that sweetly diffused in the air. Staring at the drink in his hands, Kevin turned to his right where Emma was. Behind her were the others who were looking at her with a mix of confusion on their faces. You're still looking for him? Yeah. Emma bluntly replied, her eyes darting all over the hall. It was clear that she was looking for someone. I should help her. Kevin took another sip of the drink. He understood just how much Emma was missing her father, and he had the right skill to help her. C. Inspection. A skill that enables user to inspect an object or individual. It was a skill he purchased from the system shop, back in his third year of the lock. Right before he was going on a field trip to the Clayton Ridge. It was a pretty powerful skill. One that enabled Kevin to see the names of everyone present. He could also see their stats, but that required a tremendous amount of mana. The stronger they were, the more mana he needed. Turning to face Emma, Kevin asked. What's the name of your father again? Was it Oliver? Yeah, why? Just curious. Taking note of her father's name, Kevin activated his skill. Inspection. He muttered in his mind as small name screens suddenly started to appear on the top of each individual present. There were quite a lot of people, and so it was quite difficult for Kevin to go through the names of each person present. Fortunately, since he was looking for humans, he was able to narrow down a lot of his search. Oliver Rochefield, OL, MH. Kevin suddenly paused. Blinking a couple of times, his pupils suddenly shrank as his eyes locked onto a certain individual in the distance. Quietly passing through the hall, the individual had brown hair and green eyes. He looked quite ordinary, someone that you wouldn't remember after seeing once. This was someone that Kevin had never seen before, but Rendover. Staring at the top of the individuals and seeing the name, Kevin's heart quickened. Excuse me. Forgetting everything, Kevin headed in the direction of where he saw Ren. His speed increased with each step he took. Kevin. Emma called out from behind as she noticed Kevin's odd behavior. She wasn't the only one that noticed this, as Jean, Amanda, and Melissa all frowned. Excuse me. Ignoring the others, Kevin continued to rush in the direction of where Ren was going. His eyes locked onto his back. He was here. Pushing through the crowd, Kevin suddenly bumped against something hard. Sorry. Lifting his head and seeing that the individual was an orc who shot a glare in his direction, Kevin quickly apologized. Stepping to the side, Kevin's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Where is he? Frantically looking around, Kevin looked for the brown-hair individual from before, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find him. Fuck, where did he go? A/N, there should be another chapter later, not sure about the time though. Sorry for the inconvenience. The author's POV. Chapter 386, You Remember Me. 4. At the same time, Aaron calmly walked around the venue with a glass cup in his hand. His brows were locked into a tight frown as he looked at a small letter in his hand. The first thing he thought as he stared at the letter was, why would they give this to me? He was merely drinking and trying to make as many connections as possible when suddenly one of the elven workers handed him the letter. It was apparently from one of the higher-ups. Dwarven elders to be exact. Their comments were rather vague, but in short, they wanted to arrange a meeting with him. What exactly do they want from me? Aaron wondered, taking a sip of his drink. Maybe they've heard about the product my guild is making. A sudden thought occurred to him. Lowering his head, he looked at his smartwatch. Tapping onto it, he looked through a series of files on his watch. Project, Nolan. Project, Convention 467. Project, Beta 98. Project, Rentalv. On his watch was a list. A list of projects that his guild was working on behind the scenes. Being the #1 guild in Loyington City, one of the 4 great cities, their guild invested in many side projects. This was just what guilds did. Staring at the list, Aaron's finger soon paused on a certain file. Project Alpha 12. Project Detail, Automated Machine. Time of operation, 12 minutes, 9 seconds. Capabilities, D rank. Licking his bottom lip, Aaron had a sudden look of enlightenment. They must be curious about this. He had been worried over nothing. The reason why the dwarves wanted to meet with him had to do with this. Project Alpha 12, one of their latest projects and something that they had been working on for over a decade. The project idea was simple: create an automated artifact that would act on its own and kill monsters without the need of sending actual heroes. Sort of like a golem. It was a project in which they had invested billions and billions of U. It was still in the testing phases, but without a doubt, it was something that would revolutionize the world once it got out. Most likely, one of the elders from his guild leaked the contents of the project to one of the dwarven elders in hope of catching their interest. I'm sure it's this. A smirk appeared on Aaron's lips. Folding the letter neatly, he quietly placed it inside of his pocket before heading for the back exit of the building. Even if it wasn't because of the project, Aaron wasn't suspicious of the contents of the latter. After all, he didn't think anyone would have the balls to plan something against him when he was so close to so many elites. His death would definitely be a sign of incompetency from them, as well as a declaration of war on the humans. According to the letter, I should have no problem exiting the building. Aaron lightheartedly thought as he followed the instructions written in the letter. It wasn't long before he arrived at the back door exit of the building where an elven guard stood. Standing with his back straight, the elven guard stared up ahead. An imposing presence emanating from his body. Rummaging through his pocket, Aaron showed the elf the letter. "Here, I've been told to go out of this place." Lifting his head and staring at Aaron, the elf wordlessly took the letter in his hands and gave it a quick scan before giving it back. "Ci clank." Following which, extending his hand, he opened the door for Aaron, who quietly got out. Throughout the whole exchange, the elf never spoke a single word to Aaron, but he didn't seem to care as he also didn't talk back to him and quietly exited the building. HAAA. Once he got out, Aaron let out a long breath. He felt a lot more relaxed. Since the elf had taken his letter and accepted it, it must mean that the contents of it were legitimate. He no longer needed to worry about it being a sham. Whoosh. As he took a step outside of the building, a fresh nightly breeze brushed past him as his clothes and hair fluttered. Around him were a lot of trees, making it hard for him to see ahead. What next? Glancing around the place and only seeing trees, Aaron licked his lower lip. Taking out the letter and taking a good look at it, his head tilted sideways. Go straight, okay. And so Aaron headed deeper into the forest. Not an inkling of worry was displayed on his face as he followed the directions indicated in the letter. Rustle. It was then that out of nowhere a rustling sound rang from next to him. Snapping his head in the direction of where the sound came from, Aaron saw the silhouette of a figure in the distance. Because it was dark, it was hard for Aaron to make out the features of the silhouette, but staring at its outline in the distance, Aaron could tell that it was not a dwarf. It was simply too tall to be a dwarf. But he was still not worried. With a relaxed tone, he called out for the figure. "Hey, are you the guy that I'm supposed to meet?" His tone was polite, but the narcissism and pride behind it could not be hidden. "You're here to meet me, right?" Lifting his head and staring at the greenery, he muttered. "I'm not exactly sure as to why you want to meet me here, but here I am." Rustle, rustle. Once Aaron's words faded, the silhouette slowly walked forward, and Aaron, who was paying close attention to it, suddenly frowned. "Doesn't he look like a human?" he thought as his eyes squinted, trying to get a better look at the features of the silhouette. He wasn't as big as an orc, nor did he have pointy ears like an elf. The more he stared at the silhouette, the more Aaron was sure that it was a human. It didn't take long for the silhouette to come out from the bushes as its features were soon revealed for Aaron to see. Brown hair, emerald-colored eyes, and rounded ears. As he had suspected, he was a human. "Who are you?" Aaron asked, the frown on his face deepening. An ominous feeling suddenly enshrouded him as the figure just stared at him without saying anything. Aaron's muscles tensed, readying himself for combat at any moment. "Are you mute or something?" "Yes, I'm here to meet you." Cutting Aaron off, the figure suddenly spoke. His calm and collected voice echoed throughout the area around him. Listening to the words, Aaron finally calmed down and a smile returned to his face. "Ah, I see. That's good. You weren't speaking so, HM." Midway through his sentence, Aaron suddenly stopped speaking. That was because the figure suddenly did something completely unexpected. Placing his hand on his face, the figure slowly clenched his hand and ripped something off of his face, revealing two distinctive blue-colored eyes that were as deep as the ocean. His black hair slowly fell onto his shoulders, and a serene look appeared on his face. But the serene look did not last for long. What replaced it was a cold and indifferent one. Standing beneath a tree, half of his face was obscured. "What's going on? He looks familiar." Blinking a couple of times, trying to comprehend what was going on, Aaron tilted his head. It was then that the figure suddenly took a step forward and his face became clearer to see for Aaron as the moonlight shone directly onto his face. The moment Aaron was able to get a clear look at the figure, his body froze. Coldly looking at Aaron from the other side, the figure softly said, "You remember me?" "Fuck, where is he?" Kevin shouted in frustration. His voice was quite loud, gathering the attention of the people around him. Realizing what he had done, Kevin bowed slightly. "Who?" Letting out a long breath, he lowered his head and walked away. He was walking in the direction of where he had last seen Ren. He only missed him for a split second. He was bound to be close. No. Ren, no, no, no. Blinking a couple of times, Kevin looked at the names of everyone present, in hopes of finding Ren. But regardless of where he looked, he was unable to see Ren at all. Just where could he have gone? There's no way he made it that far, he should still be within my visible range. Kevin tiptoed to get a better look at what was ahead, but all he saw were an endless amount of people. How could I have missed him? He muttered out loud with a voice filled with frustration. Are you looking for Ren? Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly heard a calm voice from behind. Who? Startled, Kevin snapped in the direction of where the voice came from. Kevin's eyes soon paused on an old man who was looking at him with keen eyes. He appeared to look like a regular old man, but the moment Kevin observed him through the inspection skill, he felt an overbearing pressure bear down on him, prompting him to quickly turn off his skill. With a calm smile on his face, the old man opened his mouth. Are you Kevin? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Kevin nodded his head. Yes, I am. The old man looked familiar, but Kevin did not know where he had seen him before. He just remembered having faint recollections of seeing him before. He didn't know why, but as Kevin looked at the old man before, he felt that he had to answer him truthfully. Stroking his beard, the old man, who was none other than Douglas, opened his mouth. You're looking for Ren, aren't you? Ah. Kevin did not know what to say. How did the old man before him know what he was looking for? Was he somewhat related to Ren? Kevin nodded his head again. Yes. Over there. Douglas pointed towards the distance. His calm and serene voice gently traveled through Kevin's ears. If you're looking for Ren, he's gone through the back exit of the building. You don't need to worry about exiting, I've already told the guards that a group of humans will be going out. A group of humans? Kevin's head titled. But before he could ask the old man more questions, a voice sounded from behind. Kevin. There you are. What are you guys doing here? It was Emma and the others. Everyone was here. What do you mean, what are we doing here? You were previously causing a scene. Leaning forward, Emma looked up at him. Worry flashed across her face. You okay? Ah, yes. Kevin took a step back and pushed Emma away slightly. Shaking his head and clearing his mind, Kevin remembered why he was here and turned his head to where the old man was previously standing. Huh. But the moment he turned his head, the old man that was previously there was long gone. Kevin, are you okay? Yeah, I think so. Absent-mindedly nodding his head, Kevin turned to stare in the direction of where the old man pointed at. I've got something to do. Something to do? Yeah. Without paying more attention to Emma, Kevin headed for the exit in the distance. Wait up. Emma followed after him. After her, Amanda also followed. She had a pensive look on her face, as though she had an idea of what was going on. Then, after them, it was Jean and Melissa. It wasn't long before they all arrived at the exit of the building where an elf stood. But before they could even say anything, the elf merely opened the door to let them out. C.I. Clank. The Author's POV. Chapter 387, Broken, 1. You remember me. A chill ran down Aaron's spine as he heard those words. Those indifferent and cold eyes, menacingly staring at him from a few meters away, and that familiar face. A face he thought he would never see again. Impossible. Aaron muttered, pointing in the direction of where the other person stood. His hands shook slightly. Still unable to process what was happening before him. You should have been dead. He said out loud as he took a step back. How is possible? I've watched you die, you can't be alive. A crazed look flashed in his eyes as he recalled the day of the incident, around 3 years ago when he used his ability to swap with him. He saw him get engulfed by the flames. It should have been impossible for him to have survived that kind of impact. It was impossible. Why would I be dead? Ren cocked his head to the side, unmoving from his spot. Why? Aaron opened and closed his mouth multiple times, seemingly struggling to find the right words to say. But regardless of how much he wanted to speak, no words came out of his mouth. The shock was too much for him. For a brief moment of time, his eyes just focused on the figure before him. The figure that should have been dead. Ooh. I need to calm down. But the shock did not last for long as letting out a long breath, Aaron forced himself to calm down. He had been trained for incomprehensible situations such as these, and thus he knew best that he had to remain cool-headed. Losing his mind at the moment would not benefit him in the slightest. And so, lifting his head up and staring at Ren right in the eyes, he coldly muttered. I don't know how you are alive, but it doesn't matter. Turning his head and staring at the building in the distance, calmness returned to his face. You think you'll be fine if you do anything to me? You forget who is inside of that building. The edges of his lips curled upward. Confidence rose in his voice, as he realized that Ren couldn't do anything to him. The situation was strange. For Ren to have been able to get some people to lead him here, he definitely must have asked a few favors, but that didn't really matter. He knew just how valuable his life was, and his death would only lead to his eventual death. Aaron clicked his tongue multiple times. Tisk, TSK, TSK, you should have stayed dead. Now that I know that you're alive, I'll do anything within my power. Bang. With a loud bang, Aaron's vision suddenly went dark as he felt a tremendous impact on his head. The air was knocked out of his lungs, and a forced sound escaped from his lips. Wok. An iron-like taste lingered inside the back of his mouth as his head throbbed. What happened? Aaron wondered to himself as his mind became clearer. Everything happened too fast for him to understand what had happened. It was only after his vision returned and he saw a large hand in front of him that he finally understood that he had been smacked against the ground. Get up. A cold voice entered his ears. Lifting his head up, he saw Ren standing a few meters away from him. His deep blue eyes locked onto him from the distance. KHHH. Aaron gritted his teeth. I was just caught off guard. It had to be that. If he wasn't caught off guard, he would have never been taken down. How could he lose? Ren was someone that he had already defeated. Plus, he had not been slacking during the time the incident happened. He was miles stronger than most people his age. How could someone like Ren, whom he had already defeated in the past, manage to knock him down? He definitely just caught him off guard. Yes, it had to be that. Aaron repeatedly reassured himself. His confidence slowly rose back. With his hands behind him, Aaron slowly stood up. As he stood up, his eyes never left Ren, who was standing opposite him. It wasn't long before Aaron was once again standing. Sheeing. Taking a pair of daggers from his dimensional space, Aaron took a stance and Ren once again spoke. Come at me. Show me how much you've improved. Ren's posture seemed rather leisurely and his facial expression unchanging. Seemingly treating this brief exchange as nothing worth his eyes. Is he looking down on me? Wiping the corner of his mouth, Aaron looked at his finger where he saw a smear of blood. His fists clenched into a fist. Then, without saying anything else, pressing his toes into the ground, he appeared right behind Ren. See if you can keep up with my speed. Twisting his torso, he swung his dagger towards Ren's temple area. His movement was so fast that it left afterimages behind. Swoosh. But just as the dagger was about to hit Ren in the temple, Ren's eyes flickered slightly and he leaned his head back. Huh. All Ren did was a simple movement, there was nothing special about it, but Aaron's attack, which was going at speeds faster than a bullet, shockingly missed completely. Landing in the grass, Aaron looked behind him where Ren stood. His eyes opened wide in shock. That's it. 2 words. Ren only said 2 meager words, yet when Aaron heard them, it felt as though 2 thunderbolts had struck his mind, sending him into a daze. How? Clenching his teeth, Aaron stared at Ren, who was standing before him, before he suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. A crazed look flashed in his eyes. Haha, fine. I'll show you something you won't be able to dodge. Pressing his foot onto the ground, a low bang sounded as Aaron jumped in the air. Then, as he was in midair, Aaron proceeded to twist his body into a spiral. His 2 cold daggers shone underneath the moonlight. It was then that his eyes locked on Ren and he smirked. Swap. Fwop. The mana inside of Aaron's body suddenly drained and his body disappeared, reappearing right in the spot Ren was standing. Following this, Ren appeared in the air, where Aaron previously was. That's right, Aaron had just used the skill responsible for causing everything. Using the momentum he had accumulated from the spin, as soon as he reappeared, Aaron threw both daggers in his direction. Shio. Like unstoppable missiles, the 2 daggers split the air apart with a low bang, breaking the sound barrier. The daggers then arrived before Ren in a matter of seconds. They were so fast that it was as though they had teleported before him. Hap. Letting out a low cry, Aaron forcefully stopped his body and planted both of his feet on the ground. Lifting his head, he stared at Ren. But. Clank. Raising his hand, Ren merely grabbed the two daggers with his hands, from the sharp side as blood spilled from his hands. Then, with a low thud, he softly landed on the ground and threw the daggers away. Lifting his head, Ren looked at Eren. Disappointing. He muttered. What? Eren took a step back. How did he stop that? Eren's mind blanked, and his heart started to race uncontrollably. That attack he had just used was one of his strongest moves. Not many individuals could stop that move, as the speed of the daggers were just too much for people to stop. He believed that when someone was at least in the A rank they could stop it. But how was he able to stop it? It can't be. Fear finally started to set as realization suddenly dawned on Eren. The man before him was far stronger than he was. Once Eren realized this, without hesitation, he turned around and tensed his legs. He was going to make a run for it. Fuck it, as long as I get back into the building nothing will happen to me. He was confident in his speed. So long as the others were made aware of his presence he wouldn't have to worry about the men before him. In fact, I'll ask them to kill him for me. Having made up his mind, Eren pressed his foot onto the ground and shot towards the building in the distance, but before he could even cover a meter's distance, he suddenly felt a large hand grasp him by the back of his neck. Ugh! Bang! Following this, his head once again came into contact with the hard ground, knocking him unconscious for a split second. All thought processes in his mind came to a sudden halt. Ka! It was only after a couple of seconds that Eren finally screamed out loud. The pain had finally set in. Walk! But before he could think of anything else, Eren suddenly felt Ren's hand grasp the back of his hair. Bang! His face once again smashed against the hard ground. Re-eyeing. His ears started to ring, and Eren's mind blanked. Hoo, stop! He begged. At his words, Ren finally let go of his hair and twisted Eren's body upwards, to face the sky. His two cold and emotionless blue eyes staring at him from above. Do you want to know why I'm still alive? He asked. The very sound of his voice chilling every part of Eren's body. Before Eren could even reply, Ren squatted down and continued. You see, after you swapped bodies with me, I went through a lot. I was burned alive, had to scar my face with extremely powerful poison, had to be injected with mind-breaking serums, and had many of my bones shattered and broken in the process. Lowering his head, Ren stared at Eren, who was looking back at him. Unable to utter a single word back. And one might think, how could someone who has gone through this much possibly still be sane? Raising his head, Ren pointed it towards his head. His lips trembling. Unfortunately, I'm no longer sane, you took that away from me. Snap. Following his words, Eren suddenly heard the sound of a finger snapping, and a warm sensation enveloped his body. H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A. He suddenly let out a scream. It was an agonizing scream that came from the depth of his heart as he felt his whole body be completely engulfed in flames. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Eren screamed as he rolled around the grass in hopes of extinguishing the flames that were engulfing his body. As he rolled around, Eren was able to see Ren's blue eyes staring at him from above. No emotions laid beneath them. Kill me. I want to die, I want to die, I want to dio. He shouted once with all his might as his throat started to become sorer. Snap. Before Eren knew it, another snapping sound rang and the fire in his body finally extinguished. Hew up. Hew up, hew up. A weird nasal sound came from Eren as he tried to take a deep breath. The pain had already completely overwhelmed his body. He couldn't move, nor think properly. The only thing he could do was stare at Ren, who was staring at him from above, with his deep blue eyes. Eren opened his mouth. MHSG, Jehudi. Please stop. A zombie-like sound escaped from his lips as he was unable to speak properly. It hurts, right? Ren's words sounded right next to his right ear. Imagine me. I went through this pain twice. Sheeing. Eren suddenly felt something cold trace his face. Don't think for 1 second that what you went through was the worst pain you've experienced. What you've experienced is only the tip of the iceberg. Following those words, Eren felt something on his face. Suddenly, his neck stiffened and electricity coursed through his body as he felt even more agonizing pain run through half of his face. His eyes flung wide open. Hua, hua, wawaea. No, no, no. His desperate echoes reverberated throughout the whole forest. A/N, another chap later. Time-wise. Probably earlier than yesterday. Regarding the usual update time, should return in 2 days once I get back from my trip. The author's POV. Chapter 388, Broken, 2. Swoosh. A gentle wind blew past a forest as the leaves rustled. The gentle moonlight shone from above, creating a tranquil environment. Hey, Kevin, hold up, where are you going? But the tranquility did not last for long as it was soon broken by multiple individuals who ran through the forest. To be more precise, it was 4 individuals chasing behind one individual, Kevin. Halting his steps, Kevin scanned the surroundings. He was so lost in his own thoughts that he had not noticed the others behind him. The old man told me to go out this way, but where is he? The forest was huge. So huge that Kevin estimated that it would take him a whole day to explore it. Finding Ren inside of the forest was like finding a needle in a haystack. Kevin. Suddenly, Kevin heard a voice coming from behind him. What followed after was the sound of rushed footsteps. Kevin slowly lifted his head. Coming over from behind a couple of trees were Emma, Amanda, Jean, and Melissa. They were all looking at him with weird faces. Huh. Caught off guard by the unexpected sight, Kevin stared at them with a dazed look. Then, quickly recalling what he was here for, he spoke up. What are you guys doing here? That's the question we want to ask. Emma frustratingly said, walking up to him. Stopping a couple of feet away from him, she looked around the forest. You suddenly started acting weird out of nowhere. I called out for you multiple times but you never replied, so I followed you here. You followed me? Well, yeah. You had a very serious look on your face, I thought that something was up. Emma turned her head. You guys also followed for the same reason, right? Everyone silently nodded. Clearly siding with Emma. Staring at them, Kevin scratched his head. He had been so focused on looking for Ren that he had lost his composure and ended up worrying the others. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you guys like that. Whatever. With a deep sigh, Emma rubbed her face and then looked at the moon in the sky. At least she doesn't look too pissed. Kevin sighed in relief. But then Emma frowned and glared at Kevin. Oi. What? You still haven't told me why you're here. Oh, right. Kevin turned his head before he scratched the back of it. Not gonna say anything. You see, things are kind of complicated. Not satisfied with the answer, Emma's glare intensified. I think we deserve an explanation after you made us worried and caused a whole scene. Ugh. Kevin groaned. Lifting his head and staring at the others who were looking back at him, Kevin let out a deep sigh. How should I tell them that I was looking for Ren? Would they even believe him? Maybe Amanda, as she already knew, but what about the others? Ehio. Eventually, he let out another sigh. He trusted everyone here, and so he didn't mind telling them about his skill inspection. Whether they believed him or not, it was up to them. Ha. But just as he was about to open his mouth, a muffled shout rang in the distance. Everyone's head snapped in the direction of where the sound came from. Then, everyone exchanged glances with each other. What was, Kevin. Emmy tried to speak up, but before she could say anything, Kevin had already run off towards where the sound came from. Kevin, wait up. Staring at Kevin's disappearing back, Emma called out for him and rushed from behind. Amanda, Jean, and Melissa followed suit as their figures slowly disappeared into the forest. Not so far away from them, overlooking the forest from above, with his hands behind his back, Douglas stared into the distance. He appeared to have a solemn and pensive look on his face. With each scream that rang out, his brows would knit further. Should we interfere? Next to him, Waylon had a worried look on his face. Staring at Ren in the distance, from the way things were going, he could tell that something horrible was about to happen. Squinting his eyes, Douglas did not reply. H-A-A-A. Another scream rang out. Turning his head, Waylon urgently said. He's already lost control of his rationality. If we don't stop him now, he'll end up killing that kid. At all costs, they couldn't let Ren kill Aaron. The consequences of such actions were too detrimental for them. They had done this in hopes of helping Ren get over his mental demons, but from the looks of it, things may have backfired. I'm going. Unable to watch the scene any longer, Wayland decided to make his move. It would only take him a second to arrive at the scene, so he should have no problem stopping Ren. Wait. But before Wayland could act, extending his hand towards the right, Douglas stopped Wayland. What is the meaning of this? Wayland asked in frustration. Raising his hand, Douglas pointed towards a certain spot in the distance. Take a look over there. Huh. Skeptical, Wayland turned to look in the direction of where Douglas had pointed and his eyes opened. Looking at Douglas again, he muttered. You're not telling me. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Ha-yeah. Aaron's scream rang out. His pained and agonized scream felt like a beautiful piece of music to my ears. I craved for more. You see, in order to not have my face revealed, I had to scar my face using this blade over here. Disappointment suddenly flashed through my eyes as I stared at the dagger in my hand. Unfortunately for you, I ran out of the poison long ago, or I would have used it. Done. Taking out a small flask and removing the cap, I smeared the liquid inside of it all over my dagger. The liquid was pale yellow in color and was quite viscous, which was perfect as it stuck on the dagger quite well. Don't worry though. I've got the perfect replacement for it. Lowering my head and staring at Aaron, who was barely hanging on to life, my head tilted. Putting the dagger down, I took out a potion from my dimensional space. I spent quite a bit of money on this, so be grateful. Placing my hand on his chin, I opened his mouth and chugged the potion down his throat. Drink up. Ugh, mhh. Weak muffled noises escaped from his mouth as I shoved the potion down his throat. A horrified look manifested on his face as he flung his arms around. It was clear that he was trying to protest, but I didn't care. I just watched his body slowly start healing right before my eyes. Then, once the burns on his face slowly disappeared, pressing Aaron onto the ground, I brought the knife closer to his face and traced it down his face. Kaha. Aaron screamed in agony as a long black scar traced down half of his handsome face. Ignoring his screams, I continued to cut his face. It hurts, doesn't it? I asked, tracing the dagger along his face, creating more and more scars. The more I traced the dagger on his face, the dizzier my head became. It was strange, it felt as though a part of me was slowly losing control. But I couldn't quite grasp what was happening. I was too immersed to care about anything else. Stop, please. With the aid of the potion I had given Aaron previously, his voice slowly returned to him, and his words started to once again make sense. Once I heard his words, my hand suddenly came to a halt. I then lifted my head. Did you just say please? Instead of an answer, I was met with Aaron's rough breathing. Standing up and leaning my body forward to take a better look at him, I noticed that Aaron's eyes were not focused. They seemed rather dull. He already broke. Haha, of course, he didn't break. I laughed. There was no way he could have broken with just this little pain. Come, I'll make you return to normal quickly. Getting on my knee, I once again fed Aaron with another potion. The injuries in his body healed at an even faster pace. I was satisfied. Let's continue. Taking out the dagger, I traced it along his face once again. Fresh blood dripped down from the side of his face. Why aren't you screaming? My face froze. Tracing my dagger along his face, I got no reaction from Aaron, who just looked up toward the sky with a blank look. My eyes became unfocused. Aaron. I called out, leaning my ear close to him. No. You can't break now. Grabbing Aaron's face, I shook it, trying to get a reaction out of him. But no matter how many times I tried to shake his face, he wouldn't respond. No. My heart froze. What he went through was not even remotely close to what I went through. For what he did to me, he did not suffer enough. Wake the fuck up, damn it. Spit flew from my mouth as I grabbed Aaron's head and repeatedly shook it. But regardless of how much I tried to shake it, all I was met with was just a blank look. No. I shouted in the air. Standing up, I paced around. Bringing my hand towards my mouth, I bit my nails. This is not enough, he's useless, he needs to die, yes, that's right. He needs to die. Since he can't suffer anymore, what's the point of keeping him alive? Turning my head, my eyes focused on Aaron on the ground. Kill him. A voice said inside of my head. I scratched the side of my face. My head throbbed. Biting my nails, my eyes continued to stare at Aaron on the ground. Kill him. The voice once again rang inside of my head. I scratched the left side of my face this time. Should I just kill him? And it wasn't long before the fake thoughts inside of my mind completely overtook my rationality, as the only thing I could think of right now was Aaron. The more I stared at him, the darker my thoughts became. Yes, he should die. He's useless, why should I keep him? Just like he tried to kill me, I should kill him, no. Right. I took a step forward, in the direction of where Aaron was. Then, walking all the way before Aaron, my footsteps came to a sudden halt. Lowering my body, and getting to my knees, I extended my hand towards his throat. Reaching out for it. Wanting to grasp it. End him. Get rid of the one responsible for everything. Yes, he needs to die. My mind was blank. The only thought I could process was Aaron's death. I had long lost all sense of reason and rationality. KHHHH. My hand soon touched Aaron's throat. Feeling his warm skin, I blinked a couple of times before I slowly started to squeeze. Kill him. Die. With both hands on Aaron's neck, I squeezed as hard as I could, and Aaron's face slowly turned from pale to red to then blue. He was dying. Die. 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 With each second that passed, the wider my eyes became. In anticipation of his eventual death. I suddenly felt this sudden rush of adrenaline. What are you doing, Ren? But just when I was about to completely kill Aaron, a familiar voice sounded from behind. With my hands still on Aaron's neck, my body froze completely, all thought processes inside of my head came to an abrupt halt. That voice. Turning my head slowly, my eyes soon paused on a few figures. The figures, I knew them. They were Kevin, Emma, Amanda, Melissa, and Jean. The people who I had seen for a very long time. Ah. A weird sound came out of my mouth as our eyes met. The author's POV. Chapter 389, Broken, 3. His hair may have been longer, and his body was a lot more muscular, but the man before him was indeed Ren. Starting at Ren, Kevin did not know what to say, and his feet came to a pause. Lowering his head, his eyes continued to look at Ren. 3 years. How long was it now? He did not know, it felt like a really long time. He changed so much. A chill ran down Kevin's spine as their eyes met. He felt this inexplicable sense of terror coming from Ren. Ren. Kevin softly muttered, his brows furrowing together. He's not in the right state of mind. Ren had this blank look on his face, one that seemed to be unable to properly comprehend the situation. Mounting Aaron from above, he had his hands pressed on his throat. A tense silence enshrouded the forest. Kevin wasn't dumb. He knew exactly what was going on. Ren was trying to kill Aaron. Rustle. A rustling sound suddenly came from behind Kevin. Turning around, he realized that it was Emma and the others. Walking out of the bushes, Emma squinted her eyes as she looked at Kevin. What's going on, what? It was then that she suddenly noticed something else. Turning her head, her eyes soon paused on Ren and her face froze. What? Out of pure instinct, she took a step back. Rustle, rustle. Behind her, Amanda, Jean, and Melissa also walked out, and when they noticed Emma's expression, they turned to look in the same direction as where she was looking at. Their faces froze too. Impossible. Emma muttered out loud, breaking the silence. Pointing her hand, which was trembling, in Ren's direction, her mouth opened and closed multiple times. What is he doing here? She turned her head and looked at Kevin. Her mouth trembling. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Tell me I'm not seeing things. The presence he gave off scared her. It was this chilling presence that made her hair stand. It sort of reminded her of the time back in Hallberg, but, this time it was a lot more extreme. The bloodlust exuding from out of his body felt suffocating. She wasn't the only one that felt this way, as Jean, Amanda, and Melissa all warily looked in Ren's direction. Something was off about him. What are you doing, Ren? Kevin softly said in a calm manner. He understood where Ren was coming from. He had read about the things that he had been going through and fully understood that at the moment he wasn't in his right state of mind. If possible, Kevin would have turned a blind eye to what was currently happening, but that was impossible. If Eren died, horrible consequences could ensue. He couldn't allow Ren to kill Eren. At least not today. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Kevin slowly approached Ren. Ren, it's me, Kevin. I'm sure you know who I am. Behind him, the others did not stop him. Worry and many other different emotions flashed across their eyes as they stared at Ren and Kevin. Especially Jean, who stood rooted on his spot like a statue. Shock dyeing his entire face. His mind was unable to comprehend the situation before him. Soon, Kevin stopped in front of Ren. His eyes paused on the hand that was grabbing onto Eren's neck. Ren, let go of Eren. His voice was soft, but everyone around him could hear it. You know you can't kill him. Think about the consequences that would happen once you kill him. It won't just be affecting you, but it will affect us too. His words seemed to have an effect on Ren, who slowly loosened the grip of his hand. Kevin sighed in relief once he saw this. A smile appeared on his face. That's good if why. But then, Ren turned his head and his eyes interlocked with Kevin's. Are you trying to stop me? Ren's cold voice echoed throughout the forest. Kevin's face froze at his words. No, I'm not trying to stop you. Then why can't I kill him? That, I've already explained it. Tension slowly grew as Ren continued to stare at Kevin with a face devoid of any emotion and rationality. Explain what? Ren slowly stood up. Taking a step forward, he stopped right in front of Kevin. Their faces about 10 centimeters away from each other. Why are you stopping me from killing him? Do you know what I've gone through because of him? Ren's calm voice rang throughout the forest, as his eyes became even more unfocused. Not backing down, Kevin nodded. I know exactly what you've been through. I've seen it in the book. Kevin wanted to add. But of course, he couldn't say that. Would Ren even believe the fact that he could see his life through a book? You understand shit. Ren suddenly shouted out loud, grabbing his head with both hands. You don't understand anything, yo, if you truly understood, then why are you stopping me? A heavy pressure suddenly released from Ren's body. The pressure was so powerful that Kevin was forced to take a step back. Ren, calm down. Shut up. Ren shouted, his eyes losing all semblance of reason. Kevin's heart sank when he saw this. It's too late. The current Ren could no longer be reasoned with. Ren, you really don't want to do this. Don't make me do this. Ignoring Kevin, Ren lowered his head and stared at Eren. Then, pointing his finger at him, he raised his head and stared at everyone. Anyone that stops me from killing him will be my enemy. Ren, stop. It was then that a soft voice rang out. Taking a step forward, Amanda looked at Ren. Despite her face being cold, Kevin could see worry hidden within her eyes. Please stop. She softly muttered, biting her lower lip. I may not know what you've gone through, but I don't want you to suffer more. Her voice was quiet, but each word she said rang powerfully inside of Ren's head as his brows trembled slightly. Taking a step back, he muttered. Why, you're also against me. Sadness flashed across his eyes. No, Fine, whatever. I don't care. He shouted. His face, which remained indifferent throughout the whole time, finally broke apart, revealing one riddled with many conflicting emotions. Clenching his fist and coating it with mana, Ren raised it and aimed it in Eren's direction. A heavy bloodlust enshrouded the whole area. I need to kill him, I need to kill him. He repeatedly muttered before he punched out. Bang. But before Ren's fist could even reach Eren, his body shot in the opposite direction, crashing against the trees in the distance. Kevin clenched his teeth. You forced me. Haha, I see. Ren's laugh rang out throughout the forest. Standing up, he glared at Kevin. So you decided to go against me? No. Bang. The ground beneath Ren suddenly broke apart and he reappeared right in front of Kevin. Fast. Kevin thought as he took a step back, dodging Ren's fist. But just as he had dodged his fist, he suddenly heard a paper-like sound coming from his right side. Bang. Before he knew it, he felt a tremendous force smash against the right side of his face as his head planted itself on the ground. Swoosh. Before Kevin's mind could even make out what was happening, a similar sound rang above his head and Kevin rolled over. Bang. From the corner of his eyes, Kevin saw Ren's fist smash against the hard ground, tearing it apart. Before Ren could follow up, with both hands behind his back, Kevin flexed his core and jumped up. Then, twisting his heel, he kicked toward Ren's heads. Bang. But just as his foot was about to land on Ren's head, raising his left hand, Kevin suddenly felt a powerful grip take hold of his shin. Raising his head, Kevin's eyes met with Ren and everything came to a sudden halt. Is this it? Disappointment clouded his face as he increased his grip. Ugh. Kevin let out a pained groan. Clenching his teeth, a red hue suddenly sprang forth from Kevin's body. Jumping up with his other leg, he twisted his body and kicked toward the other side of Ren's face. His movement was so smooth and fast that he left afterimages behind. Bang. But, just like before, Ren grabbed his other leg, shocking Kevin. How? Clenching onto both of Kevin's legs, Ren coldly stared at Kevin. You want to stop me with this much? Then, letting go of Kevin's feet, Ren raised his foot and kicked Kevin right in the middle of his chest with the sole of his foot. Bang. Like a broken kite, Kevin's body flew towards the other side of the forest, crashing against multiple trees. Kevin. Emma shouted in worry as she ran up to him. Cough, cough. Coughing multiple times, Kevin tasted a sweet sensation inside of his mind as he stared at Ren. He's strong. Although he had still not gone all out yet, Kevin could tell that the current Ren was extremely strong. In fact, he wasn't the only one that noticed this as everyone around him shared the same feeling. Oi, what do you think you're doing? Of course, everyone but Emma took a step forward. Taking her eyes off of Ren, Kevin watched as Emma stood up and glared in Ren's direction. You think you're some sort of tragic hero who thinks their whole world is against them? She spoke out loud. Taking out her two short swords, Emma pointed them in Ren's direction. I can tell that you've gone through a lot, and there are a lot of things that I want to say, but I can tell that you're not in your right mind, so, let me help you get your sanity back. Without further ado, Emma shot in Ren's direction. Fuck, Emma, don't. You're no match for him. But it was too late as Emma had already neared Ren. Propping his body up with the aid of the tree, Kevin held the side of his chest and ran forward. Hop. Reappearing right in front of Ren, and letting out a low cry, Emma slashed down with both her short swords. Something shocking suddenly happened. Raising his hands, Emma's short sword soon came into contact with Ren's hand and blood spilled on the ground. The whole area froze. Why, you're crazy. A look of shock appeared on her face as she looked at Ren, who coldly looked back at her. Without saying anything, Ren pulled his head back and prepared to headbutt her. But before he could do that, Jean suddenly appeared from behind and aimed his dagger toward his back. He came so fast and unexpectedly that Ren was unable to react in time. Spurt. Blood spilled on the ground and Ren's face finally changed as he let go of Emma's short swords. Taking advantage of the moment, Emma distanced herself from Ren. Her face was pale. We've still got a score to settle. Jin's cold words suddenly sounded as he removed the dagger off of Ren's back and took a couple of steps back. Lowering his head and staring at the blood that was pouring down from his back, Ren lifted his head and stared at Jin, who was standing a couple of meters away from him. Without saying anything, extending his hand, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Gripping onto its grip, Ren suddenly pulled. A terrifying pressure exuded from his body. Click. A clicking sound soon rang out. Hearing the clicking sound, Jin's eyes opened wide as he took a step back. An unprecedented sense of crisis flashed across his mind as he heard the sound. But before he could even react, he felt an inexplicable sharp pain in the right side of his shoulder. Following this, his body came tumbling down onto the ground. Just as his face was about to land on the ground, placing his other hand onto the ground, he pushed his body up in the air. Twisting his body, he softly landed on the ground. KHH. Grabbing onto his shoulder, Jin looked at his hand, which was soaked in blood. Then, turning his head, he stared at Ren. An inexplicable seriousness flashed across his face. He, like Kevin, didn't go all out as he wanted to gauge his strength, but from this exchange, he, and everyone present understood one thing. Ren was strong. Incredibly strong. A/N, sorry for the delay, just got back from my trip. Tried doing 2, but I just can't edit it. So I will be uploading 3 tomorrow to make up for it. The Author's POV. Chapter 390, Broken, 4. Had to take him before things got serious. Thud. Placing Aaron's body down on the ground, Waylon turned to face the distance. Next to him, with his head lowered, Douglas looked at the battered-up Aaron. Thanks to the potion that Ren had given him, the injuries that he had sustained from the torture were slowly healing up. But that was obviously not enough. His body may be healing, but his mind wasn't. Fortunately, Douglas came prepared. Bending down, he pushed a small pill inside of his mouth. How is he? His mind is unstable, but he should be fine now. He'll probably be back to normal by tomorrow. Douglas stood up. Staring into the distance, he shook his head. It looks like Ren was not wrong when he told us that he might lose himself today. They had already been warned by Ren beforehand that there was a chance that he might end up losing his mind. In case that happened, he wanted them to stop him. Everything that was currently happening had been planned out for the past week. Originally, Ren had been planning on taking care of his issues with Aaron after the conference, but after realizing that he might be unable to hold back whenever he saw him, and potentially compromise his identity, he decided to just handle the situation on the get-go. Rather than hold up the pent-up feelings boiling inside of him, he wanted to finally let loose. Of course, this was granted that he wouldn't go too far. Fortunately, Douglas and Waylon were here. For him to go on a rampage like this, he must have been suffering quite a lot. Douglas deeply sighed. In the time that Douglas had met Ren, he had only occasionally seen him lose himself. But it was never on the same level as what he was displaying right now. Just how much had he been suppressing himself? It came as a small shock to him. Yeah. Waylon replied with a solemn look, his eyes never leaving the area where Ren was. To be more precise, his eyes were currently locked onto a certain girl in the distance. Emma. He muttered inside of his heart. A longing feeling swelled up from deep within it. We don't have much time. Disrupting him out of his thoughts was Douglas, who glanced at his watch. Gervis said that the elves have agreed to only give Ren 30 minutes. Should we stop them? No. Douglas shook his head. Interest flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Not yet. I want to see just how strong Ren has gotten. Of course, I also want to see just how strong the pupils Donna trained are, and I believe that Ren needs this to resolve some of the demons inside of his heart. Despite his words, he was still planning on keeping his promise to the elves. If either someone was about to die, or the time was up, Douglas would appear and stop everything. He was strong enough to ensure everyone's safety. Lifting his head and taking his eyes away from his watch, Douglas softly muttered. Now, let me see just how strong you guys are. Clank. A powerful wing gale spread apart as two swords intersected against each other. A metal ring lingered in the air for a brief moment of time. Separating from each other, Ren and Kevin stared at each other. Neither one spoke. Swoosh. Sensing something, Ren suddenly lowered his head and Jean appeared from above, swinging his daggers horizontally. Lifting his head, Ren stomped his foot on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground beneath him tore apart and Ren shot up. His eyes flickered, and Jin's movements suddenly started to slow down. Touching the sheath of his sword, he prepared to attack, but before he could do that, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from Kevin's direction. Glancing from the corner of his eyes, Ren saw Kevin hold onto his broadsword with both hands. The surface of his broadsword pulsated repeatedly, as a faint destructive force lingered around it. The hue looked like a tall pillar that supported the whole sky. Following this, Jean suddenly hooked his arms around Ren, restraining him. Do it. Jean shouted in Kevin's direction. Nodding his head, Kevin muttered. Sorry, Ren, this might hurt a bit. Taking a step forward, he soon appeared right in front of Ren. With his sword raised, he slashed down and terrifying pressure bore down on Ren. Twang. Restrained by Jean, Ren couldn't move. He could only watch as Kevin's attack slowly came at him. However, despite how dire the situation looked, he didn't panic. Staring at the incoming attack, his eyes suddenly turned dull gray, and a monumental pressure suddenly bore down on everyone present. Jin's grip loosened slightly, and Kevin's attack faltered. Taking advantage of this, stomping his foot on the ground, Ren propelled his body backward. With Jean still behind him. Bang. Quack. Crashing against a tree, Jean spat a mouthful of blood as Ren turned around and punched out, hitting Jean right in the face. Following this, he quickly elbowed the side of his face, sending Jean into a daze. Buzz buzz. Right as he was about to follow up on his attack, a low buzz suddenly sounded from behind as Ren felt a frightening suction force. Grabbing onto the tree and pressing his feet onto the ground, till it cracked apart, Ren turned around. Rumble. A black light sphere formed at the top of Kevin's sword. The surrounding rocks and debris flew at incredible speed towards the black hole. White light wildly rotated as the very air started getting sucked into the black hole. This move was something that he had managed to grasp after mastering his 4-star sword art, Everlasting Sunset. It essentially allowed him to create a black hole that sucked everything inside of it and essentially restrained the movements of those that were subjected to it. Crack. Crack. The tree that Ren was gripping bent as the roots detached themselves from the ground. A grave expression flashed across Ren's face. Grabbing onto the grip of his sword, a powerful hue suddenly sprang out from his body, enveloping the entire surroundings. Don't forget I'm here. But right as Ren was gathering his mana, he suddenly heard Jin's cold voice. Bang. Before he could even react, he felt a powerful force hit him in the stomach and he lost grip of the tree. His body shot towards the black hole. As he flung backward, his indifferent eyes locked themselves onto Jin, sending chills down his body. Then, twisting his body in the air, till he came face to face with the black hole, Ren slowly pulled out his sword. A torrential amount of mana gathered toward him in a matter of seconds. Click. The fourth movement of the Keiki style, World Splitter. After reaching the essence realm of mastery of the Keiki style, Ren finally managed to grasp the fourth, and second to last movement of the Keiki style. The World Splitter, a terrifying move that tore everything within a certain radius apart. A faint click sounded in the surroundings as a deep silence suddenly descended upon the world as the suction force in the air disappeared. Then, out of seemingly nowhere, like a piece of paper, the black hole was suddenly dissected into multiple different pieces. Rumble. The ground tore apart, throwing dust and rock alike in the air like fast projectiles, and seismic quakes struck the place. Everyone lost their balance and fell to the ground. With their eyes wide open, horror flashed across them as they stared at Ren softly land on the ground with a low thud. Thud. Ha, ha. With heavy breaths, Ren stumbled a couple of steps. Stabbing his sword onto the ground, he fell to one knee. Ha. A strange sound came out of Ren's mouth as he turned his head. Where is he? His head darted all over the place. Panic dyeing his face completely. Where is he? Where is he? He shouted out loud. Completely forgetting his surroundings as he looked for Aaron's figure who had gone missing. Ah, no. Grabbing onto his head, Ren fell to both knees and screamed. No. 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 Digging his nails into his face till he bled, the scream soon disappeared. Lifting his head, his bloodshot eyes paused on Kevin and the others. Where is he? Wah. I said where is he? Standing up, Ren's chest moved up and down unevenly. As he walked, he stumbled on his steps. It was clear that he was tired, but despite this, he continued to move forward. Tell me, H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A, where is H? Before he could finish speaking, a powerful force came from his right side. It was Jin. Raising his hand, Ren blocked the attack, but as he blocked the attack, his right leg gave out and he fell back. Following Jin's example, Kevin dashed forward and attacked. After him was Emma, and soon Ren found himself attacked by everyone. Ka. Ren tried to react, but at the end of the day, his mana reserve was limited. He was already at a numerical disadvantage, and with everyone attacking him from all sides, it wasn't long before he could no longer defend himself. Bang. Pushed back by a powerful impact, Ren skid back a couple of meters away. Ha, H-A-A-A. His rough breathing echoed throughout the quiet forest. Raising his head, his cold and indifferent blue eyes rippled slightly. Holding onto his right rib, Kevin stumbled forward. Ren, get back to your senses. He pleaded as he stared at Ren. But Ren shook his head. Where is he? Where did you hide H.M.? His voice was rather weak. So weak that it made the others understand just how much pain he was going through. Shio. It was then that a silver streak of light coursed through the air and directly smashed against Ren's chest, sending him crashing against a tree. Bang. Kua. An agonized scream rang out and Ren weakly fell to the ground. Supporting his body on all fours, Ren coughed up blood. Turning his head, his eyes paused on a long arrow. The very tip of it was blunt, but the force behind it was terrifying. At least 3 of his ribs were broken. Lifting his head, his eyes soon interlocked with Amanda, who had finally made her move. "Why, you?" He hatefully glared in the direction. "Why?" Biting her lips, Amanda lowered her head, hiding her expression behind her long hair. I'm sorry," she softly mumbled, lowering her bow. "Hold him back." Following Amanda's words, Melissa nudged Jean and Kevin, who immediately dashed in Ren's direction and held him down on the ground. "KHHH, let me go." Ren shouted out loud, trying his best to struggle out of Jin's and Kevin's hold. His spit flew everywhere as he screamed. "Let me go." "Hold still." Kevin and Jean may have sustained more injuries than him, but at the end of the day, they were 2 people, and they were not as tired as Ren was as they effortlessly held him down on the ground. "Lu, KHH, me, go." "Shut up." Arriving before Ren, Melissa squared down. Taking out a small flask from her dimensional space, she opened the lid, grabbed Ren by the cheeks, and shoved them down his throat. "Be a good boy and drink this." KHH. Despite Ren's attempts at not swallowing, lifting his head up, Melissa forced the drink down his throat, almost choking him multiple times. Once she saw that Ren had drunk the whole potion, she stood up and patted her hands. "I guess I'm done for now." Clarity soon started to return in Ren's eyes as he stopped squirming around. Shocked by the development, Kevin raised his head and looked at Melissa. "What did you give him?" "What do you think?" "Some sort of mind-cleansing potion." "Close enough. I gave him a period tablet." "Huh. Kidding." Turning around, Melissa caressed her slender neck. "I just increased his serotonin levels. His mood should return to normal." "Ah, I see." Pretending to understand her words, Kevin nodded his head. As long as it worked, he honestly did not care. Turning his head and staring at Ren, Kevin finally let go of his grip and stumbled back. But first against the ground. HAAA, HAAA. Breathing out loud, he fixed his eyes on the moon in the sky. "I'm tired," he quietly muttered, before a relaxed smile soon appeared on his face. Staring at Ren, who had finally calmed down, his shoulders relaxed. At last, the fight had ended. A/N, 2 more chapters coming soon. The author's POV. Chapter 391, Broken, 5. What happened to me? I don't quite remember. My mind was hazy, and my body hurt all over. HAAA. I breathed out, and my eyes slowly opened up. The first thing I saw once I opened my eyes was the full moon hanging in the sky. Next to it were the millions of stars surrounding it. Beautiful, I thought. Alone in the sky surrounded by many different stars, a deep sense of tranquility enshrouded my mind. "You back to normal?" It was faint, but I could hear a familiar voice next to my ears. I turned my head, and my eyes soon paused on a figure. Leaning against a broken tree, with his arm on his knee, Kevin looked at me. "Looks like you've recovered." A faint smile hung on his face. Ah. It was then that fragments of memory started flooding my mind, and I was able to understand what had just happened. Without saying anything, I covered my face with my arm and proceeded to turn my head back to its previous position. I lost it. I knew that there was going to be a chance that I would lose myself when confronting Aaron. It was also because of this that I chose to handle the situation as quickly as possible. Rather than losing myself then, in front of everyone in the Union, I would have rather have lost myself alone, but why were they here? How could they suddenly show up out of nowhere? They weren't supposed to be here. They weren't supposed to see me in this state. "Are you not going to say anything?" Kevin's voice sounded once again. I wanted to say something. I wanted to tell him a lot of things, but the words just wouldn't come out of my mouth. "We haven't seen each other for over 3 years. Everyone here thought you were dead, and the first time we see you again, you suddenly go into this crazy rampage." Kevin's words sounded calm. But, as I laid on the ground with my eyes closed, I could feel the sadness hidden within his voice. Why is he sad? I wondered as my chest stung. Does he perhaps feel betrayed by what I did? Disillusioned that I was not the same Ren that he previously knew? Maybe. Silence enveloped the surroundings. "You really don't have anything to say?" Kevin asked as he disrupted the silence. I shook my head. What did I have to say? Do I tell them that I'm broken, that the me that they used to know was no longer there? I don't know what to do. I somewhat know how you're feeling. His words made my brows furrow slightly. Moving my arm down, I peeked through the narrow gap. Letting out a deep sigh, Kevin lifted his head and stared at the moon in the sky. Ren, I've got many things that I want to say to you, but... Lowering his head, our eyes met. He smiled faintly. I'm just glad that you're okay. Ah. My lips trembled, and my eyes started to hurt. Covering my eyes once again, I tried to hold myself back, but it was hard. What I've been through. The loneliness and pain I felt when I was suddenly thrown into the monolith. Just when I thought that things couldn't have been worse, I was forced to become a fugitive and had to escape the human domain. It was then that the loneliness inside of my heart increased. I started to realize that maybe, just maybe, the world was trying to tell me something. You don't belong here. And maybe the world was right. At first, I thought that it was just me, but with each passing day, the idea started to take more and more semblance inside of my mind, until finally, I thought, maybe I truly don't belong here. Once the idea sprouted, despite my many attempts at trying to not think about it, it continued to grow inside of my mind. It wasn't long before that was what I thought each night when I went to sleep. The times I thought of killing myself, trying to numb myself from the pain that I was undergoing each day. I thought that maybe I really didn't deserve to be here, but... I'm just glad that you're okay. Those words. They were simple words, yet, the moment Kevin said them, it felt as though someone stabbed me straight into the heart. His words pierced harder than a dagger ever could, and my emotions stirred once again. Say, are you crying? Kevin's voice sounded once again. This time, it was a lot closer. Hey, are you really crying for what I said? My brows knit as I heard his voice. The previous emotions that I felt numbed down, and what replaced them was annoyance. You really did cry. Sensing the subtle teasing tone hidden within his voice, my mouth twitched. The annoyance within me grew even more, and before I knew it, my mouth opened. Fuck off. Did you just tell me to fuck off? I did. The tone of your voice pisses me off. Wah. You finally understand how I feel whenever I hear your voice. It was then that, cutting Kevin off, I heard another familiar voice. Without even seeing who spoke, I could tell who the voice belonged to. Melissa. Who other than her would ever say those words? I kind of already knew the feeling before. I replied back. You did. Yeah, after all, I used to talk to you. A brief moment of silence ensued after I said those words. Of course, the silence did not last for long, as I soon heard the sound of sleeves being pulled upwards. All right. Wait, Melissa, stop. Stop. Kevin's panicked voice sounded. I didn't even need to look to understand what was happening. Let me go, Kevin. As you can see, he's still not in the right state of mind. I need to give him an extra dosage. 1, no, he needs 10 more before he finally recover. PFTTT. Before I knew it, my stomach started to tingle and my mouth trembled. I suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Oh look, great. He's completely lost it. Melissa's voice rang amidst my fit of laughter. Removing my arm away from my face and propping my body against a tree behind me, I finally got to see a closer look at everyone present. They had changed a lot. Compared to the last time I saw them, when they looked a lot more childish, the people in front of me had now fully matured. Finally letting go of Melissa, a relieved look appeared on Kevin's face as he said, I'm glad you're feeling better. I could feel the genuine relief in his voice as he said those words, and I smiled as a result. Ugh. But just as I was about to speak, I suddenly felt a sharp pain by the side of my chest. Lowering my head, I rubbed the area that was hurting. Ren, are you okay? I'm fine. Reassuring Kevin, I unbuttoned my shirt to get a closer look at my injuries. Taking off my shirt and taking a closer look at my body, my brows jumped up slightly. No wonder it hurts. A large blue bruise traced from the right side of my ribs to the bottom part of my chest. This was probably from Amanda's arrow. The memory was faint, but I could definitely tell that this was because of Amanda's last shot that hit me directly in the ribs. Touching it slightly, I flinched. Fuck, that hurts. Taking a potion from my dimensional space, I quickly chugged it down. Slowly, the wound started to heal, and the pain slowly subsided. Once I took the potion, lifting my head, I noticed everyone staring at me. Surprise flashed across my face. What are you guys looking at? Raising his hand, Kevin pointed it towards my body. Ren, you. Oh, right, I forgot. Realization suddenly dawned on me, as I scratched the back of my head. Right, I'm currently shirtless. How careless of me. Grabbing my shirt, I put it back on. As I was putting it on, I tried to apologize to the others. Sorry, I completely forgot. Right as I was buttoning my shirt back, a hand grasped my wrist. Turning my head, I found Amanda next to me. Her eyes locked onto my body. What are you doing? I asked. But she promptly ignored me. Extending her hand, she took my shirt away. Oi. Startled by her sudden action, I looked up, but when I did, the words that were about to say became stuck. You. With an indifferent look, Amanda just stared at my body. At first, I found her behavior odd, but when I looked at her and looked into her black eyes, I could see a rare display of emotion hidden deep within them. I saw that same look before, but I just couldn't quite remember when. Standing up, Amanda turned her back against me, seemingly trying to hide her expression away from me and the others. Why is she reacting like that? I wondered to myself, staring at her back from where I was. Turning my head and seeing the others who displayed similar odd reactions, I looked down, towards my body, and it was then that I finally realized why everyone was reacting so strangely. Without saying anything, grabbing my shirt, I quickly buttoned it up and stood up. Scratching the back of my head, I tried to play it off. Haha, surprised by how much I've changed. Walking up to them, I shrugged my shoulders. Don't worry about those. I can get them removed anytime. They are nothing major. Please, stop lying. It was soft. Almost inaudible. But when I heard those words, my feet came to a sudden halt. Turning my head, I looked at Amanda, who still had her back turned on me. Her shoulders trembling a little. Biting my tongue, I forced a smile. It's fine. What you saw were just scars I got from my training. They aren't anything worth being Ren, stop. A hand pressed against my shoulder. It was Kevin. Shaking his head, Kevin had a complicated look on his face as he looked at me. I won't ask you to tell us what you've gone through, but, please, stop trying to pretend that you're all right when you're not. Stop pretending. Yes. Stop pretending to be someone you're not. Staring in Amanda's direction before turning to look at the others, I let out a long breath. Who? Lifting my head, I stared at the sky. Stop pretending. When was the last time that I've done that? The last time I acted like my true self, was there ever a time? Thinking about it, I have never ever been my true self. I always wore a mask to hide my real feelings. The reason why was obvious, no. As the leader of the group, I couldn't show them their weak side. Who would follow a broken leader? No one. Even with my parents, I had to pretend to be someone else as I had taken the body of their real son. Even at the lock, I always pretended to be this weak extra and accepted the abuse from the others just so that I wouldn't have to expose myself. Was there ever a time when I did not pretend for once? Closing my eyes, memories flashed inside of my mind. From the happy times to the sad times, I started to recall everything. They say someone remembers their saddest moments more vividly than their happiest ones. It was only now that I finally understood what they meant. Out of all the memories that I tried to recall, most of them were made up with sad ones. You don't have to pretend to be someone you're not when you're with me. I won't judge you for that. Kevin's words powerfully rang inside of my mind as I opened my eyes again. HAAA, HAAA. Breathing out a couple of times, I tried to suppress the inner turmoil inside of my head before finally, mustering every little bit of strength inside of my body, I muttered. Please help me. The Author's POV. Chapter 392, Reunion, 1. They say that saying sorry was hard, but it was only now that I realized that asking for help was just as hard or perhaps even harder than apologizing. Please help me. Uttering those words, it felt as though I used up all of the strength inside of my body. I felt completely drained of energy. Almost as though I had sprinted a full marathon. Uneasiness swept my body, and my heart beat faster. Yet, despite feeling this way, the feeling I got after the initial lethargic sensation wasn't all too bad. I felt this sense of relief wash over my body. As though a heavy boulder had been lifted off of my shoulder, finally allowing me to stand up straight again. I couldn't quite explain it in words, but it just felt liberating. HAAA. I deeply exhaled. It's okay. It was then that Kevin finally spoke. Taking a step forward, with his hand on my shoulder, he looked at the moon in the sky. I know that you've been through a lot over the past few years. I won't pretend to know just how much you've suffered, and that I even understand what you're going through, but I want you to remember one thing. Kevin paused. With his eyes still directed onto the moon in the distance, he continued. Hard as things may be, you're not alone. It may look like you are, but all you have to do is look around you. Turning his head, Kevin looked at me before turning to look at the others who were also staring at me. And when I say take a look, I mean take a proper look. See just who is around you, and see that there are people out there that actually care about you. Closing my eyes, I lowered my head. Guilt crept up inside of my heart. I understood that they cared about me, but the problem was not them, it was me. Ever since coming into this world, I've seen everyone as my pawn. People who I could move as I pleased for the sake of my final goal, defeating the Demon King. Be it Kevin, Douglas, Waylon, my mercenary group members, everyone was a piece in my eyes. A piece that I could move as I pleased. That was how it should have been, but... Recalling the words that Kevin had just said, for the first time, I felt like maybe my mentality was wrong. Maybe, I was looking at things in the wrong way, not just for my own goals, but for myself as well. Perhaps, without realizing it, the so-called pieces became more than pieces to me. It made me wonder, were these pieces really as expandable as I thought they were? Lifting my head, and staring at everyone present, my eyes soon paused on Kevin and I finally opened my mouth. I think I understand somewhat, thank you. Thank you for making me understand my flaws. A smile appeared on Kevin's face as he removed his hand away from my shoulder. Turning his back on me, he muttered. You know, I don't know when, but from the very first time I met you, I felt like there was this invisible wall that you erected on yourself. As though you wanted to get as far away from us as possible. It was quite odd, but I never questioned you. I feel like you're hiding something, but who doesn't? Everyone has got their own little secret that they can't tell the others. I get that, but... Swoosh. Turning around, a soft wind brushed past Kevin as his clothes fluttered. But it looks like whatever your secret is, it's eating away at you. My brows jumped at his words. Before I could say anything, Kevin raised his hands. Don't get me wrong, I'm not telling you to tell us what your secret is. I'm just saying, if need help, we're here for you. Opening my mouth, I tried to reply to his words, but I struggled to find the right words to reply with. This world is a novel world and I'm the author. There was no way I could tell them this. Setting the fact that they would most probably not believe me, even if they did, I didn't want to make them feel like they were just some novel characters I wrote on a whim. I didn't want to let them think that all they've gone through in the past were just things that I had done in order to design their characters. There was no way I could tell them that and was never planning on telling them. Some things were just better off being unsaid. I smiled. I understand, thank you. You're doing it again. Kevin's voice sounded once again. Lifting my head, I was met with the sight of a frowning Kevin. Taken aback, I asked. Doing what? You're hiding your true feelings again. That smile you just did easily proved my earlier points. He shrugged his shoulders. But well, I can tell that it's hard for you, so I won't say anything else. Just keep in mind the words that I previously said. Then. Cough. Just as I was about to thank Kevin for the nth time, I heard a faint cough come from behind me. Instantly, my head snapped in the direction of where the cough came from and my eyes soon paused on Douglas, who was standing not so far from where I was with a smile on his face. I wasn't the only one who was startled as Jean, Amanda, Kevin, and Melissa all drew out their weapons and stared at Douglas with wariness. Calm down, I'm on your side. Douglas chuckled at the sigh. Turning to face me, he alternated his gaze between me and Kevin before saying, Looks like you guys have sorted out your stuff. How about we head back? His calm voice echoed throughout the surroundings. Lowering his head and turning his wrist, he added. Time is almost up. The elves will be mad if we stay here any longer. Ah. You're the old men from before. Kevin suddenly said from behind me. Surprise flashed across my face as I heard his words. Alternating my gaze between Douglas and Kevin, I asked. "Huh? You've already met?" "Yeah, he's the one that told me your location." "He what?" This time it was my turn to look surprised as I turned to look in Douglas's direction. My eyes instantly squinted. Cough, I think I made the right call. Covering his face with his fist and pretending to cough, Douglas calmly smiled. "As you can see, all's well that ends well. You may have lost yourself a bit, but I can tell that some of the burdens in your heart have been resolved." Listening to Douglas's words, I secretly shook my head. So that's how it is. No wonder they were able to find me. It's because Douglas told them. Everything was starting to make sense. I had been wondering why they suddenly showed up out of nowhere while I was taking care of Aaron. The whole area around us should have been sealed, therefore, for them to come, it shouldn't have made any sense. I merely shrugged it off before since my mind was too preoccupied with other things, but when I think about it now, it should have been impossible for them to enter. Staring at Douglas, it finally dawned on me. I finally realized how they were able to enter this area. "Were you also the ones that took Aaron?" "Yes, we have." Douglas nodded. Nodding back, I stroked my chin before asking. "Is he okay?" "He should still be fine." I sighed in relief at his words. Fortunately, I had asked Waylon and Douglas to back me up in case things went wrong. Already taking into consideration the possibility of possibly losing myself, I had asked Douglas and Waylon to be present for this very reason. So that I wouldn't do something I might end up regretting. Had Aaron died, things would have been terrible for me and the others. Not only that, it wouldn't have been enough to satiate the thirst for revenge that lingered inside of my mind. Just dying wasn't enough for me to be satisfied. He needed to suffer more. Once again checking his watch, Douglas's brows knit. "Let's quickly head back. The ceremony is about to begin." Before turning around, raising his hand and pointing it at me, he said, "Fix your shirt before we go. You're a mess." "Ah, right." Lowering my head and seeing the current state my clothes were in, a wry smile appeared on my life. "Let me fix it now." Pulling my shirt down and tucking it inside of my pants, I slowly fixed up my buttons. Adjusting my shirt, I caught a glimpse of the scar on my body. I'm glad they only saw these scars, I thought to myself, as I fixed my clothes. Had they seen how I looked after I left the monolith, I wondered just what types of faces they would have made. Well, the only thing that was scarred back then was my face, not my body. Body-wise, it was more about the burns as my body had been burned to a crisp. They do look pretty gruesome though. Looking back at the scars on my body, I could somehow sympathize with their reactions. The current scars that were on my body were merely scars I got from my training over the last few months in Handler. This was when I was fighting in the wild against random beasts. I wasn't perfect. Despite my strength, there were times when my opponents were just too challenging and the scars just sort of accumulated. Since I didn't want to waste money on scar-removing potions or high-quality healing ones, I just kept them there. Didn't really care about how my body looked. In fact, there was still a huge scar on my shoulder from the time I wreaked havoc at the Inferno headquarters as well as from when I was fighting against the demons that were attacking the outer walls of Hino Lower. "You ready?" Once I was done fixing my clothes, Douglas's voice sounded from the distance. Lifting my head and staring at everybody, with a smile on my face, my foot gently pressed onto the ground and I followed after them. "Yeah, I'm coming. He's strong." Heading back to the hall, Gene stared at Ren's back. As he did, it felt as though he was looking at an enormous mountain he couldn't see the peak of. Recalling his previous fight with Ren, Gene could feel the difference between the two of them. Not only was his rank higher than his, but the mastery of his sword art was even more refined than his. It was clear for him to see that there was still a huge gap between the two of them. Perhaps, Ren was even stronger than Kevin, but he wasn't sure. Neither side ever went all out against each other. Clenching his fists, rather than being angry, excitement coursed through Jin's body. He wasn't as close to Ren as Kevin was, but actually, deep inside, even though he never showed it, he was grateful for Ren. Had it not been for him, he would have never realized his flaws. Ever since the Hallberg incident, Gene had set Ren as his goal. To wash away the humiliation he suffered back then, he wanted to beat Ren, but he never had the confidence in beating him. Just recalling the events that lead up to his loss, Gene felt this inexplicable difference between him and Ren. The same as what he was feeling now. Even then, he never gave up and continued to set him as his goal. And just when he felt that he was strong enough to challenge Ren again, he suddenly died and the goal that he had been striving for suddenly crashed right before his eyes. With Ren no longer being there, and no goal in mind, although Jean trained just as much as before, his rate of progress slowly stagnated. He had always regretted not fighting Ren. It was probably his biggest regret. And so, staring at his back from behind, the embers inside of Jin's heart suddenly reignited and he clenched his fists tightly. Ren Dover. He was the man that he was today because of him, and he was also the man that he was determined to beat. A/N, 3rd. The Author's POV. Chapter 393, Reunion, 2. Melissa found herself roaming the halls after separating from the others. Passing through a group of individuals, Melissa clenched her teeth and mumbled. What does he want from me now? Melissa has a strong urge to just turn around and leave the premise, but she knew that she could do nothing but listen to his words. To make matters worse, her current mood was not very stable. After what she had just witnessed, how could her mood still be stable? Although she knew that Ren was still alive, a part of her didn't really believe what Amanda had told her in the past. She was a pragmatic person. What she witnessed that day suggested to her that the probability of Ren surviving was almost impossible. As such, she only partially believed what Amanda said. Turns out she was right. Melissa quietly murmured. Who would have thought? He was actually still alive. One of the only people that can get on their nerves whenever they spoke. I swear, I'm going to lose it one day. She shook her frustrations with a sigh, then quietly headed for a particular section of the hall where a large wooden door stood. This should be the place, right? Halting her steps in front of the door, Melissa took out a small flask from her dimensional space and directly chugged it. Gulp. Ah. Wiping her mouth, she glimpsed at the empty flask in her hand before putting it away. Smacking her lips, her face cringed a little. I've got to improve the taste of this. What she just drank was the same thing that she had given Ren before. It was pretty much a lifesaver for her. It basically helped her calm her nerves. If not for it, she would have probably gone on a similar rampage. Fortunately, because of the situation, no one questioned her about the potion when she gave it to Ren. Saved her a lot of explaining. All right. Once she felt her nerves calm down a little, taking another deep breath and raising her hand, she knocked on the door. To talk. Come in. Not long after she knocked, an emotionless voice sounded from behind the door. Hearing the voice, Melissa's brows furrowed tightly. Grabbing onto the doorknob, she slowly entered the room and closed the door behind her. C.I. clank. Whoo. Thud. I sat down on a comfortable chair. My shoulders instantly relaxed. Because of what happened before, I was forced to change my clothes. Gritting my teeth, I extended my hand and grabbed a drink. My whole body was numb, and if not for the pills I took before, I would have been in extreme pain. You feeling okay? I was currently back inside the hall, which was crowded with people. From how everyone was still happily conversing, it was clear that no one had noticed what had happened outside. Sitting next to me, with a drink in his hand, Kevin took a small sip. His eyes drew into half-moons as he took a sip of the drink. No, not really. Everything hurts. That's so. Kevin took another sip of his drink, or at least tried to. Just when he was about to bring the tip of his glass near his mouth, Kevin's face suddenly crumbled and the drink in his hand shook, spilling onto the ground. Looks like you're also not okay. Taking a napkin to wipe away the liquid that had fallen on him, he eyed me from the side of his eye. And whose fault do you think that is? I shrugged. Your fault for being weak. What did you say? You heard me right. Your fault for being weak. I put down my drink. If I don't remember wrongly, I was kicking both you and Jean's ass. I may have lost in the end, but that was because I was fighting against 4 to 3 people at the same time. Of course, I knew that they were both holding back. Jean and Kevin were both really strong in their own right. It would have been weird if I was able to beat them both if they weren't holding back. I was holding back. Yeah, and I wasn't in the right state of mind. The edges of my lips curled upwards, and the faint sound of Kevin grinding his teeth rang next to me. Turning his head, Kevin's eyes turned into small slits. You sure know how to piss me off. He muttered with his teeth clenched tightly. Putting his cup down and taking off his blazer, Kevin stood up. How about you have another go at me? I'll show you that what you remember was wrong. I'm good. I lazily yawned before I exaggeratively pointed toward my rib cage area. I'm quite injured, you see. Ah, so painful. Glancing at Kevin, I raised my brow. You won't try fighting against someone who is injured, right? Ugh. A groan escaped from Kevin's mouth before he sat back down in a defeated manner. Seeing how deflated he was, I patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, we will get a chance to fight again at the event. We won't have to hold back then. Buttoning the buttons of his blazers, Kevin grabbed a new drink and took a sip of it. You're right. I will hold myself back till then. Lifting his head, Kevin looked around. By the way, where are the others? Haven't seen them. How should I know? The first thing I did when arriving back into the hall was sit down. Kevin followed me after, but regarding the others, I really did not know what they were doing. May I have your attention? While Kevin and I were wondering about the whereabouts of the others, suddenly a melodious and peaceful voice sounded throughout the whole place and everyone stopped speaking. Turning our attention towards where the voice came from, a mesmerizing figure appeared in the distance. There were a lot of words that could have been used to describe how beautiful she looked, but I refrained from telling them as I was too mesmerized by her looks, or rather, it was the sense of tranquility that enshrouded her body, seemingly trying to suck me in. The more I looked at her, the more entranced by her looks. But it was then that I suddenly felt a sharp pain by side of my ribs. Right, where I was injured. KHHH. Groaning, I turned my head and realized that the pain came from Kevin elbowing me. With a solemn look on his face, he warned. Careful. Thanks. Snapping out of it, I lowered my head and thanked Kevin. Had it not been for his intervention, I would have remained dazed for a bit longer. The mana around her body is very pure. If your mind is weak, you might end up getting mesmerized by it. Kevin explained from the side, his eyes locked onto the figure in the distance. Right. I nodded my head solemnly. Kevin was right. Because of the purity of the mana surrounding the figure in the distance, my mind fell into this weird daze. This was one of the features of pure-blooded elves. Definitely had to take note of this in the future. Normally I would have never fallen into such a situation, but it was clear that my current mind was still not very stable. Thank you all for coming here today. As most of you know. Disrupting me out of my thoughts, the elves' crisp and melodious voices rang throughout the hall as everyone present their attention to her. At the same time, Emma sat down on a large red sofa. Curiously glancing around the room, she tried her best to remain composed. Right after they managed to calm Ren down, the old man that suddenly showed up in front of everyone brought her to this room. Although skeptical about his intentions, Emma immediately agreed. She had an inkling about what this was about. Bah, thump. Bah, thump. The sound of her heartbeat was the only sound that Emma heard inside the room. With both arms on her legs, she sat up straight. CI clank. Her weight did not last for long as the door of the room soon opened. Appearing from the other side of the door was a middle-aged man with black hair and bushy brows. With an annoyed look, the middle-aged man entered the room and deeply sighed. Sigh, Douglas, the ceremony is already in full swing, why are you? But halfway through his words, his feet came to a halt. Lifting his head, his eyes soon met Emma's, and the room froze. Staring at the figure that she had not seen for a long time, Emma's lips trembled. Clenching her small fists tightly, she released the grip before clenching again. She repeated this several times as she tried to find the right words to say, but despite all of her attempts, her mind was currently blank. Mustering every little bit of courage inside of her, she muttered. Dad. Before long, her vision blustered and tears streamed down the side of her cheeks. I've said, you. Well, that was boring. Leaning back on his chair, Kevin softly muttered. The speech lasted for over an hour. There was not a lot of important information in the speech as the things that were said were things that most people already knew. Apart from the date of the tournament, which was in a week's time, the rest of the stuff that was said was just pleasantries. You thought so too? Standing up, Ren stretched my arms. Then, looking around, he asked. By the way, did you figure out where the others went? No, not really, but if I had to guess, Amanda and Jean had to leave because of guild-related stuff, and regarding Emma, I really am not too sure. She just told me that she had something to do. Ah, right. I forgot you guys are no longer as free as you used to be. A look of melancholy appeared on Ren's face as he muttered those words. Staring at him from the side, Kevin understood how he felt. Having not seen everyone ever since their first year, it was understandable that he felt that way. He wasn't the only one that changed, everyone else changed too. They were no longer the same naive students from the past. It's all right, you'll get used to it. Patting Ren on the shoulder, Kevin walked alongside Ren towards the exit of the building. The ceremony was still not over, but after what happened not too long ago, they decided to head back. Their bodies just couldn't keep up. But just as he was about to near the exit of the building, Kevin's feet came to an abrupt halt as he stared at the panel in front of him. Furrowing his brows, and staring at the red message that had appeared in front of him, Kevin muttered. Just what in the... Warning. 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 Time Remnant has set its eyes on you. Advice caution. This was not the first time that he had seen the message. In fact, he had been seeing the same exact message for quite a while now, but he just never understood it. Time Remnant. That was the only thing that caught his interest, but despite his many attempts at trying to figure out what it was, he was never able to figure out what it was. He did remember hearing about it in one of his visions, but that was all. Something wrong? Ren's voice rang from the side. No, nothing. Kevin smiled. I should not get him involved in this. Whatever this time remnant was, it was definitely after him, and judging from how the person in his dreams seemed so wary of it, Kevin knew that this time remnant was something he had to be very careful of. Kevin didn't want to drag Ren into his problems. He had already gone through enough. Plus, what would he know about it? A/N, another chap in 30 minutes. Sorry for yesterday, my time schedule was too messed up. Wanted to return to a normal schedule so I had to skip a day. Will, of course, try to make up for it. The Author's POV. Chapter 394, He Knows, 1. Gua. Aaron's eyes shot wide open. Clenching onto his heart, Aaron started hyperventilating. He kept breathing, but with each breath he took, he felt this overwhelming sense of death wash over him. HAAA. Only after taking a couple more breaths did Aaron finally calm down a little. What happened to me? He looked beneath him, his bedsheets were soaked in his own sweat. Touching his forehead, Aaron wiped his forehead which was dripping with sweat. Faint memories started to surface inside of his mind as his face paled considerably. Ugh. Clenching onto his head and letting out a groan, Aaron lifted his head and looked around him. Wooden floor, white walls, and a white ceiling. He was in his own residence. HAAA. His hyperventilation did not stop as he bit his lips till his lips bled. His body shook all over. Hugging his body, he repeatedly muttered. Spare me. He could feel this vivid sense of pain course through his whole body. He just wanted it to stop. What is this smell? Sniffing around, Aaron suddenly smelled a strong and pungent smell, reminiscent of that of alcohol. Lowering his head, he pulled his shirt and smelled it. It's coming from me. He mumbled underneath his breath. When he realized this, he pulled himself off his bed and moved straight to the mirror. He stumbled a couple of times, but it wasn't long before he stood face to face with the mirror. I'm still okay. Aaron muttered, touching his face and body all over. Though faint, images of different scenarios propped up inside of his mind. Recalling them, his body trembled all over. The pain. It felt so vivid. As though he had truly experienced it. Even now, he couldn't quite get rid of the sense he had experienced. It was just a dream, I must have drank too much, he's dead for sure. Aaron repeatedly muttered as he stared at himself in the mirror. It had to be that. The smell of alcohol in the room and the fact that he was still alright were testaments to that. Also, the fact that the person responsible for torturing him was someone who was supposed to be dead. Aaron realized that there were simply too many holes in his dreams to make it seem that what had happened had truly happened. He laughed. Haha, it must have been a bad dream. His laugh was forced, but he was merely trying his best to remain composed. Although he had no idea about what happened at the party, he was planning on checking later to make sure it really was a dream. Phoo. But just as Aaron had calmed down, and he had managed to convince himself that everything that had happened last night was merely a dream that came as a result of him getting too drunk, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a small letter by the side of his desk. What's this? An ominous feeling washed over him as he laid eyes on the letter. Ooh. Taking another deep breath to calm his nerves down, Aaron slowly walked toward the letter. Extending his hand, which was trembling, he slowly unfurled the letter. Phew. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Reading through the contents of the letter, he realized that it was just a long list of rules regarding the upcoming competition. Sitting back down on his bed, he let out another deep breath. I need to stop drinking. Ever since waking up, he felt paranoid about everything. Just the slightest thing startled him. Ugh. A sharp pain coursed through the right side of Aaron's head, prompting him to flinch slightly. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for a brief moment. Scratching the area that hurt, he muttered. Strange, why does the side of my head hurt? Thump. Dropping a large dumbbell onto the ground, I took a white towel from the side and wiped the sweat from my face. He's probably forgotten about everything that has happened. About 2 days had passed since the incident. The one where I tortured Aaron. At the moment, Aaron was probably thinking something along the lines of, everything I went through is a dream, or some bullshit like this. This was exactly what I wanted him to think. The torture was merely something for my own self-satisfaction. I had other plans for him. With the aid of Douglas and the others, we were able to somewhat create enough alibis and evidence to make it seem that he really had been drunk, and everything was just a drink. You're early. Currently, I was in a private training room, near my residence. This was a small perk I got thanks to the dwarves. From about 100 meters away, Amanda's voice rang out. Looking at her, I nodded. Yeah, I'm used to it. Since the training room was massive, and it was at my disposal, I told the others that they could use it whenever they wanted. Naturally, everyone took me on my offer. Well, everyone except Melissa, who did not want to have anything to do with training. You look quite tired. Well, the dumbbells are pretty heavy. In order to get used to the mass-changing properties of my sword, I had to resort to this kind of muscle training. If not for this, even if I used the keiki style and increased the mass of the sword halfway through my swing, by the time I was done with my movements, my sword would just drop to the ground and an opening would appear. How heavy? About 500 kilograms. That much. Well, anything lower would not work. Amanda nodded her head. Extending her hand, she took out her bow. Wearing her training gear, Amanda had a small hairband on her mouth as she gathered her hair behind her in a ponytail, revealing her slender neck. I see, should we do the usual? Yeah. This was actually not the first time that Amanda and I met up. It was probably the 4th time by now. I was a bit surprised the first time, turns out we both trained at the same time. For her, this was the routine she was used to ever since taking over the guild in her father's stead. Apparently, she had to train very early since her days were usually very busy with guild-related stuff. For me, it was more of a habit I developed when training in the wilderness back in Henler. Either way, this was good for me. Training with someone else was a lot more efficient than just training alone. Plus, there were a lot of things that I wanted to ask of her. Especially regarding Nola and my parents. Raising her bow and aiming it at me, Amanda's soft voice rang out. Are you ready? Taking a deep breath, extending both of my hands forward, I channeled the wind scions inside of my body until a green hue shrouded my body. Right now, Amanda was helping me train my reflexes and agility. One thing that I noticed was that one of my lacking aspects was my agility. Not only that, but long-ranged opponents were especially hard for me to deal with. Amanda was a big help to me. Ready? Okay, I'm starting. Amanda released the string of her bow. A translucent blue streak of light shot out from her bow. Following the first shot, Amanda extended her hand again and pulled the string again before releasing it. Not even a second after she shot her first arrow, 2 more arrows shot out, and following this more and more quickly headed in my direction. It wasn't long before a wall made of blue streaks appeared in front of me. Staring at them from the distance, my face turned serious. This is going to be tough. I had set a couple of handicaps on myself for this training. I wasn't allowed to use any skill or any manuals apart from the full body one. Since my goal was training my agility, this was the most appropriate choice. Shio. 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 Cutting through the air like missiles, the arrows soon materialized in front of me. Gently pressing my foot onto the ground, I took a step back. Shio. An arrow brushed past the side of my cheek. Following that arrow, 2 more arrows arrived in my vicinity. Moving my hands in front of me, twisting my heel, I swiftly grabbed the bodies of the arrows, disrupting their momentum. Then, after the arrows lost their momentum, I dropped them to the ground and did the same thing for the next few arrows. Weaving through the endless amount of arrows, sweat started to accumulate on my forehead as I found my body progressively getting more and more tired with each passing second. But that wasn't the only thing I was feeling. I could vividly feel myself getting better and better at moving in tight spaces. Excitement flashed across my eyes as I continued to dodge the arrows. It wasn't long before I started to get used to the rhythm and I started to feel at ease dodging the arrows. Shio. Shio. Dodging a couple of more arrows, I looked up to Amanda. A smirk appeared on my lips. That the best you can do? Staring back at me, Amanda's hand trembled slightly. Her brows knit as a result of my provocation. I'm getting bored her. Shio. Before I could even finish my words, a blue streak of light suddenly rushed in my direction at a speed at least 5 times faster than the previous arrows. Caught off guard, my brows jumped up. Wait, UK. But it was too late. Before I could even react, the arrow directly hit me in my right thigh. The force behind the arrows was so strong that I was forced to take a step back. Fortunately, all the arrows that Amanda shot were blunt, else I would have been in serious trouble. Still, it hurt quite a lot. Shio. 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 The sound of the wind being split rang from above, and my eyes trembled. Raising my head, much to my horror, I found over a dozen similar arrows headed in my direction. Okay, stop. Stop. You win. Covering my body with my arms, I squirmed in pain as a dozen arrows crashed against my body at terrifying speeds. Shio. Shio. I said stop. But it seemed as though Amanda couldn't hear me as she continued to shoot the arrows in my direction. Turning my head in her direction, it was then that I finally noticed the edges of her lips were finally curled upwards. You're doing this on purpose. I shouted. Shio. Oof. Another arrow shot, hitting directly in the ribs. A pained groan escaped from my mouth, and I dropped to the ground. Fortunately, once Amanda saw that I was on the ground, she finally stopped. Glaring at her, I raised my hands in defeat. You win, I give up. Approaching my location, Amanda's face remained stoic. But from the way she was skipping toward me, resulting in her ponytail to jump up and down behind her, I could tell that she was proud of her achievement. I ground my teeth as a result. You happy? About what? Amanda replied, feigning ignorance. I rolled my eyes. Amanda had changed a lot ever since I had last seen her. She had gotten a lot cheekier. Whatever. Shaking my head, I sighed. If there was anyone I had to blame, it had to be me. Why did I have to go on and provoke her? Dumb move. Raising my head and staring at Amanda, who was standing near me, I muttered. You know, I think you've gotten a low. Twang. Twang. Before I could finish my sentence, my communication device vibrated. Who's trying to talk to me? Tilting my head, I took out my communication device and checked who the sender was. Surprise flashed across my face as I realized that the sender was none other than Melissa. Even more surprising was her message. We need to talk. Reading it, uneasiness washed over me. Just what did she mean by this? The author's POV. Chapter 395, He Knows, 2. Raising my head, a large white building appeared in my vision. The building was located on the outer side of the city, and it was where the other humans resided. Is this the place? Yes. Amanda's soft voice rang from next to me. She was currently accompanying me to the place. I wasn't the only one that was called, as Amanda received a similar message not long after. Since both of us received the same message, I already had an idea about what Melissa wanted to talk about. It was just a hunch, however. I could have been wrong. What do you think Melissa called us for? Touching her chin, Amanda thought for a moment before she shook her head. Unsure. Guess we'll find out when we meet her. Walking up the stairs of the residence, we soon paused in front of a certain door. Looking around to make sure that no one was present, I pointed at the door. This is the one, right? Lowering her head and staring at her communication device, Amanda nodded. Yes. Okay. Raising my hand, I knocked on the door. Talk. If Melissa had to describe her relationship with her father in one word, it would be terrible. She wasn't mistreated or anything of the sort, but her father was someone who always strived to be the best. He was someone that was not satisfied with being second. He was also someone that desired for his children to be the best. Melissa was never interested in such matters ever since young. She only cared about her research and nothing else. As such, because of their clashing personalities, they never got along. Their relationship wasn't anything complicated, it was just that. But it was enough to create a distance between the two. What a troubling matter. Leaning back on her chair, Melissa stared at the ceiling. Thinking back to what happened a couple of nights ago, she took out a potion from her dimensional space and stared at it. Should I? Or should I not? She was tempted to try the potion, but after staring at it for a few seconds, she deeply sighed. Better not. If I take too many, I'll end up going crazy. Honestly, she was quite addicted to the potions by now. Having taken so many of them, it was almost like a routine for her. It was so bad that she would get withdrawal symptoms when she skipped a day. She knew she had to stop. Putting the potion away, her brows furrowed not long after as she turned to look at the door. Do they think I have all the time in the world for them? Just what is taking them so long? Standing up, Melissa checked her watch. Tisk. They were at least a couple of minutes late. Talk. Finally. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for long as someone soon knocked on the door. Fixing her glasses, Melissa headed for the door and opened it. Clank. Took you too long enough. Standing opposite her was Amanda, and Ren, under disguise. Sorry for the intrusion. Before Melissa could fully open the door, barging into the place as though it was his home, Ren gave an empty apology to Melissa and sat down on the chair she was previously sitting on. Turning his head and glancing in her direction, he casually said, "So, what did you want to talk about?" Following him, Amanda also entered and sat in another seat. Melissa's brows twitched. Ooh. She then took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. Maybe I really should have taken the potion. Regret had started to kick in. Not even a minute had passed since she talked to him, and she was already on the verge of losing it. Clank. Taking another deep breath, Melissa closed the door behind her, albeit a bit forcefully. Then, she sat down next to Amanda. Once she did, Ren spoke up again. What did you want to talk about? I'm sure someone as busy as you wouldn't call us for nothing. There was sarcasm hidden within his voice. One that Melissa was all too familiar with. You're right. Melissa nodded before mumbling something underneath her breath. I'd rather die of suffocation than do this. What did you say? But it appeared as though Ren had somehow managed to hear her words. Ignoring him, Melissa leaned back on her chair with a solemn look. I'll get straight to the point. My father knows. Wariness flashed across Ren's face. Sitting up straight, he leaned forward. What does he know? Extending her hand, Melissa took a few cards from her dimensional space and slapped them on the table. Smack. He knows about the magic cards. He what? Contrary to the reaction she expected him to have, Ren only tilted his head. Melissa pointed at the cards on the table. Do you not get me? I'm saying that he knows about them. You're talking about your father, right? Who else would I be talking about? Oh. Ren's shoulders relaxed as he leaned back on his chair. On the other hand, Amanda's eyes were fixed on the cards at the table. Her brows twitched slightly. Why is he not surprised? Melissa looked stultified by Ren's reaction. Her brows jumped up slightly. Did he perhaps not know just who her father was? Maybe that was it. Just to make sure, she asked Ren in a clear and slow voice, You do know who my father is, right? Octavius Hall, #1 ranked hero. Ren's reply came as soon as her words ended. Surprise flashed across Melissa's face. If you know, why aren't you worried? Did he ask you to give him the cards? No. Melissa shook her head. So far he only mentioned it as a passing matter. But that was worrying enough. If he truly wanted to get his hands on the magic cards, things would get really troublesome. Then, what's the problem? But it was clear that Ren didn't think the same way as he stood up in a relaxed manner. Lowering his head, his eyes paused on the cards at the table. They were currently neatly piled up together. Courtesy of Amanda, who sorted them out while she was talking to Ren. Melissa didn't put much thought into it. Amanda had minor OCD, so she had seen her do similar things back at the lock. On the other hand, lowering his hand and picking one of the cards up, Ren curiously studied the card in his hand before asking, "Can I try this?" "No." Melissa's blunt reply came immediately. She then pointed at the door of the room. "If you want to try it, do it outside, not in my room." If he activated the magic card now, the whole room would end up going in flames. Melissa had a lot of valuable stuff in the room. She wasn't too keen on having it all destroyed. Tisk. Ren clicked his tongue, prompting Melissa's brows to twitch. "You've got a problem with my arrangements?" "Nope." Shrugging his shoulders, Ren headed for the door. Staring at his back from her seat, Melissa took out a potion and chugged it. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and finally gave in. Gulp. Chugging the potion down, her emotions instantly calmed down. Standing up, she followed Ren. "So far, I've managed to create 3 grades of magic cards. Not sure about their naming, but the last grade has a power equivalent to A less than C rank attack." "That's kind of weak," Ren commented. Stopping in front of the door, he pulled the handle back and opened it. Click. "I'm the only one working on this project, what do you expect?" Melissa retorted. She could have hired more people to help her with the magic card development, but since she wanted to hide the news from her father, she chose to do it by herself. Even if she had them under a mana contract, the more people that knew, the higher the chances of her father finding out became. In the end, it was all for naught. It turned out that her father still found out. Sigh, whatever. Just go out and try them. I've encrypted 4 different magic circles on the card. Choose whichever one you want. Sure. Exiting the room, Melissa followed him out. Amanda also quietly followed from behind. Melissa could see keen interest in her eyes as she followed after. Bang. Not even a couple of steps out of Melissa's room and I heard a bang come from below the residence. Curious, I moved towards the wooden handrail and looked below. What is he doing here? Surprise flashed across my eyes as I spotted a familiar figure standing below. Dust and smoke rose in the air, masking most of his features. But from the way he was holding onto his shield and his body size, the guy standing beneath was definitely Hein. What happened to him? I wondered to myself as my brows knit and thought. He had his own residence, what did he have to come here for? What are you doing here? A deep voice reverberated, following which, a tall and muscular figure walked out from the dust. He looked quite familiar, but I wasn't able to recognize him instantly. John Burson. Thankfully, Amanda recognized him. Turning her head to look at me, she explained. Currently C+ rank, he was one of the exchange students that came in the first year. At the moment, he seems to be an extremely promising candidate for the next S-rank tanker-type hero. Oh. I now finally realized who the person was. It was the same guy that beat Hein back at the tournament. Leaning on the handrail, I chose to observe. What are you doing here? I know for sure you were not one of the 500 people selected to come to the conference. His deep and loud voice attracted the attention of the other residents. One by one, a small crowd formed. Not minding the crowd, John continued. Since you aren't one of the people on the list, you must have somehow managed to sneak in. That's kind of stupid. There was no way one could have sneaked in. In order to make sure there was no one from the monolith, the Union strictly checked everyone going in and also made sure to only teleport 500 people. It was impossible to have another person. Wait, I didn't sneak in. Hein finally spoke, trying to defend himself. Then, why are you here? That. A complicated look flashed across Hein's face. He looked unsure of how to answer. So, you can't even answer that. A burst of mana suddenly sprang out of John's body. Since you can't answer, I'll. Before John could finish speaking, having enjoyed enough of the show, I finally spoke up. I brought him here. Instantly everyone's attention was drawn to me. Since I was wearing a mask, I honestly didn't mind the attention. Turning his head, the mana inside of John's body faltered. Squinting, his eyes met with mine. Who are you? You don't need to know that. I pointed my hand at Hein. Let him go for now. If he had truly sneaked in, you think the elves wouldn't have noticed? What do you know? John frowned at my words. I facepalmed at his reaction. Turning my head, I looked at Melissa. Flashing the cards in my hand, I decided to ask a question. I'm allowed to use this, right? Surprise flashed across her face for a brief moment of time. It wasn't long before an innocent smile appeared on her face. I've always tested the card on robots. I never tried it against a human. Her innocent smile suddenly looked a lot more devilish. A cold chill ran down my spine. I'm actually quite curious about its effects. A/N, another chapter in 1.5 hours or less. The author's POV. Chapter 396, Dream or Reality. 1. Hew up. Jumping down from the building and softly landing on the ground, I walked over to Hein. You okay? Yeah. He replied, his eyes darting all over the shield. My brows furrowed at his actions. What's wrong? Nothing. Taking out a handkerchief, he slowly wiped away the dirt that was on his shield. A sigh escaped from my lips once I saw this. Ever since Hendler, he had always been acting up like that whenever his shield got dirty. I didn't even know how to react at this point. That aside, apart from minor dust on his body and shield, he truly did look fine. We'll talk more later. For now, step back. Why? Cutting him off, I extended my hand and turned my head. Don't worry, I'm only borrowing him. You can fight him later. My goal was to test the magic cards. I wasn't going to kill him. Hein could easily fight against him in the future. Plus, at the moment John was still stronger than Hein by one minor rank. Fine. What I said seemed to have some effect on Hein, who eventually stepped back. I nodded in satisfaction. Looks like he still had some respect for me. You still didn't answer me, who are you? John's voice rang from behind as a powerful wave of mana sprung from his body. Ignoring him, lowering my head, I stared at the cards in my hand. Fireball, Ice Wall, Quake, and Blind. They were the spells encrypted in the magic cards. They were quite the simple spells, but they were still quite powerful. At least, they were powerful enough to deal with the person in front of me. The reason why Melissa chose to encrypt these spells was because the others were just too complicated for her current level of development. Lifting my head and staring at the place which was surrounded by people, I looked back at John. Looks like a big crowd has formed around us. That's good. John lowered his body and took out his shield. He took a stance that looked similar to that of Hein. But, if I had to say, it was a bit more refined. Not sure if it was a bit more efficient though. I'll keep you in check until the others come. See how you can explain the fact that you are here despite not being one of the people participating. I rolled my eyes at his words. Honestly, if I explained to him properly, I could resolve this whole conflict, but why would I? Had the perfect testing material right in front of me. Why would I miss such a good opportunity? Turning my head, I looked at Hein and softly muttered. Pay close attention. Bang. Then, pressing my foot onto the ground, I shot in John's direction. Within a couple of seconds, I was already before him. Hew up. Reacting to my sudden burst of speed, taking a step forward, the ground beneath John cracked apart and small pieces of rock shot upwards. Dodging the pieces of rock, I swiftly arrived before him. As I arrived before me, in my view, all I saw was a massive shield. It looked as though I was facing a massive tortoise. Quite frankly, despite my experience, I saw no openings. Still, I wasn't disheartened by this. Let's see. Taking out the Fireball magic card, I channeled my mana into it. Then, turning my body sideways, I skid before the shield and smacked the card right on it. Smack. Since I didn't want him to notice that I had attached the card to his shield, I put quite a bit of force into my attack. The moment my hand smacked against the shield, a circular pressurized wind gale outwardly shot from the contact point between my hand and the shield. Swoosh. As a result, the ground around us bent down. Then, pressing my foot on the shield, I jumped up and did a backflip, distancing myself from him. Was that it? Once I distanced myself from him, lowering his shield, John looked at me. Confusion flashed across his face. Was that the strength of your attack? He once again questioned. The edges of his lips tugged upwards. Without saying anything, I touched my chin. Is one enough? From what Melissa told me, it would take 1.5 seconds to activate the card. However, if I wanted to, I could also delay the activation of the card by 10 more seconds by channeling my mana inside of a specific area that would delay the flow. This was a feature that I suggested to her a while back and the one that I wanted to test out. Glad she listened. Try attacking again. John taunted. Ignoring his taunts, I took out another magic card and once again dashed in his direction. The speed at which I was going was the same as before. Bang. Right as I arrived before the shield, stomping my left foot on the ground, my body shot toward the right side and I once again smacked a card on his shield. Smack. Another powerful wind gale shot out between the point of contact between my hand and the shield. Despite this, John remained unmoved. I think 2 is enough. Distancing myself away from John once again, I stopped. Since the time limit was only 10 seconds, there wasn't enough time to add a third one. But considering my opponent's strength, this was enough. Are you done playing around? Standing upright, John halted his steps. Furrowing his brows tightly, he glared in my direction. I don't know what you just did. I'd be careful if I were you. Showa. Before he could even finish his sentence, his shield glowed, and a bright flame suddenly erupted, enveloping his body completely. He didn't even have enough time to scream before his whole body was entrapped by the flames. Actually, though faint, I could hear a small scream coming out from his lips. Oh shit. As seconds ticked, and the flames engulfing John grew, my eyes opened wide. The flames were a lot stronger than I had originally thought. Turning my head in Melissa's direction, I found her looking at John's burning body with excitement. With a notepad in front of her, she scribbled a bunch of stuff on it. Next to her, Amanda had a helpless expression on her face. Turning her head, our eyes met and I shrugged. What did I expect? What's going on here? It was then that a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Turning my head, I spotted a familiar figure rushing in our direction. Long black hair, amethyst color hair, it was Donna. Swoosh. Appearing right before John, Donna waved her hand and the flames engulfing his body completely disappeared. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Once the flames disappeared, John knelt down on the ground. His breathing was extremely rough, and a part of his hair was burnt. Fortunately, that was the extent of his injuries. I sighed in relief once I saw that. Fortunately, he specialized in defense. Had he truly been heavily injured, I would have found myself in a bit of trouble. It wouldn't be to the extent of me getting kicked out by the union or anything like that, but it would still be bothersome. Did you do this? Snapping me out of my thoughts was an airy voice. Turning my head, my eyes interlocked with Donna's. She had an icy glare on her face as she looked at me. Gulp. Stared at by Donna, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She may have not been releasing any pressure, but the aura that her body gave off was no joke. It felt suffocating, to say the least. Fortunately, it wasn't anything too bad. Having been close to SS ranks before, the pressure she gave out wasn't anything I wasn't used to as I quickly regained my composure. Guess I have no choice. Ooh. Taking a deep breath and lowering my head, I muttered inside of my mind. Monarch's indifference. The tournament was coming up in a couple of days and Donna was supposed to give a roundup to the participants about who their opponents were and how the structure of the tournament worked. But just as she was about to arrive at the residence, she suddenly saw a bright flame in the distance. Though faint, she could also hear a muffled scream. Without hesitation, she dashed in the direction of where the noise came from. Once she arrived, it was then that she saw 2 males fighting against each other. One seemed to be fine, while the other was completely engulfed in powerful flames. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and quickly removed the flames away from the individual's body. Thankfully, the flames quickly dissipated away, revealing the features of a young man close to his 20s. John Burson. Donna instantly recognized him. He was one of the few people she paid close attention to due to his outstanding talent. Once she made sure that he was okay, she turned to face the perpetrator of the incident. Her brows instantly knit as soon as her eyes laid on him. I've never seen him before. Donna had memorized the faces of all the 500 participants, and yet, the face before her was not someone on that list. Instantly she became warier. Who are you? She asked whilst secretly channeling the mana inside of her body, ready to be utilized at a moment's notice. You don't need to know. Opening his mouth, a cold and emotionless voice rang through the air. Donna's eyes suddenly opened slightly. That look. It felt familiar. Cold eyes, and an emotionless voice. She remembered seeing a similar look in the past. The mana around her body faltered slightly. Calming down, she took a closer look at him. He had blonde hair and green eyes. He didn't look particularly handsome, but he was still attractive in his own right. Moreover, he looked to be in his mid-20s. He didn't look like anyone she knew, yet, the aura he currently gave off was oddly familiar, yet at the same time it wasn't. She couldn't quite tell since he was hiding his aura, but Donna could tell that the male in front of her was strong. Maybe not as strong as her, but compared to John, he was on a whole different level. He also doesn't seem to be wearing a skin mask. This was another thing she noticed. Had he been wearing a skin mask, Donna would have been able to tell with a quick glimpse, but he wasn't, meaning that he truly was someone she had never met before. But that made things even stranger. How could someone as talented as him go unnoticed for so long? Something just didn't add up. Calming down, she asked. I've never seen you on the list of people that should be here. I just want to know what you're doing here. He was being harassed, so I helped him out. Turning around, he pointed toward another youth in the distance. Sitting down on the grass in the distance, another blonde male appeared. He appeared to be wiping his shield. Donna was once again taken aback. I've also never seen him before. Her brows knit even more tightly. Two individuals that she had never seen before. Something was oddly wrong with the situation. Turning her attention back towards the main blonde male, Donna channeled her mana into her eyes. Let me get a look at who you truly are. Since he wasn't planning on revealing who he was, Donna was planning on using her powers to find out. Normally she wouldn't have done this, but since this concerned the fate of humanity, she had no other choice but to. We're with the humans that come from Henler. But before Donna could even use her power, as though he knew about what she was going to do, the blonde male spoke up. Instantly the glow in Donna's eyes receded. The humans from Henler. Isn't that the dwarven city? It is. A sudden look of understanding flashed across Donna's eyes. Oh. That's right, Monica did tell me that Douglas was there, but why is someone as young as him coming from there too? Donna didn't know much about the dwarven situation, but she was still a bit skeptical. She knew that the mission was something that required Douglas's assistance, but why would two people as young as them also go? Something didn't add up to her. Okay, for now, I want you guys to stay here so that I can. Donna, it's fine. I can confirm for them. Cutting her off, a familiar high-pitched voice rang from the distance. Donna instantly recognized the voice. Monica. MHM. Calmly nodding her head, with her hands behind her back, Monica stopped right in front of the blonde male. Leaning her body forward, the corners of her lips curled upwards before she patted him on the shoulder lightly. Throughout the whole exchange, the blonde youth remained indifferent. This guy over here is in fact our little junior. Turning her head to look at Donna, Monica smiled even more brightly. A very talented one at that. The author's POV. Chapter 397, Dream or Reality. 2. Junior? What are you talking about, Monica? Oh God. At Monica's arrival, the effects of Monarch's indifference wore off. My goal was to prevent Donna from using her skill to make me talk. With Monica here, the chances of that happening were almost null to zero, and thus, Monarch's indifference wore off. Walking around me, a look of mischief appeared on Monica's face. What is she planning? Wariness flashed across my eyes. With her hands behind her back, Monica twirled around and whistled. Heo. Well, at least tried to. Wasted effort on her part, as it just sounded like she was blowing air. She quickly gave up after a couple of tries. She then arrived next to Donna and reassured her. Anyways, as I was saying, you don't have to worry about these two. If you say so. Donna nodded her head with a confused look on her face. It was clear that she was still taken aback by the news. But since Monica was the one telling her the news, she merely went along with it. So, is everything sorted? Turning her head, Donna looked at John, who was slowly standing up. Although he was injured, it wasn't that bad. Brushing her hair by the side of her ear, she sighed. Since he's fine, I guess everything is all right. All right. I proceeded to walk up to John. The moment I did, Donna's voice rang from behind. What are you doing? I'm just getting my stuff back. Bending over, I picked up the 2 magic cards that I used. They were still intact, but compared to the first time I used them, they shined less. What are those? Wow. Observing the cards, Monica's voice suddenly rang in front of me, startling me. Leaning forward, she curiously looked at the card in my hand. Is this what you used to beat him? She extended her hand, trying to touch the card. Moving my hand away, I glared at her. Hands off. What? This is off limit. You'll know more about it later. Tisk. Monica clicked her tongue and crossed her arms. Fortunately, Monica was reasonable enough to stop. After all, there was still a crowd of people around us. Stingy. She muttered under her breath. Rolling my eyes, I nudged my head in Hein's direction. Hein, let's go. Lifting his head, Hein put his handkerchief away. Leaning sideways to make sure there were no smudges on his shield, only once he was sure it was shining did he finally stand up and nod his head. All right. I've got to have a talk with Malville about this, it's getting out of hand. If you would excuse me. Nodding my head in Donna's and Monica's direction, I headed back upstairs under everyone's watch. As I walked up, I could feel Donna's eyes burn holes at the back of my head, but I promptly ignore it. She'll probably figure it out soon. Not like I was trying to hide it. The only reason why I was still wearing a mask was because quite a few people knew of my face, and the matter regarding 876 wasn't resolved yet. Of course, I had plans regarding that matter. Walking up the stairs, it wasn't long before I stopped in front of Melissa's residence. Stopping in front of her, I proceeded to hand the cards back to her. Here, they are not bad. Keep them. But, raising her hand, Melissa passed the cards back to me. Surprise flashed across my face. When did you suddenly become so generous? Melissa's face scrunched up at my words. Now why would you think I would want something you touched? Understanding flashed across my face. Figured. Still, I quickly retorted back. Couldn't have her out petty me. Why wouldn't you? Didn't you see my body? Yeah, bleached my eyes after I returned home. Tisk. I clicked my tongue. From the corner of my eyes, I could see Amanda covering her eyes with her hand. Understandable, guess even she couldn't handle Melissa's pettiness. Anyways, keep the cards. I've got plenty of them. Well, if you say so. I put the cards back in my dimensional space. They may end up being useful in the future. Actually, I still needed to properly test the cards. John didn't turn out to be that good of a punching bag. It only took 2 cards to take him down. Was kind of disappointed. From his display, I could tell Hein was more skilled. While in thought, flipping through her small notepad, Melissa headed back to her room. Okay, if you would please go away. I've got work to do. See I clank. Before I could even say anything, the door shut with a loud bang. Shaking my head, I looked at Hein. What time is it? About 12. Hein replied after checking his watch. Looking behind me, at Amanda, I asked. Want to go get something to eat? Amanda thought for a moment before she nodded. I then turned to look at Hein. What about you? No, sorry, I can't. Oh. Got something else going? Yeah, I'm supposed to meet with Leopold. Leopold. Never mind, I'd rather not ask. The withdrawal symptoms have been getting more and more severe for Leopold. It had gotten to the point where his face was sunken from sleep deprivation. Should I call Kevin? Lowering my head, I took out my communication device and messaged Kevin. Twang. Twang. It didn't take long for him to reply. Unexpectedly he also rejected me. Sorry, I can't. I'm busy. Was a bit perplexed by the rejection, but I didn't think too much. Perhaps he was training. Guess he's not available as well. Shrugging my shoulders, I looked at Amanda. Well, guess it's just us two. With her hand on her chin, a complicated look flashed across Donna's brows. What's wrong? Walking beside her was Monica. With her hands behind her head, she had a nonchalant look on her face. Sensing something off about Donna's mood, she asked. Something wrong with you? Donna's footsteps came to a halt. Raising her head, she looked at Monica. Tell me, Monica. That guy from before was someone I know, right? Eh. Coming to a stop, Monica's eyes opened up. Putting her arms away from her head, she casually looked around. Am I right? Donna reiterated. Her tone was a lot more serious than before. Subjected to such a tone, Monica hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, you're right. Who is it? It's. Pinching the middle of her brows, Donna raised her hand to block Monica from speaking. Wait, don't tell me. I think I already have an idea. There's only one person that would interact with Melissa and Amanda like that, moreover, that look. That cold and emotionless look. She thought that she was overthinking things back then, but it finally dawned on her why it looked so familiar. If there was anyone with that look who got along with Melissa and Amanda who usually never talked with anyone, there could only be one person. Donna lifted her head. Turning her head back in the direction of the dorms, her amethyst-colored eyes shined. Soon a smile appeared on her face as she muttered. I see, no wonder you were reacting like that. Sitting inside of his own room, leaning on a chair with his arms crossed, Kevin stared at the panel in front of him. Equals. Warning. 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 The time remnant has set its eyes on you. Equals. The more he looked at it, the tighter the frown on his face was. Just what is this? It had been a while since he had seen this, but the sense of foreboding he got from it increased with each passing day. It was as though it was telling him that something bad was about to happen. Kevin had been careful throughout the whole trip in the past few months, but the uneasiness within him only grew as time passed. It had gotten to the point that he was now starting to become paranoid. Twang. Distracting him out of his thoughts was the sound of his communication device vibrating. Lowering his head, he looked at his communication device. It was Ren. Do you want to have lunch with me and Amanda? Staring at the message, Kevin turned his attention back toward the panel in front of him. Of course, he didn't forget to send a message back to Ren. Sorry, I can't. I'm busy. Twang. Once he did, Kevin stood up and walked in circles around the room with a thoughtful look on his face. Equals. Synchronization, 27%. Equals. This is the only clue I have regarding the time remnant. But how was he supposed to raise the synchronization rate? He tried asking the system, but it completely ignored all of his words. Usually, it would give him answers, but this time it just stayed mute. This was another thing that increased the uneasiness in Kevin's mind. He really had a nagging feeling that these synchronization events were really important. No, he knew that they were important. Especially after seeing the message regarding the time remnant. Kevin wasn't someone that liked to leave the problems for later. Ever since the appearance of the message he had been trying to find a solution to it, but despite all of his attempts, he couldn't find the answer. Wait, what if I used the book? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. That's right, the last time I went through a synchronization event, it was after something happened to Ren and I touched the book, which was called the Time Codex. Kevin's mind started to race. He felt like he was getting closer to the solution. Halting his steps, he placed his arm underneath his chin. Time Codex, Time Remnant. His eyes opened wide. What if this whatever Time Remnant is not looking for me but the Time Codex, or... Many ideas started to flash across Kevin's brain as he paced around the room. He was looking for the red book. He had an inkling that perhaps he might find an answer there. Where did I leave it? But as he looked for it in his room, he suddenly noticed that it wasn't supposed to be where he originally thought it was. On his desk. In fact, this had not been the first that this had happened. Sometimes he would find his book a couple of centimeters away from where it was supposed to be, or sometimes it would just fall over. It didn't happen often, maybe once every few months, but now it was completely gone. He never put much thought into it before since the book was not something others apart from him could see. But now, with the idea of the time remnant flashing across his mind, the uneasiness within him only grew. Where is it? Not here as well. Pacing around the room, he slowly started to panic. Flipping his whole room upside down, Kevin's breathing soon became rough. No, where is it? Scratching the back of his head, he muttered. It's gone. The book was gone. No matter how much he looked, the book was gone. But how? Who could have taken the book? I've already tested it. There is no way anyone can see the book apart from me. Huh. Biting his lips hard, Kevin took a step forward. But it was then that suddenly his vision blurred. His foot stumbled slightly and the energy inside of his body suddenly drained. Before he knew it, the ground neared his vision. Emergency quest. Description: end of proof. Synchronization, plus 7%. But just as he was about to fall, a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. His mind was growing hazier by the second, but he was able to make out the contents of the panel. Bang. Sadly, he wasn't able to see for too long as his head soon smashed against the ground and his consciousness slipped. A/N, same as yesterday, another chap in an hour and a half or two. The author's POV. Chapter 398, Dream or Reality. 3. I'd like to have this, please. Sitting inside a restaurant, Amanda could hear Ren's voice coming from in front of her. He was currently ordering a meal. Yeah, I want this and this. He pointed at the menu on the table. This one looks interesting too. After ordering a couple more meals, lifting his head, he looked at her. What about you? Did you order already? MHM. Amanda nodded her head. She had already ordered beforehand. Unlike him, she only needed one meal to be full. Oh, I see. Ren nodded in understanding. He then turned towards the waitress. I guess that's all. With a simple nod, the elven waitress left. Staring at the back of the waitress, Ren leaned back on his chair. Who would have thought that they had restaurants here too? The place they were currently in was one of the most famous restaurants in Isanor. Ren chose this place. The internal design of the place gave off a calm and tranquil feeling with simple yet elegant designs. Plants appeared all over the place, and a wispy scent of lavender lingered in the air. How is Nola doing? Whilst absorbed by the environment, Ren's voice suddenly reached her ears. Turning her head, she answered. She misses you. Amanda proceeded to take a sip of her drink. It was the same honeydew they served back at the hall. Is that so? MHM. She always talks about you. I see, looks like she hasn't forgotten about me. Lifting her head, Amanda could vividly feel the relief in his voice. Nodding her head, she took another sip of her drink. I bring her to the guild from time to time when your parents are at work. At the guild? She likes the place quite a lot. Maxwell, her butler, was especially attached to her. Thinking about it, a smile crept upon her face. You must really like Nola. A smile soon emerged on Ren's face as he looked at her. The smile didn't last for long, however, as he soon lowered his head. How old is she now? 4. 5. It's been a while since I had last seen her. If only. It's okay. Amanda reassured. Pursing her lips, she put her drink down. She wasn't the best person to ask when it came to relationships, but from having interacted with Nola long enough, she knew that Nola did not resent him in any way for not being there. Just make up for it later. Make it up. Spend time with her later. I don't know if I'll have time in the future. Ah. Staring at Ren, an idea suddenly struck Amanda. I can take a video message if you want. A video message? Good idea. Vigor returned on Ren's face. He then turned to look towards his left and right. Where should we take it? Let's take it outside. Amanda suggested. It wasn't really appropriate in here since the guests had to keep a certain volume. Fortunately, Ren seemed to have noticed this as he soon nodded his head. You're right. Let's take it after we eat. Following his words, a calm atmosphere enshrouded their surroundings as neither one of them spoke for the next couple of minutes. Catching a glimpse of Ren, who was sitting opposite of her, Amanda had a complicated look on her face. Apart from the morning training sessions, this may be the first time that they had truly talked to each other alone. Ever since his disappearance, Amanda had a lot of time to reflect on herself. She was currently unsure about her feelings towards him. Back when he first disappeared, she realized she liked him. It was an odd emotion that she had never felt before, but it didn't last long as his death and her work had taken her mind away from such matter. Now that he was back in front of her, Amanda didn't know what she felt about him. do I like him, or do I not? Her mind was conflicted. Being the next in-line guild master for the #1 guild in the human domain, she had her fair share of suitors. It would be a lie if she said she didn't. They were all handsome and had nice backgrounds, but no matter how many tried to approach her, Amanda could only feel repulsion from them. They may try to hide it, but Amanda could see through their greed. It was clear that they were only after either her beauty or her guild. None of them truly understood her. Let me fix that for you. Distracting Amanda out of her thoughts, Ren suddenly leaned forward and corrected the posture of her utensils. She was so distracted that she had only noticed it now. Better, right? He asked with a smile before leaning back on his chair. Staring at the utensils, Amanda lowered her head and softly mumbled, "Thank you." Her heart, which had not once moved, finally skipped a single beat. Not many knew about her small obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was a small disorder that made her obsessed with cleanliness and symmetry. It bugged her whenever she saw something that wasn't positioned properly. And even if they did, no one would go out of their way to help her. At least, not till she met Ren, who did these small gestures from time to time back at the lock. It was perhaps small stuff like this that made Amanda conscious of him. It was as though he knew exactly what she liked and disliked. Amanda. Ren's voice suddenly sounded. Lifting her head, Amanda looked at him and their eyes met. Yes. Tell me if I'm not seeing things. Extending his hand, Ren proceeded to point towards the window of the restaurant. Turning her head, Amanda's eyes dulled. Standing outside of the window, with her hands cupped together to get a better look at the insides of the restaurant, was Emma. Glancing around the place for a brief moment, her eyes soon met with hers and Amanda could vividly see Emma's eyes lit up. Before she could even say anything, Emma entered the restaurant and headed in her direction with a brilliant smile. "Ha ha ha, Amanda, fancy seeing you here." "MHM." Amanda nodded her head. "Am I disturbing?" Emma asked. Lowering her head, her eyes soon paused on Ren. "Are you?" "Yes, it's me." Ren casually answered. "Mind if I join?" "Do as you please." Ren sighed before pointing toward the right side of the table where there was an empty spot. Emma's eyes lit up with glee. "Thanks." She then unceremoniously sat down and called for a waiter. "Excuse me, can I order something?" Emma's loud voice reverberated throughout the whole establishment. Turning her head, Amanda's eyes soon met with Ren's. Then, turning their attention back to Emma, as if synchronized, they both sighed at the same time. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. Lifting their heads, their eyes once again met and a chuckle escaped from Amanda's lips. Hee. Ren merely smiled in response. But it was clear to Amanda that he was trying to hold his laugh back. "What's so funny?" Emma's voice suddenly rang. With her head turned, and her eyes squinted, she alternated her gaze between Amanda and Ren. "You guys aren't laughing at me, are you?" "No." Turning her head, Amanda feigned ignorance. But of course, this didn't go unnoticed by Emma, who eyed her like a hawk. "You're definitely lying. Tell me what you were laughing about." With her head turned, Amanda's mouth remained shut. Regardless of how Emma protested, she just continued to ignore her. Tisk. This continued for a minute before Emma eventually relented and clicked her tongue. Taking the menu, she proceeded to make her order. Fortunately, for the next hour, no more incidents occurred and they were all able to enjoy a nice meal together. C.I. clank. Returning to my room from lunch, I felt exhausted. The food was good, but it was a lot heavier than I had expected. I still had fun though. Not as much when Emma joined, but it was fun. I'll get some sleep. Was originally planning to train some more, but I felt extremely lethargic at the moment. Right as I was about to head to bed, my feet came to an abrupt halt and my body froze. What? My eyes locked onto the corner of the room. More precisely on the top of my desk. What is that doing there? I took a step back. Wariness flashed across my body as my eyes locked onto a small red book in the distance. Ever since I was brought to the monolith, I thought that the book had burned into nothingness. Since I couldn't put it in my dimensional space, I thought I had lost it forever, but why is it here? Uneasiness flashed across my eyes. Normally I would have been happy about it, but I wasn't. For it to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Something just wasn't right. Ooh. I took a deep breath, calming down my nerves. Carefully looking around the room to make sure there wasn't anyone present, I took a step forward. Just in case, I channeled the mana inside of my body, ready to use it at any moment in time. Halting my steps in front of the book, I took another breath. Then, extending my hand forward, I placed my palm on top of the book. Nothing. Once my hand touched the book and nothing happened, my shoulders relaxed a little. Perhaps I'm just overthinking things. Still, that didn't mean that I was less wary of the book. How did it suddenly show up in front of me out of nowhere? Did it just automatically follow me, but why now and not before? There were so many questions I had in my mind, but regardless of how much I thought about them, I couldn't find the answer. In the end, after contemplating on the matter for the next couple of minutes, I finally decided to open the book. I wonder if it still shows me Kevin's point of view, huh? My hand froze. Flip. Flip. Hold on. Moving my head from left to right, my mouth trembled slightly. Why is there nothing written on it? The book was blank. Completely blank. There was nothing written on it. My eyes opened wide at this realization. Just what in the... She rang. A bright light suddenly shot out from the book, enveloping my body completely. Wah. Throwing the book away, I took a couple of steps back, but before I could take even more steps back, the light completely devoured me whole. What came after the light was darkness. I couldn't tell for how long I was out, but for a long time, my body felt numb as a heavy pressure bore down on me from above. It felt as though a truck had been placed on top of me. I really couldn't put it into words, but the sensation never disappeared as I soon regained my consciousness. Abruptly opening my eyes, I sat up straight. Or at least tried to, but the heavy pressure bearing down on me from above prevented me from doing so. HAAA, HAAA. I had difficulty breathing, and my mind was groggy. A heavy stench of alcohol invaded my nostrils. Ugh! I groaned in pain. It was an indescribable pain. As I was getting choked, I was deprived of oxygen. I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't talk. All I could do was struggle. My vision began to turn cloudy. I couldn't feel my limbs. My body felt numb, but I didn't see anything like my life flashing before my eyes. It hurts. I tightly clenched my head as I internally screamed to myself. As I held my head, I felt an odd sensation, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. The pain had overtaken my entire mind. The pain lasted for over a minute before it slowly disappeared. HAAA, what, HAAA, just happened? Lifting my head up, I tried to make heads or tails about what had just happened, but when I did, my body suddenly froze. What? My heart started to quicken, and my already rough breathing started to become even rougher. Impossible, no, it can't be. Lowering my head and staring at my hands, horror struck me. HAAA. My heart sank to its lowest levels. Why am I back? The author's POV. Chapter 399, Pure Evil, 1. This can't be. I took deep breaths, trying to calm my mind. But it was all for naught as I struggled to breathe properly. I was suffocating. HAAA, HAAA. I took a couple more breaths in hopes of trying to calm myself down. Fortunately, this time it worked as my nerves quickly calmed. Get it together. Closing my eyes and taking another deep breath, I muttered inside of my mind. Status. Nothing. My heart rate quickened. Status. I muttered once again. Nothing. Biting my lips, I tried channeling my mana. Perhaps this might work. Again, nothing. Whoo. Anxiety suddenly struck me as my toes curled inwardly. My teeth started to chatter, and my eyes darted all over the room. I was inside a single-bedroom apartment. It was a familiar place. One that I remember seeing in my memories and living in for over 32 years of my life. A place that I thought I would never get to see again. My stomach churned. It can't be. My head was numb. Lowering my head and staring at my hands, the truth finally dawned on me. I was back in my own world. No. I repeatedly muttered inside of my mind. Denial. I was in complete denial. It couldn't be. How could I have possibly come back here? Was everything I went through a lie? Was everything really just a sick dream? Impossible. I shouted at the top of my lungs. There was simply no way. Everything felt so clear. No one way did I want to believe that everything I had been through was a dream. Wait, what if this is all an illusion? Now that I thought about it, all of this happened as soon as I touched the red book. What if this scenario was merely an illusion I was trapped in? Yes, it had to be that. I deluded myself. There must be something more about this situation than I'm making out. Staring at my desk in the distance, hope rekindled in my eyes. I tried to sit up straight, but... Breathing heavily, I stared at the white ceiling of the room. Fuck, I forgot just how fat I was. Rolling around the ground, using my hands, struggling with all my might, I was eventually able to help myself up. But as I stood up, I noticed that almost all of my energy was gone. A nauseating feeling coursed through my head as I had to lean onto the side of the wall in order to keep my balance. It took me a while to regain my energy. Once I felt comfortable enough to once again move, I headed for my desk. Thump. 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 A low thump sounded as my feet touched the ground. Trying my best to ignore it, I soon arrived before my desk. Moving the chair back, I sat on it. Creak. A familiar creaking sound reverberated throughout the room as soon as I sat on the chair. Ignoring it, I slowly opened my laptop and checked the date. My hand which was holding onto the mouse paused. Shock dyed my face. 2 days. Only 2 days have passed since I died. This makes even less sense. The experiences I went through amounted to at least 3 years of my life. You're telling me that everything I went through, I experienced in just 2 days? Bullshit. Click. Click. Pressing onto the mouse, I moved the cursor around the screen and opened my novel page. The Luminescent Swordman. Click. It's the same as I remember. Those were indeed the last 2 chapters one uploaded before dying. Click. Click. Moving the cursor, I pressed onto the chapter and checked the comments. Good Guy 85, author, I have a question. How come the Demon King is trying to consume Earth? You said it was because it would help him break through the limit, but why? Is he just trying to conquer the whole universe? Roman, the more I read the more confused I am. Ugh, I can't wait for this to finish so that I can finally understand why Kevin acted so out of character in the previous chapter. I feel like there's something missing about this story. It's as though there should be something else. Some of the interactions and behaviors don't make sense. Alexi, upload faster, take my money. I've got plenty of it. Crocs, thanks for the chapter. Alexi, I was first. Crocs, no, me. Weeboo, why no chapter? It's been 2 days. Ha. Covering my head with my hands, I leaned back on my chair. What is happening? Everything was the same as it was in the past. Nothing changed. It truly did look as though I was back in my own world. But. The anxiety that I had been suppressing inside of me suddenly once again erupted out me as my stomach churned. My teeth chattered, and my leg tapped onto the ground repeatedly. No, this can't be happening. I refuse to believe it, no. You'll be fine. It was then that a voice suddenly rang from the corner of the room. Who? My head snapped towards my right side. Towards where the voice came from. T. My eyes opened wide and my body froze. From the corner of the room, with an innocent smile on his face, a figure slowly appeared in my vision. Jet black hair, ocean blue eyes, it was a familiar figure. He was someone that I knew all too well by now. Of course, how couldn't I know him? Ren. He was none other than the person I transmigrated into. The real Ren Dover. In the vast and limitless expanse of mist and debris, the smell of blood lingered in the air as a powerful pressure bore down on the world from above. Torn houses and dead bodies littered the whole world as the color red dyed the atmosphere. Boom. With a loud explosion, one of the buildings suddenly collapsed. Emma. What followed after was a panicked voice as a black figure rushed down. But before he could arrive at the building, a voice suddenly sounded inside of the black figure's ears. "Leave her be." The voice was deep and devoid of any emotions. "Shut up," the black figure shouted. This obviously did not sit well with the voice inside of his ear as it coldly rebutted. "What are you doing? You think she's more important than what we're doing?" Despite the voice in his ears, the black figure promptly ignored the voice as it continued to dash towards the direction of where Emma crashed. "Fucking useless," the other voice once coldly said. Anger could vividly be felt in his voice as he spoke his words. "What the fuck are you doing? Ignore her. She's baggage. What's more important is defeating the Demon King." Despite the voice's words, the black figure continued to ignore it and searched for Emma amidst the rubble. "Kevin." The voice inside of his ears sounded again. Kevin tapped onto his ear and shut off the communication devices in his ear. "Emma, Emma, Emma." Kevin desperately searched through the rubble. His face was pale and his eyes darting all over the place. "Uck." Suddenly Kevin heard a faint groan coming from his right side. It was faint, but with his superhuman hearing, he was able to hear it. His eyes instantly lit up. "Emma." Moving through the debris, Kevin soon saw a hand sticking out and he immediately reached for it. Clasping the hand, he waved his hand, and all the debris around him pulverized, revealing a beautiful figure. Kevin's face died with joy once he saw Emma again, but that joy did not last for long. With hazy eyes, Emma stared at the sky. Blood seeped from the side of her face. Her hair was disheveled and deep cuts appeared all over her figure. She was in a terrible state. Sensing something, Emma's eyes rippled slightly. Kevin, is that you?" Her voice was faint. So faint that it sounded like a mosquito buzz. Of course, this was no problem for Kevin as he leaned his head forward and weakly nodded his head. Yes, it's me." "I see." Emma smiled. It was a weak smile, but there was a look of relief in it. Kevin's heart sank when he saw this. "You're going to be fine, you're going to be fine. I'm here." Holding her into his arms, Kevin quickly reassured her. "Here, drink this." He quickly fed her a potion. Feeding the potion to her was quite a struggle as she was barely holding onto her consciousness, but he eventually managed to give her the whole drink. Once Kevin fed her the potion, Emma's injury started to heal at a visible rate. Relief appeared on Kevin's face once he saw this. Huh. But that relief did not last for long as Emma's eyes suddenly sprung open widely. Uck. Emma's body suddenly started to convulse. Foam escaped from her mouth as her body trembled uncontrollably. "Emma? Emma? Emma?" Panic struck Kevin as he held her in his arms. "What happened? I'm sure I fed her the right potion. How come her condition worsened?" Taking another potion from his dimensional space, Kevin forcefully fed it to her, but it was all to no avail as her body continued to tremble. With her eyes wide open, staring at the sky, Emma's body continued to shake. With each passing second, her condition seemed to worsen. Biting her lips, Kevin tapped onto the communication device in his ear. "Just hold on, Emma." "Ah." But before he could even speak, with a weak sound, Emma's body suddenly stopped shaking. Kevin's face bleached. Extending his hand, with a trembling finger, he tried to feel her pulse. "No. No. Don't leave me, no. Please." Despite his many attempts at trying to feel her pulse, he felt nothing. She was dead. Tears streamed down the side of his face as his body limped. He suddenly felt as though all the energy inside of his body had been drained from out of his body. The world suddenly became gray. It can't be. No. Why? With Emma in his arms, pain flashed across his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. Then, raising his head and staring at the sky, towards the red mass in the far distance, Kevin screamed at the top of his lungs. H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A. His desperate and pained cry resounded through the whole world. Inside of a tent, not far from where Kevin was, a male stared at the panel displaying the battle that was ensuing. His eyes were devoid of any emotions. In fact, there was deep ruthlessness hidden within them. Staring at Kevin, who was mourning Emma's death, the male did not feel anything. Rather, there was a trace of disgust on his face. Tapping onto his right ear to cut off the communication device, he took his eyes away from the screen. How useless. His emotionless voice rang through the room. You had one job, and one job only. Defeat the Demon King, yet, you let such emotion sway you. How many times does this make it? Deep disappointment flashed across his eyes as he stared at a small flask in his hand. It was a flask similar to the one that Kevin had fed Emma. I wouldn't have had to resort to this if you hadn't been so compassionate. I hope her death can finally set your mind straight. Putting the flask away, the male turned his attention back to the screen. No matter how important of a piece you are, a piece should act as a piece should act. Lifting his head, the male sat down on a large chair and propped his face up with his arm. I hope this will finally clear your head. A/N, there will be another chap. The author's POV. Chapter 400, Pure Evil, 2. C.I. Clank. I know a nice place. Closing the door behind me, I followed Ren out of my apartment. After taking a look at our surroundings, we decided to move to a better place to talk. Simply put, my apartment was too filthy to stay in. Just the stench of alcohol alone was enough to make the both of us want to leave. As I followed Ren from behind, there were many questions that I wanted to ask him, such as what was he doing here? And why was he in my apartment? But, more than anything else, I finally felt calm. Ren's presence and existence gave me a sense of calmness. If he was here, it meant that everything that had happened to me wasn't merely some kind of dream. I wasn't in a coma, and I really did reincarnate back into that world. It's real. What I went through wasn't the fruition of my imagination. Knowing this, I was able to recompose himself. After parting ways with each other, darkness completely overtook my consciousness. I thought that I was finally gone for good, but before I knew it, I found myself in this world. Walking around the streets, Ren's voice reached my ears. It wasn't even for that long. Probably a day and a half. Just when I thought I would never associate myself with my old life, you suddenly showed up. I honestly didn't expect to see you so soon. My brows slowly knit together. Probably a day and a half. Didn't expect to see you so soon. Indeed, if I wasn't wrong, only 2 days had passed since I had died in this world. Just like the other Ren said, the time he had been here only amounted to around a day and a half. At first I was a bit confused about this world. As in, everything looks a lot less advanced than I previously remembered. There were no air trains, no holographic devices, or anything remotely close to that kind of level of technology. Ren's feet came to an abrupt halt. There also isn't any mana in this world. His brows were knit into a tight frown. Taking another step forward, Ren continued. At first I was very scared. Scared about the idea of coming into a world that I had never been in, but thinking about the fact that my family was fine, and that they were in your hands, I felt somewhat reassured. Stopping in front of a cafe shop, Ren entered the place. I followed behind him. He then proceeded to order a coffee, and I did the same. I was familiar with the place we were in. I remembered coming here a couple of times back in the past. It wasn't bad. As I was saying, just when I had come to terms with this world, you suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Raising and lowering his head, Ren's eyes passed on me before he squinted. After a while, seemingly having made up his mind, he suddenly asked, "Is that how you looked before coming to my world?" My mouth twitched at his question. Eventually, I nodded. Yeah. I see. Ren took a sip of his coffee before his brows suddenly furrowed. Strange. He softly muttered. Hearing his words, my head tilted. What's so strange about me looking like this? Yes, I was fat. Very fat if I had to put it bluntly, but was it really so strange? Well, perhaps it was, since he would have never have thought that the guy who took over his body was someone like me. Oh. Ren covered his hand with his mouth before waving them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the fact that you are fat is strange. I'm just more concerned about other things. The frown on my face deepened. What are you talking about? Ren put his cup down. His face turned solemn. I don't know, it's just that I find this place weird. Weird. Looking around the place, I found nothing strange. Everything was just as I remembered in my memories. The view, the smell, the people, and the atmosphere. There was nothing strange about what I was seeing. What was Southwest strange about this place? It was then that a thought suddenly struck me and a look of understanding flashed across my face. Ah, right. He could be referring to the fact that he was not used to modern technology. A feint hung on my lips as I tried to reassure Ren, but before I could finish my sentence, he promptly cut me off. My face froze as a result. I get what you mean, don't worry about it. Everything is the same as BA. No, not that. What do you mean? Biting the tip of his finger, Ren tapped the table with his other hand. For the next couple of seconds, he didn't say anything. He was just blankly staring at the distance. Do you perhaps have your ID on you? He suddenly asked. My head tilted back in bafflement. My ID? Why are you asking me about my ID? Was he perhaps trying to pretend to be me? Indeed, he was a nobody in this world, but that wouldn't really work. We looked completely different. Do you have it or not? Ren's impatient voice reached my ears. Yeah. I was a bit taken aback by his impatientness, but I still complied. Reaching out from my pocket, I took out my wallet and took out my ID card. Here. I then slid it over to Ren, who took it and analyzed it. A deep silence enveloped us as Ren carefully analyzed the card in his hand. It wasn't long before he was done looking at it. As I expected. He put the card back down on the table. What did you find? I asked out of curiosity. Ren pointed at my ID. His expression was extremely serious. Have a look at it yourself. Tilting my head, I lowered my head and stared at my ID card. I don't see anything wrong with I. My mouth froze. Extending my hand forward, I slid the card before me. Lowering my head, I took a closer look at my ID card. What's going on? Shock clouded my face as I stared at my card. Lifting my head, I looked at Ren. Where is my name? There was a picture of me, my address, date of birth, and all the stuff that an ID card had, yet, there was no picture of me. Wait a minute. Something isn't right. I scratched the back of my head. What was my name again? What? Leaning forward, I massaged my head. Even after returning, I couldn't remember my real name, and now even my own ID card did not have my own name. Something wasn't right. Just what in the world is going on? Ren, can I call you that? The other Ren carefully asked. Staring at him once again, I nodded. Yeah. I was now used to being called that. The other Ren nodded before he leaned back on his chair. Let me ask you a couple of questions. Go ahead. Do you remember the faces of your parents? The faces of my parents? I closed my eyes and tried to remember. Blank. Why can't I remember the faces of my parents? My breathing started to become rougher. You can't remember? Ren's voice reached my ears. With my head still lowered, I shook it. Okay, let me ask you another question. What was the name of the university you wanted to enter? My eyes lit up. This answer I knew. Lifting my head, I confidently said. University A. University A. Ren repeated. Lowering his head and eyeing me from the top of his eyes, he had a questioning look on his face. Are you sure? Yeah. I nodded confidently. This answer I did not forget. How could I forget my dream university? Ren. A troubled look appeared on the other Ren's face. My brows furrowed after seeing his face. Was there something wrong with my answer? I didn't think so. Meeting his eyes, I asked. Is there something wrong with my answer? Ren scratched the side of his head. How should I say this, but, is there really a university called University A? Does such a name really make sense to you? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pursing my lips, my voice slowly became fainter. The previous confidence I had slowly started to dissipate. Doubt started to creep into my body as my mouth opened and closed multiple times. University A, that is indeed the place I wanted to go to. Meeting the other Ren's eyes, the anxiety within me only grew. There was something seriously wrong with the situation. Ooh. I had to take a deep breath to calm myself down. Of course, that was of no help as the weird sensation in my chest never disappeared. Raising my right hand, I started to bite on my nails. Ren, who was sitting opposite me, remained quiet throughout the whole time. He had a pensive look on his face. Tap. 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 With his legs crossed, his left arm tapped onto the table. Then, raising his head, he asked. From what you've told me, it looks like there is something really messed up about your memories before entering the novel. As though someone tried to purposely money. A thought suddenly struck me as I cut the other Ren off. Wait, how do you know that the world you came from is a novel? Also, how come your questions are right on the spot? How could he have possibly known about this? Only I know the password of my laptop. I stood up. Is there something that you're not telling me? Silence enveloped our area as Ren and I stared at each other. Then, lowering his head and staring at his watch, Ren muttered. Looks like we won't have time to continue our chat. My head leaned back in bewilderment. What AR? Showa. Before I could even finish my sentence, a similar bright light to before suddenly enveloped my whole body and I felt my existence completely disappear like that. Staring at Ren's figure slowly getting enveloped in light, the other Ren remained seated on his chair. He watched as Ren disappeared in front of his eyes. As he watched, his previous innocent facade slowly started to crumble apart and what replaced it was a cold and indifferent look. Crack. 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 Cracks started to form around the world before it completely shattered apart like glass. Crash. What came after was an unending darkness. Step. 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 Standing up, Ren slowly walked amidst the darkness. It wasn't long before his feet came to a pause. Raising his head, Ren came face to face with a white orb with black threads revolving around it. At the moment the black threads were trying to entrap the white orb, but despite its many efforts, the black threads were slowly starting to get pushed back. Staring at the orb with an indifferent look, Ren blinked slowly. Looks like this one might also be a failure. He silently muttered. Closing his eyes and extending his hand, he placed the palm of his hand on the white orb. I have to give you credit for being able to escape my influence. Ren slowly lifted his head. But don't think for a moment that this is it. Suddenly, his face twisted as the black threads around the orb danced wildly, trying their best to entrap the orb. Yet, it was still to no avail. Realizing that the threads couldn't do anything to the orb, Ren's face returned to its emotionless one. All the pieces have been set into motion long ago. Don't think for a second that you have escaped me. I will always be here. His cold words spread throughout the empty space. Then, taking his hand away from the orb, darkness completely enveloped his body. His deep blue eyes shone amidst the darkness. Before his figure completely disappeared, opening his mouth, he spoke a couple more words. Kevin. Drifting in the void, his words soon disappeared alongside his body as darkness completely took over the world. Don't think for a second that this is over.